Okay, so I think I can close this. We have to keep this open. How do I go to mini mode? How do I go to mini mode? Switch to compact. Compact mode. Put this up chaw. Put this right. Chaw. Put this down chaw. Then take this. No, we missed the fights. I slept through the fights. It was a garbage fight card. The main event was some ladies I never heard of. Daddy Jub said the one lady fighting was pretty good, but it's still a lady fight. Hola, auntie. Anybody watch the Shiva thing this morning? I kind of knew doing his show after doing a Friday night stream at 11 a.m. my time, I was going to be pretty drunk at that point. And I was. I wasn't super drunk, but I was definitely tipsy. I think I like being the heel that just bites the bullets on all the stuff that when I talk with atheists or people about biblical stuff, I'm just going to be the heel that says all the things that the other Christians won't say. I'm just going to say it. Who cares? Oh, I was playing with the lights. That's what I'm doing. Okay. That looks purple. That doesn't look red. That looks pink. Got it way too biblical for you. Audio level, audio bass, alternating, Tai Chi. What's Tai Chi? Trying to make it look like fire. Okay. Marquee. How do I add a color? But this does not look red. This looks pink. That's red. There we go. Now it's red. Now, how do I add another color? LED size? Oh, okay. That's okay. I should be able to add multiple colors to it. I don't see color. Spectrum wave? No. Breathing? No, I like the spinny one. I like marquee, but I want more colors. I can only have one color on this. covering marquee. Here we go. Oh, that's kind of cool. Okay, so we go red, and we go orange, then we go yellow. This, but I can't active profile default. Okay. So this is going to be the fire profile. Name. Fire. Now, unfortunately, the NZXT colors don't automatically sync up with the MSI colors. Wait. Oh shit, my pizza's done. Hold on. I'll be right back. I gotta go feed Echo and get my pizza. You know, evil, trust no people. It's pineapple pizza night. It's pineapple pizza night, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a while since I messed with NZXT. Should be able to do others. Have a plus sign. Yeah, I found it. Well, it's only on a certain. Okay. So marquee, it does not let me add colors. Pulse, I can add colors. Something like that. Whoa, wait, did I? What the heck? What am I? Um, red alert. Gorilla biscuits. Browse gifts. Fire. Fuego. It's Elmo. Yeah. That's the fire mode. Pineapple on pizza is delicious. I've been saying. I've been trying to talk to him. I've been trying to tell him. I don't know why anybody would not eat pineapple on pizza. Okay. There's Fire Elmo. CPU load, liquid temperature. Let's see. GPU clock speed. 1500. 1500. CPU temp. GPU temp. Okay. Look at Elmo's in there on fire. Did you know Elmo and Gromer, or what the heck's the blue guy's name? They're gay now. It's Pride Month. They turned gay. Actually, Pride Month starts in 30 minutes. Okay. So now, how do I save this? You can't even tell the difference between the yellow and the orange. So I think I do red, orange, then red, then yellow. Yeah, you can't really even tell that it's red and yellow, red and yellow. Okay, this should be fine. Now, then I have to go here. MSI Center. Yeah, hit the like button. All right. Features. Mystic Light. How do I make a profile 2? Okay. Profile 1 is set. Profile 2. LED. Select all. Flame. Brightness, minimum, maximum. Apply. Can talk again. See? Why couldn't you talk? What happened? Oh, you had to make a new thing? Is that Kitty? Why'd you have to make a new account? The what the? Color cycles. A link. Whirling, streaming, flowing. Oh, this is the GPU colors. Okay. Brightness. Okay. Can't even see the GPU, so that don't matter too much. And the RAM. You've been making music for people. Your channel has content on it. Made this one, it was okay for a bit. Then it happened to this one. Totally deleted Kitty one. Touch wood seems okay. YouTube can be a Pride Month celebrator sometimes. Fans. Fans are still not changing. Oh yeah, the fans are in the case. Okay. Yeah. Style, marquee, color cycle. Music, color switch, rainbow wave, breathing. What is this for right now? This is for the RAM. Okay. Let's see. Colors don't change. What the heck? Meteor? Why is it always red? It's just red. It doesn't alternate colors. We light faux potent dawn. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, Dean. I'm holding it for 3 seconds. It's not sinking to the board. Anyway, that's fire mode. Now it looks like fire in there. There's Elmo. You can't see it, but Elmo is burning in the little screen. Okay. Let's go to the Discord. I was gonna watch this video. Where's Freddie at? I was watching Cornel West and Candace Owens and Gavin McInnes, which I never saw this, but apparently it's old. Apparently it's from a while back. But this is wild. These three together. Should be in my liked videos. Game of Thrones, King's Road. Oh yeah, I got to get the free games too on what's it called?
Number of homicides. You got a disproportionate
Homicides
number of poor black people, disproportionately men.
Well, we're disproportionately committing the crimes in this country, all of them, across the board.
No, not all of them. No, not white collar crime. Not Wall Street.
Not white collar crime.
You're talking about
violent crimes.
You're talking about like
white collar
murder,
crimes.
like real crimes.
Absolutely.
You're correct
No,
about that.
you're right.
It just
about
sounds
that.
like there's a lot
Absolutely.
of disingenuous agenda
That's my
with
thing.
the
It's
left.
like, just be
and at the
real.
beginning of
But
this,
the
you were
problem
saying
is, though, you got to have a press that is open enough to deal with all of these issues candidly, and that's what
press
we
is
don't
obsessed
have.
with the Nazi shit. They're obsessed with hate, hate, hate. We live in a racist society. It's way worse than it was in the 70s and the 80s. We've gone backwards in time. And the thing I hate about that narrative, like I've got these friends, Max Hare, John Kinsman, they're Proud Boys. Proud Boys are a multi-racial club. There's gays, Jews in it, and they all love Trump. The DNC is pounding on them. They're a hate group. These guys are getting sentenced next week, Max Hare and John Kinsman. 3.5 years would be best case scenario, could be 15, because Antifa jumped them, and it was like the third Antifa fight of the night. Antifa jumped them, and they beat up Antifa. And the court said, you beat them up too much. And because of the Nazi narrative, the jury went, throw the book at him. One of the guys has 4 black kids. And he might not see those kids for 15 years because he fought back.
They threw the book at those boys.
And it's the
Enrique
idiotic
Tario
Nazi
he got
narrative.
out
They
now.
call me a Nazi,
Then he went back
a
to
Nazi
jail.
sympathizer. They call me a person that supports Hitler. I mean, you're exactly right. They overuse that term, and the problem is that when you do that, when you're willing to paint such a broad stroke that you start calling black people white
Nazis.
supremacists, it becomes very hard to take you seriously.
They call it multiracial white supremacy.
But you know, one of the ironies of Charlottesville was, well, 2 things. One, I saw a black man marching with the neo-Nazis.
Oh, look at that.
Cussed out.
No.
I
Well,
said,
you know why? Because
He was not a neo-Nazi.
No, I
Because
said
they weren't
we're not
actually
marching
neo-Nazis?
No,
with
he wasn't.
them.
There was 2 rallies that day. There was the statues.
That's what I was going to say. It was about
and
the
then there was the
statues.
neo-Nazi crap after. Good people on both sides.
That's what he was talking
He was
about.
talking about the statue
Yep.
rally.
There were people that were just
No,
there.
but-
There were just
2
there.
rallies.
Black people that were there protesting. They didn't want the statue torn down
Yeah,
at all.
But
And
these
then they
folk, I'm
mixed
talking about the
them
one with the
neo-Nazis.
mask and had the live ammunition with the neo-Nazi signs.
What, the Dukes, I mean the Dukes Hazard, the Confederate flag? Or neo-Nazi signs?
It was a combination of Confederate flags and neo-Nazi signs. You know,
That's
about
not
29
neo-Nazi.
groups
A
there.
Confederate flag
So
is not
it was
neo-Nazi.
A heterogeneous group of right-wing folk willing involved in violent activity.
That
you see.
whole thing was
But
a
the other
bizarre
thing,
shit
too, you
show
see,
that we talk about
when
way
you
too
talk
much.
about Antifa too, you see, Antifa actually saved a number of our lives.
Bullshit.
Being attacked in Charlottesville.
Shut up.
Because there was all of a sudden, we were standing there, and as they walked by,
Little punk ass soy boys wearing masks saved you from what? What'd they save you from? Antifa. Antifa ain't saving nothing. Have you ever smelled Antifa before? They can't even save their BO.
after about 20 minutes, it got more and more intense. Police pulled back completely.
That's what jeopardized your life.
Police pulled back
The
completely.
mayor trying to cause a
Yes.
scene.
Well, this was a crucial factor. I agree with that. I agree with that. Police saw what was going on and just sat there.
They were
but
told to.
when,
They were told to.
but all of a sudden, when there was a charge with these ammunition mask on and it coming at us, and we're
Ammunition
standing
masks
there,
on?
the rest of the folk are in their clergy costume. I'm dressed just like I'm dressed now, and all of a sudden Antifa comes in swinging to protect us.
Well, let me tell you
Now
something.
you see
that
that kind of self-defense is very important. I think a right to self-defense is crucial.
Sure.
But listen,
It's
I
crucial.
can't
Tell that to the
let's
victims
not,
of Dayton,
let's
Ohio.
not make Antifa sound light because they are a domestic terror group. They've attacked me multiple times. They've thrown things. I was sitting in a
Look at him
restaurant
shaking his head
eating
no.
breakfast, and they chased me out and threatened my
Well,
life.
that's
And we had to
wrong.
have the
That's
entire
wrong.
police force.
That's
so
wrong.
maybe
That's wrong.
maybe
They
back
killed
in the
9
day,
people in
maybe
Dayton,
back in the
Ohio.
day,
But
some
that's,
KKK
That's wrong.
members defended somebody, but to paint
No,
them in a
Cornell.
light that they're suddenly a great group because they did
No,
one
I'm
thing.
talking about my experience with them.
Yeah,
I got to
but
be
we
clear
have
with
to
my
be clear.
experience
They
with them.
are a
Your
domestic-
experience with them is one in which they did something that was wrong. If
Yeah,
they attacked
I
you
was
at
eating
breakfast
breakfast.
and tried to threaten your
Your
life.
experience with them is that they
Yeah.
saved you from
Breakfast.
what?
America's
Evil
experience
racists?
with them is also sending in Antifa guys end up in jail for this bullshit. They end up putting other people in jail. They end up committing suicide because they're in over their heads. And then the Dayton, Ohio shooting was 9 people dead, including the shooter himself. I've counted about 17 deaths that come from Antifa rhetoric
Well,
and
see, I
Antifa
don't know.
violence.
I don't know about that.
They're
That's
they're
more
a
than black
domestic
people that were
terror
killed
group.
by police officers.
Pardon me?
That's more than black people
I
that
don't
were
know
killed by
about
police
Right.
officers.
Okay, look, I have a bad feeling the cops are going to bust this soon. Let's try to get some tangible.
AxioAuto.com.
Have you ever wanted to get $2,000 more for your trade-in? Well, now you can with the power of
Hard, concrete things that could help the black community in this country. Give me.
Dear sister, I mentioned one. There has to be honest spotlight casting on realities that fall outside of our ideologies.
He just said a whole bunch of words with no meaning. That don't mean nothing. Whatever he just said is that's how you're going to help the black community? What did you just say? They canceled main event literally after the pre-roll promos. I don't know if it's ever happened in history. Well, then I didn't miss anything, right? I didn't miss anything. Listen to what he just said. He just said a bunch of words that mean absolutely nothing. What? I don't have a nose whistle. Is that better?
We had to
That's
be
what we're
candid across the
screaming.
board. We got to be candid about the militarism at the top. Got to be candid
Listen what
about-
he just said.
gotta be as
Community in this country. Give me.
Dear sister, I mentioned one. There has to be honest spotlight casting on realities that fall outside of our ideologies.
Honest spotlight castings on realities that fall outside of our Wait, what do you say? Honest spotlight castings on realities that fall outside of our imaginings. What the does that mean?
Mention one. There has to be honest spotlight casting on realities that fall outside of our ideologies.
Honest spotlight castings on realities that fall outside of our ideologies. Honest spotlight casting on realities that fall outside of our ideologies. That's what we have to do to help the black communities, guys. That's it. That's it. Nobody could say it any better. I don't know how else you could explain it. PC load letter? What does that mean?
We had to
That's
be
what
candid
we're
across the
screaming.
board. We had to be
Yeah, that
candid
wasn't
about
me.
the
That was my
militarism
dog
at the top.
nose
You got to be
whistle.
candid about ugly treatment on the bottom. You got to be candid about the wealth inequality. You got to be candid about the issue of personal responsibility.
So free speech.
You got to be. Oh, absolutely. You got to have free speech, but without injurious harm.
Okay, so Candace should be able to talk at any college.
Oh, sure.
Injurious harm.
Now, of course, see, college is a different place than a community.
Free speech. You gotta have free speech without injurious harm. What does that mean? It means don't hurt people with your words. Wow.
And what I mean by that is that colleges do have the right to decide
Yeah.
who is going to speak there relative to
And they take
what the
federal
issues
funding and they
are.
decide that it's only going to be leftist
But it's got
politicians.
to be ideologically and politically diverse. But they have a right to do that. But when it comes to community, that's very different. You have a right to speak any community, any corner, and ought to be protected there as long as you don't engage in injuries.
All right.
Right.
You
I've
see.
never, ever advocated for violence.
I'll chew
I've never
away
been
from the
violent
mic,
towards
my
any
bad.
person. I say what I believe, and I think that you'll find, and this is why I think the media is so obsessed with painting us as they did after we had our debate, is that we actually agree on more than we disagree. I think what we disagree on is how we fix it, right? So we totally disagree on how
Well, we
fix it.
have a critique of the establishment in both parties. See, your support of Trump means you have an indictment of the conservatism.
I'll keep
in
the mic away
Republican
when I'm
Party
eating.
Vis-a-vis its establishment.
That's correct. I think he represents a new form of conservatism, and when he called it a swamp, he was being honest. I mean, there's just people on the left and the right. We were all losing.
But the problem is, see, this is part of the contradiction, though. But when you come in, and then Trump, his attitude toward Wall Street, his attitude toward the military-industrial complex, they expand. They become even more powerful. You see.
So
Whereas
if my focus,
he has to hit them head on. He didn't have the courage to hit them. That's my left-wing critique. He doesn't have the courage to hit them head on. But
Away
he
for
can
nearly
spend
2
all
days.
his
What
time
the?
talking
Go to bed,
about
girl.
versus Mexicans
Leave the YouTube
and
running them.
Muslims and other folk.
well, good for the
You see.
illegals. Got to go. I mean, you know,
But
they're
don't
harming
need
Black
to
America.
demonize the precious Mexican
no,
brothers
don't call
and
them. Don't
sisters.
call
He doesn't
them
demonize
precious.
Mexicans in
Mexicans,
general.
it's
He
illegals.
does.
He talks about the ones
Illegals.
crossing
No,
the
he's
border.
talking about all of them as
This is who Freddie voted for. This is actually an old conversation, and I never saw it. I never even heard of it. But somebody re-uploaded it, and it showed up on my feed last night after I stopped streaming. In between Shiva's stream and my stream that ended, this popped up on my feed, so I was listening to it. And this is who, Cornel West, this is the guy that Freddie voted for. And Freddie was telling us, Cornel West is the guy, he's going to save the black community with imaginings of realities outside of our conversation of something, channeling realities of casting, depictions of imaginings of reality.
criminals, all of them are so and so. That's just wrong.
First off,
that's wrong.
foremost, I'm going to say this. First, I'm going to say about illegal immigration, period. We know that under Barack Obama, the United States commissions did a report to determine who was harmed by illegal immigration. They determined, and this was a
Spark your next big video idea with Motion Array's AI voiceover.
Shut up.
report done by both sides, that Black American men between the ages of 18 and 21 are the people that hurt the most.
Especially in
Because they're
California.
the
We
ones
hurting
that have
out
to
here.
compete, and when they come into these neighborhoods,
We was
a lot of it,
hurting.
He's correct to say, we know
We
that
was
the majority
hurting
of the drugs
and
coming over the border, where are they going into? Our neighborhoods, right?
Look at Nightbot with the grift. Nightbot with the grift action. We got 3 memberships and $22 yesterday. We got to triple that today. So here's the deal. Here's the deal. If you want the panel, I'm going to need to see $10. Everybody $1. $1, $1, $1, $1, $1. Nah, I don't even like doing it. I'm going to end up doing the panel anyway after this video's over. But if we're playing games, if you want me to play a different game, I'm going to be playing games while I'm talking to people. If you want me to play a different game, $20. You can change the game to whatever you like. If you want to see the list of games, you can hit !game list. And then you'll see a list of the games. Don't spam it. There's $2. We're getting there. Let's finish this video.
So to me,
we need $8 more.
It is so crucial for Black Americans to understand that anybody that's promoting for open borders and for telling you to flood them in are not people that are trying to help Black America. They know that we are the ones going to have to compete for them.
Why wouldn't Trump say that rather than call them rapists and criminals?
Right, listen.
They're not rapists. They're coming to find a good
A
job.
disproportionate number of the illegals crossing the border are rapists.
They are. It's weird.
80% of the girls who cross the border.
I don't believe that. What are you, fucking
80%.
stupid?
Birth control on the way over the border.
That's just a
It's
fact.
just an accepted part of the transition.
Yeah, and that's why it's weird.
Mexico doesn't have room in prisons. They encourage criminals to
Does
cross
that
the
mean
border.
the 11 million precious
30 million.
illegals?
I don't
in
smack
this-
my
is it
lips.
30?
I think it's 30.
Well, I think most people traditionally say 11 or 12.
I never
million.
smack my
Of
lips.
those
You're
11
crazy.
and 12 million, what percentage of those you think are rapists?
Silent
A
chewer.
disproportionate number, more than they
Rapists
are
or
represented
like
in the
just
population.
in general committing crimes?
Well, criminal. He says he called them criminals and rapists, so it'd be both.
Criminals.
I don't know, the way he talks about him is so vicious. It's so
I'm sorry, but if
cold-hearted,
you go
it's
into
so
any of these
callous.
sanctuary
But as
cities
a
and you
Christ-
see
as
the
a
amount
Chris-
of crimes that are being committed,
The way he
because they're
talks about
sanctuary,
him is
you can't
so
park your
vicious.
car in San Francisco for 5 minutes without it getting broken into. Happened to me. I was there literally 5 minutes. Came outside.
But that's
all
been
of our
true for a
stuff.
long time in a lot of hoods, a lot of
Come on.
communities.
California was not the way that it is now.
Well, I'm talking about other
oh,
communities,
yes.
other communities.
Listen, I'm not.
Lord,
You're never going to hear me make a blanket statement that all people are this or that. I'm not
Right,
going to say
right.
that all Mexicans are coming to this country. Some of them are literal children that are being used by people, adults that are
That's
trying to get in
true.
here. Like
That's
you cannot. He should be careful not to issue those blanket
He-
statements. And listen,
he's
here's
gotta
what I'll
pull
say.
back
By the
on
way,
that. That's ugly
but he
language.
has, because you know what?
Jub,
then
where's
he was
Jub?
a candidate, now he's a president, and he hasn't done.
Jub
those
knows I never been
sweeping,
smacking.
statements and
I don't
people
smack.
are holding on to it because now
Jub smacks.
he's actually proven himself to be a pretty stand-up president.
Daddy Jub smacks. He's a smacker. I don't smack. I don't ever smack my lips.
And he's delivering results. He hasn't said anything super harmful to anybody at all. And I agree.
There's
that
echo under my
immigration
desk,
is a problem
yeah.
that needs to be tackled. So I'm willing to look over a sentence that he said while he was on the campaign trail and look at what he's actually
He said
doing.
a number of times, but yeah.
He didn't say it a number of times. He said it one time in a speech. He says at Fishbridge, he said they're not giving us their best people, and that's a fact.
This guy's funny.
If they are their best people, the government we find to keep
It's like
them in the
Albert
country
Einstein,
because
but
we'll be driving up
black.
their economy. Obviously, they're not giving us their best people.
Well, it depends on what you mean by best, too. though.
Albert
If it's just
Blackstone.
best in terms of professionals,
Least likely
in terms
to
of
commit crimes.
education.
Yeah,
and
least
so
likely to
forth.
commit crimes. If they were super educated
No, but
people
you
that
got
were
some
doctors and
professionals
lawyers.
and
Come in here.
educated folk in this country and other countries who commit a lot of crimes,
We're
too. though.
splitting. I think we're
Yes, but
splitting
that's
hairs here.
anecdotal.
Well, I'm agreeing with you that we have to be careful.
Mr. Can't Handle Eating Sounds subjecting his own audience to it. It didn't happen. I didn't realize that the mic was right up on me and it was that sensitive.
And not demonizing an entire group of people.
Absolutely.
But I hope that you do understand that illegal
Yes.
immigration is something that really harms black communities first and foremost, and that's a proven fact done by a report that was done under Barack Obama.
But see, I would want to put the stress not so much on that competition. That competition is real. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
But my stress is much more on, first, the businessmen and women who come in wanting to exploit and walking away with profits that are just obscene. And this is where I'm with Brother Bernie, as you know, right? I'm
Brother
much more
Bernie.
concerned about that top 1%.
I'm
that
with
comes in
Brother
a variety of
Bernie.
different colors who are getting
Brother Bernie.
off with obscene wealth and
I say-
resources, while those of us
Brother Bernie says I'm sick. I say, yes, sir, Brother Bernie, we sick.
who are in the middle classes,
Brother
working
Bernie.
classes, and poor, fighting for the crumbs.
Well, then I gotta tell you
Fighting for the
something.
crumbs.
You're with him, and if he was
I
elected,
don't see Trump talking about the critique of Wall Street the way Bernie does.
If Bernie was elected tomorrow, all of those Wall Street people would be sending their money overseas, and they would get out of here
That's the
as
problem.
fast as possible on their planes
We
because
all
they have the
agree.
resources to. And you
No,
know what
And we
happened?
would see
You know
how
what
big
happened?
a gangsters they really
No,
are.
you know what
They're
happened?
not
Then
committed to
suddenly
the country,
Gangsters?
they're
Why does he
committed
keep
to
talking
their
about
own
gangsters?
ass.
And you want to know how we would see it? We'd all be broke. All of the markets would crash. There'd be nothing here because we don't have the entrepreneurial steer. The people that are entrepreneurs are going to leave for countries that allow them to be rewarded based on their hard work. Nobody is going to stay in a country. They say they're going to tax me 75%. I'm leaving. Period. Right? So then you're going to have a system where you have a bunch of people that are standing behind Bernie. The do-nothing people are going to have no money to go around because there is no entrepreneurship. The rich people have fled.
Yep.
It's exactly what happened to Chicago. We know that Bernie's
This is before Candace went off the rails and started talking about Jewish space lasers and the moon's not real and dinosaurs never existed and it's all lies made up by the small hat people. This is before she got totally like gone off the rails with Kanye. This is like I think this is before Biden. I think this is like 4 years ago, 2020-ish.
idea of socialist policies does not work. It cannot be implemented. The grievance behind it might be accurate. The application of it does not work.
Moon is
So we have to
hollow
come up
because
with
of
a better
beavers.
Solution, then we're
Yeah,
going
but
to take
see,
it from the
but
rich
just-
people.
But just think of what you just said, though, sister. You're saying that Wall Street has got America with a gun to its head.
Moon beavers. There is space lasers. And I think the small hat people do own some of the space lasers. But there's also Chinese space lasers, and there's American space lasers, and there's Elon space lasers. There's lots of space lasers on satellites. That's a fact. That's true. It's not a conspiracy theory. So they're not all the J's. They're not all the bagels.
When you said it, if in fact Bernie were elected, they would
Cats
leave
are
the
space
country,
rodents? I
no
like that one.
commitment to the country.
That's just common sense.
And
I
watch
would
the
leave
country
too.
go under.
I would leave too. I'm not Wall Street. That's common sense. If they're telling me that they're going to tax me
Are
at 75%.
you saying that your commitment to America is such that you would rather leave the country with
No,
money
my
than watch
commitment to
America
myself.
go?
If they're taxing me 75%, hell yeah. I'm leaving. I'm hopping the border backwards. I'm going to do it. I'm hopping over, going to Tijuana. We going to dang Tijuana.
And my
Under?
family is enough that I'm not letting you take 75% of my hard work.
Facts.
I'm a girl who came from absolutely nothing and grew up in a rat-infested apartment.
Eisenhower
No
had
government.
higher levels,
Do
my
not
sister.
care. I'm answering your question.
Eisenhower
My
had
sister.
higher
Answer my
levels.
question. As a
Would
girl
you
who
leave
came
under
from nothing and
Eisenhower?
worked for everything that I have, no government is coming
Fuck Eisenhower.
in taking 75% of my income. I would leave. It's not a commitment to an America. It's a commitment to myself and a commitment to common sense.
The
You
the
might
fire
know
in Hawaii, as well as the fires in LA a couple years before that. They're using solar panel arrays to gather solar energy. They're trying to make one the size of Texas. They're already working on it in space. A solar panel array the size of Texas gathers light from the sun, beams it down in solar energy into power plants, and that's what they're practicing in LA and in Hawaii. And the problem is they don't really got it figured out yet. So they overload the generators and they overload the power plants and fires start. Duh.
And so if you had lived under Dwight Eisenhower's regime where they had 80%,
They had
you would have left
80%.
America.
No one paid that.
No.
That was like
No,
a few
no,
movie
they had
stars.
80%, brother.
No one was paying that.
Under
though.
FDR, they had even higher.
I have
You
to
would
look
have
it
left
up.
FDR.
Man, fuck
I'm going
FDR.
complete ignorant because I'd have to look up
You-
it.
we'd have to check that out.
sounds high to me.
So it seems like he's just naming all of the worst presidents. Oh shit, I just shot a snot rocket. My bad. I shouldn't have said that.
I'm
80%
telling you,
does not sound accurate.
My nose is a little stuffy, huh?
40%,
I
'cause
can't
it
debate
was
something.
gradation. You know, it was gradation.
I would
It
have
was
to
for the
speak ignorant.
1%,
It
but
was
this
for
was
the
back when that
1%, I'm talking
1%
about. It was for
was
the
like
1%. It wasn't for everybody now.
In infinitesimally small percent of the population. Movie stars, moguls were paying those.
90% it was.
Yeah, and the reason there's no capstone on the pyramid is because, dang, Jesus is the capstone. Christians built the pyramids with dinosaurs. Pre-Christian Christians, Old Testament chosen ones. The chosen ones of the Old Testament, the Abrahams, the Adams, they built the pyramids, not Egyptians. Well, I mean, the Israelites were slaves, and they probably helped on the pyramids too. But people like Adam and Noah had dinosaurs that they would ride to build the pyramids. There's no top of the pyramid because the pyramid represents Christ and it represents the Trinity. Jesus is the capstone at the top of the triangle. He's the stone the builders forgot. Ah, look at that. A little biblical facts about the pyramids. Wow.
Yes, but I think everyone agrees. No one likes a $500 million CEO salary when the people on the assembly are paying 30. The problem is when the government tries to regulate that shitty situation, they make it even worse. The government makes everything worse. You were talking at the beginning about.
So what do we do then? How do you recognize the dignity of the worker if the only alternative is if we do something and intervene? The well-to-do walk off with their wealth and watch everything.
One thing we do is close the borders.
Yeah, exactly. Why don't we actually put more wealth back into the country?
Close the borders,
take care of
like
our
Trump
people
has done.
first, # America first, right? What he's talking about, and create opportunities for the people that came from nothing like I did to become wealthy, based on their own hard work and their good ideas. I don't need to hate the rich man. I want to learn how to become the rich man.
Well,
Facts.
This is where we have a difference.
Facts. This is why I hate socialists and lefties and anarcho-commies, ANCOMs, and the people who go to the protests every week and they protest Tesla and eat the rich, eat the rich. Shut up, be the rich. Why don't you get your mind right, fool?
That when we say America first, we were saying American poor and working people first.
We are.
We're not saying that. No, wealth inequality has gone up.
No.
It's gone up.
Yes, but
That's y'all's fault. You guys are Marxists are the ones who want to destroy the middle class. The Marxists destroy the middle class, not the capitalists. A rising tide lifts all ships.
they've both gone up.
Would
The
you agree
poor
that
have
tax cuts
gotten
help the
richer.
rich
The gap
much
has
more than
gotten
it did
bigger.
for the working people?
No, I would disagree.
You think that Trump's tax cuts
It helped
worked?
The corporations that got those tax cuts, I have two sisters. Both of them then instantly got bonuses and raises because of the tax cuts. I have a cousin who works for Starbucks.
I'm rich. They were murder on me.
Who works for Starbucks. She got a raise.
I'm rich. They were murder on me.
Saying
Gavin's not lying. Gavin's rich as fuck. When he left Vice and he sold Vice, he wouldn't say the number when who was he interviewed by? I think it might have been Destiny interviewed him. And somebody interviewed him and was asking, how much did you make off that Vice deal? He's like, I don't really like saying how much I made, but let's say it was over 10 million. And I think people have looked into it. I've heard some people say he got like 110 million out of selling Vice.
the corporations got the tax cuts, the people work for the corporations. That's what you trickle down economics.
Yeah, but
Trickle down economics.
Trickle the way it should. Nah,
So I just answered your question. Every single person
Jeff, you're a psychic. You said it right before Candace did.
in my
don't
family
think we can
received
control
benefits
the
because of that, and they are not wealthy. By
Control the
any stretch of
trickle.
Imagination. One of them was working at Starbucks.
Always gotta control
and
the
she got
trickle.
a raise because of the tax cuts. And all of them said,
But how
"Oh,
big
no,
was
we
that
get these
raise? How big was that
See,
raise?
now you're splitting hairs. You asked me a
Nine
question, I
lives
answered
matter.
it. So for her, you might say the raise is small. Okay, it was for her. It was
Very
$1.
small, but the
she
raise,
was only
but the
making-
raise at the top.
But to her,
The taxes that they got at the top
Okay.
were gargantuan. Then we got your precious sister getting a little tax, getting a little increase.
she was happy about it.
It's
So you-
proportionate.
No, but people been happy. People can be
She's
happy for all kinds of
She was
things.
happy about it.
It's proportionate. If I make $20,000 a year and a tax cut saves me $2,000, that's dang 10%. If I make $200 million a year and I get a 10% tax cut, that's $200,000. It's proportionate. Physically watch the video before you did. Physically watched the video before you did, JS. You're too funny, bro. What? What does that mean?
So my sister was happy about her bonus. My cousin was happy about her raise at Starbucks. My older sister was happy about her bonus. So we don't need Bernie to be aggrieved.
Oh, psychically watch the video. Psychically? I don't think psychically is a word. What is this ad? That's creepy. 1,000 cats, 1,000 stories, 9,000 lives. It's over 9,000. That's not physically. It looked like it said physically. Psychically, I don't even think that's a word. What the hell's wrong with this chick? Ew. Ah. Oh, gross. I don't like armpits. Oh, I don't like armpits. Especially don't like seeing shaved
Thatcher
armpits.
used to talk about.
Well, I prefer a woman to have shaved pits. I don't like no furry pits on a woman, but I just don't like seeing it. I don't like seeing armpit shaving. Ugh. Gross me out. Ugh. I'm having a conniption fit.
This where they said the gap is the worst it's ever been, and Thatcher goes, yes, the gap is bigger now, but the poor are making more money. So yes, the gap increases and the rich are richer, but the poor also got richer.
Well, you gotta look
and a
at
lot of lefties would rather the gap was smaller and both were poor
They want
than for this to be
their
up here.
Their idea of equality
no,
is everybody be poor.
Oh, no,
Every look at
that's
every
not true.
policy
That's
that
not
Bernie
true.
is pitching. It basically means we will not have equality.
No, they don't want everybody to be poor. They want 90% of the people to be poor, and then they want the elites to be rich. They don't want a middle class. Because they don't want to be poor. You know Bernie don't want to be poor.
But Bernie is not calling for absolute equality. He's calling for fairness. He doesn't want everybody to
That's
have
not
exactly
fair.
the same
You can't
thing.
rob people. You can't rob people because they made it and they were successful. And by the way, he's not saying just the corporations. He's talking about people that live within a certain income bracket, right? And I refuse, as someone that has worked for everything that that I have, someone that travels 6 days a week to work, I refuse to give my money up for people that I know. I have relatives that are.
I don't care what AI says. AI says irregardless is a word. It's not. It ain't a word.
On welfare that sit on their butts all day.
W
and do absolutely
K
nothing.
W
I'm not doing
words.
that. I'm sorry.
But you have to agree, most of the money that we pay to the government by means of taxes go to the military. It's 61 cents for every dollar. When
I'll
you
agree with
pay
him on that.
taxes, the first person you look at are
I'll agree with them on that. Let's get Doge up in the Pentagon. We don't need all that dang military funding. You know why we spend so much? You know why so much goes to the military? Because we protect every country in the fucking world. Oh my God, King. You about to make me go off on this grammar. I'm not having it. That's over wordalistic. That's wordalistic. Stop being so wordalistic.
not be the person on welfare. The first person you look at ought to be Pentagon, State Department.
If you start paying attention to it, you'll notice when people add IC to the end of words, they'll do it all the time. They're just adding an extra syllable to make themselves sound smarter. It's not necessary, usually. So like optimistic. That's a fine use of an IC at the end of the word. Optimistic. It works there. But like pacifistic, you don't have to say pacifistic. You just say pacifist. I'm a pacifist person. Or you don't even have to say, so people would say, I'm a pacifistic person. No, you just say, I'm a pacifist. Stop being overly verbose. And see, I just said overly verbose. That's redundant. You don't need to say overly verbose because verbose means overly wordy. So if I say I'm overly verbose, what I'm saying is I'm overly wordy. You just say I'm verbose or stop being verbose. You don't say stop being overly verbose. You don't say I'm pacifistic. You just say I'm a pacifist. Dude, I've heard it on some weird words. I've heard aggressivistic. They're very aggressivistic. You mean they're aggressive? Aggressive? What the hell is aggressivistic?
department, marketeers, oligopolies, monopolies who have contracts making gobs of money with guns.
Okay, so let's just shrink
with-
it all.
People who use when and whenever interchangeably. Whenever I go to the store, instead of just saying when I go to the store. That's a good one. I'm with you on that. Artistic, autistic, acoustic. Those are good examples of the use of the IC. But even like autistic, you just say he's an autist. Not he's autistic. Retardistic is not a word. That's not a word. Manic is an acceptable one. There are acceptable ones. Syllable phobic? Yes, I'm syllable phobic. I have syllable phobia. Phobic is a good use of the IC. Retardistic, not a good use of the IC. You just say you're retarded.
Yes,
shrink it
if
all
we could
proportionally.
shrink the
Yeah.
military
I'm a
section of the budget. Now, in order to do
And
that,
welfare.
we'd have to go against
And
Trump.
welfare.
We got to go against
And
Trump for
welfare.
that.
And welfare. I'm
Putting
sorry.
the emphasis on the wrong syllable.
Collective right to welfare anymore after Bill Clinton in 1996.
Don't bring
That's
Bill
what he
into
did.
this.
He undercut the right of citizens
Oh, he got some cut under something. He got some cut under the desk. That's the undercutting Bill did. Bill got some undercut, you know?
to have
See,
an automatic
what's
right to
great
welfare.
Right under Hillary's nose, he got some cut.
about municipalities.
So they got different programs that's in place. But it's no longer welfare as traditionally understood. That he ended welfare as we traditionally understand it. But when you talk about the corporate welfare at the top, that has been increasing exponentially. And they are corrupt elites who have politicians in both parties
Lewinskyistic.
who they are controlling.
Trump is not getting.
Lewinskyistic. What is that sound? Why am I getting these alerts? I don't like that sound. I always hear that sound. I think it's from Discord. But I have alerts turned off on Discord. But I'm always hearing that. Potoop, potoop. I don't like it. Leviosa, not Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. We got Harry Potter Hogwarts Legacy. Is that on the games list? I already 100% complete that game. We could do some benchmarking on it. Because I've never played it with this new computer yet. We got The Witcher 3. Some people say it's the best game ever made. And I got it for $10. And I think it came with all the DLCs for $10. Dude, what is that alert? What is that alert? Stop it. Don't do it again. Don't do it again.
Controlled right now. That's pretty obvious.
He's a stick of dynamite.
He can't get a fair shake in the media, and that lets you know that he's going against.
Well, no,
You played
no.
Hogwarts Legacy,
the
King?
media is not the
It's a
place
good
to
game.
look, because the media has its own blindness in terms of militarism. Has the media
No,
said
I haven't got
anything
7
about
Days
the
to Die
7
yet.
wars that we have were involved in? 26,000.
How much it costs? What the cost on that? How much that costs? Dude, I got too many games right now as it is to play. And I got a wish list of games. I'm waiting for like a new big game to come out so we could do like a let's play on a new game that just came out. Get some views off of that. There's one coming out. Let me see. What's it called? Store. How do I go to my wish list? Your store. Wish list. Souls-like? Store, library. Did I almost say library? What am I, retardistic? Ain't no dang library. Wish list. I got Final Fantasy 16 on my wish list. Resident Evil 8. We still haven't beat Resident Evil 7 on hard mode. I think I'm stuck. I think the area I'm in, I don't have enough ammo, and I think I'm stuck. Because that one night I was playing, and I tried over and over and over and over and over again, and I can't get through where I am, and I don't want to go back. I would have to go back to an earlier save point, conserve ammo, blah, 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 blah. I think what we need to do in Resident Evil 7 is just beat it again on easy mode, but beat it in under 4 hours, and then I get the saw. And the saw never runs out of ammo, and it's very overpowered. Then we do the hard mode run. That's what you're supposed to do. They say you're supposed to beat it on easy, then beat it on easy again in under 4 hours, then beat it on hard mode, because each time you get like new items unlocked. And then when you go to hard mode, you have your saw, and even if you don't have ammo, you can just run through going. And it's not a chainsaw, it's a circular saw, which doesn't make any sense. Because you got to plug a circular saw in. They got them with battery packs, but those things suck. That battery pack ain't lasting that long. So it doesn't make no damn sense. But the circular saw is a very useful weapon in Resident Evil 7. But anyway, we got Resident Evil 8 on the wish list. We got Elden Ring on the wish list. We got Black Ops 6 on the wish list. Among Us is $3 on the wish list. Oh, shh. Speaking of money. I gotta do something real quick. Final Fantasy VII Remake and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Claire Obscure, Expedition 33, Resident Evil 4, Elder Scrolls Oblivion, Baldur's Gate 3, Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, Mortal Kombat 1, Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Where's Bibby? Bibby's been telling me to play Mass Effect for like 3 years, and I've still never played it. But for $60, you get the Mass Effect Legendary Edition, which has Mass Effect 1, 2, 3, and all the DLCs. Helldivers 2, Street Fighter 6, Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I love Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I love it. Shadow Gambit, The Cursed Crew. This is $20. I saw it on some video. It looks pretty cool. Age of Empires, just because I'd like to have one like overhead strategy game. They're not my favorite, but I do like them. Red Dead Redemption 2, only $15 right now. Red Dead Redemption 2 is only $15 right now at 75% discount. I'm broke right now. I'm broke for like 2 weeks. So, but that, I've never played a Red Dead Redemption game. Borderlands 4, when it drops, it's not released yet. Shinobi, I love Shinobi games. Shinobi game is coming out. 10% off right now. $26. But it's not even, it doesn't even release until August. Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater doesn't release until August. A lot of big games coming out in August. All Will Fall. Survival City Builder. It's not released yet, but it looks pretty cool. Because I like city builders. This is a city builder where you build your city on like an oil rig in the ocean. And everything can collapse if you don't build it right. This is the game that, this looks like the next big AAA game that is going to be like, we'll watch the preview after this video. It's almost over. It's called Tides of Annihilation. This looks like the next big game. AAA, like, this game looks crazy. I'll show you a trailer after this.
172 bombs the last year of Obama in 7 countries. The bombing that's taking place.
Red Dead 2 is better than the original?
Well, no. We're talking MSNBC won't say anything.
Get it now.
Fox would say something against Obama. But Fox doesn't have a critique of militarism either.
No,
why? Because Trump himself has a militaristic dimension. This is where we go back to our disagreement.
Dementia?
He's got a strong militaristic disagreement. Fox is very much more and more an extension of certain crucial voices in Fox, an extension of Trump. MSNBC was an extension of Obama. You got 2 state presses with no serious public conversation. None of them talking about the wars. None of them talking about Afghanistan. None of them talking about drones. None of them talking about surveillance. None of them talking about the national security state. Now, look at the discussion these days about whistleblowers. Isn't it interesting to see the Democrats all concerned about whistleblowers now? Under the Democrats, they sending whistleblowers to jail like this. These are the worst person. I was at the trial of Manny in Maryland, right? He was demonized like I don't know what. He was just one example.
I don't know what Undead Nightmare version
now
is.
You get a whistleblower against Trump. And they acting like whistleblowers is the best thing
Whistle.
since Jesus. She said, wait a minute, this hypocrisy is overwhelming.
Well, can we at least agree on that? We all like all whistleblowers of all types.
Well, no, we don't have to like all of them, but at least you have to have a credible
They're
analysis
actual
of each
whistleblowers.
one.
I want
There are
total
some real
transparency.
ones. There are some real ones.
Everywhere.
We want to know what's going on behind those closed doors.
Yes. Uh-oh, cops.
Oh, good God Almighty.
Uh-oh, cops. They were in a speakeasy. Conversations in a speakeasy. Gavin used to do those. Those are like the best debates / interviews / he needs to keep doing those. But he might still be doing them, but he's banned everywhere. Let's see. Tides of Annihilation. This game looks crazy. It doesn't even have a release yet, release date yet, but I think this is going to be the next big game.
No one knows how that world came into being. It devoured everything from the past. Only I was left. That was a fatal mistake.
I don't like women protagonists, but, you know, it is what it is.
It's the aura of the Grail pieces. I can sense it. As long as it is reforged, my wish can be fulfilled.
Leviathan!
But wishes come at a price. To pursue one's wishes is to court one's doom.
Oh, that looks sick. Looks like a platformer. Got some platforming. But also RPG action combat-ish. Bro.
Holy Grail. Blood. This is a feast only for the king.
Oh, this looks sick.
Gwendolyn,
What up, girl?
this is your final warning.
Dodge better, bitch.
My quarrel lies not with you, but I will take back everything that belongs to me. Even if the price is my soul.
Wishlist now. In development for PS5. Better be on
Table is
PC.
dead.
It's in Steam already.
It exists no more.
That looks sick. That's gonna be a fire game. Pro tagging with your spray cans and whatnot. I'm excited for Metal Gear Solid, bro. Been waiting years. Was the first game I ever played completely through and through in one sitting over 17 hours on PS1. Was it Metal Gear Solid 3? Because they're remaking Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater, which I think is 3, right? They say it's the best one. I've never played any Metal Gear. I played a Metal Gear Solid demo on PlayStation 1. And at the time, I wasn't interested in it because I don't really like stealth games. Some stealth games I like, but the demo, it was all stealthy. You had to like crawl around under the things, and I just didn't like the demo, so I never played it. Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater. Release date. Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. This is the remake of, I think it's Metal Gear Solid 3.
Colonel, tighten
Yeah.
the security on this place. He's coming here, I'm sure of it.
So I will check this out.
America is out to destroy the Shagohod and get its hands on your inheritance. The Philosopher's legacy.
2-disc
And
game.
they're out to kill me as well.
What's the story between you and the boss?
She was like a mother and my master.
I don't know. It
The
doesn't
Cobras will take care
look
of
that
him.
graphically great.
Do you hear me, Snake?
Look at his eyeball.
We are the sons of the boss.
I see it! The fear!
A great and terrible fury at being alive.
A host of sorrows. And you are one of them.
Why'd you come back? There's nothing for you here. Go home. Go back to your boss.
The graphics look kind of crappy. Like, it looks like they really did just, instead of completely remaking a new game like they did with the Resident Evil 4, like they just tightened up the graphics. But I don't know, because I never played the original one.
But I still have the Shagohod and the legacy. There is nothing America can do to stop us.
That looks cool.
I'm not finished yet.
See, I didn't know Metal Gear Solid. I thought it was just like a realistic war type game. I didn't know there was dang super powered humans and stuff in it, like lightning. There's one like Fireman. I saw a video of ways to cheese bosses. There's one Metal Gear Solid fight where you fight like a flame man. He's like on fire. And you can kill him with a squirt gun. World's better. You're used to the series, the animation style makes more sense. So they've totally revamped the graphics. What the heck is that? Ape Escape? Wait. That's Ape Escape. In Metal Gear Solid, there's Ape Escape? Does anybody remember Ape Escape? I 99.9 completed Ape Escape. And there was one monkey that I could see in a cage on a wall that I could never get. I don't know if it was glitched or something or what, but I could never figure out how to get that one monkey. I got every monkey in every level in the whole game. I think the same thing happened with Banjo-Kazooie. I almost 100% completed Banjo-Kazooie, but there was like one collectible that I couldn't get. I could never figure out how to get it. This is like pre-internet, so. Or maybe we had the internet, we had game facts, but games would like glitch out, and then you could never 100% complete them. Vice City, I did everything in the game, and at the end of the game, it said 99.99% complete. And I was like, but I've done everything. Why is it 99.99? And I looked on GameFAQs, and they said, if you ever used a cheat code, you cannot 100% the game. And I was like, oh, ain't that some shit? What? How you going to not let me 100%? I didn't use the codes to beat the game. I used the codes when my friends were over and we just wanted to run around and kill people and run from cops. In Grand Theft Auto, we were killing people. And so we would do the codes then, and then I would reload the save point and then play the game. I didn't use any cheats to beat the game, but I did use cheats in the game when I was doing random nonsense, and they wouldn't let me beat the game. Ain't that some bullshit? All right. Before I open the Discord, I'm gonna get a game going for the background. The problem is the audio. It's weird to do the audio. So I got to figure out this audio setup real quick. So if we go here, we want Discord audio and then desktop audio. But the problem is the Discord audio is included in the desktop audio. So we get a double up. We get an echo. How could I stop that from happening? Or what we could do is we turn this off. We turn this up. So we mute the Discord audio. We turn the desktop audio up. And then once I'm in the game, I have to lower the volume on the game. So I want to play Dying Light 2. but there's gonna be like story stuff that I maybe need to pay attention to. So maybe instead we just play something like mindless, like Warzone or Marvel Rivals, or I kind of want to try this Steel Hunters game out. What do you guys think we should play in the background? Capture Discord audio. I did set it up that way, but so the problem is the Discord audio that I'm capturing, and then the desktop audio I'm capturing for the game, for the music and the sounds from the game, and I want that really quiet. But the desktop audio is also capturing the Discord audio. So we have the Discord channel, audio channel, capturing the Discord audio. And then we have the desktop audio capturing the gameplay audio, but also the Discord audio. So we get an echo on the Discord audio. We should have heard Teriak's stance on the debate we had tonight. Was wild. On Sarah's channel about birth rates or something. What'd he say? Dude, I don't know what's going on with Teriak. Like, first couple times I was like, oh, this guy's kind of based. The first couple times I talked to him, he like attacked me like, you're not a real Christian. I'm a real Christian. And then 2 months later, he's like, well, I'm not a Christian anymore. And now he's promoting Amon Hillman, which is like, that's like bad. Like, that's like, you want to talk about Antichrist? You want to talk about the devil? That's Amon Hillman. And I don't know. Teriak went off the deep end. Capture the game window, specifically 2, which you can enable audio capture to. I was doing game capture video, and it was laggy. So I switched to display capture. They say you should use game capture for your video for your game because it's less demanding on your PC. But when I do game capture, it's all glitchy and laggy. It doesn't look good. So instead, I just switched to display capture. He said, hold a breeding farm where the simps pay for kids from women. He's arguing against a dude who said, improved marriage will improve birth prices. Yeah, I don't know if he's just trolling lately or what he's on. I don't know. Could we have some sort of finding himself breakdown or something? Yeah. Well, James goes to different, like, Christian sects. He bounces around from, now he's like a Messianic Jew, Orthodox. When he was talking to Mosman about Lutheranism, he's like, oh, I'm going to start going to a Lutheran church. Like, he just gets blown to and fro in the wind. But it's all like Christian stuff. Whereas Teriak is like going all over the place. I do game capture on mine, but I use virtual cam, so I don't bother with audio. What do you don't even stream, Jeremy? What are you talking about, bruh? Why? Are you secretly streaming on Twitch or something and nobody knows about it? All right, what are we playing, chat? I'm feeling like Dying Light 2, trying out this Steel Hunters game, which is like a mech game. It's been ages. It's probably been 20 years since I played a mech game. I remember the first game I ever got on my PC as a kid. The first game I ever got was Mech Assault. Anybody remember Mech Assault? That was the first PC game. Well, yeah, when we got a computer, we got our first PC in our house. It came with Mech Assault. I still remember that there was only like 3 mechs. It's like Liga, Benjing. I just remember the voice. I can't remember the names. Consider sending some. Oh, I'm reading my Nightbot. Maybe I need to. I got that on every 15 minutes. It's gonna grift for me. That's the grift bot. Maybe I should cut it down to like 20 minutes. I could share stuff to Discord. What do I want to play? What do I want to play? Oh, we got Rocket League too. It's been a minute since I played some Rocket League. I do like Rocket League. I've never played Rocket League on the PC. You have Nightbot blocked? Dang. Dang, you got the Griffbot blocked? What the? Monster Hunter Wilds, but that's going to be very story-based. There's going to be a lot of cutscenes and story that I kind of want to listen to. Kinda. I'm not super really into stories of games, though. I really want to play Black Myth Wukong, but we're saving that for the Let's Plays. I really want to try Cyberpunk, but we're saving that for the Let's Plays. If there's something multiplayer, what do you guys got that we got multiplayer? We got Grand Theft Auto, Marvel Rivals, and Warzone. Where's James? I play some Warzone with James. I suck it. No, don't block my... By the way, don't stream Cyberpunk. Why? Copyright stuff? Why? It has nudity? Yeah, but it's video game nudity. Oh, you got Cyberpunk? What do you think? What do you think about Cyberpunk, Jeremy? At least get past all the intro sequences. Is it, but does video game nudity count? I'm going to Google it real quick. Yes, you can stream Cyberpunk 2077 on YouTube, even if it features nudity, provided it's not the primary focus of your stream and you adhere to YouTube streaming guidelines. Nudity and sexually explicit content are generally prohibited, but exceptions are made for content that is rated by a ratings body or otherwise pre-screened by YouTube. If the nudity is integral to the game and not the main focus of your stream, it should be acceptable. There you go. Okay, so we can show a little digital tatas on YouTube. Let's go.
Love is a fickle thing. Your phone bill doesn't have to be.
Now, with Cyberpunk having a mature rating for depictions of blood and gore, intense violence and nudity, I have seen many people asking the questions of, will I be safe to post video content or stream this game? Today guys, I'm hoping to help you find your answer. How's it going guys? My name's DPJ, and if you enjoyed the video, leaving a like really helps out, and if you like what you see and want to see more, be sure to subscribe. Also, a week before this game's release on November 19th, I'm giving away copies of the game. To be in with a chance of winning one, drop a like on this video and leave a comment down below. So Cyberpunk is a rated 18 game. It contains numerous scenes of blood and gore, and even though these ain't really a problem with most platforms in terms of posting content on it, the nudity within this game might be a different story, because quite frankly, it's everywhere. It's on billboard adverts, to naked people walking down the street, strip clubs and wow parlours. The game has it all. And I mean, with us,
I want to play this game.
What we do is create our own character, and considering it's been confirmed, you can adjust every part of that male and female.
I remember this. I remember when Cyberpunk came out, they were talking about the character creation scene, or the character creation section is just like a naked person standing there. If you choose a guy, so this is why so many people chose a woman on character creation, because usually I don't like playing as a woman. But if character creation is a naked person and I have to adjust everything, I ain't trying to look at no junk. I'm trying to see some tatas, you know?
Body from the get-go of playing this game. Covering it in videos and streaming it, it's best to know what you can and cannot show. So let's start with Twitch. Now, after researching the highs and lows of the internet, I found many instances of other similar situations of game nudity being okay to stream as long as certain criteria are met.
It's digital, it's not real nudity.
So you can see on screen now Twitch's terms of service on the matter. And well, it's kind of a weird one here because what it actually
This dude's speaking.
states here within its TOS, it seems that we should be fine as long as certain rules are followed. So what they state and what you need to take note of, because streaming games such as Cyberpunk, it falls under the category of nudity, and
I'm trying to pick a game to play. What game should we play? Okay. All right, we'll go in the Discord now while I pick a game. Okay. All right. There. Now you can go in the Discord.
sexual content in embedded media and games. So, in embedded media such as videos and images, nudity and pornography are prohibited. In some situations, we may make exceptions on Twitch-owned and operated channels for content that is rated
of course. So Hassan
body
can
or
show
otherwise
nudity
pre-screened by
and support
Twitch.
terrorism.
Prohibited sexual games and game modifications. Games featuring nudity, pornography, sex and sexual violence as its core focus or feature are entirely prohibited. Custom gameplay or visual modifications that include nudity or sex content, including uncensored patches in otherwise allowed games, are prohibited. User-generated sexual in-game content. Focusing your broadcast around sexual content or in-game nudity in an otherwise allowed game will result in enforcement action against your Twitch account. When
I think we're gonna try it. Not tonight. Not tonight, but I think I already made a thumbnail for Let's Play Cyberpunk. So it's gonna happen. We're gonna take a chance with it, and I'm gonna stream it. Hey, thank you, Jake. Jake, I saw you debated Destiny. That was pretty epic. When I saw the thumbnail, I was like, that looks like Jake from VO Pod. And then I played it and I heard your voice and I was like, or no, actually I didn't recognize you from the way you look. I recognize because you look kind of different in that video than how you normally look. But I started playing it and I heard your voice and I was like, this sounds like Jake from VO Pod. So I went to your channel and you didn't have anything about it, but then a little while later you had made a community post that said that you would be with Destiny talking to conservatives. And I was like, there's a raid coming? Let's go. But then you made the community post about it and I was like, oh, that is Jake from VO Pod. That's pretty cool. How'd you get hooked up with that?
He wasn't Jake from State Farm?
No, Jake from VO Pod. He debated Destiny on a live stage, nonetheless. Not like not just like some internet debate. It was like a live debate stage thing.
Oh, okay.
That was pretty cool. Shout out to Maters. What's going on, Buff?
I always pick the female character, man.
Because you like watching the cheeks.
Well, that's kind of part of it. But it's also when you going through and just taking out motherfuckers. I want you to know a female character did it.
Wow. Equality.
Inclusivity.
What up, Fredo?
Yeah.
Somebody put the Discord link in the. Does this work if I do this? Let me see. That should give the, but I don't know if that's a working link. Is that the right link?
I don't know. I'm only gonna be here for about.
Well, you did good
20
against him,
minutes.
Jake. You I think you did better than most of the other guys that went up there. You didn't seem nervous. I feel like I'd get nervous if I'm going on a stage debating destiny. But I don't know. Let's see if I pop this out. Then we go here. Hold on, I'm trying to get the Discord showing on the screen. Oh, not that one. This one. There we go. There we go. That's the lifetime link Jeremy generated, so it works. Okay. Yeah, that's the Discord link. If you go in the Discord, you got to go to join the show staging chat room, and we have to drag you over so we don't get P-bombed.
This is becoming more of a problem.
What's been going on, Buck? How's the trucking? Keeping it trucking?
You know, doing that dang old thing, Just drove from Ohio to where am I at now? Wisconsin today. And gotta go pick up some shit tomorrow and go right back.
Oh. It's the life of a trucker.
That's the
you
life.
know,
That's the life.
Since you started trucking, your voice has changed. You sound like extra country.
No,
now.
I didn't start trucking. I got back into long haul.
Well, when you when you're talking to me now, you have normal buff voice, but then when I hear you on streams while you're trucking, you like sound more truckerish. You talk more truckerish. Like, hey, well, I'm gonna go get in my dang truck right now. Oh, we got an extra heavy load coming down the road. Rubber ducky. What up, maters?
It's kind of those
Thanks for the raid, Sarah.
Those situational things that put you back into the mindset of like, oh, I thought I left this life behind, but oh, now I had to come back to it. And yeah, getting back into that mindset, dear God, you won't believe the money I've spent on my CB antenna. All it's set up. I still got to get it tuned. That's gonna be, I don't even know how much that's gonna cost. But yeah,
dude, I've always wanted to have a CB radio just to have one. Whenever I get my new whip, I'm gonna get a CB radio and just drive around and talk to truckers.
I would recommend a ham radio. There's one section of I-294 going through Chicago. There's one section. This guy just does his like political podcast on
the
our
radio
channel. Yes. Channel 19 is the typical trucker channel. And this guy's like doing a podcast. It's like, shut the fuck up. And you can hear it all the time. Other drivers are just chiming in. It's like, dude, shut up. This is a channel for, truckers that talk to each other. Shut up. Shut up. Blah, blah, blah. This guy's talking about the
maters love
slavery.
Chairs. Let's go.
He's talking like about the slavery of children in Ethiopian coal mines and all this shit. It's like, what the? Shut up.
What doesn't that tie up the like frequency or something?
Yeah.
You cut out. You say yeah?
Yes.
So There's not like rules against that. It's not like breaking a law.
It should be a FCC violation, but I don't know. Every time I go through that path, I hear this guy. I just don't think people are reporting him.
Huh. So he can get reported for it and get in trouble.
Yeah. If they can figure out where he's broadcasting from, and if they can catch up with him, yeah, they can, because he really is tying up a channel that is we're trying to use to broadcast to each other about, right lane is closed, getting you left, simple stuff like that.
Hey, thank you for the
What
memberships.
happened?
Pain Zombie Ghost. 5 memberships. Who we get? John Castle got a membership. LD got a membership. Bluegrass, Golden Renaissance Productions, Orthodox Guy. We know 3 of those names. Bluegrass and Golden Renaissance Productions. Never talked to you before, but you got memberships. Let's go. Open Discord panel. Hit the link.
Oh.
I saw DJ on Paul was in here. Where you been, dude? Where you been, DJ on Paul? Get in the Discord. He's a crazy guy. I can pop in for a bit. I'll be on in 3 minutes.
I got about 14 minutes. I need to get out of here.
You can go straight to the panel. Oh, you changed his permission so he could get into the panel? Okay, cool. Wrongful Rage. You've heard of me. I have heard of you. I've seen you in chats before. Got 4 out of 5. Greedy YouTube. What, it only gave it to 4 people? No, it got 5. It got 5 people. John Castle, LD, Bluegrass, Renaissance, and Orthodox Guy. Orthodox Guy is the one that does the show with Blumpkin. Or Bumpkin. Not Blumpkin. Blumpkin's something different. Some of those baby AI voiceover things are hilarious. Oh, the Theo Von ones, they're so funny. They're so funny. Jeff Hewitt can't count. Now would be a good time to insert ads. No. I'm not doing it. I don't make nothing off ads. Anyway.
Hey, some of these bastards are.
How do I turn off this stupid alert sound? It's annoying me. I have alerts turned off, and I'm still getting the doo-doo, doo-doo. EOD 696.
Yeah, it's more of an acronym. It's EOD. But hello, how you doing?
Pretty good. Chilling.
Hello there.
Hello.
Did you just come over from the tomato raid?
Yes, sir, I did.
Nice.
What are y'all chatting about?
Nothing really. I'm just kind of hanging out tonight, but I'm always down for if anybody's got topics. BYOT, bring your own topic.
Bring your own topic. Well, what we were talking about initially on Sarah's channel was, is marriage required to save the birth rate?
I saw that.
No.
I didn't watch the whole thing because I was sleeping, but I woke up and caught some of the open panel at the end.
Yeah.
Is marriage
What else?
required to save the birth rate?
No, I got a no on that one because I haven't seen too many ignorant ass black fucking females. that
He's
got
black,
too many
chat. He's allowed to
goddamn
say this. He's
kids.
black.
I was gonna say we on
Yes,
YouTube,
I
brother.
am
What are you getting at?
Nope, I am black. I'm a mix of black, Jamaican, and Blackfoot Indian. I'll say this shit. There's too many niggers
Hey,
Oh, you
that
don't say
have
that.
come
No,
on,
you
Buff.
can't say
damn
that.
kids,
damn, Buff.
and they don't know how to act with the police.
Yeah, well, that's true.
All I gotta do is ask you, hey, license, insurance, registration. No, why'd you pull me over to begin with? And they go off into all this ignorant
Common citizen
shit.
shit, man. Yeah, like I ain't gotta be arrested. You full of shit. No, fuck you. I ain't getting arrested. No, fuck. That's not how that works.
Exactly. That exactly. And then you find out they got 3 kids, and it's like, oh no, no.
What's up, Jake? You got to
Those kids are
unmute
young.
yourself. There you go.
Yeah, no, I'm here, bro. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Wait, is that Jake from VO Pod?
Yes, sir.
Fuck no, I never got a chance to talk to you. What's up, brother? It's good to talk to you.
It's good to talk to you too, bro. It's good to talk to you too. Yeah.
Fuck a day.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. Funny thing enough, I was just kind of online randomly. I saw JS live, so wasn't planning to come on, but I said, well, fuck it. I'm gonna see what you guys are up to.
Yeah, I've seen I think I'm subscribed to your channel, and I've seen like I was just saying, I saw you on the Destiny thing, and I've seen a bunch of your other stuff.
Bro.
But I never talked to you, so good to meet you.
No, it's good to meet you too, bro. Honestly, I could have done better on the Destiny debate, to be honest. Destiny's not that guy's a pretty tough debater, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
I was gonna say not to be trifled with, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's not. And I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you guys and say that, like, there's no doubt that I was the weaker debater. However, I don't feel like I got destroyed by the guy.
No, I thought you did really well, man. I really do. I think you held your ground pretty well.
Yeah.
He's a powerhouse to stand up against. He really is.
Definitely is. Yeah.
I think you did better than a lot of the other guys.
Oh, all the other guys, bro, they're a bunch of fucking, like, they're not even real MAGA dudes, bro. Like, I remember speaking to them, like, before, dude. They weren't, like, some of them were libertarians. They weren't really, like, full-on MAGA. One of the guys that was there, I think he was, like, 2 guys after me. He said, oh, well, Destiny, you're describing this cult as, like, the MAGA cult, right? Is there anybody here that you would say that describes what you're saying, other than that one guy? He alluded to me saying that I'm a dude that's in the MAGA cult. Could have been like a MAGA guy, but he was alluding to me as a MAGA cultist.
Which
means
I'm like, he sees other than,
Yeah, dude. I'm just like, dude, I was making the argument that it was actually the Democrats, like people that hate Trump. They're in the vote blue no matter who cult, right?
Right.
Those guys are the actual cultists. And that was my argument there. But nobody fucking tried to launch off of that argument. Instead, they kind of obliged to Destiny and alluded to me as like the MAGA cultist. I was like, dude, these guys are pathetic. They're all a bunch of pathetic losers. And I could tell, like, even Travis, the guy that did the event, he clipped out my debate on his channel, because at the end of the day, my debate with Destiny was the most entertaining debate out of all 8 people.
Yeah, I actually I tried watching the whole full thing, and after like the second or third guy, I stopped watching it because
exactly,
like,
it's boring, bro.
Yours was the best one, and you seemed very relaxed, and I like your style. It's not super debate bro-y, you know? It's more just kind of chill, just kind of like, and so I think you did good.
I'm not gonna lie, I am kind of debate broy like online, but against Destiny, that wasn't the strategy that I wanted to go with, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't
kind of invented that would have been poor taste, for sure.
Yeah. Not only that, like, I think Destiny can out debate bro me, like Bloodsport debates that you see on like Verbal Combat. Like, Destiny's gonna outdo me on that. So I had to approach it in a totally different strategy than I normally would online, you know?
Yeah. I think you made him comfortable because it was real conversational, but you were dropping a bunch of points, a bunch of arguments, but it was very kind of chill, and
definitely.
Man. That's the way to do it for sure.
Yeah, so that was my strategy, like, going into that, you know, the whole debacle.
Y'all ought to see fucking Rob Noor debate Destiny at least a couple of times, man.
I've seen
Rob Noor's great.
He brings the fucking heat, and the big thing is that Destiny will try to spurg out and fucking jump onto this, jump onto that, jump over here, jump over that, and Rob's just like, nope, let's get right back to what the hell I was talking about a minute ago, because I'm not even gonna address half this shit. But
in fairness, Jake, you can't really you can't actually debate anything Trump with Destiny when Destiny has been in a debate specifically stating that he is so anti-Trump that even if Biden were dead, they could wheel his corpse up and he would still vote for Biden.
Yeah, dude, I know what you mean. Well, that goes back to my point about the boat loom no matter who.
He said it.
Teriyaki rated too. Thank
it.
you, Teriyaki.
Yeah.
I didn't see that. It's not giving me. It's not showing me that you rated. Usually at the top it pops up, but Teriyaki rated too. Thank you, Teriyaki.
Woo woo. Teriyaki's fucking base as fuck. Based Irishman.
Shout out to Teriyaki. Which, by the way, I want to talk about Teriyaki's debate because I did see the whole thing. But we'll save that for later.
Yeah, I didn't see it, but people in my chat were saying Teriyaki was saying some wild stuff for his art.
Teriyaki, bro, I love Teriyaki
and shit.
Yeah, I love the guy, but
I don't think he took it seriously at all. He really did.
He's been going off the rails lately. Where you at, Teriyaki? You've been going wild lately.
Yeah, it was that Irish whiskey. Nigga did put the Jameson down, Teriyaki. Holy shit.
I mean, he had some wild shit this morning, didn't he?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and he's trying to like promote Amon Hillman. Get out of here with that.
I don't fucking know.
But
yeah,
no, he's funny
for sure. Yeah. By the way, guys, so just FYI, Travis, the guy that did the Destiny event, he's gonna hit all 50 states in the United States. August 2nd, he's coming to Texas, where I resign. So he'll be over there in Houston, Texas. Yeah, resign over here in Texas. So he's gonna hit out Houston, Texas. Destiny's gonna be there. So I'm gonna have a round 2 with Destiny August 2nd, and I already bought the ticket for the debate. So I will be there debating Destiny for a second round, and I'm gonna be much more prepared than the first time, guys.
By the way, Jake, not to be a dick, but it's reside.
Reside
would
yeah.
be like, you know.
Yeah,
quit.
Leaving. Yeah, you're right. My bad.
It's all right.
Reside. I reside in Texas. Yeah.
Are they doing those on college campuses?
Yeah, it's college campuses. Exactly.
So when they come to Utah, they'll probably come to the U.
Do they have a
more than likely?
I live like 3 blocks away from the U.
Bro, if you can once they go over there in Utah, you should definitely buy a ticket to debate Destiny. Like
you buy a ticket to debate him, or you buy a ticket just to go to the show, and then
okay. So there's 2 of them. You can buy a ticket to go to the show, and then you can buy a debate ticket where you go to the show and debate him.
How much is that?
So in Detroit, it was $20 for the regular show and $30 to debate him.
What? That's cheap.
It's cheap. So in Texas, it's a little bit more expensive because I bought my ticket like 2 days ago. And it was $40 for the regular general admission, and then $50 to debate him.
That's still crazy cheap. I was thinking to debate Destiny, you'd have to pay like $300 or something.
Yeah, but Jess, he got legal money he got to raise.
Yeah, it's true too.
Yeah.
All these
lawsuits. That Coomer Grillen with the lawsuits. Yep.
Huh. What's the website?
It's paganberg.com. Actually, I put it on my X account. Hold on, let me get it for you.
B-U-R-G or B-E-R-G?
Yeah,
let me get
like the small hat spelling or the
yeah, it's pag-burn.com/tickets.
Oh, burn.
And I'm gonna put it on the Discord for you.
Oh, okay, cool.
So that way you can have it. I'll put it on the on your Discord.
Yeah, I'll post it in the chat as soon as you.
Okay, cool. Hold on. I guess I'll put it on the welcome. I don't even know what.
Yeah, welcome's fine.
Okay.
I think if they're doing campuses and they come to Utah, it's either going to be BYU or the U.
Yeah, those are the 2 big ones. That's what I'm sitting here thinking. Like when they come to Kentucky, they're probably going to go to U of L or UK. I'm right next to U of L.
You're in Kentucky, EOD?
Yes, sir. Yes,
yeah, me too.
No shit. Where at? Well, you don't have to dox yourself. Don't dox.
You know where? No, you know where that famous water tower is located?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in that city.
Right on. Me too.
Wait, what? Really?
Well, okay. You might be talking about Florence. You might be talking about Louisville. We have a big water tower too. I'm in Louisville.
Yeah, no, I'm not in Louisville. I'm in Florence.
Okay, that's cool.
By the way, I put it on your Discord.
Oh, Pangburn. Okay, I've heard of this.
Pangburn, yeah.
Yeah, I do.
You might as well claim Cincinnati.
It says "Hey
How
y'all"
about
on it.
Florence.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, damn.
No, I will not claim Cincinnati.
Fair enough.
Yeah, fuck
There is
Cincinnati.
a
I hear that.
lot of Florence pride. I love it. I love it. I
No,
love
I mean, I'd claim any part of Kentucky before I would claim Cincinnati.
Yeah, fuck
it.
Cincinnati. It's a
Fair
fucking
enough.
cesspool. But fucking most of Kentucky disowns Louisville for the same damn reason. I don't blame them. But what is up, Teriak, little leprechaun? You son bitch. You just raised all kinds of hell tonight.
Yeah, is it cause you're ginger?
Nope. What? I'm not a ginger, but I accept the fucking rising. I don't really care.
Oh yeah, and to address that topic about that debate you guys had, my answer would be, we do not need to. What was it? Strengthen marriages to increase the birth rate. Like you could increase the birth rate without having more marriages, but we ought to.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So here was my problem with Teriak's strategy here, and I get the technicality of where Teriak was going with it. My point was that
nice. It was cheesy.
It was kind of cheesy, bro. Like honestly, you're not going to convince a lot of people that you won if you're going to do like a real obscure point of view here, Teriak.
Not obscure.
It's
Pretty
kind of
simple logic.
obscure. It's pretty obscure, bro.
That's his strategy sometimes, I think. Teriak does that a lot.
Perhaps so. But I thought Teriak was going to go into a direction of that's kind of like in the realm of U.S. politics, or at least within the realm of possibilities, other than like doing a whole like orgy type of thing that Teriak kind of mentioned. I thought it was kind of obscure.
Or just breeding farms.
Yeah, the breeding farms.
Like, it devolved into fucking drafting women to be fucking breeders.
Yeah,
that was
yeah. And Teriak, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I saw that.
Out about here, fellas. What a second here, fellas. What are you talking about?
Just because something's easy and gives you pleasure doesn't mean you should do it.
As people with penises and try to like argue to me, it's like, oh my god, like sex is such a bad thing. Like, what are we talking about here?
Well, hold on.
Enslaving women for the sake of procreation at the behest of the government is a little much.
Wait,
but you can make the same argument.
You're the one who brought
with
up enslaving.
Yeah, but you can make the same argument even with his like marriage argument here, where you say, well, you can use force, like under the realms of possibility. You can use force if every man said, we're going to force women to get married to men, straightforward, and not allow them to divorce and have children set in with that divorce. You could do that forcefully, right? But is that probable? Probably not. Like with Teriak's point of view with the orgies and shit, I just kind of thought that it should have been a little bit more in the realm of possibility within U.S. politics. So that's what I was thinking here.
Like baby draft drives, like campaigns, at least like fundamentally, like that needs to be a regular thing that's pushed in Congress. That it's like you have these baby drives where it's at least propaganda.
A
or some
baby
sort of
drive?
media.
What's a baby drive?
Just to push the population for
like
babies.
a fundraiser, like whoever makes the most babies.
It's propaganda. Commercials on TV, people speaking out about it.
Because if you, like I said, if you convert like 20, the top 20 female artists, these bitches will like all of a sudden be like, yeah, like I want to be a mother.
Yeah, but Teriak, he kind of got you when he said like, would you be the face of that? And you said no. And he even revealed there that most people,
obvious.
Yeah, but most people aren't gonna want to do that. And that was his point. And then you even admitted yourself that you wouldn't even be the face of that fucking type of ideology.
No, what I pointed out is that people who pursued that get called cult leaders, and then when we look at cult leaders, let's look at Waco.
Yeah, no,
the
sure, but his aspect was about probability, and I get you. Like there was one example there where you stated that anything's possible, and your opponent conceded like, yeah, anything's possible. Which I remember hearing that. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Don't concede to Teriak saying that anything's possible. I would have asked you, well, Teriak, if anything's possible, is a man being a woman possible? What would you have said, Teriak?
You know, well, like when I say obviously infinite, I don't literally mean.
I
like,
deleted
'cause
I know you don't. Like you're.
Yeah,
Gut
gut thinker.
thinker,
Don't put that word in the chat, please.
Which
No,
Yeah, I'm
go
sorry.
ahead. Keep going.
I'm in
No,
fucking
don't say
mod
this. Keep,
mode all
just
the
move
time,
on. Just
man.
move on with your
I really
argument,
am.
Jake.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I was just gonna say, like, for example, if I asked you if anything's possible, could a man, if there's any reality in basic reality, is it possible for a man to be a woman? What would you say, Terry?
No, like in my opinion, no.
No. Okay. No. Well, that's why
No.
I'm saying when you asked him, anything's possible, correct? And he's like, yeah, anything's possible. He kind of, I was just like, what are you doing, bro? Like, no, not anything's possible within the realm of possibility. No, not everything's possible. Fuck no. What Teriak's saying is drastically impossible if you actually put it to a logical conclusion. If he's going to concede that anything's possible, therefore Teriak actually wins within the possibility. But I would have said, no, not everything's possible, Teriak. Would you say that a man is it possible for a man to be a woman? You would say no. I would say, therefore, nothing, like, not everything is possible. And
Okay.
I think you trapped him there. But however, I still have to give the W to that guy, dude. I'm sorry, because I was listening in and I was just like, Teriak. To be honest, bro, I would have took it to a different direction. I would have done the Socratic method with you and made you prove that what you are saying would come out to a logical possibility.
Yeah.
Because you basically conceded that, because it sounded like the burden of proof was going to be on your hands. Originally, I thought it was going to be on his, but you kind of shooted it out to yours. So I would have
I explained this.
Yeah,
I explained this at the start. I like basically I caught him on what his preparation was. Like that was me like saying like Prometheus.
and he didn't go that
basically like
direction.
thought about like where he was going. Yeah, like but he highlighted on the marriage part of it. But the marriage is the solution that he has to basically defend, or at least say
but
we need to fix
you didn't
this.
really allow him
and if
because
we
you
fix
didn't.
this, exactly.
Yeah, you didn't really allow him.
Exactly,
because
Jake.
You were on the defense
I told
the
him
whole time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was more than willing to go on the like I said, like this was because I have like another two debates lined up with Sarah as well. So I was like, I'll mix it up. I mean, let's go crazy with the first one back with Sarah, and then do you know what I mean? One thing. So it's like I was like, okay, I'm going to represent this argument.
But now you've painted yourself a certain way, and so you're just going to try to change up.
It was literally saying that you were like justifying like Adolf and like murdering the little ones. And
Yeah,
all
but I'm not
crazy
going to
shit.
try
What
to
are you
change
talking
it
about,
up next
JS?
week.
Bill, I don't know about your image, JS. What the fuck are you talking about? You know what I mean?
I'm just
You
saying.
say crazy shit all the time.
I know, but I'm known to say crazy shit. I'm not going to try to like change up.
So is Teriak.
You're
Terrence
known
very well
to say
known for
crazy,
crazy
shit.
shit.
I said the N word online, bro, and I got a lot of backlash.
Bro, you don't do that. That's a no.
I'm sorry, bro. I just felt like I had to fucking say something.
This is actually intervention.
I lost the connection
someone
because
there.
of it, but it is what it is.
You know,
I don't give a
Crowder
shit.
said the N word on Pierce, fucking what's his face, Pierce Morgan's fucking
Pierce Morgan.
show.
Yeah, he got censored.
That was pretty funny.
That was pretty funny. But
No,
honestly,
I've said
like,
it
even
too, but
Crowder-
I've said in context. I'm not going to say it right now, but my line is, how come Quentin Tarantino can write himself into a script where he says, does my garage say dead storage?
Yeah, dead
Yeah.
N-word.
And
Yeah.
he gets away with it and it's fine. But then, yeah. And I've said that, but I've said it, the full quote before. And
Well, because you're white, that's why. So I'm Mexican here, so I guess I can get away with it to a degree. Maybe, I don't know. But
No, nobody gets away with that shit anymore. Fucking what's his face? Who was the last N-word guy? Was the fucking Kramer from Seinfeld, right?
Oh, from Seinfeld, yeah.
Yeah. He said a joke on stage at a fucking comedy club, and it wasn't even filmed. It wasn't even professionally taped.
It was
somebody
off a
caught him
fucking
on
cell
fucking
phone. Cell phone. Yeah.
and
that's why they stopped
fucking
letting cell
ruined his
phones
goddamn
into the
career over
comedy
it.
shows.
It's ridiculous.
And
Facts.
if you go to the mothership, apparently they check all the cell phones in at the front door.
By the way, did you guys see that South Park episode where they made an episode about that, where it was like the N-word guy and Kramer from Seinfeld was like a part of the episode? I'm just saying, dude, I'm willing to be the N-word guy because I think it's a very important conversation to talk about how the N-word affects a certain community way more so than certain slurs of like white people. Like you make any white slurs, dude. White people aren't gonna attack you and beat you up because of it.
I've heard this argument.
Yeah, I like this division of labor, Jake. You be the N-word guy, I'll be the orgy guy.
That's not. But that's not true in like.
I'll be the gender. I'm the gender. Yeah.
At least in like
Yeah.
jail or something, if it's known, if you call me.
Oh, where they're all criminals. Yeah, sure.
If
'cause
you
they're
call
all
me the C
criminals,
word, I'm
yes.
gonna call you the N word, and then we're gonna fight.
Yeah, but dude, fights break out regardless of that. Like that's prison though, right? Like in a normal society, black people shouldn't be acting like as if they're in prison for it.
Right.
Yeah. Thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my point on there. But yeah, I get it. Like I get I'm gonna get some backlash on that, and I've gotten some backlash already. And the people that criticize me, which was Dark Brandon, who has like over 100,000 subscribers, he made a video about me. I already challenged his ass to a fucking debate, and that fucking son of a bitch won't fucking debate me.
He's
You talking about Bryson Gray?
He's a pussy. He's a fucking pussy, dude.
Dark Brandon.
Dark Brandon. Yeah, he has a big YouTube channel.
I know that name. Is he a rapper?
Yeah. No. He's a political commentator. He does like animation.
Dark Brandon was a fucking meme the lefties tried to pull over on us.
Yes.
Where it was like, oh, we like Joe Biden being authoritarian. That's cool. Yeah,
Right.
thumbs up.
But there's a YouTube channel.
Yeah, I remember
There's
the
a
Dark
YouTube
Brandon
channel
meme,
called that.
and I think I've seen
Yeah.
the channel.
Yeah, there's a YouTube channel on it.
There was a video TrippyCast posted a few days ago with where I guess Dark Brandon had some shit to say about him, and TrippyCast called. I guess he had like a call-in phone number or something. And TrippyCast fucking called in on him and started talking to him. And dude kept hanging up on him.
Huh.
No shit, really?
Yeah,
I got to see that.
yeah, it's on his channel.
Yeah, TrippyCast. He's a smaller. I gotta fucking find his YouTube channel. I don't know if I'm subscribed to him.
He's the
It's literally
VTuber, right?
TrippyCast.
Yeah.
So who'd you debate, Teriak? What was the guy's name tonight?
Oh fuck! If he doesn't remember, I can't help you. I'm sorry.
I can't remember his name either. To be honest.
I only talked to him for about 10 seconds before he left, so that's my excuse.
When I woke up, I went straight to Sarah's channel, and I saw because it was the top of my feed, and I went to it, and
Who my opponent?
yeah. Who was it?
Who's your opponent tonight?
What's his name?
Millennial Mike.
Millennial Mike. That's it.
Never heard of him, but
Yeah.
He's actually a Magic Mike's cousin.
He's been to a Diddy party or two, probably. Who knows? I don't know.
yeah. I will say, Teriak, I love you, bro. I love you to death, but I think you took the weak position on this, man. I'm not gonna lie.
I took the flawless victory. What are you talking about?
Bro,
I was
you
able to
didn't
sit
do
back,
you didn't
smoke.
dude, you did an obscure argument. You can't get a
exactly, I
victory
was
off of an
what's been
obscure
obscure?
He was
argument.
memeing. He
One
was
sec,
trying to
one sec.
meme.
Bro.
One
Okay.
sec, how is it obscure?
Okay, can anybody here that's listening to Teriak to say that, yeah, let's just harvest a orgy fucking once every 4 years to rise up the
Hallelujah,
birth
baby.
rate?
Yeah.
Like,
I think that's insane. I think that's fucking insane. That is
like,
fucking.
it's obscure. It's obscure.
It's anti-civilization.
But-
You know what else was saying?
But
You know-
if the
boys,
argument is, do we
one
need
sec, one sec, boys. Let me
fucking
speak. Let me
shit,
speak.
man.
One
It's
sec.
weird shit.
You know what else is insane? Found
What's
in
it?
your own
What?
fucking country. But Thomas Jefferson and the boys were fucking insane. And look what they did.
They didn't say that
don't
we
be
should
sitting here
black
telling
women
me
to
that my
fucking
ideas,
be
my
birthers,
dreams are
bro.
insane, boys.
See, Thomas Jefferson wasn't like let's start drafting women to just be
I
fucking
have a dream.
cows. That
Yeah, but I have a
swear.
dream.
That's what I'm saying.
has
You
a
were
dream.
memeing. You were memeing the whole fucking night. You're not.
It's gonna be
fucking
a
serious with
nightmare
it. You
to
don't
a lot of
believe
women.
what you're saying.
What, bro? What? Like Sarah did the same thing. I'm being serious
Okay,
here, right?
Teriak,
Like,
I don't think you actually believe this though. Like, let's be honest. I don't think you actually believe
like in
that
in the
that is
full
gonna
blown
work.
orgies, no. In the full blown
Yeah,
orgies, no. But
but I don't
if
think you're
that's
gonna
what
believe-
it takes. Yeah.
But I
but-
don't think you actually believe it, Teriak. I think you just did it for the sake of argument in this debate.
Yeah. but,
Just to
like,
be
it's like Loki. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's not like Loki.
Yes, that's why I say you're
No,
memeing.
let me
Loki
explain. You
memes.
did-
Loki never did anything
Like
fucking
Loki, like the
substantive at
Marvel,
all.
like
Okay,
the Marvel
good point.
character.
All right.
No, I was no, I like you went way too deep. I was just giving a very surface level. Joe, the way he has like these images, I'm just showing you the images of your own enemy. That is like Aphrodite is literally Lady Babylon.
Yeah, well, why would people ever worship a woman in the first place, Teriak? That's already a red flag off the bat.
Bro.
And you were making an argument for that shit. What the hell are you talking about?
So fuck the Virgin Mary. Fuck that bitch.
No, don't. That's blasphemous. Do not do that.
Well, Terry's not
exactly,
Catholic, but
exactly. Yeah.
it's already
like,
blasphemous
you're not-
that you're encouraging people to worship a fucking goddess. That's already fucking crazy.
You need an exorcism,
When did I say
Terry.
worship a goddess? When did I say worship? When did I say worship?
Well, you were bringing up Aphrodite for fucking several times during that
as like
fucking debate.
Yeah, as like the image. Remember when I said about the
Yeah,
Planned-
but off the bat,
Planned
you're already
Parenthood?
wrong. She's
Yeah.
a woman. She's a woman.
Yeah.
We already know how women
Okay.
are. Actually, in Greek mythology, Medusa fucked Poseidon. And what was the punishment for Medusa? Do you remember?
No.
Yeah,
Tell me.
so it was the goddess of love. What was it, Teriak? What's the name?
Aphrodite.
Aphrodite. The goddess of love punished Medusa by making her so ugly that every time she looks into the eyes of men, they turn to stone.
Right.
Like this is literally a punishment from another woman to
Yeah.
another woman. So why on earth do you even fucking worship these fucking crazy women that are fucking unorthodox here? And you're using this
women
goddess as an
controlling their
example.
own is what that is. I think that's perfectly
Like,
fucking natural.
worship-
but-
Like
Exactly.
like
But
I
why would you
spoke
even
about the-
put that as an example?
I spoke
Medusa was
to-
ugly.
about
I thought
Medusa during the
Medusa was
debate.
like attractive.
The reason why she has snakes in her hair is because they used like they were like basically like a tribe of women. That were, like, Rome and shit like that. They were, like,
First off,
pirates.
Medusa was beautiful before she transferred into the monster that
Right.
Aphrodite's made her into.
Gorgon.
Yeah. But it was because Medusa fucked Poseidon that Aphrodite's was fucking Poseidon prior before. Poseidon didn't give a fuck. He was just like, yeah, I don't care. He's a god. He doesn't give a shit.
Dude, Greek mythology is awesome. So,
It's crazy, dude. I
It's a
love Greek
comic book.
mythology.
It's a comic book, is what it is.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
They have
it's
their-
fake.
yeah, they
just
have
like
their-
Terry
they-
X fucking
they have
arguments.
their own-
They're all fake.
They have their own myths, but the Medusa like was an actual like there was like an actual tribe of women. Because like you can look it up, like you can like there is snake
Yeah, and what
victims out
happened
there
to
that
them? They
literally
don't
would
exist
paralyze you.
anymore, Teriak. Like that's the point here is that
Yeah.
Christian ethics have actually stood the test of time compared to Greek mythology because it's all
Well, no, not really.
Well, there's a lot more
Yeah,
Greek
really.
Christians than there are Greek
yeah,
Greco
Yeah,
mythology.
it's like over 3,000 years at least.
No, I'm saying the mythology that the Greeks fucking like built their life off of. They're not around anymore, you know. So I'm just saying, like, I think he had some good points saying like, well, where are they now, Teriak? And you're
Yeah.
using a particular group of people that aren't even around anymore. That maybe you have one
Yeah.
example, but your opponent didn't even fucking give you multiple examples that he can have on Christian ethics. But he didn't have to because you didn't allow him to actually get on the defense. Like you
Exactly.
literally didn't give him any
Masterclass,
questions.
wasn't it?
But
Yeah.
even if he was on the defense, I think
All
there's
his
so many more
preparation
arguments that he
was
could have beat
worthless.
you on.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you were to say to me, Jake, right, Teriak, I just had a debate and I outwitted my opponent by forethinking what his argument was going to try to be, where he was going to misinterpret it and focus too much on marriage and not focus on the actual birth rate and how to tie that together. He's going to misinterpret that. I'm going to call that the start. All I have to give is like one example with that, and this is game, set, and match. Because
Yeah, but
if
he
we
didn't
have
do
one
that.
other counter example that we could do, right? If we have one other example that we can do, then
Mm-hmm.
his whole like we don't have to fix marriage then, because this other example we could just do this other example and fix the birth rate.
Yeah, but
what I'm
Teriak,
saying is there's like countless examples of shit that you would want to do to start, because like what needs to happen in society is there needs to be a complete polar shift, and you need to have like, remember when I was talking about the image of Planned Parenthood, you need the exact polar opposite be happening in society.
Yeah, but the polar opposite in your
Yeah.
perspective, what I've gained is that you're fighting more feminism that led to this with other feminism. You're saying do orgies, which leads up to more feminism. Your
fire,
argument
fire.
was fight this shit with more feminism, and that doesn't make sense on a logical point of
But
view.
how's it
Teriak.
more feminism? How's it more feminism?
Yeah, so when you spew this type of like, let's just gather up a particular argument where porn stars can come in. I'm sorry, corn stars. I'm sorry, JS.
Yeah.
Corn stars can come in here and they can just give birth. You don't realize that the vast majority of corn stars die alone. They don't have kids. They don't want kids. You're saying, well, incentivize them by just like not taxing them. The vast majority of these fucking women.
General hedonism is what it is. You're engaging in general hedonism, and you're saying that
Exactly.
society should
It's
engage in
feminism on
hedonism in order
feminism.
to save the birth rate. That's not the right
Yeah,
way.
but it's not gonna fucking do anything, really.
Yeah.
It's not. It's Christian ethics that
Habibi, my holy brothers, let me tell you, King Solomon,
Teriak,
how many
Teriak,
wives? How many wives?
Teriak, and
How
I'll tell
many
you
wives
this.
King Solomon have?
That well, here's the thing. That's Old Testament. The New Testament rewrote all of the rules. No, it's true. It did. So the New Testament actually strives into nowadays. So, for example, in the Old Testament, they said that Teriak, you can't wear cotton. Remember in Leviticus. Now we still wear cotton, but it's not a sin, right? It's overwritten by the New Testament. There's a lot of laws
Jake,
within the Old Testament that don't actually exist nowadays, Teriak. So this is why it pisses me off when I see people use Old Testament arguments that don't acknowledge the New Testament.
Well, that was a ceremonial or tribal law, so that the moral law didn't fall away. Go ahead.
I can just say sorry to cut you off. Just to explain, Jake, I've literally already kind of had the exact same concept, this conversation with JS in terms of the Book of Job, because I know we're going biblical and all this kind of shit. In terms of what would be the best way to tie it together? In terms of my point of view of it, it's just literally I was kind of you could say Aphrodite, because like I said, you could do Aries and you could do a whole theme of war and all this kind of shit. But it's in terms of the in terms of the whole kind of liberals themselves, just being able to paint the picture of the worldview doesn't mean that you that's the ideal world that you want.
And it sounds like communism. It kind of sounds like communism, because I've heard this same argument from people that say that, well, communism didn't nobody did it right, Teriak, right? So it's just Mao and Joseph Stalin, that wasn't real communism. It wasn't real socialism. They just didn't do it right. And it kind of sounds like, well, how many times do you have to do it until you admit that you're wrong? In your case, it kind of felt like what?
That's what I'm saying. You're saying it's a mix of communism and then feminism.
Yeah, well,
what I'm saying is
it's one and the same,
it's
though.
Neither. It's neither. This cult is basically it was. You look back to the Romans when they were literally oh fuck, we're gonna fall. But the time before it actually fell, which was kind of more just a decay, or degeneracy kind of thing. It was the Second Punic War. Rome was we're fucked. We're absolutely fucked, and they were they sent someone out to the oracles of Delphi, because that's how they would fucking conduct interrelational businesses with the oracles, and the oracle said what the fuck do we do? And one of the things he says you got to import the cult of Aphrodite. So the Roman god was Venus. So literally in the midst of a war they build this fucking temple to this to Venus, and say it's now she's a fertility goddess, and we're doing this fertility rituals. We're gonna walk around with this burning incense. Rituals. Yeah, well, smoking weed, basically,
Yeah, it's all satanic rituals.
You know what I'm saying? But this is why Rome's population exploded then into the dawn of Anu Domini.
Yeah, but here's the thing: it didn't fix the birth rate. It didn't fix the birth rate. It only put a band-aid on the birth rate. So there's a difference between fixing something and putting
there's plenty of solutions. Yeah.
Well, no. But here's the thing: I believe that marriage can actually have, according to his argument, he didn't really make
I was saying
it
propaganda. I was even saying basic shit as well.
But Teriak, look,
the cool thing, I will admit, it was crazy, but I gotta make it
was crazy.
It's my first fucking one back. You know what I'm saying?
No, I know it was, and it was.
You don't disagree with the propaganda?
No,
propaganda you don't disagree with?
No, I disagree with the propaganda that you pushing that shit. Definitely would. But I would say
that
propaganda
I'm talking about generally
propaganda
but propaganda would be something you could also use to
for good. Yes.
Rates.
Yes, of course.
So that's what I'm saying. There's multiple things. We don't need to fix marriage.
Are we putting
your propaganda?
Are we putting too much
weight on
the...
If you don't need to fix marriage, then I win the debate.
No, but that's not... No, but if you're using
what I'm saying, that was my strategy, was to cut him off.
Right, but okay, so if I said, if I found a genie in the middle of nowhere and I just wished a world peace upon people, you could say, okay, well, the realms of possibilities, anything's possible, right, Teriak? Just like you were arguing with this guy, I would be like, okay, I can find a anything's possible within the multiverse, that fucking moron actually submitted to you, I would have been like, okay, I'll submit it. If I actually found a genie and just wished world peace upon the world, is that actually probable, Teriak? You would say no, because genies don't exist. It's the same concept of what you're saying with your outlook, is that it's not based on any type of historical facts that has been long-term solutions. That's my point with you, Teriak.
Yeah, but you already agreed. Like, just
What did I
with
agree?
propaganda. You would say propaganda would help.
No,
with the
I
birth
do,
rates.
but it's right-wing propaganda. But you're spewing out left-wing propaganda similar to communism.
No. How? I'm talking about propaganda, like for encouraging mothers to give birth.
Yeah, but that's not everything here, because even your opponent actually mentioned this, is that the reason why propaganda works so much is because people already are thinking those things before. So not like women aren't thinking that being a single mom is good. They're not already thinking that. So therefore, if you
A lot
put
of
that
them do,
propaganda,
though.
you're more
like there's welfare moms.
Do you not say?
Yeah, but a lot, no, but
Ashley
that's a
St. Clair's.
small. Yeah, that's a small example compared to the rest of the women. The vast majority of women don't think that being a single mom is a good thing. They're thinking that they don't want to get pregnant. They just want to have fun and get fucked, but they don't want to actually be a.
I'm hearing
fucking
guys.
Mom,
I'm hearing guys nowadays saying they want to be single dads. Like,
why?
I don't know. It's a weird new thing
'Cause
that
they're
I've
putting
been hearing.
kids.
Yeah,
My
it's
little
a
brother
weird
said
thing,
it.
but that's the minority, though. It's not a mainstream idea.
There's even
so
gay
the vast
guys-
majority of men
yeah.
don't want to be single dads. The vast majority
Jake,
don't.
do you know Kazoom? Do you know Kazoom?
No, I don't know Kazoom. What is that?
The voice of
It was
JCS.
basically
or
a gay
whatever.
dude. He usually comes on Sarah's panel, all this kind of shit. But he was basically kind of like saying that, like as a gay man, he was kind of like like part of the regret of being gay is that like he doesn't actually continue on his lineage and he doesn't have kids and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So it's like what I'm getting at is that like it's there is like a biological imperative for guys to want to have kids and raise kids in them as
Sure.
well. You know what I mean? Just as much as
Yeah,
it
and
is
your
in women, all
opponent
that kind of shit,
pointed
you know what
that
I mean?
out.
Just yeah. So
Yeah.
but that's what I'm saying. Like in terms of surrogacy, here to tell me you want to pay like thousands of dollars for surrogacy. That's up where you just want to do it the old-fashioned way. The old-fashioned way is a lot cheaper and easier.
I have
Yeah,
a problem
but
with
Teriak,
I have a problem with the premise
ahead.
of the debate. Like, I think we put a little too much weight on birth rate, like just birth rate, because Teriak's right. We could increase the birth rate in all sorts of immoral ways, but increasing the birth rate isn't the most important thing. So, like LBJ's model city programs, when you see welfare moms, when you encourage single moms and stuff like that, they'll be having more babies. The birth rate might go up, but
Yeah, but JS, you do realize that that's not a long-term solution, right? This is not a fixing of the birth rate. It's a band-aid for the birth rate. It's
but
not
I would say
fixing
we
it.
get rid of programs like that, which is going to decrease the
Sure.
birth rate. Because then, if there was some sort of penalty for having a kid out of wedlock, that would probably hurt the birth rate. But I think it would be the right thing to do to discourage single moms and.
Yeah, but when you discourage single moms, they're going to be more likely to stay within the family, nuclear family, right? There's no encouragement for them to leave the nuclear family. That's the part that we need to address. So I think your opponent was addressing that thing, that in a realistic point of view is that if we fix the marriage rates, purely the marriage rates, which you never gave him a chance to actually go into detail on that.
Bro, we had 8 minutes. We had 8 minutes at the start.
No, but
What are you
Teriak,
talking
you were
about?
you were on the defense the whole time. You never switched it on him, Teriak. You never
What are you
questioned
talking
his
about?
point of view.
I didn't need to.
You kind of did,
Why?
Teriak, because
No,
in
this
the beginning,
is the thing. Like
it was
Andrew
his
Wilson
claim.
Andrew Wilson done the internal
care
critique,
about
and now
Andrew
everyone
Wilson.
thinks you have to do an internal critique.
No,
I don't
care
have
about
to
Andrew.
internal critique your position. Yeah.
No,
I don't
but
have to
you
internally
start-
critique my opponent's position.
But
I just have to
Teriak,
present a better solution.
Yeah, but
And
Teriak,
just
you
and,
started.
and let the audience decide.
But Teriak, you started that debate where he needed to prove that marriage is going to result in birth rates going up. He needed to prove that. You didn't allow him to do that. Instead, you took the defense position. Like all you had to
No.
do was just all you had to do, because he was in the defense, all you had to do was just do the the method of asking questions, debunking it. That's all you
the
had to
internal
do.
critique. The internal critique, and Sarah said at the start.
But you didn't do that. No, you didn't do that. You took the defense instead.
But you don't have to. Yeah, exactly. I chose to defend,
and you
it's
lost.
Like you're saying it's like you chose to be black in chess, and it's like, yeah, but I still done the scholars, mate. That's what I'm trying to point out to
all
Jake.
you had to do,
You don't know.
was
Don't
to
talk about
debunk
chess,
it.
Teriyaki. You get bodied.
I know. You talking about, boy? I
Teriyaki,
know.
I love, bro. Teriyaki, you're my boy, dude. I love you to death, bro. But honestly, if I was in your position, you didn't even have to go.
Sorry, I go.
Teriyaki, you didn't even have to go into your perspective of how to rise up the birth rates. All you had to do was do the Socratic method against him. Ask him questions and debunk that. If you're saying marriage is purely just to rise up the birth rates, all you had to do was to ask him questions and to poke holes and debunk him. That's all you had to do. Instead, you allowed him to take the offense.
Play defense.
And and you played defense. The difference is that he played offense and he beat you on that offense.
He wasn't able to critique my position. Like, this was technically a valid way that was used by the Romans to increase their population.
Yeah, and the Romans are dead now.
Yeah.
Like there's
no
their
empire. Their
It's
empire
a Band-Aid.
exploded from this method.
So therefore, I would argue that it's a Band-Aid. It's not an actual solution to fix the problem.
But it made the population explode, particularly when they were like in the middle of a war and it suffered a huge catastrophic cost. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and then they
So
died
that's
out.
one example. That's one example, Jake. Another example is propaganda. For example, if Taylor Swift and the top 20 female artists all start saying that childbirth is amazing and they're all get pregnant and all this kind of shit, like there's going to be a load of these bitches that are going to end up pregnant.
They already
You know what I
countered
mean? One way or another.
They had a counter argument to that, though, Teriyaki.
I mean, Miley Cyrus kind of tried to do that, but it hasn't had the desired outcome. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but like this is what I'm saying. Like the whole kind of aspect, like there's multiple different things that are at play here.
Yeah,
like just to say like that
since you're
marriage
on
is the
defense,
thing is ridiculous.
You have to prove it, though. You have to prove it, Teriyaki, and you didn't do a good job of proving your position.
That's two right there.
That's gotta be the main fucking shoehorn, bro. Is how do you hold the family together? How do you put the family together? How do you make it actually work? And then how do you hold everything together? Because that's the primary thing stopping people from getting into it in the first damn place. Is how do we make all of this work? How do we make all the dominoes fall together so that we can have a successful life and a successful family?
Yeah, so you're conflating the issue. You want the population or the birth rate to be fixed, and you want the perfect outcome that you want. What I'm saying is that it's like the problem was the birth rate.
I'm recognizing
and then comparing that to marriage.
Fine, and I don't think you are. You're saying that we can just have sextons and that'll solve the problem, and I don't think it will.
Who's bringing sex dungeons? Like, why are we getting kinky with this?
I mean, if the problem is just the birth rate,
like the red light district in fucking Denmark or the Netherlands or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Just people having sex is the way to solve the problem. I don't think it is.
Yeah. So do you remember the way I was like, it's like combining religious with medicinal or medical, like this whole concept that it's like we already have this in place with surrogacy and IVF.
Sure,
so
but
it's like
that's
it's
not the
technically
majority. That's not a majority of America, though.
All I'm realistically saying is like let's just like skip a few steps in the laboratory, folks.
Yeah, but you have to explain that. That's the thing. You can't say
I'm
that.
the
Let's
weirdo.
just skip a few steps. You have to explain how to get there.
Yeah. So rather than me jizzing into a cup and then the doctor taking that cup, taking a little squidgy tube, putting that into the test tube, I don't know, like sprinkling some cornflakes on it or whatever the fuck they do with it, throwing it into the woman, and bada bing, bada boom, he's pregnant. You know what I mean? Like, rather than do all that, like, fucking, like, shit and have to pay all those people.
That's the only way to do this fucking ethically. But you're sitting here
we
saying
just
that
put some
prostitution
Barry
It's not
White
even
on.
ethically, though. That's the thing.
We put some Barry White on, you know what I'm saying?
Let me ask you this,
My
Tarek.
darling,
You
babe.
mentioned corn stars. You mentioned corn stars.
I'm good enough
Like,
for your love, babe. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, you said I forgot her fucking name. The one that fucked 1,000 guys or whatever.
Bonnie Blue.
Yeah, whatever,
Ray.
whatever.
100 in a day. 100 in a
One of
day.
them.
Yeah,
bitches.
100.
Yeah.
1,000 a day. That bitch.
Mhm.
You're
Yep.
saying, okay, well, if we can gather up all those OnlyFans corn stars, etc., then they can reproduce and go, higher up the birth rate, right? That was one of your.
Yes, that is Lady Babylon.
Yeah. Okay. So let me ask you this: what's the percentage? And I'm going to ask you, what's the percentage of women that are actually for that?
Right now?
Yes, right now.
Well, like when you just look at the OnlyFans population, like think about the amount of
Yeah,
women
but not
that are
all of
like
them are
willing
willing to actually give birth to kids.
Yeah, no, but when you think about like like becoming a millionaire from shoving a cucumber up your arse,
Yeah,
like
but
you're
they're
telling me
already
it's like
millionaires. They're already
1 day's.
millionaires. Why would they give
No,
birth
what
to
I'm
kids if they're
what I'm
already
saying to you
millionaires?
is, yeah, but like
Where do they
what
do
I'm
that
saying, Jake,
at?
is you're going to use the 1 sec. I'm going to explain to you. It's like the top 1% are millionaires, but the rest are struggling. But if you're to tell me that the whole roster of OnlyFans gets a baby for 1 million, every single one of those bitches are going to say, "Yeah, sign me up."
Who's going to pay for
All I have
that?
to do is like get pregnant. You know what I mean,
Who's going to pay for that?
The Sims. That's what I'm saying.
The
If the offer's
Sims?
right,
Hold on,
there's yeah.
Bro,
Hold on. One bitch made $4 million. If she had to put if he had to put that
yeah,
shit in
but she was in
Bitcoin,
the top 1%. Let's talk about the bottom 99%.
Bitcoin's
Let's
at
talk about the bottom.
110K. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but let's talk
Yeah,
about
sorry,
the
go
bottom
ahead.
99%. You're saying that
Yeah.
any woman,
Yeah.
so you're gonna say, "Hey, woman, put a cucumber up your ass," and you're gonna have money in your door, even though you're
They
not
already
successful.
They became
That's your
millionaires.
claim. How are you?
from
How
shoving
are you?
cucumbers up their ass.
Okay,
That's how
and you're
goofy it
saying
is
that
to
the
be a woman.
Simps, hold on, you're saying that the Simps are willing to fund that. However, when you look at OnlyFans, it's really only the top 1.5% that are making that type of money, Teriak. So how
Yeah.
the fuck is the other fucking bottom 98% gonna make that? If you're promising that, that makes
What
no
are you talking
sense.
about?
Yeah. So we already conceded that it's the top 1%, top whatever percent of OnlyFans girls
millionaires,
that are
yeah.
making millions of dollars, right? We know that.
Yes.
And you brought up those women. So you're saying, okay, well, the bottom are gonna fucking do that because they want money or whatever, right?
Financial
Now,
incentive, yeah.
yeah, but at the same time, a lot of these chicks don't necessarily want money. It's more attention driven.
It's only
a lot
the
of
one,
these,
yeah, but they get the attention and
yeah, but
they,
Teriak, a lot of them do it for
that's the vote was,
attention
baby.
more so than money for the most part. Okay, because women are attention
Yeah.
whores, and we can agree with that. So it's not
Yeah, that's
necessarily
fair.
the money;
That's
it's the attention
what the
whore.
NBC fucking craze is about all over TikTok and everything else. Okay, so I'm just gonna interrupt you guys just for a second. I'm gonna step out. This is a debate that's getting into some places I don't want to fucking go. Please check me out on EOD696 on fucking YouTube. It's good to see you, JS Urban Adventures. Thank you for having me, bro.
Yeah.
I will catch you all on the flip side. It's good to talk to you, Teriak. It's good to talk to you too, Jake.
Thanks for
Yeah,
coming up.
for sure, bro. For sure.
See you all around.
By the way, JS, we're allowed to have this conversation on your YouTube channel. We're good.
Yeah. What? Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay,
we
great.
get way worse here.
Okay, I'm just asking questions here, just to ask here. But yeah, Teriak, so what my perspective is that when you look at the stats here, is that the vast majority of women on OnlyFans don't make that money. They don't make shit here.
Yeah, exactly.
Your argument
you
is
can give them,
well, no, what your
Yes,
argument
so
was
you can give them the financials.
Hold on, let me finish. Your argument is that, well, if you just give them the money, they're gonna fucking oblige to it. But if you actually look at social studies on these women, a lot of these women don't actually do it for the money. They do it for social attention, not necessarily the money, right?
Yeah.
So
So-
for your argument, so for your argument to say just throw out the money, I think the vast majority of women in America, regardless of that, yeah, you have your exceptions like the chick that banged 1,000 guys, but I don't think that's the vast majority of even corn stars, or OnlyFans girls, bro. So I don't think that's gonna resonate too much, even with the OnlyFans chicks to have your idea, and then the average woman is definitely not gonna want fucking oblige to that. So, in my perspective, I still think that marriage and the Christian ethics is still gonna fucking not only fix it, but actually
again,
fix
Jake,
it.
way
Yours is
that-
just a band-aid for
Yeah.
a few years, and then it's gonna go to shit again.
Yeah, but it's like you're not dealing with the point. It's just kind of saying it's like, well.
So then tell me your point then, and I'll deal with it. Tell me your point, and I'll deal
Yeah.
with it.
So again, like I said, we need a complete inversion of the culture where it's like we literally like take like whatever Planned Parenthood is, and we take the polar opposite of.
Well, what
that
is it then?
And that's
Hold on,
that's
hold on.
what we need to push. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're saying
Like,
whatever
that's
Planned
the-
Parenthood is. What is it then?
Yeah. Well, Planned Parenthood is a baby killer. What we need is an organization that's a baby maker. Hence,
Okay.
Teriak's baby maker caravan.
Yeah,
No,
don't you
but
think
it
that
needs to be-
marriage? Don't you think that marriage is a baby maker?
There's more important things than just making
necessarily,
babies. It
no.
needs to be nuclear families. It needs to be, moral families that are doing the right thing and making these babies. It can't just be, because you're right, Teriak. If the problem is just birth rate, Teriak is right. Like,
Yep.
great farms,
No,
great
because it's a
farms will
Band-Aid.
make more babies.
That's the way the prompt
No.
was
But
phrased.
JS, I think you're still wrong on that, because if you're only going to focus on if it's only babies, sure, but that's a temporary Band-Aid. It's not an actual solution to fix the problem. It's just a temporary Band-Aid. And we've seen throughout history that there's Band-Aids. This is not an actual a full-on solution. However, when it comes to birth rates and marriage and doing the nuclear family, that's an actual fix to the problem.
Right. So the
That's my
problem's
argument.
not
But
just
we already
birth
had the
rates.
nuclear family.
No, we
Like,
don't.
that's
Right
what I
now,
keep
the
saying.
nuclear family is
No,
dead.
we originally had it.
Yes, and
it got us here.
And things like welfare programs.
That's not what got us here. No,
Yeah,
no, the
like,
nuclear
your
family
previous
did not
statement
get
was
us
like
here.
the nuclear family will save us, but it's
No,
like
no. The nuclear
we already
family
had it,
before
and-
feminism. No, before feminism, the nuclear family was striving all these societies within Europe. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Europe, dude. Europe, white people. Europe has made like 97% of all of innovation and innovation in medicine, technology, etc. All throughout the fucking years until feminism came around, where what you're preaching is actually feminism. Actually destroyed it. Teriak. So for your solution to be like add more feminism is not going to salute to the problem. We need to go back to it.
Right,
You
but a
make the
lot of
claim
those
that it's
solutions that you're
feminism.
going to have to
How?
do are going to hurt the birth rate. So getting rid of the welfare state. If you say you get some sort of tax refund or something if you have a child, but it has to be born to a married father and mother, then you get some sort of benefit. But you don't get any benefits if you have kids out of wedlock. You don't get, so you remove that welfare thing. That's going to hurt the birth rate more in the short term. But I think in the long run, you'll get more quality over quantity. We don't just want more babies. We want more babies born to good families that are going to raise them.
That's the permanent fix, not a Band-Aid that I think Teriak is pushing. Teriak's pushing a Band-Aid.
I don't think he's
not a
pushing
fix.
it.
I pointed to one.
Well,
I
in his
pointed to
debate,
one
Right.
Band-Aid. Yeah,
Because the way the debate
again,
is set
I
up
remind
is
you-
how do we fix the birth rate? Well, make baby farms, and that will fix the birth rate. But
I went ridiculous with it. Like this was like remember when like Andrew Wilson like debated Pixie and like all he literally done was like reverse round argument against her and just sat there and drank beers and had a good time.
I never saw it.
That's basically what I done to Mike. Like because like Mike was locked into the position that he has to explain how marriage directly is not only how we have to fix it because it's broken at the moment, so we have to fix marriage. And then not only does he have to prove that he can do that then by doing that, it also will then fix the birth rate. He has to like an impossible challenge here, where it's like I'm just gonna play around, like play with my food and just like bring him back for Aphrodite and like.
Sure, can I ask you a
milk
question
him
really
around.
quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, because like in the culture shit, we do need like that like to put the Divine Mother at because like these bitches are crazy.
Yeah, no,
the only way to cleanse that shit is if all of them like become fucking priestesses and shit.
Tarek, would you say that fixing the marriage problem in America is a component to have birth rates go up? Would you say that it's at least a component for that?
Could it be a factor? I honestly I don't know.
You don't know, really?
I don't think I would say one way or another.
So so you would say that fixing marriage, you don't know that would fix the birth rate problem.
Because it's very ambiguous. Like, what you mean by fixing marriage?
Yeah. Okay. So, for example, so if we have people that stay together for long term, right, and they're having babies, they're popping out babies because their marriage under God, right, the birth rate problem of marriage, the actual marriage. I'm not talking about state marriages, but religious marriages. And they're popping out fucking babies because of the propaganda, whatever it is that has them popping out. You're saying that you don't know if that would be a component to at least a component to help the birth rate problem. Like, would you say that would be a component to help it, to actually strive it towards that?
I wouldn't necessarily draw that conclusion. No. Like, that wouldn't be an
Okay.
instinct that'd be like, oh, okay, if we fix marriage, then I can see like
Okay.
that, like
So
from
how
a point of
about
view from a Christian lens, maybe, but
okay? So let's say
that wouldn't
getting
necessarily
rid of
bear out in the data.
let's say getting rid of birth control, all birth control. Would that be a component to fix the birth rate problem?
Yeah, like if we start I mean, yeah, like technically, yeah, like if you made it illegal, it would at least at some stage or point in time, it would lower the rates of
What about taking women out of the
abortion.
workforce? Do you think that would help the birth rate problem?
Not necessarily, no.
No.
It's mainly
Okay.
college. It's mainly college is what.
Okay. Let's say get rid of college. Would
get
that
rid of
help the
Planned
birth rate
Parenthood.
problem?
Yeah,
Hold
but
on, hold
now
on, hold on,
there's
hold on, hold on. Outside of Planned
there's the
Parenthood,
whole kind of like are we legislating that women are literally like it's illegal for a woman to have an education
Or make a
have college
real
education?
Planned Parenthood organization that actually helps people
That's
plan
what I'm saying.
Parenthood. Instead
okay,
of-
would that
So
help?
that's what I'm saying.
Right. But my question
Like, who
is,
sounds more crazy? I'm talking about like, hey, baby, let everybody fuck. Let's make babies. And then like Jake saying, yeah, lock a bitch up if, you know what I mean? Like some like minor shit that it's like.
Do you know the
you know
four
what I'm saying?
countries with the highest birth rates, Jake?
what are they?
Chad, Somalia, DR Congo, and Central Africa Republic.
Central Africa Republic?
This is what Google's
but
telling
Jake,
me.
if-
They're
Yeah.
all at,
What?
if
Yeah.
it-
What's the population of those?
Jake, real
I'm
quick,
not
just
sure their
answer my question.
population, but their birth rate is they're all over 5.8.
Okay. Do
Yeah.
you
So
think
they're
their
having 5 or
population
6
is-
kids
Do you
per
think their
family.
population is the same as the United States of 350 million people?
No, it's
around the
nowhere
same-
close
Jake,
to
what-
that. Nowhere
Jake,
close
real
to
quick.
So
Jake, real quick. 1 sec. Just real quick. Would you make it illegal for women to get college education?
would I make it illegal to get for a woman to
For a
get
woman
a
to
college?
get college education if there's like data saying that it's like, yeah, because like think about it, it's in their most fertile years.
Right.
Like typically that 18 to 22 is like that 4-year degree. So would you
Yeah.
legislate? Like would say no, like college is like women are not allowed to go to college.
Yeah, I understand the question. Yeah, no, I wouldn't make it illegal. However, I would push that women don't do that at all.
Yeah, I don't know where I was going with that fact, but it's just interesting to me that, yeah, it's all poor unmarried people in tribes in Africa that are
Yeah.
having 6 kids per woman.
Well, poor people actually have more babies than richer people.
Right.
So that makes a lot of sense, but doesn't mean that they can take care of them. But however, yeah, that makes a lot of sense there with the birth rate.
Yeah, but Jesus was born in a manger. Like who are we to talk? You know what I'm saying?
He's also having like less access to birth control and comprehensive sex ed.
Oh, shut up. Mary wasn't going to no damn Planned Parenthood.
We got
Mel.
Melvin here.
No, but what I'm saying is if we put the mother, like some sort of mother figure, doesn't have to be Aphrodite, but I'm just saying she is the great mother for a reason. Roman population did explode because of
There
her.
is no great mother of anything. What are you talking about?
So I'm just saying I'm putting the image in their head. I'm waxing poetic here. You know what I'm saying?
It's propaganda, right?
You know what I'm
Like
saying?
actual propaganda. It's fake.
No, I'm putting imagery in your head of like basically like that mother figure. You know what I mean? It's
Right,
like
but it's a
that's what
fake
society
mother
needs to get back
figure
to.
because yeah, that's a fake mother figure though, right? Like that's actual like propaganda. It's fake, right? Because you can push you could push truth propaganda, right? There's a difference between pushing like if I put propaganda that the sky is blue, when everybody
if
believes
Mary
the
was
sky-
actually a virgin.
Yeah, like if
Okay,
if you
Melvin,
want
we're
to
not
get into
done.
truth, let's define truth.
Okay. Something that is actually 100% provable within debate format and as well as visual and scientifical philosophy, etc.
Scientifical.
I'll grant them. No, granted.
I'm a grammar. I'm a grammar Nazi.
So, like, would you agree though? Like,
Is scientifical not a fucking word? Maybe it's not. I don't
Fuck it. We're rolling with it. Okay.
It might be
So
a word,
you
but
would
it's not a
agree, though,
good
like-
word.
It's like we're under the effects of like Newtonian physics, correct, Jake? You agree?
I'm sorry,
with
I
that,
couldn't hear you.
We're under the effects of Newtonian physics, correct? Like when you say scientifical.
I don't know what
Like you bring up science, I say Newtonian
I
physics.
don't know what Newtonian physicals means.
Newtonian physicals. That's
Yeah,
when we give,
trust
it's
me,
when we gave
trust me.
Isaac Newton his medical physical.
It's when the hot chick puts your balls in her hand and she asks you to cough.
Yeah, so if she twists them, you'll agree that there's an equal and opposite reaction, right?
Okay, I got you. All right.
Yeah. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that like there's the whole kind of like in science, in physics, the whole section of like Newtonian physics, where it's got to do with like gravity and shit like that. Like shit that we kind of like experience and we're kind of like able to tell all the kind of bollocks. But then there's also this other field where it's like much smaller. Like when we're talking like stuff that's like smaller than an atom. You know what I'm saying? Like we're subatomic. We're like super small. We're talking about like Ant-Man levels of small. Like this is like next level dimensions levels of small. I cannot emphasize how much smaller we're talking about here, right? Like when we talk about that, like physics like starts like certain shit just doesn't make sense anymore. Like there's this whole kind of like fucking
microscience,
weird effects. Yeah, do you know what I mean?
Gotcha.
Like, and even when we look at that and all that kind of shit, the fact that there seems to be a random element to how these particles are forming would point to this
What's
whole
the random element?
It's random element. So this whole like
Yeah, but what is it,
predeterminism also is bullshit. It all points out shit.
You lost me on this, Terry.
All
I
that
don't know
aside,
where you're going here.
all I'm saying is all that aside.
Okay, so you don't know the random elements?
No, what I'm saying is like you can get all like
so
like
you don't.
scientific with whatever. What I'm saying is that it's like whatever way you look at it, you got to look at it as a tool. So like when you say it's like this is 100% the truth,
Right.
it's like
but,
I don't think you
Dariak,
can prove
my problem is that you're bringing up the science, and then when I ask you specifics on that science that you're explaining, you can't actually explain it. So this is why it tells me that you don't actually know what you're talking about, bro.
What
So
science are we talking
when you're talking about the specific like elements that you were talking about, what are they?
Nitrogen, helium.
No, I'm not asking you, Melvin. I'm not asking you, Melvin. I'm asking Dariak.
What you mean by elements?
Yeah, well, what do you mean by elements? You're the one that brought it up, so I don't know what you mean by that. Explain it in detail, please.
You're the one who said it was your question.
Yeah, you're the one that brought it up, so I'm just asking specific details on your explanation. That's all.
Yeah, on elements. Like,
what are they?
Wait a sec. You want me to explain my explanation? Like, what are you asking me here, Jake?
In detail, when you're talking about science, what exactly are you talking about here on your elements that match up to what you were saying here, Teriak? Like, go into a little bit more detail here.
He's referring to dialectical empiricism, where like,
Furby, he's asking me to explain my explanation.
No, I'm asking you to explain what you're talking about when you're talking about the science. What is it exactly?
So he's referring to.
So again, Melvin, are you Teriak or
sometimes when we describe
what I'm saying is when you brought up the point of 100% truth, right? You brought up
I did not bring that up. I'm just asking details on your explanation. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is what I'm explaining. Like this is how we got here. I'm explaining how we got here, right? I'm walking you through.
No, it's just explain your explanation in more detail. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, where you were talking about 100% objective truth, and then I went on to science.
I didn't say objective truth.
When you look at Newtonian physics,
did we get another raid?
Did Jess raid? I didn't bring up Newtonian physics.
Shout out, Jess. Thank you.
Quantum physics.
I never brought that up, Teriak.
Oh, JS, yes, you have an
I'm explaining what I said.
I'm
explaining how we got here, Jake, because you seem a bit lost.
Yeah, but no. I'm asking dude, bro. Again, you
asked me to explain my explanation, and I'm explaining my explanation.
Okay. All right, then explain the explanation. Go for it. I'll
That's what I was doing. I was explaining how we got here.
Just do it. And just do it. Go ahead. Not how we got here, but explain in detail of what you were talking about before.
Yes. So, oh my god, man.
So you can't do it? Come on.
What do you, Jake? I was explaining my explanation.
It's crazy how you're like, oh my
you
god,
interrupted me mid explanation.
Bro, okay. So here's the thing, Teriak. When I ask you just to go specifics, you're like, oh my god, Jake.
Okay.
You're asking me to explain my explanation. I'm like, yeah, explain the explanation of what you were talking about here. And then you're trying to
hold
on. You're trying to make listen. I'm not done. Hold on. I'm not done.
What are we talking about?
Bro. I'm not done.
What are we talking about?
Bro, I'm not done. I'll let you talk right now. So when I just asked you, when you're talking about the elements of what you were saying here, I'm just thinking, okay, well, what are they? And we spent a lot of time on this. Just what are they? And then you're just kind of filibustering. You've just been
Newtonian physics.
Okay,
you have Newtonian physics. and like that's a set of rules, but those rules are not the same when you're talking about quantum mechanics or quantum physics, right? It's a different set of physics, and they both exist in reality. They would be contradictory, depending on what you're talking about. You understand what I'm saying? So when technically, if you're talking about Newtonian physics, people who are talking about quantum physics are lying. I mean, so when you say this is 100%
Aren't we on like
true,
Einsteinian
it's like
physics now?
it doesn't make any sense. So,
Yeah,
like I said,
I think
I've
Terryak's
explained
shooting out a bunch of words
I-
that I don't even think he can explain in detail here.
Yeah.
You
so
asked me to explain the
basically,
science. I just
fact
explained
of
the
the
science
matter
again.
is that
Newtonian physics. Like I'm dealing with your question, Jake. But you just
Okay, go
don't
for
seem
it.
to like the answer.
What's the question that I asked?
Can you explain the scientific elements? Are you lost right now, motherfucker? Like, are you high? Is that
Yeah,
what
but
this
you're
is?
not explaining. No, you're not explaining the elements here. Wait, hold on. Are you saying that quantum physics is an element?
Rumple, come on, man. Like you can't witness this level of gaslighting and not interrupt with at least the melody.
Gaslighting? Are you kidding me, Terryak?
I'm not sure because I didn't hear what the original thing was as
Unacceptable.
what the gaslighting
Go
is.
away
but
then.
If it's a Furby, then I'm assuming the gaslighting is going to be
Gaslighting. Whoa, I'm not that
no,
smart.
you're pretty good at it.
Hey, Ferb,
Please don't cut yourself short. No, Herbosaurus.
Yeah.
Hey, Ferb,
I
I heard the Raging Tomato kicked you off of her panel, and she doesn't invite you back on. Why's that?
I think she was feeling a little emotional that day.
What happened? I heard about it, but I don't
Was
know.
that female competition or what's going on there?
No, well, that's not a female.
be.
That's a guy.
Right? What do you mean female competition?
I mean, she does.
Yeah,
she
it's
does
a
refer
dude.
to me with she her. Sarah does refer to me with she her pronouns. So
That is true. Yeah, Sarah.
But it looks like
Sarah's
in
kind
that
of,
example, a woman beat a man. So
Yeah, exactly. Come on, Ferb, you gotta step up here. But okay, so
by being more compliant to her demands.
So why did she kick you off exactly based off? You're just kind of thinking she did it for.
If I'm being as good faith as possible, it's just been a bunch of things adding on over time, a bunch of small disrespects. I feel like she could have resolved those with me at like I'm
But
an
do you mean
adult.
you being disrespectful, or just to
Yeah, you're
clarify?
being a
what
cunt.
small just
Yeah,
It happens.
but I
Well,
could
hold
argue
on.
it goes both ways.
could it
so-
be
Yeah, I was gonna
because
say, I feel like,
Rob
to be
Rob
fair
is
to
a
Ferb-
really respected debater and he's on a come up right now, which is well deserved, and he's on her channel and you're always there and you're always just obnoxious and just talking over
I kind
people.
of feel
and-
I kind of feel
Always
like
talking over people.
I kind of feel like Melv
Not right
is
now,
not the only one that does that though. That's
Not
what I'm
always,
saying,
yeah,
like,
not
So,
always, but
just was Mel on the like one of Sarah's shows with Rob? Because no, Rob.
Yeah,
that's when it happened. And Rob was new. Rob was new to
and-
the channel, and Rob is like making
Rob
his.
and Mel and I all come from Twitch space first, like before YouTube, unless there's something that Ferb does that I didn't know before.
Oh yeah, no,
but
I've,
like
I've,
we all come
been
from
on panel
Twitch
with
years
Pisco.
ago.
Yeah, I've been on panel with Pisco and Rob know each other well as
Nobody
well.
brought up Pisco, but yeah, no.
But,
so
no, you'll usually find
it's
Pisco
all we all know each other. Like
on Rob's stream
like because
every
it's a
other
very
week
small
or something.
space.
Maybe she was just
Twitch
tired of
call
you that
space.
night.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It was like it was
So-
probably just like the to
Mel,
give her
I've done a lot of really
much credit as
sussy, like
possible.
aggressive shit on
Final
Sarah's
straw.
panel. I've never been removed from that one.
I'm
Yeah,
happy
so
for
that's
you.
why I was asking the difference here, Melvin. Like, I'm just asking, like, so you're just saying, like, she's accusing you of gaslighting, but then I look at other panelists and they kind of do similar shit that you do. So I don't really see why she would do that to you.
And just this is my side of things. She can run her panel however she wants, but at the end of the day, I think she lets people like Jim Bob get away with flagrantly worse.
Like right wingers.
Yeah, and just more people that she's more inclined to agree with. With
Okay.
clout, I think clout is another deciding factor in this. Whereas I don't have any. I'm kind of like anti-clout in a sense. Just
I
'cause
can see that.
No, you're not.
Anti-clout.
Well, I think Melvin's pretty like popular within the space as far as like panelists. But at the same time, like I can see where Melvin's kind of coming from because it kind of did felt like
Yay.
you were kind of kicked out because you were kind of a little bit combated to Rob, but I don't know exactly. I just wanted to get your take on that.
Well, I felt like actually, if anything, is a good contrast to the way Sarah was kind of holding me back. It was Corinth who she didn't hold back, and Corinth was actually able to get somewhere with Rob. And so I feel like, you know, different people have different moderation styles. I'm in disagreement with Sarah's moderation style. Doesn't mean I'm telling her how to run her show. I just have my opinions, and you know.
No, I watched it, and sometimes Mel, sometimes you're chill and you can actually have a conversation with you, but sometimes it's like every time you try to get a point, and I think it's usually when you're losing. When you're losing in a debate, it's you can't say anything without you just the whole time, and it gets
That could be
annoying.
true, but it wouldn't bother me along the same lines Jake was talking about, where this is a very common theme around here. I think it's more, you know, when somebody's being more bad faith, I don't want to give them the room to make more incorrect statements about my positions, and just in general, like when people were keep in mind that like, this is from my perspective. If you don't agree I'm doing this, then this won't mean much. But just from my perspective, when I'm countering misinformation, if someone can say something dumb and then say another thing dumb based off of that, and then 4 or 5 more times, and it takes me a paragraph
Misinformation.
to
Who's the arbiter
refute
of what
a
misinformation is?
Hold on, just let Melvin finish really quick.
It's just logistically a huge issue to have to respond
Let
to
Ferb land the
5
plane,
points of misinformation.
I just
instead
get
of one.
triggered when I hear misinformation because what Mel says I think is misinformation, and what people
Yeah, you and me both, buddy.
other people will
Yeah, there's
say
different-
Mel will
is
say
the
it's
spouse to
misinformation.
Mr. Information.
Look, let it just be known that according to Melvin, Trump is misinformation. Who cares? We know what he's talking about here, right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to give my perspective, not saying that I know I'm right.
Yeah, and that's not the argument here, but interesting. Okay. Have you messaged Sarah to kind of get back on, or you just kind of
I did apologize because when there was Q&A and I did like get into it with her, I probably took it a step too far and just shout on the show a bit, and I do feel bad about doing that.
You
But everything that
apologized and
followed,
she hasn't let you back on?
not so far, but I also stood up for myself.
You
'cause I
won't
think everything that
apologize to
followed-
Easy. Why?
I think because I will apologize when I think I actually have done something wrong. With Easy, I don't think I actually did anything wrong.
You're talking shit
I
on
think
his
if I
wife.
actually-
You're talking shit to his
Alicia.
wife. That's like
Alicia came at me. I didn't come at Alicia. Alicia came in to the things I was saying in Discord and said, "You have to shut the fuck up." And I was like, "No, why? Like it's a Discord. There's no
But it's
rules
their
that Melanie
Discord.
Cosmic
Why are
Fox
you
can't
talking to
talk."
them on Discord? Like,
Because they had banned me. Because Alicia had banned me from chat because she's a cunt. Like I hadn't really done anything that bad in the chat.
See,
So
what-
it was
yes,
I was
is it-
live. I was live commenting in the
oh, here
Discord.
he comes.
Okay.
Yeah, but so
Um,
how many
like you do
slurs-
realize that like trying to evade a ban is like usually ITOS violations.
I wasn't avoiding a ban. I was just putting my comments
Yeah,
somewhere
you were
else.
like, yeah, you.
Hola,
trying to
new
use
guy,
Discord to-
Cecil. Oh, Cecil. I think you've been here before, maybe. Or I've.
He's cool. He's from Jess's stream.
Yeah, I've seen
Cecil was in the okay. So JS, yeah, the stream that rated you, was Jess White. Cecil was there, and like he's good to go. I'll
No,
vouch
yeah,
for him.
yeah. I've
right on.
maybe
He's
it was
already
on
been
another
streamed.
panel, or maybe it was on this panel. But I've seen Cecil before.
Grump, if he wasn't streamed, he wouldn't be up here. In the
His
panel.
mic is garbage, but
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is garbage. Sorry. It's like a
His
dollar
camera's
store
pretty
mic.
good,
I got
though.
it at a dollar store.
Oh yeah, no, you gotta
Oh,
adjust
it's
your
a dollar
Discord volume settings.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Your mic is like low and
It's really
like,
bad,
auto adjusting, I think.
I can turn him up a bit.
And it's I mean, technically the term we use is doo-doo butter, but if you turn off auto adjust and just look at your settings and make sure that the mic that you think you're using is actually the one that Discord is using, that's gonna solve 90% of the problems.
No,
It's worse than doo-doo butter. That's doo-doo spray.
I bet the issue with Cecil's mic is
Shut up, man.
similar to the other night. when he was on a panel.
I would prefer it to be louder.
Putting his mic
But-
to his mouth, but I think he's actually set.
Dude, like just mic work, audio engineering bit. Don't you do, if you put your mouth on the mic, like you want to be about 6 to 8 inches usually, depending on type
Well,
of mic.
run, my bread run.
I disagree. I think the closer the
Fuck.
better. It's more intimate.
Yeah, that depends on how you're doing it. If you're trying to do like ASMR with like nerd
But also
stuff,
make
but
sure that
to
Discord
pick up
has
things.
that mic, 'cause,
Having
most
breath
mics do a
control.
pop filter built in.
Yeah, having breath control so you don't pop into your mic. Oh, sorry, Jeremy. But
Um,
yeah.
Mel, I'm trying to give him like technical advice. What do you like? Are you?
I'm
Can you
sure
hear me?
he'll
Is that
figure it
good or
out
no?
once he realizes no one can hear him talk.
It's no, it's low. It's low, dude. Like I won't.
Do you know
the only reason I'm
voice
responding
about
is
voice
like-
settings in Discord?
Yes, I do. That's why I'm trying to give him advice to help him.
No, I was asking Cecil. Cecil, do you know about voice settings in Discord? If you go to your
That's
settings, there's like a voice
trying
and
to
video
do right
section.
now.
Now we can't hear you at all.
It looks like you're giving a black man a blowjob.
With a light up tip. Yeah, he has a light up tip.
Now can you hear me?
That must be a really good
Ooh,
blowjob.
It
if
just got
he's
real
making it light
bad.
up.
It just got way better.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Somehow
I
that
kind of like your Freddie
It's good now?
Mercury aspect of grabbing the mic to talk into it and then throwing it back away. I like that as like a.
I like
Freddie Mercury was a homo, though. that's not a
Yeah, but
compliment.
no,
he's,
Freddie
he's a
Mercury
great
was very-
musician. Doesn't matter. He's a
Great,
great musician.
musician, but he also died of
He
AIDS.
wasn't a musician.
I mean,
He was a
just
singer. He
yeah.
wasn't a musician. Stop
So,
that.
so did your mom, but that's not stopping
technicalities.
you.
No, Furby, he
Technicalities,
wasn't a
but-
musician. He was a singer.
Did I fix
Calm down.
the mic?
Singers
fix
can
the
be
mic
musicians,
issue?
and he played piano and wrote some of the
Yeah, they
music.
can.
Actually, that is true. He did play piano. He was a musician.
And he wrote some
Oh
of the
no, he
songs.
did. He did. Yeah, he did play piano.
Yeah,
no, I'm
he was
wrong.
a musician, but yeah, you're right. He was known as a singer. That is, I get
was a
both
singer.
points of views. Yeah. Anyways,
Did
the
I
point
fix
is
the mic
that
issue or no?
Yeah, it's good, Cecil.
sounds better.
No, I win.
So was
All
that
right,
you?
thank
You just talking right now?
Grump L.
Cecil,
Yes, I'm
gonna
talking.
say-
You can't hear me?
Cecil, I'm gonna say
You're fine.
1, 2,
Stop
3,
letting them
4.
troll you. You're fine, dude. Stop
No,
letting
we
them troll
can't hear
you.
you over Mel's
Melvin.
fucking blabbering.
No,
Bro, do you
Cecil,
know what the
continue.
ancient Greek,
1, 2, 3, 4.
what the ancient Greek education
What happens
was?
next?
And hello,
One
Emmett.
third
1, 2, 3,
music,
4. I'm talking.
1/3 grammar, and then 1/3 gymnasium.
Your volume is low still.
And
He
it was
is
like naked
significantly
MMA.
more audible than he was previously, though, Grumple.
Yeah, I want you to be louder than
TMI.
you are. Without
Well, why don't you turn him up
everybody having
then?
to adjust.
You have an individual volume control for him on your side.
No, I do, but that doesn't mean everybody else will be able to hear him after that. It'll just
They
mean
can
I
do
can
it
have a
as well.
conversation
We
with
can
him.
hear him. That's the problem, Grump. We can hear him. You can't. Turn it up.
No, I can. It's just low.
Everybody
might
here
not
on
be
the
heard
panel can
over
turn him up,
other
just
people's
like
voices.
you.
Okay.
We're always
We're
walking
good.
someone through their first day. We just have to get used to this.
All right, fair enough. I just feel bored about this meta.
I was being half
combo.
sarcastic. I'm pretty sure if it's like you can like DM him or something.
Yeah. Yeah, let's
go into
not
a
do
Discord
the
call.
audio
Yeah,
text
just
stuff.
kind of figure it out on your own,
Get
and
a
let's
room.
get to the next conversation.
Hang on, actually,
Music, you
can
know,
would you,
bit of Barry White.
can you make another channel?
There is. It's called staging.
Okay, join the show staging. Hey, Cecil, I'm gonna jump down to join the show staging. Jump down there with me and let's fix your audio, okay?
Don't let him
I
gaslight
didn't
you.
hear that at all.
Don't let him gaslight you.
You
Your
can't
audio's
hear me
fine.
either, Melvin.
Now we heard nothing. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just go down and check it out with him.
I'm just doing that because
that was
he
all.
accused me of gaslighting on the last panel, and I asked him how, and he couldn't really answer. So now I'm going to keep making fun of him for it.
Whoever's live stream.
So you're just gonna gaslight him?
A lot of people
now-
just
now I'm
throw
gonna
out the
make him
word
eat his words.
gaslighting.
I'm going to show him what gaslighting is like.
So you're just gonna gaslight him?
He's really good at it too. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, Emmett, I wasn't sure who you were, but I hear your voice. Now I know who you are. I've heard you. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
No,
didn't know
no,
who
no
Emmett
dogs have
was?
been.
Wait.
No dogs have been hurt in the process of me being here.
Okay,
Okay, good.
JS.
Good. Perfect.
JS, that is shameful that you don't know who Emmett is. He's He's like a micro celeb in these spaces. Everyone knows who Emmett is.
I've only heard him popping up on
Yeah,
panels
yeah.
for the last week. I heard him on.
Right. Yeah. It's only been like the last week I've recognized him around here. Yes.
People tremble in
panel.
Emmett's wake. Okay, they're like, "Holy shit, I'm gonna get destroyed in debate if Emmett's on this panel with me."
Yeah, only you tremble. But that's because you're gay.
Oh, well, yeah, maybe that's true. I was just assuming everyone else was me, and that is, I do get mad with other.
Are you
people.
gaslighting me?
Are you attracted to guys or
Am
girls,
I?
Mel?
Shit.
I don't
Are
know.
you
I'm asking
gaslighting
you.
me?
Are you
I don't
gaslighting
know.
me?
Why
I
is
wasn't
that? That's a
planning on
weird
it, but I
question.
could
Who
have
cares?
I'm
Because
asking
he
you.
said Mel was gay, and so if Mel is
Yeah,
attracted,
you know, Melvin's gay, yeah, for sure. But like, who cares? Like, you
I'm
know,
gay
he
for
likes
women.
dudes,
No, I'm gay for women.
bro. Bro, you're gay for dudes, man.
Brah?
it's
Hey,
so
Melvin.
confusing.
brah.
Oh, actually,
Stop gaslighting the fucking panel, bro.
it is Pride Month. Pride Month started 2 hours ago, so in my
Yeah,
time.
well,
Wow,
here's the
JS
thing.
is
Trump
into
got
it.
rid of that. Trump got rid of that, so there's no Pride
No
Month.
more
anymore.
Pride
I live in
Month.
Canada.
No more
haha.
Pride Month. It's done.
But you're in
It's
America. I'm in
done.
Canada.
No,
No,
so
you know
lose.
they banned the gay flags being flown on like government buildings all over the country. In my state, in my city, the mayor made city flag versions of the gay flag. So basically, on our city county building, we have a gay flag, a trans flag, and they all have the Salt Lake City emblem in the top corner. So it's like she
It'll
found
be
a
okay.
loophole. She found a way to get around it. And
Jeez.
some bullshit.
Can we get rid of her?
Yeah, vote her
I
out.
don't know who's voting
Oh.
for her, but
Wait, so we just have to get rid of Trump and then we can have gay pride back? Okay, let's go.
Well,
gay
we don't
people.
want gay pride. That's the point.
Yeah.
No,
Besides, you can't vote here. You're
or
from-
you know, at
you're
least
not
we
gay.
need
Trump.
No, but you're Canadian.
Exactly.
Why do you care? What
if
the
we're gonna
fuck?
have Pride
exactly.
Month, we need to at least have equality, and we need to have all the other deadly sins to have a month.
Yeah, like cheating month.
So
Can we just have
we
one
need
Murder
sloth
month.
month, gluttony
just have
month,
one- yeah.
lust month.
Thou shalt
I don't
kill
know.
month. Yeah.
I don't know though. Like,
are we advocating
I
for the
feel like
purge
we
right
also
now?
need. I feel like one of the sins have to be left out because we need like six months of sin and 6 months of non-sin, so it balances.
That's horrible. No. We
Like,
don't
is
want
this
that.
is this an advocation for the purge?
Sloth
No.
month, everybody's extra lazy. Gluttony month, you eat a whole lot of McDonald's.
Yes. Hold on. Yes. Gluttony is November for Thanksgiving. Sloth month is December because it's too fucking cold to go anywhere. February is lust month. What are you talking about? We have all those months.
Oh yeah, Valentine's Day
Oh,
and
wait,
lust
wait.
month, yeah.
Which
Yeah.
one's maggot month? What the hell?
King, January's way colder than December, by the way.
Usually.
And February is colder than January.
Well, depending on where you live.
Yeah.
No, everywhere, all
need
over.
No,
the-
January is colder
No,
over here in South
no,
Texas.
I could argue actually this year was like the exact opposite from where I was at. So
I'm just being a bitch.
He's just being a bitch.
You're just being you.
Dude,
He's just
rage
gaslighting, guys.
rage month is gonna be
This
wild.
is why Raging Tomato kicked you off, Melvin. That's why she kicked you off, bro.
Because we have such high standards here. Yeah.
No
Let's
shit.
make sure
That's
to
why I
hold
was
our
shocked.
pinky up. Let's keep
That's
our
why I was
pinky up while we
shocked.
say
I'm
that.
like, her panel is like filled with like degeneracy. I'm like, what did Melvin do to fucking
the biggest difference, Jake, is when Tomato tells somebody to stop and they actually stop. Melvin didn't stop.
Really?
And no one
That's
else
what
ever
happened.
does that.
No is no, Mel. No is no.
I think she told you
Yeah,
to stop
I didn't have
repeatedly.
Sarah's
and
enthusiastic consent.
she just got annoyed with it and
Yeah.
she kicked you.
Okay.
It's funny. You should watch
I
it.
thought you and Sarah were good friends though. That's why I was just like, yeah, because you're always on there.
Why do you
Like
keep saying
float stage.
Sarah?
I know.
Sarah.
Because that's
Sara, Sarah. But nevertheless, I thought you guys were good friends, just like Flow State. So
We're
think-
great
like,
friends. We're all buddy behind the scene. No,
Yeah, I thought
we're
so.
not that great of friends. I just show up on their panels. It's nothing
Oh.
more to it than that.
right on. I was wrong about it.
I guess with Sarah, like we had a bit of a professional relationship where, like, when I had a debate going, then
Yeah, because I kind of feel like you
approach her
kind of
about it.
rile up the right wingers. So I'm just like, yeah, you're kind of good for business. But so I was kind of surprised that she just fucking said, "Well, fuck you, Melvin. Like, fuck you. You're not gonna."
That's why I haven't
I mean,
banned
she's
Mel
working
yet.
her way up, and I never really expected her to.
People
take
in
a
my
listen,
chat are
so-
like, "Why don't you ban Mel? Get Mel out of here. Kick Mel." But it's like,
that's stupid.
I need some people to come in to
Lefties.
argue with sometimes. I
Yeah,
need the
exactly.
lefties
Earn it
and I
at
need the
least.
transformers and I need the gay people to come in. And so we got our resident, what's the word I'm looking
Yeah,
for?
lefty.
Interlocutors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like,
Yeah.
So that's
I
why I
am
was-
always trying to improve, by the way. So it's not like whatever you're frustrated with me about now has to be like a permanent thing. But you do need to convince me that something I'm doing is actually wrong. Like, it can't just be like, oh, I don't like the way you do this. It's like, okay, well, I deal with like a lot of complex issues on here. You know, even
Hey,
putting
Melvin,
aside the obvious things. And the hardest thing is like, you know, I want to make sure everything I say is accurate, but I also have to be entertaining so you fuckheads will actually listen. So I have to reduce this stuff down while debating, which gives people like Teriak a chance to get into like micro details and be a little cunt about it.
Actually, Melvin, you bring up a really good detail there because
you just say you have a micro dick.
I said you have. I said you
Melvin
do
did
for
say
micro
that.
details.
Melvin,
Bro, I lost train of thought like 20 seconds ago. I'm not gonna lie.
I wouldn't know that.
I was thinking about Plato.
Honestly,
I was thinking about Plato.
Guys, stop the degeneracy. But
Aristotle,
I'll tell you this.
Aristotle was right, Teriak.
What was he right about?
Well, one
Plato,
could argue.
Plato had a dumbass argument.
What? Like one could argue that Islam's right about women. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
my personal statement is that not all women are retarded, gentlemen. Okay, not all women are retarded. You have to agree there, gentlemen. But you also
all women are
as a piece of-
retarded. What are you talking about?
But you should treat them as such. Just as my own personal piece of advice.
Yeah, you treat
should
them as such
them
because they all are retarded. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's kind of like
No,
my
not all women are
philosophy with
retarded.
hating
Not
all
all women.
men.
You're not
You always want a
misogynist, though.
meritocracy. You want a meritocracy, man.
No, because
kinda
they're
my philo-
retarded. We shouldn't listen to them. What the hell are you talking about? You want the meritocracy. You're actually giving them a chance.
I want a meritocracy. I want like a unique an actual objective standard.
Oh, okay.
So if there is a goofy bitch that is like fucking able to fucking keep up with a dude or like pass the dude standard of the military, not this bullshit like female fucking standard that they put in.
Right.
Thank you for the super
Like, if
chat,
a woman's able to
John.
pass that and she's butch as fuck, then yeah, fuck it. Like, have at it. Fucking Betty.
Nah,
whatever
I'm
the
just
fuck
like
her name is.
you're still not allowed in my worldview. Like, nah, fuck that.
Yeah,
But
that's like illogical.
yeah, I'm more misogynist than you, but fair enough, man. Melvin, now that you've gotten kicked off of Sarah, like, have you gotten on Flow State's channel? Like, I know Flow State's like all cocksucker towards Sarah.
No, like that's the thing is like we
has
are
he
the sort
been
of
cool with you.
The one thing that I enjoyed about Sarah and Flo is that we are the sort of people who otherwise, outside of this particular scenario, seem to just not take a lot of this stuff too personally, or at least like it's all just like.
But you're describing that Sarah did though. That's
Well, I don't take any of this
and
personally. When the
that's
grid
where I
goes
wish
down,
she
you're all dead to
hadn't.
me.
That's where I wish she hadn't. But at the end of the day, it's her show, so I'm not gonna tell her she
Right.
has to. But like to the extent that she did that for a while, I appreciated it. And Flo does seem to be like one of those people too, and it seems like he's upholding that.
So are you still allowed on Flow State's channel at least?
Yeah, I've been on there.
Okay, cool. Cool.
I thought he at least put a bounty on me, but not even that. So, respect.
Yeah.
Yeah, John, thanks for the compliment on the computer. I'm trying the fire color scheme tonight. I'm trying to set up color profiles with the lights. It's supposed to look like fire in there.
Nice.
That will go good
Wow.
because like you've kind of got like the dark blue with like the mega hat aesthetic going on, and the fire would like complement the mega hat a
Acidic.
bit.
Blue's my
Aesthetic.
favorite color, except for like my politics. I think that blue's always the better color, except when it comes to politics.
We could honestly just like switch those colors and it would be just as meaningful with like the red is like the left and the blue is the right.
It came
It
from a
wouldn't mean
TV
anything.
show.
Yeah. Well, more or
Why
less. It
red
actually
is
came
Republican
from
and
like
blue
the
is
French.
Democrats.
Came from like
No, it came from a
1880s
TV show. It was like it was arbitrary. In the 60s or 70s, I think.
the king.
I don't know, man. All this communist shit is red.
Mel,
And then
come.
like, the Rothschilds. Rothschild
I
is
w-
red shield.
And we
The king of France
one moment.
literally decorated.
Well,
his
the red is
soldiers in
also the
red
color for
to oppose the
commies,
dark
and
blue
I'm
of the
anti-commies.
revolutionaries.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, red used to
Yes.
be the color of communism. It wasn't for the Republicans.
Okay, so
However,
communism
hey,
came after what I'm
Commie
describing.
bastards.
Cecil, can you chime in,
Purple-
my brother
purple's
man?
the
And
color
let's
of
check
royalty.
your volume.
The color of red
Yeah,
actually
purple is
became.
the color of royalty, right?
The use
I
of the
do
color
like
red by
purple.
communism was because
Purple is the
communism was
color
seen
of
to
royalty.
represent the East, and blue was seen to represent the West at the time.
Was that
The
great?
red,
You good? My mic
the
is
red
good?
is right, blue is left. Distinction
good
came
for
from the
now.
King of France, who draped his soldiers in red to make them distinguishable
brother.
from the dark blue outfits that the French revolutionaries normally wore.
Did the British
What I was
do that
talking
too?
about is like the United States, the colors on TV, and what the United States considers, Republican versus Democrat. The
Yeah,
colors were. It
that's-
was like just an oopsie from a TV show.
Well, I don't
News
think they put that
broadcast.
much thought into it, but like that is the overlap with those colors. But it can go either way, just like you said. Communism was red at some point, and then America would have been blue.
Yeah.
Anyways.
All right. Enough with the color debate.
What's black?
Was there
going on?
The color of orange.
Does it represent the
Black is the absence
N-word?
of color. Or where?
Yeah.
If orange has a meaning, you're gonna have to
Either
ask
the
the
absence
Dutch.
or all the colors,
Well,
depending if
that's
you're talking
Trump
about
right
light
there.
or pigment.
Yeah, I don't think the Dutch
Oh, I
would
gotta
agree
find
that orange represents Trump. I think they take issue with that.
I thought we were the Orange Man Bad group here.
I mean, it's,
I wouldn't.
it's your people that like identify Trump as orange.
My people?
Yeah.
Yeah, your
What do
people.
you mean you
Yeah,
people?
Yeah.
Your people.
Yeah,
you
no,
people
your-
identify
progressive,
Trump as orange.
You know what I would what I
Hell,
would
you
struggle
are
Oh, guys,
progressive, right?
pronouns.
Yes or
Mags,
no?
the
They
mags.
Are
people.
The
It's they
LGBTQ
people.
mags
You know-
identify them as orange.
You know what I would struggle with, Jake, with
I'm
going
sorry,
to
there's
the
too many trumpets.
hold on,
I'm
hold
orange
on.
man.
You guys are
Orange man
racist.
bad.
Hold
I'm
on.
sorry. There's too many trumpets talking at once. What
Mel,
did y'all say?
you're way
I'd
more
rather
racist
be a
than
trumpet
anybody
than a
here.
strumpet.
How do you go
Am I
to
racist
this? How
against
do you
orange
go
people?
to the? Hold
Orange people
on,
are fake.
shut up. Let me say something. If I
Sorry.
go to this Destiny Trump debate, it's an anti-Trump tour, right? And they're going to all the college campuses, Jake. And
Correct.
how do I go there and say something original? That's like my problem in debates and stuff is I hate just saying things that have been said a million times, and it's impossible to
And
do
think
it
of
in
original.
politics. Like, how do you?
Get it?
Because you seem pretty well. You went first, and you made a
I
lot of
went
good
second.
points. Like, how do
You
you?
just want Destiny to like you so badly, don't you?
I mean, I would love to hear like
No.
Melanie's debates because like every time I try to debate with people, they never give me policies. They just give me orange man bad every argument.
JS is asking a good question here because he's saying like, how do I sound original? Like JS, I'm not gonna lie. When I went into that Destiny debate, I was going in there when I first fucking put out the topic. I wanted to do the topic of the left versus the right, right? When it comes to violence, in my belief that is the left wing has
way more
is
violent.
more notorious for violent than the right.
Yeah.
So when I first brought it up
And
to Destiny,
And nonchalant about it.
dude, here's the thing. Destiny actually agreed with me. He actually
Yeah,
said,
the
okay,
completely ignores it.
yeah,
They think
well,
they're
he does.
justified in their violence.
He does, but he was kind of like very nonchalant about it. He said, yeah,
I think
that's
they're
true.
on the moral high
left
ground,
is,
so they're allowed their justice.
the left is more violent for that. And it's funny because I thought he was actually going to reject that concept because from the videos that I've seen of Destiny, Destiny has stated that the right is actually they're notorious for violence. This is something that he said. They're degenerates, etc. This is something he said in the past. Now,
so the right should be
hold
more
on,
afraid of the
Cecil.
left.
Cecil, hold on. Let me.
So wait,
let him finish
should the right be more afraid of the left than the left is of the right?
Oh, the right should be more violent, Ferb.
I don't think anyone should be afraid of anyone.
Let Jake
Yeah,
finish his thought.
Just to even it out. Just to even it out.
Yeah. So really quick, when I brought that out to Destiny, Destiny actually agreed with it, and it kind of threw me off. I'm not gonna lie, it threw me off because I thought Destiny was actually gonna concede that no, the right is more violent. Destiny didn't do that. Destiny actually conceded to it, so it kind of threw off my debate tactic completely off, guys. I was
Yeah.
like, holy shit, okay.
Because he's not
Now I
really
have to go.
leftist.
No,
Well-
but Melvin, here's the difference. Destiny in the past has
grifter.
stated that the right is more violent than the left, and I've seen
But
this
he says
videos.
Destiny.
Dude, he was
I don't mean to interrupt
applauding.
you, sir, but
He was
Destiny is a
applauding the
grifter.
assassination attempt. He was like,
Yeah, that's why I'm saying like Destiny's very like at the time, like I'm not gonna bring up like, no, Destiny, you said this. I'm not gonna do that. But Destiny in that particular exchange with me, he did just concede to it. So now it was very difficult for me to be like, holy shit, I had a whole plan on this to bring up this topic, and it kind of went to shit. So therefore I had to kind of fucking go into different directions at the time. To answer JC's question when he said, how do we go into an original thing that nobody has said? JC, I can't really answer your question fully, but my perspective is that when you debate people, especially people that have very strong ideas, you kind of develop these ideas through these controversial topics here, right? Yeah, I did say the N-word online, and I had to kind of go back and forth with Fatty. Fatty made me distinguish, okay, you said this, explain it. Like it was something that I had to actually go in there on the time to actually explain. Well, you said BLM rioters are all a bunch of N-words. Well, why do you say that? And I had a rebuttal to that. But it's about making your
most of them
rebuttals
were white.
strong. What was that?
So it's okay to be racist.
I think
but
most
we
of them,
can't have a
most of
gangbang,
the
you know what
most
I'm
of the
saying?
BLM rioters
For
were
the benefits
white.
of the human race.
Yeah, Terry, that's what I'm
unless you're
saying.
going to watch every Q&A session Destiny's ever done, it's fundamentally impossible to not
is.
give an original.
Yeah, you can't.
know for sure.
So
that
you
your question
kind of
is
gotta
you're
just.
right.
I kind of just gotta
Yeah.
set that aside and just ignore that because there's nothing you're gonna say
Using
that
your
he's
own
never
personal
heard.
time
BLM
that
has
you have on
nothing
this
to do
earth
with
to watch
racism.
Destiny feels like a waste, and you should feel
BLM
bad
has
about
nothing
it.
to do with racism.
Yeah.
Right.
BLM
Yeah,
is
yeah.
just a psyop.
No, it is. It is. But like my claim there, like, let me ask you guys this. Let me ask you guys this. The BLM rioters, the people that were burning down buildings, etc., would you describe them as a bunch of N-words? I mean, we could start, left to right or whatever. Anybody who wants to answer
I
that question.
wouldn't because when I was
Okay.
young, they used to
I
say
mean, white people can act as a N-word. N-word is
That's
not.
not true.
See, I've heard
No,
this
white people
before.
can
I
use
don't
it.
like.
Okay.
I don't like that. That I used to hear N-word just means ignorant, so you could be a white N-word. No, that's stupid. N-word is specifically for black
That's
people.
what I heard
For
that it
black people.
originally meant
Yeah.
also.
Yeah.
But
And
at the
so
same time,
I would say the majority of
I don't even like
the
to curse
of
in real
the
life.
of the BLM rioters were white losers. They were like Antifa punks. Like
A lot of them were black people. Like,
Majority
what would you
were white
describe the
liberals
black people that
Majority
were
of them are
committing
white.
those crimes?
yeah, yeah, and depends on which area you were in.
Majority of them are just white people that want to riot.
I think
Yeah, let's say,
I think the
let's
white
say
people were
Detroit-
doing more of the
let's say-
rioting, and the black people were doing more of the looting.
No, dude, bro. Okay, let's say Minnesota. It was a lot of black people there burning down targets. Would you describe them as a bunch of N-words? And this is one thing that I shout out to Fatty. Look, let me just ask you this. Fatty even brought up like, well, the cartel, because he knows that I'm Mexican, Hispanic. He said, well, the cartel members, they're also violent. I said, well, I would describe them as a bunch
you're
of
Hispanic. Hello, fellow Hispanic.
We had the
Oh,
BLM
right on.
riots here in Salt Lake City, and I was there. And it was, well, maybe I'm biased because I live in Salt Lake City. It was all white people. Like they were.
Well,
all,
but it's
there's no
Utah.
black.
Utah
There's
is
like
full
4
white
black
people.
people in Utah.
Just
But
like
hold on,
5
hold on,
black
no,
people.
hold on, though.
No,
That's in Utah. To Jake's token, I live in Minnesota. When the riots were happening in Minneapolis, in the Twin Cities, it was the majority was all black people that were all acting all out of character, all acting fools, all being ghetto punks.
Yeah,
exactly.
But the black
So
the
according to
black
how
people
you
are
think
more
they should
likely to
act.
run into the Target to get a PlayStation and some shoes, and the
Yeah.
white people
Shoes,
are more
yeah.
likely to throw a Molotov.
It wasn't bread; it was PlayStations. That's what the stealing the difference.
Well, that's what I'm
is.
saying. I think
What,
black
what were
people
you trying to
are
call me out
N-words
on
too.
earlier? I didn't see. What were you trying to call
So
me
Jake,
out
you
on
said something
earlier?
interesting. I did get a chance to bring it up, and my
Mhm.
question is, you said that the left is more violent. Now, it would seem to follow that if the left is more violent, the right should be more afraid of the left than the left is afraid of the right.
No, that's not
And
true.
the only reason is because even if the right, like if the right could defend itself, then it would be more violent and then it wouldn't be less afraid. So I don't see any way out of it that if the
Wait, you're
left is
assuming
more
that the right
violent.
cannot. Wait, hold on. You're assuming that the right
I'm saying
cannot
even if
defend
you
themselves.
can, that would make you more violent than the left if you could defend
This is
yourself.
a super weird
successfully.
postulation.
Yeah,
Mel.
this is kind of like a false.
Really weird.
Yeah, this doesn't make any
It's not a
sense.
false equivalency. No, this is just it's a non sequitur
So
abstract.
should the right be more
thank you.
afraid of the left than the left is afraid of the right, since the left is more violent?
Well, here's the
no,
thing.
What does it matter?
The
Like
left
whoever
not be more afraid of the
is
right because
right.
the right isn't like rioting.
I
and
think the
doing
left is more
ignorant
violent,
shit.
but the right is more dangerous. Like
What was January 6th, Grumple? Not a
if
riot?
shit hit the fan, the right's gonna
No,
win.
it wasn't.
Yeah, but
That
the
was a great
Tesla,
attempted
the
coup.
Tesla burning.
Is
I'm
you
sorry,
ignorant? Furbosaurus, is you ignorant? No, it wasn't. Like they respected the velvet barriers. That's a riot.
Yeah, and they were following orders,
Well,
right?
like the reason why I say that the left is more violent is because they had
There's a
the
lot of
Tesla.
stuff going on January 6th.
They had the
That's why they
Tesla
broke
burning.
glass. That's why they broke windows.
Well, hold on. Like,
But they
Wait,
respected
when
the
you say-
velvet
when you
rope,
say-
right?
when you say
when
they
you
were following orders, are you talking about the undercover secret CIA agents?
Like Ray Epps.
Good one, Jay,
Are you
yeah.
talking about
Everybody's
Ray
having a
Epps?
good day.
What are Ray Epps?
guys, who cares about that shit? The point is
Ray
that
Epps is
Melvin's
the
saying
guy
that
who was an
What do you mean? Melvin
instigator
cares about
on
this shit?
January 6th that never got arrested. Maybe he was FBI, maybe he wasn't. Nobody knows. Maybe he was FBI, but there's a whole lot of like, what about Ray Epps? Because he was seen instigating.
And we got 12 people on the panel, so everybody, we're doing pretty good. Everybody try to keep it.
That was a lot of respecting of
one mic
velvet
at a
rope.
time as I interrupt Grumple. Go
Yes,
ahead. But no, I know it's gonna be hard. There's a lot of people on
There's
here.
a lot of respecting velvet ropes. No, I'm sorry. Yes, please.
No. I'm interrupting you. I'm just trying to. I know there's a lot of people
Yeah, that's
getting in
fine.
here
I had
now.
one
So
quick question.
everybody
Just
try
popped
to.
in for a second. I've been listening. JS, is it like, did this happen here too, around you for the BLM stuff? The people that were rioting and vandalizing, the ones that were actually arrested, did they also, like, they weren't even, like, their address, like, where they lived and where they were from wasn't anywhere near
Oh, we had a lot of
where they were
imported.
doing these acts?
Yeah, they're called imported protesters. We had a lot of them.
No, that can
We call
also
them
be people from
Soros
that
protesters
can be
in the
people from
biz.
rural areas too. So
And
guys,
some people
can
call
I
them
just-
Soros protesters because they get paid
Oh,
by a
you
George
think people
Soros.
from rural areas are going to do that?
so then I guess January 6th protesters were paid by Elon.
Okay,
by
so
that
really
logic.
quick, can I answer
Well, that's
Melvin's
that's an
question?
amazing. No, connect the dots on that
But
one,
if
please.
Elon paid them, there would be a lot more
How would
incentive.
it-
Like, what are you
how did
talking
Elon
about?
pay him?
I guarantee you, I can use fewer dots than you can to
That's
connect
so
it to
funny.
Soros.
That's ridiculous.
No,
I'm
George
just
Soros
saying.
actually like it's like fun, like the signs at a lot like so many protests are paid for by Soros funded.
So Soros went to the store
So
and
make,
bought
make
some
it make
signs?
sense. How you're gonna like?
I actually respect
What about
that.
Elon now?
I respect
Yeah,
that
bring
from the
up
left.
Elon.
The left is way
Okay,
better
so Elon
at
bought some
Muskrat.
signs.
way better at
Okay, you have
organizing.
no proof of that, so I don't
than,
need proof either. Elon bought some signs.
Ever
Oh,
since
no,
ever
there's
since
so
Trump
much
got
proof.
in,
What are you
they've
talking about?
they've
Wait,
had
hang on.
protests
It's-
every
I
weekend.
thought it was a known thing, like that George Soros paid for.
I know
like,
that.
stuff
I know
like
that.
that. Like,
I know
don't even
that
have it
you're
on, like,
referring to
withdraw,
something that's
like,
a lot more
receipts thing anymore.
complicated. I know that you're referring to something that's a lot more complicated than you're
Democrats
actually
just
giving it credit for.
refuse to
So I'm
acknowledge
trying to urge you to provide the proof.
Okay, guys, really quick,
I didn't know I needed to provide proof for this anymore.
Because there's going to be a lot more degrees of separation than you're alluding to.
Hold on, let Jake jump
Melvin,
in. He's-
Melvin, really quick. Dude, I'm dying right here. I need to answer Melvin's question. He talked about how whether the right should fear the left, etc. Right? Because the left is Melvin.
Should
Can
be
I ask you,
afraid.
is the left more violent than the right? Yes or no?
I would argue no.
No. Okay, great. So when I bring up something like, because you bring up January 6th, which is fine, fair enough. I'll give you January 6th. However, when you look at the left, you have 6 months of BLM riots that had billions of dollars worth of damages, 25 people dead. You look at the Tesla burnings, people that actually had premeditated attacks on Tesla owners. You had the Chaz takeover in Seattle. People that actually took over an entire city block over there in Seattle. And then so you have all these examples here, and you're saying, well, the left is still less violent than the right, even though they've done so much more damages, 6 months of riotings, burnings, etc. They even threatened more riots if David Chauvin, the guy that fucking
Derek.
Derek Chauvin.
Derek Chauvin. If he wasn't convicted of if he wasn't convicted of all third degrees of murder, if he wasn't convicted, they would have rioted. Maxine Waters also said if he was not convicted, we're gonna riot more in Black Lives Matter. Also, she even fucking threatened that
jury members even
No, that's not true.
That is true.
That directly. What she was actually saying is that how can you expect these riots to end?
No,
hold on.
Maxine Waters said when you see these people, you organize and you cause a scene and you fight against them. She was pushing that stuff all the time. More than
Jake, I just sent you a friend request in Discord. I'm not a weirdo. Like I just like to
making a scene isn't a riot. Making a scene is being loud.
Did you add me on Discord?
It's a pseudo.
Yeah, I just added you on Discord.
Okay, I got you, bro.
It's noise pollution, Mel.
By that,
No,
like
Mel does not.
By that logic,
Mel does not care.
Mel, I just gave you. Hold on, Mel. I just gave you 4 examples. Can you give me 4 other examples where the right is way more violent? What example outside of January 6th? What examples can you give me that the right is more violent? Give me some examples.
I can, but first, are you saying that Maxine Waters saying to make a scene is enough to account for wanting to riot, but Trump saying that we need to take back our government from
that's
from
January
aliens
6th. Can you give me examples of the right?
Isn't calling for an insurrection?
What?
That's
No,
not-
no.
okay,
I
is-
would
is the
say
Chaz-
neither
hold
of
on,
them.
is
No,
Chaz-
let's not
I
call
would
for
say-
insurrection.
Is Chaz
January 6th.
was the Chaz takeover not
Don't
an
argue.
insurrection? Was the Chaz takeover not insurrection? Based off your
No,
definition,
It did not take
Where
over
they
any
took
government
over-
buildings.
no, they took over an entire fucking block. Of
They took
an
over
American
college campuses and they
What does
were
it have to
locking
do with
people.
what does that have to do with the president?
They were locking people in buildings.
Government office.
In
That
chat,
includes
not
Yeah,
in chat,
but they didn't take over
station
anything
based
there
government
neither.
buildings.
Like the January 6ers didn't
Did
take
they-
over
did they-
anything. How
they
is that an insurrection?
Did they stop
didn't
a
take
duly
over
elected president from being sworn in?
That doesn't
Nobody
matter. The
stopped that.
J6ers did not take over anything.
Did
The
they stop?
chatters actually did take over an entire land
Okay,
of
when did they
US property.
attempt?
So
when did they
therefore,
attempt to
hold on,
stop
hold
the
on.
swearing in
Therefore-
of a
hold on,
duly elected
therefore-
president?
It wasn't just
therefore-
then with the Palestinian protests. They
Bro,
were
Wait,
locking
no,
people in
wait,
buildings.
No, he wasn't duly
No,
elected
they
until
never-
everything was
they never
confirmed.
stopped swearing in. The only thing that they did was they delayed the certification of the votes.
And
Swearing
that's what
in has
Mel
to
is
be
saying
like-
is duly
It's the same
elected.
thing.
You're not
Melvin,
you're not
Melvin,
elected
give me-
until
It's trying to get in the way of the
process is
process.
Melvin,
complete.
hold on, guys.
No,
Really
you're
quick.
not
I
elected
hope
until the
you're all
process is
politically
complete.
illiterate enough to understand
Guys,
that's trying to
guys.
get in the way of the political process.
Hold on, guys, really quick.
Democracy.
Melvin, give me an example outside of January 6th that the right was more violent than the left. I gave you 4 examples. Give me one outside of January 6th, please.
Well, for one thing, a disproportionate amount of mass shooters
Give
are
me an
right-wingers.
give me an example of a takeover, something that was a
Disproportionate
malicious.
amount of what now? That
Give me
has nothing to do with
something.
what he asked.
Give me
Yeah,
something.
disproportionate amount of shooters, Grumple, are right-wingers compared to how many are left-wingers.
That has nothing to do with what he said. What,
No,
what
he
are you
asked.
talking
He asked
about?
for 4 examples of the left being more violent in general, and now I'm giving him that.
What do you
That's
say shooters? What do you mean? Because there's a lot of shooters
mass
in the world.
shooters. So
Anybody who's
people who
deployed.
conduct a
How
mass
are they
shooting.
right wing? How are they
No,
right wing?
they're all left wing.
They're all left wing.
You can usually tell from their manifesto.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they go by what
those are
they're-
really communist in general.
Exactly.
Do you not know that?
That's
just
left wing.
false. That's just false.
Oh
I can
my
easily
God.
demonstrate
Okay,
that most
so
of them
give me
are
another
right-wing.
example. Give me another example. Outside of that, you said, give me an example here, bro. Outside of
Domestic
the right.
violence. Rates of domestic violence are higher for right-wingers.
So you mean police officers are more right wing? Is what you're trying to say?
Dude.
Lesbians? 'Cause those are the most biggest
Yeah, they
domestic violence
Yeah,
demographics. Are you saying
I
that
guess
police officers and lesbians are mostly right wing?
They do tend to approve of authority in the form of violence more than a left wing.
You're just assuming though. You're this is assumption.
I can show you
I can,
statistics on this.
What I
No,
said is that police officers and lesbians is the highest demographic of domestic violence, which I don't think is debatable. It's just facts.
So Mel, you can't give me an actual example of the left.
You too.
You cannot give me an actual example of the right wing being more violent than the left, other than January 6th. Give me something.
Shooters, right?
2 actual metrics of violence.
Which the January 6th wasn't even violent. Like,
It wasn't that violent compared to BLM of fucking 6 months of riots that killed 25 people, had billions of dollars of collateral damage. Nothing
respecting the velvet ropes isn't really violence.
How about January
cops have BLM
6th?
sent to
How
the
about January
hospital?
6th? 2 unarmed white women were killed by 2 black police officers.
How many
And,
cops did
hey,
BLM
hang
send
on.
to the hospital?
Ferb, how many
Boyland
cops
and
were sent to
Ashley
the hospital
Babbitt.
to January 6th?
JS.
5.
No, it was 0.
No, it was 5. One of them
The
almost
answer is 0.
lost their
No,
life.
the answer is 0.
So
Yeah,
2 of them
it was
died.
heart
Talking
attack.
out of
3
your
of them
ass.
died. 3 of them almost lost their life. I can show you
Grumble
one of
there.
the-
Yeah, no, it's
one
zero.
of the cops.
There's a
Melvin, you
lot of
mentioned shooters.
propaganda
Mike
that we
Capone.
fed
One of the
whether-
cops,
Melanie,
Mike
the
Capone.
answer is friggin' 0.
One of the cops,
Nobody
Mike Capone,
went
was
to the
nearly
hospital
beaten to death and
as a
has
result
been
of
going
January
around
6th.
doing
The only
doing,
injury from
press
January
tours
6th was
about it.
Ashley Babbitt.
No, Roseanne Boylan was killed
There
by
were no officers.
No, Roseanne Boylan was beat
she
to death
died.
by a black woman with a stick. It's on video. The black woman
Wait, what
beat
now?
her with a stick. She got carried to the front. They said that she died from being trampled. Then they said she died from a drug overdose. There's video of it, and they'll say that it's
It's hard
edited video.
evidence. They don't say it on the news.
Hey, on
They
JS,
won't say it on the
what
news.
Ferb is trying to
JS.
say
That's
right
why
now
nobody
is
knows
that
about it.
5 law enforcement officers
2
lost their
unarmed
lives due to
white
January
women
6th.
died, and they were
That's
killed
what
by
Fergie's trying to
2
justify right now.
black
Mike
officers.
Fanone.
That didn't happen.
Also, the
That did not
officer,
happen.
the officer that shot Ashley
So
Babbitt,
he's lying when he claimed he lost 2 of his
the
colleagues.
officer that shot Ashley Babbitt shouldn't have even had a job. He left his gun in a public restroom a couple months before that. So,
JS, what's the best way to give you the link to what I'm talking about? So chat.
Go to
and they got
Ground
medals
News.
of honor.
Go to
They got
Ground
medals
News
of
and you'll
honor.
be able to
They
find the
got-
story
they
he's
got-
talking about.
Melvin,
I have a question.
They got gold stars.
Mel, if you want the freaking just go to Ground News, you'll be able to find what Jay's.
Really quick, guys. Do you see how the left? Do you see how the left is so pathetic that they can't even fucking name actual right wing violence? They just go to January 6th, where we can name 5, 6, 7 actual violence from the left, and they
See how
can't
you're
name
so bad at
fucking a
debate that you
single
can't
one.
even-
Oh,
a
January
single
I can't even
one.
recall my
You
actual
can't even fucking name,
examples.
and you can't even name anything there.
I've given 2
I
other
discounted
examples.
your
No,
example.
you're just saying,
no,
shooters
Mel,
are
I
right
just discounted your
wingers. You have no
example.
fucking proof on that.
Wait,
a lot
wait,
of
guys.
these shooters
Okay.
are
'Cause it didn't
born in
happen.
single parent
You didn't ask
households.
for proof.
Well, most of the shooters are gangsters.
Okay, then give me proof. Give me proof, bro. Prove that all these fucking shooters are right wingers. Tell me. Go
Are
ahead.
gang members. part of the
Is
right
the
wing?
Tennessee transgender that fucking shot up a Christian school, was that a right winger?
Here's a quote.
Was that a
from
right winger?
Congress.
Yes or no? Was that a
Here's a
right
quote
winger?
from
Yes or no?
Congress.
Was that a right winger? Yes or no?
Here's a quote
Was that a
from
right winger?
Congress.
Was
Here's a
that a
quote
right
of the
winger?
gang members.
Answer my
Hold the
question.
discussion.
Answer my question.
You
Was
asked
that a
for
right
proof.
winger?
You
Was
asked
that a
for
right winger?
proof. I'm giving
Okay,
you
give me
proof.
proof. Give me proof, bro.
Here's a report from Congress, and
Mama's
this
proof.
is a
Anti-
quote from
are
it.
you
Shooting
anti-
sprees are the main contributor to high murder totals. Most of the murders, 26 out of 29, were committed by right-wing extremists, which is usually
What do
the
they
case.
define as
all
right-wing
of the gang
extremists? What do they
members?
define? What do they define as right-wing extremists?
You don't know what right-wing extremism is? Dude?
No,
That's
I
more of a
don't,
you
because
problem.
it's a big definition of the lefties.
What is
that
that?
don't
Something they
even
say in
define-
other,
maybe you
it's
need to
something
learn
they
to
say
look
in
in
other
here.
countries.
Dude, me saying that women shouldn't vote is a right-wing extremist. Tell me what
kinda,
is
actually.
right-wing extremist? What
No,
is that?
you're just start being self-referential and you'll figure it out.
Okay.
Hey, hold on. I have a super chat. I have
Yeah,
a
so
super
you don't
chat.
actually have any proof on that.
Hey, hold on,
No,
Super
everyone.
chat,
Just keep
super
starting with
chat,
I
super
statements.
chat,
and
super
you'll
chat,
define
super
a
chat.
race.
No, you literally cannot fucking name anything outside of
Just
fucking
keep
right-wing.
keep starting everything you say with I
pause.
statements, and we'll have the definition of a right-wing extremist.
Okay,
in the future.
pause.
to need
Super
Well, then give
chat.
me a right-wing
Hey,
extremist. You
respect
can't
the
actually
money.
fucking
So you
give
still
me-
can't
Mods,
define it,
mute.
though.
Mod-
Hey,
So you still can't define
super
it, though,
chat.
right?
I
Abe
feel like- I
Dinkus
don't
says,
feel like
ask Mel
holding his hand
about
through this.
diversity of tactics. Okay. Mel.
In what context?
You
There's
can't
like
define
there's like 100
I don't know.
different
That's
contexts you
the
could
super
use
chat.
that
I just
in.
wanted to read the super
Mel
chat.
does not
so-
understand diversity of taxes. All Mel understands is that I'm trans and everybody else should be trans, and I have to explain to everybody
Yeah,
why
I've been saying that all night. Yep,
Good
true.
What was
Yep,
it?
that's
all Mel
totally not a straw person. Good one, Yodi. You can debate
No, it's a
very
straw
well.
man, not a straw person.
Wait,
Get
it's
it right.
straw man.
Very
What
good.
the
The
fuck,
terminology
so
is right,
good
bro.
at debating. So good at it, buddy. Keep being you. Don't do better ever.
But
Just
yeah,
keep
they
being
lost
you.
in their world.
All of the
What the fuck
gang
are you
members
talking
that
about?
commit shootings, are they rowing? You think so?
Gangs, I think of those as well-formed militias.
Okay.
Gangs are
Oh, let's not say anything.
Hey,
It's
who
real
here
bullshit.
knows
That's
When
like-
it comes to the
It's
right,
blood,
they're just
militias.
right-wing
That's what you're
extremists, right?
What?
Fucking
All
stupid
right,
and
stir it,
delusional.
Bob. This fucking reasoning is unreal.
Well, gangs are politically motivated. They're just having a side hustle.
Oh, so then they're not malicious.
Mel.
They're not
But they can't
politically
be
motivated, so
extremists.
they're not malicious.
They can't be
I have
extremists.
a real good question.
Well, no,
for you guys.
militias
Do
aren't
you
always
know-
politically
Do
motivated.
any of you know? Do any of you guys fucking know what the super chat said? Because I don't.
Well, I read the
I know what
super
your mom
chat.
said.
It was just a
It
short
was about
question.
diversity of tactics.
I think
Mel-
Abe was
like
just
I said,
trolling.
the only-
He
the
got a
only
laugh
diversity
out
of
of
thought
it.
Mel
Yeah,
understands
let's do
is that everyone should be
Hold on, if
trans.
there's a
That's
super
the
chat
only
going on,
diversity.
we gotta address the super chat. What's
EOD,
going
why
on?
is that why
No,
your
no,
mom is trans?
I already did.
Your face is trans. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, thank
Good
you.
job,
That's very
Jess.
sweet
JS,
of
you already
you.
get.
I don't,
Leave
I
mom
spent a lot
out
of
of
money
think
on
anybody
it.
Melvin
here
won't even
knows
show his
Mama
face.
is
What are you talking about?
wonderful.
Melvin won't show his face.
That's
We don't
great
know.
lady. Leave mama out
Yeah,
of
this Furby face is trans. Like, really? That's a weird thing to say.
No,
Melvin,
Mel,
No,
no,
it's
you've
very
engaged
trans.
with me
Yeah,
when you
it is
like
extremely
used to be
trans
when
to
you had your
represent
cam.
yourself as a fucking animal. It is.
Yeah, trans.
Yeah.
You
yeah.
used to have your cam on. You used to cam
Animorphs
up
for the
like,
win.
you know,
Yeah.
3 or 4
Melvin,
years ago.
cam
maybe
up right
5.
now.
But I had a
Melvin.
shittier cam.
Twitch days.
Now I have no cam.
No,
Oh,
I know what you
that's
look
his-
like.
No,
That's
why
his
don't you cam
excuse.
up? Wow.
Because he has no camera. That's why he
You
can't
scared,
cam
Mel?
up.
I've
It's
been broke for
excuses.
like a year. I can't afford a new camera.
Yeah, sounds about right because you
Doesn't
fucking
your
live a
like
lifestyle-
husband, girl, whatever, like employ you and like all
Yeah,
kinds
I
of
just
No, we're
say-
expanding the
things?
mushroom farm, so all of our like money we make.
No, they're
from it
both
goes
broke
back into the farm.
losers. They're both brokies. That's why. They're both men that are brokies and they can't afford a camera for webcam. That's what it is. Right, Melvin?
No, Mel
broke
used to
and I got
cam
a
up
camera.
big-
on Twitch days,
fat
like
broke.
Yeah,
years
when you
ago.
live off, when
Yeah, I
you
used
live
to try to
off
make my own
welfare-
cameras too.
when you live off welfare, Jake, it's not very easy to buy a camera.
Tried to make
Yeah, I
cameras.
guess so. I guess so, man.
What was Jalen's super chat?
He tried to
He didn't
like
send one.
make a
He's
thing
lying.
that's $20 that you can get on Slamazon.
Jalen always does that. He always lies.
Actually,
Lives
Raspberry
in
Pi and
Tiger
Pi
or
came
Lion?
together is about 100, idiot.
Unless he cash
I
out.
didn't say anything about Raspberry Pi camera
course
interface.
you
I
didn't.
said a webcam.
Naturally you didn't.
Idiot.
Yeah, he
Because
didn't.
you don't know what you're
Jess, are
talking
they,
about.
are they arguing
No, no.
like our
You can get a webcam
like,
for $20.
government system?
So why you call
Yeah,
me
but
an idiot?
I do
Makes
something
you
called
sound
quality over
unintelligent.
quantity. I do something
Oh,
called
so
quality over
okay,
quantity.
so here's the thing. It's
So you're not a
because
streamer,
of the
but
quality
why?
of that.
Oh.
The quality is what matters to Melvin over here. That's why he doesn't show his face on camera. It's the
Yeah, my face
quality,
is very
bro.
low quality. My face
Jalen
is
actually
outwardly
did
really
cash
very
at
good
me.
quality.
Jalen
Yeah,
did
because you
cash
look
at
like
me
a
for a
dude
super
and
chat.
Hey,
you're
hold
trying
on,
to
wait,
fucking
wait,
shoot
wait.
your your ass like
Called
a woman.
it.
That's
And
why.
Called
wait,
it.
Jake, wait, Jake,
wait,
and,
hold on.
Yeah, Jake,
No.
what up?
Jake,
And-
guys, hold on.
King, hammer.
and
Yeah,
Well,
that's
Jake,
why
look
you.
at my face.
That's why you make the
Hold on.
And you
excuses.
use your
of,
your
hey, I
partner
can't
as
afford
an
a fucking
excuse all the
$20 $20 webcam. That's why, Melvin. Come
Jake,
on.
hold on 1 second. 1 second, Jake. Go ahead, Jess.
No, Jalen sent me a cash app. He said, "Read my rainbow comment aloud," and I can't scroll up to it. So probably something gay.
What?
Say it again, Jalen, and I'll
Probably
read it.
something, Melvin.
wait. So you said something on my face, and my response is and.
Jalen sent me $2
I
to
was
read his.
even in the rainbow.
No, we
comment.
said something about you not fucking coming on camera because you can't afford it, which is bullshit.
And
That's bullshit. You're a liar. You're a lying piece of shit. That's why.
I'm not lying.
I concur.
You're
That
not
is- that
lying?
is
You can't afford
bullshit. I mean, this
$20 for a
fucking camera
webcam?
cost me $20.
Jalen
He's a
sent a
fox,
dollar
not a
cash
lion.
app.
You
He
can't
said,
afford $20
"Mute
for a
everyone
Mel-
except
I smoke too
Mel."
much weed
Melvin,
to afford a
Melvin,
webcam.
But he only sent
you
a
can't
$1.
afford $20
and that's not the way that
for a
works.
webcam.
I smoked too much weed
I
to
thought it was
afford
$10 minimum. I read.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
The
$1
one that
minute,
you had that you
$10
used to
minimum,
use,
bro.
it
This
broke
guy's so full of
entirely.
shit over here.
Yeah, if you want to
So
mute
full of shit.
everyone but Mel, you're gonna have to send
So Melanie
I got my
used to
about
get on
$120.
cam.
bucks.
So like I never do it.
Melanie used to get on cam.
Well, not anymore. He can't
It'd
afford
be
a fucking
$110.
$20
Some
webcam.
of us remember. Some of us.
You don't want to
Again,
see
like
this.
I'm not so self-absorbed
Yeah,
that I feel
bro.
like people need to see me.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I can afford a $20
Yeah, but
webcam.
You're afraid
I
to
don't think
show
a
your
webcam's
face.
$20.
This is the
I'm gonna
fucking
call
reality of the
that.
situation, Mel. Just admit it.
No, we've seen
I'm
Mel
gonna
before.
guess, Jake, that your webcam was not $20.
Mel's
It was
been on
Okay, so
camera.
how
$20?
America?
That has nothing to do with you
That's
having
nothing.
one. That
Just
Yes,
fucking
you
afford a
know
Now
that.
you're
webcam,
the
bro.
liar.
What does it matter?
Well,
Another
now
non
you're the
sequitur.
liar. You're saying
How
your
am I the-
webcam's $20.
No,
That's
that's not
clearly
at
a
all.
lie.
I didn't say that. Nobody
You're
said that.
bringing up
Nobody
non
said.
sequiturs.
Nobody
Dude,
said that.
No,
I
you're
heard you
bringing
say
up
that.
non
How many
sequiturs.
people
Nope,
that
you're
don't
lying.
You're
actually
bringing up
care
Maybe think about
100%
your
about
words
non
before you
sequiturs.
say
going
them.
on here
It has
so
nothing
much.
to do. How much somebody else's camera has nothing to cost has
Grumple,
nothing
what
to
the
do
fuck
with
are you
you
talking
having a
about? I
camera.
wasn't even listening to you, dude.
What somebody else's camera
All
costs
I hear
has
is
nothing to do with you having one.
Then it's like,
Why
oh
are
shit,
you
Grumple
doing
must be
that?
talking.
You asked a question and I'm answering it because you're being bullshit right now.
Mel,
100%.
Mel, my
Well, Grumble,
computer costs
answer me.
more than your
Oh, go ahead,
house.
Jay.
Good
Melvin.
for you, Jay. That's like, especially since I live in an apartment building, that must be a really expensive computer.
Because
Yeah,
of Trump,
Melvin,
Trump
really quick.
tariffs.
Actually,
Melvin.
I've had a box that's probably worth more than that computer.
I mean, your super chats are going to go
Melvin.
down thanks to Trump's tariffs, so I don't know what you mean by that, but whatever.
Why
So
would
unless someone, of course, except for the
wait,
people
you're
who
all talking
banked
about shit that
on
doesn't matter?
except for people who
Wait, hang
banked
on.
on the stock
Except
market
for Jay,
crashing.
down due to
I don't
tariffs?
Is that Jeremy who
Aside
has
from the
Trump
people who
dancing?
bet on the
Pause.
stock market
That's
crashing
awesome.
after the
Pick up.
announcement, they made bank.
Why
Yeah.
are super chats going down due to tariffs? Mel, I would love to
Because
hear
people
this
will have
on
less
that.
spending power.
What?
You know what
Okay,
spending
have
power
less-
don't you
is
think
in
that the
economics?
Did they have
inflation is
less
going to
spending power
impact
when
people's spending
Joe
power a
Biden
lot
shot
more?
out inflation
For
20%?
What are you
Did they have less
talking about,
spending
Mel?
power?
Like what?
Well,
What spending
considering
power
Trump
did
is
you lose
putting
because of
50%,
Trump? What the
considering
fuck are
Trump
you
is putting
talking about?
50% on
Somebody
steel just to fuck
explain
with
to me,
Elon.
please.
Yeah.
The question I came
Oh,
up to
yeah,
ask
bring-
was,
bring
how
Okay,
do
okay,
people that
we
don't
gotta
live in America?
Trump.
Woosah.
Because of Trump, you don't have as much
Okay,
spending
calm
power,
down,
Mel.
little trumpets. Just stop
Yeah,
yelling.
fuck
Hold
it.
on, Jake's got his hand up. Look how civil he is.
I'm
They-
very
they,
civil.
They get off
Very
on
civil.
this shit, dude. I'm telling
Very
you.
simple.
Go ahead, Jay.
Very civil. No, I was gonna say, when Biden was inflating, when he was inflating the entire United States by funding two wars,
The
two
fuck is
wars.
Cecil
in the United
doing?
States.
I'm sorry,
that is
but
funny.
that
I'm not
was
gonna lie. It's funny. What
I hope the
hell?
ground
just
wasn't
fell
flooded.
out of
hell's
his
up with
damn
that guy?
chair.
What he's doing.
Can somebody
But-
take his alcohol away from him? I think he's had enough.
He's fucking cracking up at the ridiculousness of your bullshit fucking claim, Furball.
Okay, he seems to be okay. What were you asking, Jake?
Yeah, really quick. So when Joe Biden was inflating the economy by funding
Who's
two
that?
wars, yeah, who's that, right? Joe Biden. He was funding two wars during that time, and he was skyrocketing the prices. Furby, did you have a problem with that?
Oh, that's your question?
So, I haven't looked at that directly. I would assume
Oh,
that.
Kirby,
no, I don't know about
interruption.
that. I
Was
don't
it
know.
Joe
What are you
Biden?
talking about?
He
Joe
didn't
Biden
look-
doing something
he didn't look
wrong?
about
I've never
that
heard of such a
directly.
thing. What are you talking
I don't know
about?
anything about
You
Joe
don't know
Biden.
anything about
Wasn't
that.
Joe Biden,
What are you
though.
talking about?
Wasn't
See
Joe
the
Biden,
dishonest
though.
of the
Wasn't Joe
left? See
Biden,
the
or
You're pointing the
dishonest
wrong
of
way,
the
Jake.
left, guys.
You're pointing the
somebody
wrong way,
else?
Jake.
See the dishonest
Wrong
of the
way.
left.
Stage,
See the dishonest of
stage
the left.
right. I'm stage right, not
Your
stage
audio.
left.
I'm not trying to help Kirby, actually.
Okay,
No, no.
Cecil,
Guys,
your
Is your
audio
stage
is so
right?
bad.
Is
Guys,
your
really
right
quick.
stage right, or
Really-
So
you're pointing
really
the wrong
quick.
way, buddy?
He's filibustering.
Yeah. See, really quick, guys. See how he's so dishonest that he doesn't want to answer the question that Joe Biden inflated the economy so much,
Yes,
and that's
it's dishonest
okay.
to say
But
that I didn't know something.
However, Donald Trump that does tariffs in order to combat China, who has fucking charged us an arm
Dude,
and
why
a
are
leg
you
for
spurting
years,
so hard?
arm and a
Like,
leg
first-
for years. But at the end of the
You're
day,
the one being dishonest
Mike,
when,
when
like-
Biden's doing that with no repercussions of gaining our economy back, it's totally okay.
No,
Dude, you're spurting
So-
so
Jess, what
hard,
do you
and
think
it's
about
like
this
I
You're muted on
I
Discord.
wasn't even
You
being dishonest.
on,
I literally
bro.
said I don't know
I
about
server
this thing. How
muted
is that
Cecil.
Yeah, you
dishonest?
don't. That's crazy
That
because
you can't
I'll unmute
possibly
him.
be dishonest by saying I don't know enough about something.
Oh, okay. You don't know.
Yes,
anything.
you
Just gotta
absolutely
get out.
can be
All of a sudden,
dishonest
he
about
doesn't
that. You can be dishonest about saying, I never knew Joe Biden was was mentally deficient or that he was a walking zombified fucking
I guess I could be more
I never
honest.
knew any of that. What are you
I guess I
talking
could be
about?
more honest and
I
be like,
never
Trump's
knew that Joe
50%
Biden was
tariffs
mentally
on
compromised.
steel.
What do you mean by that? That's completely fucking false.
Good yelling.
Everybody saw that
pushing.
shit. Everybody saw that shit plain as fucking day,
Mike's
including
pushing.
NBC, including Joe Scarborough, including Rachel Madcow, including all the people who who spoke up and said, "No, this is the best that Joe Biden has ever been. It's the
So
best
Melanie
he's ever
didn't
been
know how
right
to
now."
answer that question.
That had nothing to do with his question,
is
and
fine.
I think you're the
I
one
had
being
a-
dishonest
I had a
when I
question.
can't even
No, it
say
didn't
that I
have-
don't know something without being accused of being dishonest.
Okay, yeah,
so-
you're right. You're right. I did kind of.
No,
Okay,
you can absolutely be accused of
No.
being dishonest by saying you don't know something which is
I
plainly.
mean,
when have I
fucking
shown that I
obvious.
that I know
honestly say
otherwise?
that
When
good
have I?
luck
When have I?
trying to
Show
answer
proof that I
fucking
know.
question.
Show proof that I know that.
Well,
So goes
actually,
to show that Melvin knows
yeah,
nothing
my
about
bad.
politics. He's just spurging and
No,
fucking.
I know
wanting
that Trump put a 50%
No, you don't know anything
tariff.
about politics.
I know
All
Trump
you
put
know-
50% tariffs on
Gravity
steel.
gun.
Gravity gun. Gravity. What's his
Melvin.
name? Cecil?
I know Trump put a
What's his
50%
name?
tariffs on steel, which is a lot more than
Yes,
20%.
Why is that bad
Cecil,
compared to
I have a
what?
question.
What are you comparing
really
it to?
good
Oh, now
move.
you're defending it.
Yes, I'm going to defend it.
Oh,
What,
You
okay,
just complain about
bad.
Biden
Really good move.
tariffs.
Why is
so-
it bad? Why is it bad compared to
See, I
what?
think you're virtue signaling.
I think it
when
should've
Biden
been
does
more.
something, you think you're
Answer my
against it,
question.
and then when
Is it bad?
Trump does something, you're
If it's
for
so
it.
bad compared to what?
Ah, Cecil, man.
Everybody shut the
Melvin,
fuck up. Shut up. All you shut up. No one can hear
Wish I
what
had
the fuck is
$10
going
right
on
now.
when 15 fucking people are talking.
Yeah.
Fucking furball, what are you saying?
Cecil, I'm sorry I keep muting you, but your audio is so bad and you just keep yelling. And so I'm not kicking you out. You're cool, but
Dude, you got to keep it away from your mouth. Remember what we talked about? You got to keep it away, but your audio was decent. It just a little bit low when we left off.
You are
Also,
funny.
you know when you have to
can't
pretend
bring
that
it
you're
up.
not drunk in front of your parents, we need you to act like that right now.
What?
He's sober.
Answer Jake's question really quick, because I do have one question after that.
Yeah,
Oh, you're
no,
one of the rudest people I've ever met.
I feel like
Please.
if you're gonna complain about Biden's tariffs, it's only natural to be even more against Trump's 50%
What was
steel
Jake's
tariffs,
question again?
knowing the
What was
history
Biden's tariffs? What
of
were
steel
Biden's
tariffs and how that hurts the American economy.
Who's
Wow, that
complaining
was so
about
fucking
Biden
hard.
tariffs?
I'm fucking
Melanie, who are you
This is
talking to
ADHD
right now? Who
panel.
is complaining about Biden
Sarah
tariffs?
must hate this panel because everyone's
were
talking
those?
over each other.
Mel, who are you
Well, I
talking to
think
right
it
now
was
that you're
like,
saying
is
was
this
complaining about
bad?
Biden
Yes
tariffs?
or no? I think there was a yes or no answer to that or something.
Who was
Grumple,
complaining
still, you
about
have
Biden
to
tariffs?
ask
Who are you
Grumple.
talking to?
Grumple, if you have to ask it, it's probably not you.
Well, no, it's not me.
Jake.
I want you to say who it was, though, because I don't know that I
how
didn't
come me,
hear
myself,
anybody
and I
doing
can
it.
figure it out, but you can't?
Why can't you just
'cause
fucking
you're
answer the
right.
goddamn
I'm
question,
fucking
furball?
confused right
It's
Fuck!
now.
racism. So who are you talking to, Mel, that was
Racism.
complaining about Biden tariffs?
Who are you talking to, Grumple?
I'm talking
Grumple,
to
do
you,
you
Mel.
fucking remember the question?
I'm
Because now at
talking
this point,
directly
I
to
don't.
you, asking you, who are you talking to? Because I didn't hear anybody complaining about Biden tariffs, but
The
you're
best part is
mentioning
you've
it.
already gotten the
So-
answer for me, myself, and I. I pointed out that was the answer, and you're still having listening issues.
See how dishonest this
Well, I'm
fucker is?
mostly deaf. No, Mel, I'm mostly
Mm.
deaf. So are you like violating
W,
the
me, myself, and
CDA
I.
right
W,
now?
me, myself, and I. That's all I'm saying. He's the winner tonight.
So you're
me for
talking to
what?
yourself.
When did I win?
You're talking to
Because
yourself.
you said who you were able to say who I was talking to. You were
No,
able to
no,
answer
I
that
figured
question and
W.
figure it out.
Listen,
myself and
no,
I
I
know.
don't know who you're talking to that you're complaining about.
Okay, sorry. I'm
Fuck
trying to make you
wins.
catch strays. I'm
Somebody
trying to make you catch
mentioning-
strays, so it's not working out.
No, it's not working. And but also, no, I know you know this. I'm very hearing
you all have been speaking for a while. I
yeah,
just would like to
Jalen
ask
got
you-
here. Jalen sent some
Hey, go
cash
ahead.
apps. Let's hear what Jalen has to say.
I'm
Now
not
Melanie
getting
has a
that.
tag team
You
partner.
spent money. Go ahead.
Melvin, you are amazing. Shout out to you. You are handling your own.
thank you.
They were telling you like you wasn't answering the question while interrupting you on everything you was trying to answer.
Yes, man.
Oh,
And then
hey,
mad
him.
you was
We're
answering.
listening to a
You're
Cash App
awesome.
like
Hey,
donation right
Joshua,
now.
Hey,
that
Jalen was
Grumple
gonna
guy
say
for a
something. Let me
minute,
finish his
because I
sentence.
spent $1.
Yeah,
We're-
you
We're
sent me.
trying to listen to.
You sent me
Somebody who
$3.
sent
Yeah. What was your
us money right
comment?
now.
Just say your comment now, Jalen.
I mean, happy Pride Month, first of all. But if you are
Happy Pride
muting,
Month.
Oh, is that Jalen?
I
Oh.
did send
There's
$1
no
to
such thing as Pride Month. Fuck Pride Month.
Jake and Grumple
Done.
for a minute. That would be awesome.
Jalen, what?
And
You're a Christian, right? You're a gay Christian, right, Jalen?
I very much am.
What's the Bible say about
You're a
pride?
gay Christian? What the
What?
fuck?
What's the Bible say
Oh,
about
what?
pride,
What?
Jalen?
Hold on
all
a
new-
second. Back up.
I know they exist. Just
No,
calm down.
Joshua,
Let him speak his piece.
What comes
Things about
before the
about
fall? What
pride.
comes before the fall, Jalen?
there's so much pride right here. What are you talking about pride right now when everybody has been talking over each other for hours, attacking one person? Now you're going to talk to me about pride. Try again,
Jalen,
Sapsucker.
Jalen,
You are
I
go ahead and
mean,
speak.
I
Hold
don't
on,
think Fox
Jalen,
needs
Jalen,
any help. Fox is doing good.
Jalen, you have not been here for hours, bro. You know that. No
So
one here
Jalen,
watches.
go ahead and speak, bro.
Boy, you try me.
Jalen, go ahead and speak, bro. You're homosexual. That's fine, but it seems like you have some problems with Mel here. I want to hear that.
I
Go
have any
ahead.
problem with Mel. I have more problems with you and Grumpy.
With
I
me?
got no problems with Mel.
Oh,
Mel is
okay. It
awesome.
doesn't like everybody ganging up
Mel
on
is
Mel, even though Mel's like
Mel is
handling
handling
it.
the fuck out of y'all. Y'all are talking
Okay.
over Mel when you're asking for literally answers that Mel is giving.
So what's your problem with me
You're like,
then? What's your problem with me?
Mel can't give 4 examples of liberalism and stuff. Sounded like
His
an
problem
idiot.
is he thinks you need help. He thinks he needs your.
No.
He thinks
Hey,
he
so
needs to
gay
hold your
Republican,
hand.
what's your
Mel.
problem with
I've
me,
said
gay
things that Mel
Republican?
has not given answers to.
No, he's not
Mel,
a
you're
Republican.
too weak to do a
But Mel is
1v6.
He's a gay.
plenty of it.
He's a quote unquote gay Christian. But
You
he's
guys'
not,
answers are
Hey,
even
gay
more
Christian, what's your
funny.
problem with me, gay Christian?
Joshua, now do you have now you have control of your panel now that I'm here? Well, I'm glad you got some sense because everybody else was talking.
Control.
He does sound gay now that I'm listening.
Male the
oh, he's
Fox.
very
I
gay.
just
Tell me about it, brother.
keep fighting on.
What
You're
you got
doing
to say,
good.
brother?
Thank you.
It's the
I
least.
appreciate it.
And Joshua, take control of your panel more because these people
Oh.
keep talking over.
Oh.
Why do they lisp?
Wait, like Joshua, as in like the Joshua tree? That's
Yeah,
dope.
put a leash on these dogs.
No.
Why do they?
Bye.
Like, have you seen those cactuses? They're so cool.
Wait, no, don't leave. I'd like to talk to you in the future. I was trying to DM you so we could like keep in contact.
Wow.
Whoa,
me and Jalen have
Trying
had
to
a
slide
lot
into
of
those DMs, eh, Grumple?
Jalen's one of my
No, I
resident.
slide.
he left already.
No, I slide into everybody I go onto a panel with. I slide into all of the DMs so that we can maintain contact. It's
You
stupid
haven't been
not
in my DMs in 6 months,
Noted.
Crumple. What's up with that?
in 6
You're just
months.
like
You mean
6 months
after you,
old.
you ghosted your D&D game? No, that's
Uh-huh.
when I said I was done. That's when I said I was done with that D&D game. But we still maintain contact, and that's silly to say.
Bro,
Why
you
why
started
bring up
D&D and you didn't follow through with the
Exactly right,
commitment.
Crumple.
How
It hasn't been
dare
6
you?
months either.
Yeah, and EOD, he was the DM, and he ghosted the game for 2 weeks in a row without saying anything to anybody.
Wait,
That's why I said.
Well, I
okay,
mean,
now
I know.
No,
I
I
know.
think
I know
you're-
exactly
Mad
how
at me
that
am I
about it.
wrong here?
I know how that feels.
No biggie.
Grumple, I know exactly how that feels. You said about a month ago, contact me in the DMs and I'll help you build a D&D character. Where'd that go?
No, you're
I'm still left on red.
Crumple,
How's that?
you're confusing him with
Oh,
John
they gonna
Mosley.
make a little baby together. They gonna be little baby mamas. They gonna get some babies.
Wait,
I love
Wait a
you.
hold on,
second,
what
do I have
JS?
do I have an unread DM from you? I
Grumple,
apologize if I do.
that's not John Mosman. Mosman
What?
was
Yeah,
the
no, King
one with
Blackout is
Oh,
not John Muslim.
no,
I
the-
know that they're different people.
no EOD
If
is
I
not.
promised to help him.
Or yeah, you're
No, EOD was running a game. We were doing it like
Yeah.
oh
Something else, JS.
like Twitch
Oh, okay.
conservative gamer community, like on
because
yeah.
that same thing
And
happened with
EOD
everybody
was
be trying
running
to
it.
start D&D games on YouTube and not following through.
But he ghosted
Yeah.
and just didn't show up and didn't say anything for 2 weeks in a row. So I was done with it. And
That's
now
true.
This is quite the
I'm-
fucking world
I'm the
problem.
bad guy
right here.
because
First world
I just don't
problem.
wanna
Start
play
from
it.
Not the
show
bad
up the
guy.
fucking the D&D
Because
fucking
I
thing. They
ghosted
said
the
do.
game. You're the bad guy because you fucking threw a fucking fit about it. That's why you're the bad guy.
No, you're a bad guy if you make
because
plans.
you
and
because you
don't follow
ghosted the
through.
game and I called you out on it. Okay, fine. Oh, I
Hey,
mean, I'll
Melvin.
be the bad guy in that one.
Hey, folks, it's called Dungeons and
I
Dragons, not
invited
not
you
Dungeons and
to come back
Drama.
again. Okay, let's try again. I'll be more dedicated this time. This is a much bigger module this time. So let's give it a shot.
It's called
Then
Dungeons and
maybe-
Dragons, not
maybe
Dungeons and Drama.
I'll
Okay,
play it,
just
but-
just figure it out in DMs.
I like that, Fox. Okay.
The whole
Fox.
thing is that you're
Dungeons and
mad
Drama.
that you
I do
weren't
have a
DMing
fucking
each
question.
other, so now you can DM each
Excuse
other.
my language. A trucking. I said trucking.
Mel, you
Hey
have no
Mel.
idea about any
Mel,
games that ain't
do you not
anybody else.
live in America? I have a. This is like serious,
Canadian.
honest question.
I'm Canadian.
Bro, why are you so? Why are you so like? You're super.
doesn't it?
Shut.
Don't the
Hey,
Canadians
shut
just have the worst fucking
Can I
taste?
ask?
No,
I
you
swear.
gotta respond in French now. Can you just do that?
Other friend.
No, I flunked out of French class.
This. What? What?
Oh,
Like
Oh, I get it.
instead of
Cause
having a
menstrual-
dick class
okay.
or
I was
I don't know.
exempt.
Then
I was
to follow up,
exempt
I was
because
trying
last
to
mental health
thing would
disorder.
be, why are you so passionate about our like government and like how things are doing here? Like, why don't you just come on over and I don't
Oh
know.
my
That's
goodness sakes.
that was racking my head. It's like, why are you so like, I don't know.
I don't know, because it's like a mirror image of what happens here in a lot of ways.
Me, myself, and I
Really?
didn't we talk just in the last day or so about
Did we?
well,
Did we actually cover this? Did I ask this question already?
not this one. I'm just asking, is that you that was talking to? Because I think.
Oh, I'll keep you guessing. I'll keep you guessing for that.
Okay, then
I
no.
mean,
Please
don't
don't.
second guess yourself.
Can
That's
call
all I
you
have to
Mimi?
say.
Like, I'm getting sick of
Don't.
figuring out what to call you. Can I call you Mimi?
Call him Marshall.
There you go.
That would be very. If you were
US
familiar with him, you probably
US
could
Marshal.
call. Him, but I mean,
No,
Yeah,
no,
I feel
yeah.
like that's
Just
stolen
make sure
valor.
it's 1L.
Yeah,
US
I
Marshal.
don't know why.
No, it's 1L. It's 1L.
Yeah, but the problem,
What's-
yeah, it's 1L. But the problem is, Marshall, is I'm not going to call you U.S. Marshal because I don't believe that you are a U.S. Marshal.
Well, no,
Well, it's a
I
title
just
you
my
don't-
name's
don't
Marshall
deserve,
and I
bro.
live in the US.
Right, but you can't
thought,
say
like,
that.
Marshall
'cause
was
So he
US
is a
Marshal.
U.S.
I live in the
Marshal.
US.
How do you spell Marshall? How do
What
you
the
spell
fuck?
Marshall?
I'm the
How do you
Marshal
spell?
from the United States. That's right.
I live in the U.S., guys. My name's
Eminem is
Marshall.
also a U.S. Marshal.
Please no.
Hey,
Anything but
U.S.
that.
Marshal, do you have any law enforcement
You can
experience or military
call me
experience at
Mimi,
all? Any at
call
all?
me Mimi all you
Any at all?
want. Just don't
if you
say
want to work on a
anything to
D&D
do with
character, I'll
music.
help you. Like, I don't know that happened, but
Grandpa,
I just
let
came-
me help you. Let me help you. I will help you.
No, I got some really
I just
good
need
ideas.
your social security and yes, let's
And
help
you,
you fix your
that
problem
will
on the
help.
internet.
Number
I know,
and-
Melanie.
and-
Why are you so interested in the internet? You can call me whatever the hell you want. Just not what JS said. I'm not even gonna address that.
But if
Please
you
don't.
put your social
I have nothing
into
to
the
do with
chat,
a
it
famous
stars it all out
music creator.
automatic.
My name sucks. Yeah. Um,
I'm still calling you
regardless,
because
that's fine. Better than the other thing.
debate
To be honest.
is my life.
Oh,
No, it's not.
wait. There's
Gay.
nothing to debate about from
Fuck.
Canada.
Kansas is your life.
Be gay.
Yeah, like things aren't as
No,
interesting
please
here.
don't.
So
Please don't mutilate. Please don't mutilate your shit. Like, at least don't. Like, bro, come on now.
okay, no, it'll be okay.
I teach. I mean, you're your own person, but man, I just said, please don't do that.
Here, I'll ask you this. I'll ask
How
you
we
this.
gonna have?
Okay,
How we? If you're,
I-
we can't
I
have.
have an
smart
honest
people
question
who
for Mel.
don't
from the
procreate.
why cut it off?
I live
You
by the
idiot.
principle of
That's the
no
last
harm,
thing
no
I had to
foul.
say.
I
You
live by
kind
the
of
principle
answered
of
me.
no harm, no foul. So I'm just gonna leave it there.
So
Okay,
you're
so
Is that like
libertarian now?
a base?
Oh
Is
my
that like a baseball thing? Where's that
No,
from?
it's actually it came like I grew up
How old is that?
knowing what the Wiccan Reed was.
I've heard
and
that
that's- and
before.
it harm none, do what thou wilt.
You grew up
And
in
so-
Wicca. Yeah, that explains a lot.
Oh, that actually
Yeah, it
comes.
does.
That actually comes from like a. So that comes from like a faith. Not. I thought that was like.
By the way,
a
EOD does it
sports-
because my mom's Catholic.
Alistair
Now I'm
Anyways,
not
like-
Catholic.
You said you grew up in Wicca.
Your mom's
but now
Catholic.
my mom who was Wiccan at the time is
Melvin.
Catholic now. She converted
Melvin.
to Catholicism. Why didn't I follow
Your
her?
mom's
tradition?
Catholic.
Why
Melvin,
didn't you follow in her
Melvin.
footsteps? Probably because you lack her wisdom. It would be my
Guys, really
response
quick,
It
to
seems
that.
like more Wiccans become Catholics and stay
Melvin,
Wiccan into adulthood. So
Melvin, I
it's
have a
weird.
question. Melvin, I have a
They're
question.
called Wicca, not Wiccans. Just
Mel,
FYI.
you come from
So really quick, Melvin, do you believe in God? Do you have some type of like God orthodox?
Oh no,
like,
no, I'm a materialist
no
now.
God.
I'm no longer Wiccan. I'm a materialist now.
No, I'm asking, do you believe in God? Is there like a higher power?
No, I'm an
Nothing?
empiricist.
So when you die, it's nothing. That's
Mel
all it is.
only
Yep.
himself. They have
Oh
no God.
shit!
Oh, yeah, I'm just asking. I was just wondering about that.
What a sad way to live.
Yeah.
Mel,
well,
hey,
okay.
Mel, so you know, like my family come from a long line of witches. My mother and my grandmother, they were all witches. I denounce witchcraft, but they raised me and taught me witchcraft. I denounce it.
He's still too close. Just a little bit farther away.
Well,
Like a couple inches.
Do you have the black book, Cecil?
It really wasn't. You have him turned up too much now. That on your end because he was fine for me.
Yes, but
He's
it's wrapped in like heavy leather, and I don't open it. It's evil.
Yeah, don't touch that. Don't do that, bro.
Well,
Just,
see,
just quit. Stop drinking.
No, it's
You
only
know,
when I realize.
you need to stop drinking because you're
Stop
gonna
drinking.
die. Like you're
There
right
are
on the edge.
consequences. Don't mess. There are things mankind
I'm
shouldn't
gonna
mess
die
with.
regardless of
Whether
drinking.
it's
I
real or
can drink.
magic or any of that works, just be careful, bro. Don't mess around. It's people just shouldn't mess around with some stuff. Be
I
careful.
can see
man.
now why they thought
Okay,
like
okay,
alcohol
Mel,
was
Mel,
a
Mel, Mel.
spirit, because I swear I can hear the toxicity of alcohol in his voice.
I want to
I'm
understand
a Christian. I told you.
when is there a debate when you entered into the debate and you came out victorious? That's
sold.
what I want to know.
Make it
How
about
much does
twice
it
as far
cost
away
for a
from your mouth.
1v1, Jess?
Like
Okay,
That's what
guys.
I want to know. When do you think you want to debate? When is the
Here.
last debate that you came out fucking so on top that you fucking
Is it
waffle
like
stomped your opponent into the fucking ground? When did
That
that
never
last
happened. Never happened.
Never.
So
Not
really
one?
quick, guys, I'm gonna shoot out already, man. Thanks,
Not one.
thanks to JS. Thanks for inviting me out. Oh, well, I popped on here. Yeah, guys, I actually added a lot of you guys on Discord here, so I'll keep in touch. God bless, guys. I'm
Yeah,
gonna split
Cheers,
out.
VO.
Thank you for coming on. Thanks for hanging out. Maybe we'll talk.
Welcome to the Dread.
Maybe we'll talk more
Yeah.
again, and it'll be
Nice
more
meeting you,
one-on-one or something like
For
that.
sure.
We'll have to do something like that.
Also,
I
great
wanted to
job
ask,
with
how
the
much is
Destiny
it for a
debate. It was
one-on-one?
amazing.
Yeah, guys. Yeah, that was a lot of words here. I don't know who was talking to me.
I
My
was just
bad,
saying
my bad. Go ahead.
I was just saying that you did a good job with the Destiny, and I thought it was
Appreciate it.
pretty good.
Appreciate it, man. But yeah, Grumple and the guy in the red shirt, I added you guys. Melvin, I also added you on Discord, so we can get you back. Even on Project
cool.
VeoPod.
Yeah, send some links
JS
or whatever.
Yeah, I'll send you some links and shit. JS, I got you already, so I'll definitely keep in touch with you guys. All right, I'm gonna split out.
All right,
have a good
later.
one, guys.
Keep it sexy, brother man.
Have a good
Have
one.
a great night.
Chat, take it easy. JS, how did the debate thing go? Or your what the fuck was it? Like some sort of discussion, or was it a debate kind of? I don't know.
I'm not sure what you're talking about. No, I
Did
reviewed.
you make it to
Let's
the?
talk about your thing with Shiva this
Okay.
morning.
Oh,
Thank you. Yeah, I couldn't remember.
It was pretty cool.
wasn't
I
a
was
debate, it was a discussion.
I was pretty tired. I was pretty tipsy by that point. You know, it was after I had been awake all night, drinking all night, but it was good. It was a good talk.
I assume you did good. Thank you.
I
He was very gay.
I was looking for it earlier.
Yeah, the show's
Away
called
from
The
that.
Incongruous Sofa. It's on Shiva's channel, The Church of Four.
Oh, that's why I couldn't find it on Jake.
I said a lot of things that Christians would probably get mad at me for saying, but I don't know that all my life I've been
I get really bored. I might check.
in the Bible and in the church and in Christian school, and like there's certain ways that like for me to logic things out, it has to come down to God's in charge, and when you say that,
That's very true.
on its face, if I say God's in charge,
alcohol and logic.
like that sounds base, but then a lot of people can take you down these roads like, oh, if God's in charge, what about this? What about this? And I don't even think it's biting the bullet. It's just being consistent.
In the old covenant, and they're not recognizing the new covenant.
I agree with you,
Maybe I
JS.
put the
think
link
things
in
can
the
be taken out. of
Yeah, I
context.
know the
you.
old
Thank you.
covenant and the new
chat.
covenant argument, but that only applies to ceremonial and tribal laws, but that doesn't have anything to do with moral laws. So if God says it's
How do
moral
you draw the distinction?
to wipe out a nation, then that's
So what would be your self-reflection on your performance? Then? What do you think you could have done better? Or what do you think you did great at? That would be my two questions.
I think it was fine. I think it would have been probably a little better if I was more like I just woke up and I haven't been drinking all night. So I was a little tipsy.
It's a way better place to start a professional debate.
You didn't
type of situation.
It wasn't a
You
debate.
didn't have any.
It
Yeah, I
wasn't-
thought it was supposed to be like kind of a discussion kind of.
And also, I could have put more time into researching the things that I knew we were going to talk about. I kind of like 10 minutes before the debate, I was reading into these things and looking into the arguments.
No, you're right. Debate prep is cringe.
Yeah, but it wasn't a
You
debate.
don't
So
need no preparation. Like, come as you are.
yeah, and that's kind of what I did.
As you were. As they want.
I didn't
you to
prep
be.
for it like I would prep
As a
for a
friend.
debate. Like me and Mosman have a
As a friend.
debate, and,
Hey, well,
and
you never
it's
prep for life.
me
You
and
just
Mosman
are
are
as
gonna
you
do a
are.
debate in July. So when I am gonna do a debate, I
For
want
life.
I want some time to prepare because I really put a
Yeah.
lot of prep into my debates, and
Yeah, that's really smart.
Right, but exactly, but that's just it. Is Shiva said it multiple times. It's not. That wasn't a debate thing. It was.
yeah, it was more
More
just
a conversation.
let's
So
talk
then,
about
exactly.
this.
So the fact that you didn't research and come with a bunch of facts and shit, I think, if anything, it probably would have helped your case. I didn't get a chance to watch it yet.
Yeah,
but
that's genuine. Hell yeah, King.
Yeah, it was more
I
just
would say, yeah,
we were talking about it.
Just conversation.
It was fun. It was good. I liked it.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. It convinces me less when people have to rely on appeals to authority in order to support their case, and versus somebody who's able to put into their own words what it is that they actually think and what it is that they actually feel about a particular situation. I think that's much more convincing. It's much more better to be genuine in a debate than it is to be relying upon this source, that source, this other source. Here's my study.
DOD
bro.
is endorsing the Grumple position right now.
Yeah, people have told me. So, like, my favorite thing about a debate is I like to really write my opening. I like to write my openings, and I like to have a really well constructed written opening. And I'm reading the opening, but then I've had people tell me, don't write an opening and read it. Just freestyle it. And I've never tried that, so maybe one day I'll try that. But I like
Come
writing.
to Team Grumple, yes. Don't no prep. Just walk into it.
You can
not no prep, but
and not need it than to need it and not have it. You know what I mean? I think all things are true here.
Sure.
So it's better to have an opening and rehearse it.
Yeah,
if you have an
that's
opening
what I do.
rehearsed, it's going to sound robotic.
No,
if you freestyle it,
unless your opening is just a W, right?
So again, I'm just going to try to finish what I'm saying here.
My bad.
You can have an opening, but you want to rehearse it
finish
so
your
that way it doesn't
thing.
sound robotic.
Right.
If you don't have it, you might sound like you don't know what you're talking about, scatterbrained, or people may not be able to follow what you're saying.
Yeah, so when I write an opening, I'd like to get my written opening done like a week before the debate, and then I actually record myself reading it, and then I listen to that, and then that way when the debate comes, I have it on the screen, but I'm also just kind of going, to make it seem more fluid. I'm reading, but also I know it by now. There's been times where I didn't have a lot of prep time and I wrote something down, and you can tell I'm just reading off a script. And I don't like that. I like where I have time to actually be able to look at the camera and say it. But I'm saying what I wrote. But
I never prepped for a debate in my fucking life, bro. I just fucking run in there and I fucking start throwing bows. I listen to what I'm being presented with, and I attack that. I attack that position.
And that's a method.
And most of the time,
some people have told me I need to just try that. If you know the arguments, you should just be able to do it off the cuff.
And I don't prep for that either. Maybe I'll read it once before I get up there, but I do it live.
I also just like writing. So when I write it, when somebody challenges me to a debate, it gets me into writing, because I like writing, but I don't ever get started on it. But when I have to get started on it, I have to write something.
I think that's better for like prepared.
Have you done creative
videos and stuff? When I listen like modern day debates and shit, where they have these 10-minute openings and they go through their fucking slideshow and all that crap. It's the most boring thing in the fucking world. Like, I'm not even fucking interested. I
tried the slideshow.
You can actually watch the modern day
back
debate.
and forth and back and forth.
I tried a slideshow in
that's
one
my
debate,
practice
and
it
was a failure.
It's how to do the back and forth.
Epic failure. It was a literal definition of a complete total flop.
And that's what I was thinking. I was like, well, I see him do the slideshows in modern day debate. I'm gonna make a slideshow. I wrote an opening, and then I made a slideshow. And it was bad. It was like, because I'm trying to read and I'm trying to do the slideshow.
Did you engage in modern day debate?
By the way, the main person who did that in MDD was Amy, and she got called the PowerPoint girl for that for a while.
Yeah.
See,
but
JS guess
It's
his
become a
biggest problem
thing.
was he
just
completely
to clear
forgot
some
his-
just to point something out with like if
He
you
just started
want
reading the
your
site.
intros if you want a debate that you can judge, then
It's
you
just
want
like that,
people to be able to make intros, and you want a proper back and forth. You don't just want blood sports. If we don't care who the winner is, then we can just have blood sports. But you can't have it both ways. You can't have blood sports and then declare that you won, and you can't have a super formal debate and not care about who the winner is.
I'm not a fan of.
Well,
I don't like blood
can always declare
sports.
who
I
won.
like more or formal debates. That's I
I
like.
like blood.
You can always declare who won.
I like anal.
Yeah.
So
What?
But yeah, the slideshow was a mistake. I'm never doing that again.
Did I?
No,
What?
what Kirby was just describing. I made an analogy about anal. Did you not hear it?
We don't
For the
care.
record, I told you
my
not to
brain.
do
It's
my
not even going to be
brain-
funny anymore.
Just saying.
My brain
But it is
just
funny.
doesn't.
Yeah, no, it was funny the
that
first
does
time.
not
It's not gonna be
clear.
funny now.
I wasn't sure if I heard you right,
Then
but
let it
I
go,
did hear you right.
Crumple.
All right,
But
whoever starts singing the song is gonna get a punch through the mic somehow. Please
See,
don't.
I'm humbled by my own sense of humor. Whenever I make a joke, I actually and someone doesn't hear it. I'm glad they didn't.
You're
hear it, 'cause I'm
humble?
probably
My God.
I feel like
Fox,
I
who
probably
is that
dodged
dancing
a
next to
bullet.
Donald
Check
Trump?
it out.
Well, it was Butters for a moment, and I was like,
That's
"That's
Wilton from the
Fresh
the
Prince
Will
of
Smith
Bel-Air.
Fresh Prince. Yeah, the Fresh Prince Bel-Air show. It's Wilton.
Well, yeah.
Will Smith, not Will
Carlton.
Smith. Wilton.
Carlton.
Carlton. Thank you.
Oh, I had a
that's-
full screen.
It's the
it.
actual
Okay.
Carlton dance, but he's wearing like the Michael Jackson jacket from Thriller at the time. So
cursed.
Figure
He's
out what's
holding
going on there.
He's got a handful of money too.
He
I
does
didn't
have a
realize I had a
handful
full
of money.
screen.
I mean, you got to have a handful of money if you're
Oh,
going to stand
yeah.
next to Trump and dance, right?
Can't tell.
Well, if you're gonna dance
I
like
mean-
that, you better have a handful of money. Otherwise, you look like a fucking F-slayer.
She could dance like a tard if you have money in your hand, but if you don't,
Everybody
hell
I
yeah,
think that
money,
was the joke.
money does just
If you
fix
when
everything.
you're buying
that's all.
everyone their drinks, yeah,
Now I'm
Hey,
like,
money can't
now
buy
I'm
you
looking into
love.
this Destiny 50 states thing. I only see 2 more
There's only
events.
2 locations on there right
Right.
now.
Yeah, it's only New York and Texas. So
Yeah, that figures.
I'm out of the loop. What is this?
He was
Jeff?
coming
Can
to
you
Salt Lake.
elaborate?
if they come to Utah, I'm gonna do it.
They won't. He's probably gonna get locked up. So
Yeah, no shit, dude. He'd get locked up in Utah. You got blue hair, motherfucker. Come here.
Is Destiny doing a tour or something? I'm kind of out of the loop on that.
Well,
yes, he is. Levi.
Well, Jake said
doing
that
the-
he's doing this debate
Thank
MAGA
you.
people,
Roger
the
that.
anti-Trump tour. He's going to 50 states, and
I think he bought the rights to the On F America tour, and he's doing it
I
now.
think it's a legal fundraiser tour.
oh, okay.
I think he wants groupies.
Yeah, it's like Jeremy
I'll
said,
bet money
I
he
believe
voted
it's
for
illegal. It's a legal fundraising tour.
I think he just wants groupies. Like
He's got
he
to
wants a
pay those
bunch of
reparations.
girls in his
He's got to pay
costume.
those
The
reparations.
reparations?
No,
What?
groupies ain't his
Nah,
problem. Well,
he did
groupies
not.
are the problem that got him in the position he's in right now. So I don't
sound like a groupie.
I don't
What
think
are you
getting
talking about? You're the most groupie motherfucker I've ever met, Mel.
What got him in the
Kiss him-
problem
don't
that
kiss
he's in is
himself.
that he doesn't have enough money to settle on a lawsuit for
Now,
for
what
something
gets
that
ya-
most
He has
people
enough
who have
money.
I'm
knowledge
sure he
don't
has
do.
plenty of money.
Orange
Do you think
Man
Trump
bad.
doesn't have
I
enough
don't hear
money
about
to
Orange Man bad.
do something?
So over
That's
here
it.
the Orange Man bad argument.
Yeah.
Don't keep that.
Never trust the 304.
No,
That was the
I
error.
don't listen to
304 and trust.
He has
take
enough
orders from
money
you.
to settle. He's not gonna settle. It's a lot. It's content. He's getting a bunch of content out of it.
The best content president we ever had.
More like
Content president.
content.
Trump.
More like content.
He also moved merch. Like,
Are you content?
how many MAGA
You're not
hats
content
exist?
with our president?
How many MAGA hats
My
exist?
cunt is tented. Yes.
I had a shirt that said that
Hey, did you
before
say your
Trump was
cunt?
even in
Like-
his second term.
The thing he doesn't have. That's what he means.
I was gonna say, what?
I was asked if I was content, and I said yes. My cunt is tented.
Okay. You don't have a cunt.
You're what now?
Have you
I
looked?
like it. You know,
butthole.
Let's not and say we did.
Are you
Yeah, so don't
claiming?
tell me what I have done.
Actually, no, neither.
claiming a
Neither.
thing?
Let's just not and say we didn't. Fucking what?
Yeah, let's pretend like I have
don't
nothing
really
done.
want to
That's
know,
actually easier for me.
but however, are you claiming a thing?
What was?
I'm
What
claiming
was
your
dude
mom.
gonna ask? Somebody was gonna say something actually cool. I feel like.
My mom is over 80 years old. Good luck with that.
That's not going to stop
Oh,
me from claiming her. It's going to make it easier.
Come on now. Don't
You
no
can't
famous
buy a
stuff.
webcam.
Come on.
How are you gonna
Calls,
travel?
Like elder abuse. I mean, good luck.
There was
Wait,
an Emmett in the room, and then Brandon. and I
Emmett,
haven't
what
heard
was
very
what
much
was
from
it?
either
Look,
of them.
Grumple.
I'm very curious what you
Yeah,
guys have to
Brandon.
say about
probably
Yeah,
don't
what
want to
did
know
you
this,
say,
but your mom
Brandon?
likes
I
it.
missed it.
supposed time.
Grandpa brought up the elder abuse. Like, you're okay with elder abuse as long as he pushes your views or your ideology or whatever you want.
Grumple, cover your ears. She gave me enthusiastic consent.
What?
Enthusiasm.
No, she doesn't know what that is.
Emmett, what did you say? Because I kind of.
Oh, I said
She's
that
like
he can't buy a
close to
webcam. So
dementia.
how is he gonna
Like,
travel?
A
no, that
weapon.
never happened.
Oh,
webcam.
yeah, I wouldn't travel
I make
without
her
a
have
weapon.
Why
lucid
are you?
moments.
No, Furbosaurus.
weapon,
Why are you
right?
trying to like make it so much about my
Webcam,
mom when
yeah.
like
I make her
this
have
is a
lucid
really bad
moments.
topic?
Dude, why you just stop engaging
Yeah,
with it then,
come on.
Grandpa?
You know, I want to like
It
you,
takes
Mel.
two to
I want to like you,
tango.
but the more you talk,
It's
the
kind of
more
funny.
It takes two to
you
tango.
make it so hard to like you. Like, the more you talk, the more like I dislike you.
Cecil,
Like,
your
just shut
audio
up.
is
If you're
Tango, baby. You
What
want
about
Cecil,
getting
I like
hard?
it.
Yes,
Bro,
you
I'm.
I like it.
know.
So it's
Audio is
okay. He
done.
likes you, though.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hey, this is too much for me. I'm gonna go to sleep. Have a good one, everybody.
See
Thank
ya.
you for having me.
I
on.
could tango with a mannequin.
Go, keep it sexy.
Have a good one.
I think Melanie's never seen Short Circuit 2, but maybe you saw the
What's
first
that?
one. It's a movie. Short Circuit 2.
It's a movie about
I
a
think
robot
you've never seen
that's alive.
White Old
Johnny
Mander.
5
God,
alive
there's a
all
lot
the
of it.
time.
Johnny 5 is alive, you see. But,
J5.
maybe Melanie's referencing the second one.
Oh,
Like very few
that
people
actually rings
saw
a bell.
him.
I got a
The
picture now. Thank
first
you,
one,
JS.
which is like, it's
You were making that.
Have you ever seen
saying
Blank
you were
Man?
J5 the other day. Holy shit. Bro, that's
I
like
have
gold.
Blank Man, JS.
Blank Man is fire. J5, no.
So again,
That's,
again about Grumple's
now I
mom.
understand what you were talking about in the chat the other day, JS. That actually makes sense.
the mom
now.
who is over 80 years old now. What is it that
Grumple,
you
I'm
are
having flashbacks with the fucking high
participating?
schoolers on fucking Twitch, bro. Why are
No,
we
it's-
talking about
I
each
got
other's
this.
fucking
All I can
moms?
say is like Grumple
Stop
and I
talking
are
about
probably in
people's
the same
moms,
club.
furball. How
where
old
we've
are
seen
you?
her-
Are you old enough to have a mother
this. It's fine.
who's infirm?
No, I'm not old enough to have
Are
a
you
mother.
old enough
No.
to have a mother?
I'm not old enough to have a mother.
What?
I'm not even conceived yet.
You're not
so-
helping right now.
Not even
Come on out.
conceived yet. Yeah.
I was
okay.
doing a
That's because
thing.
you're a
You're
fucking
not helping
jackass.
right now.
Nobody gets a mother
mom's-
until 30
my-
years old.
My hypothetical mother is actually currently a virgin.
Okay.
That's
fuck
not good. I believe in like the. Never mind.
I mean, we're not gonna say it hasn't happened before.
This is why Sarah banned you, is because
You should
you're
have
nothing but
both
fucking bad
parents in your
faith.
life.
You're nothing but bad faith, and there's
That-
nothing
yeah, that-
from you
I'm bad
except
faith and respond
bullshit
to bad faith
and
questions.
garbage and propaganda. And the propaganda tends people
propaganda.
towards fucking hedonism, and none of it's good for society.
Dude, propaganda
Everybody's
does
starting
not
to
bother
fucking
you. You
realize
sit
it,
around
and you're
here
full of
while
fucking
propaganda is
shit.
happening all the
Everybody
time, you
fucking
fucking
hates you
idiot.
for a reason, you stupid
so afraid
fucking
of
fuck.
propaganda. No, you're
Definition
not.
of
You're not afraid of
hedonism.
propaganda. You love
God
it.
damn it, now I
You
need
love
to
it
look
when
up
it's
the
from
book.
your side, but when you hear from the other side, oh, it's propaganda. I'm very medium.
I'm lazy. What is hedonism? What does that word mean? Seriously,
Hedonism,
though.
bad stuff.
Hedonism.
Hedonism means you
It
get
means
the
I
you
jack
get
off
a
into- it
robot
means
or a
I jack
slave
off into his
feed you
mother.
grapes and fan
I
you
think
off
bad
with
stuff.
a large leaf.
Yeah, it means
I
I
think
jack
bad
off
stuff
into his
works.
mother on a nightly basis because I feel like it, because it feels good.
Hedonism
That's not what
is
hedonism is.
fucking, you know,
Oh.
just lawlessness. There's nothing to it. Just follow your human nature and go fuck everything.
Kind of like this
hedonism.
panel tonight, eh? EOD, why don't you complain about
You're
that?
like
I mean,
like
Why
you're
don't you
heating.
go suck another dick,
Lady,
furball?
like,
Or heat.
No, I get your mom to do that for me. to mine.
Is that where the word heathen comes from?
Heathen
I'm
is
curious.
heath
Like
is
that.
of the forest, or the heath is the
Herbosaurus
forest.
just
So
confirmed.
so
Hey,
heathen would be
Oh,
one
big
who is
butt with a dick.
of the woods or of the earth. Basically, you're
I
just
could
like
have both.
a
Grumple.
forest
Do
dweller.
you want to check to make sure I don't have both?
You're not in
Thank you.
civilization.
You guys are better than
I've
fucking...
had to meet gays to
Cool.
do urinalysis tests when I was active. Yeah, no, I'm fine with it. I've seen a lot of shit that I don't care for, but I'm okay. I'm okay.
Yeah,
I'm
heathen
just saying,
and heathen are
it's
pretty
pretty
similar.
invasive. It's pretty invasive, but I'll let you go in
Thank
there
you,
to check
Jess.
if there's
Actually, like,
both.
sincerely.
I might even like it.
You probably will, but what are you trying to?
What are you guys
trying to
talking
say right now?
about up there?
He's saying
Furby
like,
wants
oh,
me to do like a cup check.
Yeah, no,
I
I
don't-
said I
I
had a
don't-
dick. I said I
Why'd
had a
I
dick,
ask?
and he's like, oh, well, now we've confirmed you have a dick. And I was like, well, how do you know I don't have
Son of a-
both? And so I'm just giving him the opportunity to maybe like probe a bit if he wants to.
They're going to destroy the earth.
When did this become
Here's
a
what I
game?
want you all to realize is that every time you get into a panel with a fucking trans person, it always results to this.
Jeremy,
It always boils down to
invent-
this fucking garbage right here.
That's what your mom said last night.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
anti probing.
Herbosaurus,
Yeah,
I'm
Mel,
not
you're
afraid
so
of doing that. Like,
so proud of your
fine.
dick, Mel, but all you want to do is
If you're not just offended by
Please
my
don't.
mom jokes, you'll actually find they have really good timing, especially the OD there. That was beautiful.
Oh, I respect a good
Offended?
No,
your
your
mom
mom
joke.
jokes don't have good time.
Me too. I'm just kind of
It's
like,
true.
I haven't heard
It is
one
true.
yet. Have you, GS?
Yeah,
It's true.
you're
When
just
you
not
find yourself
making good
alone with a
ones.
trans person, the result is
Yeah,
a little bit of
they're not
fucking.
good at all. They're horrible. Wally makes better your mom jokes.
Well, that's true. No,
Wally's
I would
really
never,
bad at them too.
I would never
That's a
expect to live up to
bold
Wally. No,
statement.
he's the king of them. He's the king of dad jokes too.
No, he's
What's your favorite dad joke?
Do we know the same? Are we talking about the same Wally right now?
I'm not a
I
dad,
don't know
so
the
I'm
guy
not
on the
qualified.
cartoon.
Thank you,
I'm not a dad, so
Shazzy.
I'm not qualified to tell a dad joke.
Shazzy's a member.
you
She
have
said
to be-
mute Mel. We don't really have a clause for memberships and muting. So we're gonna do 1 minute mute on Mel
mute.
for the membership.
Ah,
Ready?
I mean,
There's
I
a
think,
story.
I think, I think,
Good evening.
I think it deserves at least a 5
Here's
minute.
to
A
that,
5 minute?
Shazzy Bear.
5
Yeah,
minute
because
mute.
otherwise it's a 10-minute minimum. So
10
5
minute
minutes if you
minimum. A
remember.
membership is $5. So we'll
There you
do
go,
5
perfect.
minutes. You're muted for 5 minutes, Mel. Here we go. Starting
in 20 minutes.
I got it.
starting at 20.
Wait until it turns.
We're at 3:31.
32.
3:36. We'll let you out of the mute.
I'm trying to earn my keep, JS.
Damn, I was just gonna ask Mel if he's ever stayed in room 40.
Oh my! Wow.
Do you guys ever stayed in room 40?
That's old. That's.
Oh,
old,
Grumple's
bro.
about to pass out on stream again.
Nice. Tired.
1 minute per month.
Hey, no, last
I mean, you
night.
could do that. You could do that 1 minute per month. That'd be.
No, I was
that'd
about
be
to
pretty
look up like,
Oh,
hey,
there
has
we go.
anybody done a metal
No.
cover of Thriller yet? And I
Jazzy
think
just
it's been
fixed it.
done.
That's
There you go, Mama Bear.
there. Now it's
Do they get a Do they get a bonus too? Member.
okay,
and-
so 10 minutes plus the membership
46.
46.
That shit drives me insane, man. You can't
Plus
just
anal.
have a conversation with folks. You know, they want to fucking turn it into all about, well, you know, this is why society is wrong, is because I'm right and everybody needs to fucking listen to me right now. And it's like, maybe you need to listen to society instead of start
having
thinking about what your position is.
conversations.
Right,
The fuck
exactly.
is that?
Yeah. It's hard to do a panel when I don't know, maybe there's a good reason to limit it to like 8 or 9 people.
Yeah, I'll back out too.
Yeah.
I wanted to
What
hear
the
smart
fuck?
people
Did
talk.
Mel just-
Anyways, thank you,
Mel
Jazz.
just dropped?
Mel
Just so you
always
know,
does
Mel, you
that.
can't
Oh,
avoid
Mel's
it.
back.
Oh, okay. So you can't avoid the mute. The time will go when you come back.
Yeah, Mel. Come on,
If
help me
you
help
got
me
a panel
griff,
that
Mel. You
pauses.
gotta stick around. No, Mel. Mel, where you
Mel
go?
is usually really good about helping the grift for the
Well,
channels
wait.
that,
To be
Mel
fair,
approves.
there could be. I could be having audio issues because that just happened to me a little bit ago, where for some reason I couldn't hear anything you guys were saying.
But you
I could
do
see
have to
everybody was
pause
talking, but I
the.
couldn't hear nothing. I had to drop and come back, drop and come back, drop and come back like 10 times.
He's paused.
What you're saying is correct, but
Timer's at
at the same
47
time,
now.
if somebody leaves during a timeout, then it has to pause.
Oh yeah,
And
no,
then-
Jeremy's on
I
it.
got this. Don't worry.
Jeremy's on it. Trust me. Jeremy's on it.
Yeah.
I'm looking up Michael Jackson, the Thriller, just for.
But it's hard when you have 12, 14, 16 people on the panel. I like Discord because you can have like we could have 30 people in here. But also it's tough because it gets crazy. And I kept
the biggest problem, man. I mean, in reality, the only real viable fucking panel is a 1v1. To be frank.
Yeah.
But,
Well, I mean, these panels work all right.
raised.
For the most part, these panels work okay. It's just every once in a while we get people like Marshall or Grumple who
Like
don't
me.
understand it when exactly like that. When somebody's in the middle of a sentence, they don't understand that you just shut the fuck up.
Well, or
Hey, I'm doing better. Honestly, thank you, bro. You're
Cecil
helping
was
me with
just
my
like
social
yelling
stuff, bro.
randomly and like falling
Hey,
out of his
Blackout,
chair.
you have
And his audio was so
Blackout,
bad.
you give some aspersion to how I interact with panels.
Yes, I do, Grump.
Uh-oh.
I think Grumple does well. With
So
panels.
much aspersion, Grump.
Please let your dirty laundry air out, sir.
No,
Whatever it is.
sometimes Grump. Sometimes you have a way about yourself where you decide to jump into a conversation in the middle of other people's sentences. That's all I'm saying.
He's been interrupted by you before, Grumple. Is what he's saying.
Yeah, Grump does it, and Grump also
I've been
has
interrupted by better places than this.
Grump has a very he's got a good mic and he's got a strong voice. So when he talks, it kind of like dominates the.
A little bit.
Yeah.
It overpowers the other people.
Well, how
And
tall are
plus
you,
the
Grumple?
racism.
You're like fucking 6'4", aren't you?
I'm 6'3".
6'3".
I'm at just like a hair under 6'3".
I have a bad
Sounds
habit.
like
and
Cope.
I was
Sounds like Cope. I bet you're 5'10".
There's
no, I don't.
Hang on. Do you see my like? This is Harmon Miller Aaron. See, I mean,
Radical coders in my chat, dude.
I even have the headrest on it, and it doesn't go up high enough.
Fuck him up.
You know what's crazy? I've been watching Radical Coder for like
Radical
years.
Coder is a good.
Oh,
Radical Coder is a good guy.
years now.
Yes. He's in the staging area. Bring him up.
I'll bring him up.
Okay, pull him up.
That's why he's upset.
Dude, I've been watching this guy for Radical Coder. I've been watching you for years in debates on Hippy Dippy and with Andrew.
I never did Hippy Dippy.
Oh, I know, Grumple.
You've
Fuck,
never been on
man,
Hippy Dippy
you're
podcast?
You're the one Mexican in the room, and everybody's fucking ignoring
Well,
you
stuff
right
like
now.
that. I'm just saying stuff like that. Those sort of things.
No, I just like I interacted with Radical Coder in the last week or so, and like I think we're tight
What?
now.
Yeah, we're best buds.
Yeah, we're like, and he's a giant lefty, but like we can still have a conversation, right?
Mute Coder. Damn.
Did I get that?
My wiener.
Sorry, Coder.
Are we cool? Are we cool like that?
Well,
We cool
damn,
like
I don't get to talk to Radical Coder.
Well, at this point, at least they both come off mute at the same time.
Yeah.
Wait, no, Radical Coder is behind like a pull-up bar right
46
now.
Mel and Coder will both be back. Chat,
I know what
I love the
I know
money,
what
but
that thing is, sir. I have one right there. It's
I just have, like,
exactly.
oh, he's exercising.
For dick.
That is
That's
not
for
a
dick.
real dick.
Yeah,
That's
no,
not
just
a legit
hang
dick.
on, Coder.
I'm gonna do my exercise.
I pegged it right. Like that's a power rack that you're behind.
Wait,
right?
he's got dip bars at his desk?
Yeah, well, I mean, no, just where
He
he's
put a rack around his
situated
desk?
right now.
That's kind of based.
who trolled? Who did that?
You know, just like
Who muted the guy that just came on?
I got one right behind my
Nice.
desk, dude. Like,
Shit, what was I just about to
yeah.
say? I forgot what I was about to say.
Yeah, no, like
I wanted to ask.
your pump on.
I wanted to hear what you were gonna ask too.
we're not trying to
Jess,
bodybuild. We're just trying to stay healthy, right?
Who muted that guy? What the fuck? Dude just came up and got muted.
Oh, I was gonna ask about his tooth. See, look, I'm also a missing tooth guy. And
Yeah,
it's
his tooth is really gay.
it's like it's like $2,000 to $4,000 depending on where you go to get an implant. My mom's
Yeah,
a dental
JS.
hygienist, so I get a special family discount. One day we're gonna fix this.
Oh,
What, JS? Hello, new
Take the
friend.
discount. Take the discount and run with it because teeth are
The
expensive.
trick is that you don't want to do what Wick did, where he did like a GoFundMe to raise money to fix his tooth, and then took the money and ran, and then just did progressive victory. You don't want to do that,
and still got
you wanna,
fucked up
like,
teeth.
if you raise any
Is this
money,
a real
no,
thing? This happened?
You can
Yeah,
go
no,
to my
this
old
literally
videos.
happened.
I had
This is Twitch.
I had
Or-
bad like meth mouth. I went and got I got like probably
If you raise money for it,
probably
get the actual
$10,000
dental work
worth
done.
of dental work done for free. I got
What, JS?
yeah. I think I had like 20 cavities filled. I had my wisdom teeth taken out. I had
20 cavities. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I was gonna see.
Did you guys miss? Did you guys miss the part
Yes,
where
I'm
he
losing
was
respect for you. Why do you have 20 cavities?
I don't anymore.
No,
was
somebody
messed
took
up.
you for a ride.
I was a
No,
damn
100%,
homeless
you did not have
junkie.
20
What are you
cavities.
talking about?
No, I
He's
guarantee
on
you
lunch.
didn't have 20 cavities, though. Even if you were a junkie, I guarantee you didn't have 20 cavities.
Bro, my front
They
teeth
just
were
took you for a
falling
ride.
out.
Grumple.
Am I
Go ahead,
this far
Jess.
out on this one?
Go ahead, Marshall.
Yeah, dude, I didn't get my two front teeth either. I wanted to hear what you were gonna say, actually, Jess. I didn't realize you were trying to say something.
Oh no, my
bad.
two
I'm
front
working on it.
teeth were rotting out, and I had a bunch of teeth that were like stubs, and it was pretty bad. But I got it all fixed, and now
Teeth's precious.
the teeth that I'm missing were really bad, and they just pulled them out, and so now
Wait,
there's
you
like
got all that done for $10,000, Grumple? Or I'm sorry, JS.
Lucky.
I got it done for free.
Wait, what? Bro, it costs like a car now.
I think
Yeah, that must be nice, dude. I fucking.
I think my mom ended up paying like because to get the teeth removed, we had to pay. She paid for that, and
I spent like $50,000 on dental work over the course of like 4 years, dude.
well, I didn't have the money to do it, and she helped me out. So
Now,
that's why I love
in
my mom.
fair-
My mom's a saint.
Yeah.
Don't ever do a mom joke on me. And my mom's
You
a
JS
saint.
is smart.
In fairness,
Yeah,
in
how about
fairness,
how
though,
just don't attack
a
David?
good majority of the
I
cost
can
of
test.
mine
His
was
mom is
due
in fact a
to-
saint.
A good majority of the cost of mine was due to the fact that I require being sedated. I won't just do like Novocaine.
But I never had my wisdom teeth out, so they were.
I didn't either.
They were
I didn't even know I
compacting
had
all my
wisdom
other
teeth
teeth,
until
and
I
they were
went to
like my
dental
teeth
work.
were just starting to crush and so I got my wisdom teeth out. They said we've not done this much work on somebody, and like the way you handled it. And then they asked me if I wanted painkillers at the end. I was like, no. I want some ibuprofen. I want some strong ibuprofen.
I didn't
That's
get
about
pain
it.
meds on any of my dental work either.
But yeah, I was in.
I mean, respect. Good job.
I made a video of it. It's on my YouTube, and I had
Yeah, I haven't caught up yet.
my whole mouth was rotting out, and they fixed a lot of it.
Your mush mouth.
I've got.
I was born
I've
with
got
that,
5
JS,
implants
so
from,
I feel you.
Several crowns and several fillings,
But they couldn't.
and literally for every bit of it, I had to have. I demanded to be sedated for it all, and yeah. So then I ended up having to switch a dentist because the anesthesiologist at the first dentist decided to change their policy and not allow me to be sedated anymore. So I went somewhere else, and
That's another problem with me. I do not like the.
I wasn't sedated. I was
don't
on
know
some
what it is.
gas. I was on that gas.
yeah, no, I don't want to. I don't want to be awake for it. But I want to go. I want to
That's
go to the
hard to
dentist,
do.
take a nap, and wake up, and shit's fixed.
Yeah.
I don't mind being awake for it. I just cannot deal with the freaking the whatever it's called the fucking the neat. Excuse my language. The needle in the face. I don't know what it is. It freaks me out. I don't know.
Close your eyes.
I guess.
Fucking notice it, man.
Yeah, that's what they say. I mean, people are definitely afraid of like puppies and stuff, dude. Like, I don't know what it is. I can't explain it. I can't like control it. It stresses me the hell out.
I used to
Oh, it
be
is that
deathly
thing.
afraid of needles. If I got a shot, I would pass out, and then eventually I got into
We used to run
Yeah,
into that a lot with
heavy
Stefani,
drugs,
The-
and
people's blood all
then
the
I
time,
became
they'd fucking
friends with
pass
the
out on me
needle.
in the chair.
And
In the VA, just having
Didn't
them work
Leonard
on my
Skinner
spine.
write a song about that?
There's been multiple times where I said, "Hey, yeah, don't do any painkillers because I need to drive myself home."
That's actually a thing with addicts is needle addiction is like so I knew a
Like
girl.
hand to mouth or something?
Yeah,
Like
like
cigarettes
the hand to mouth with the cigarettes. It's not just the nicotine, but it's the motions and stuff like that. So
Yeah, it's a habitual.
yeah,
That's crazy.
I knew a girl that would just play with needles and just poke herself with needles because she was so
Oh, that would freak me out.
yeah, and yeah, it's crazy.
Did you poke her with your needle? Or I guess it wouldn't be a needle.
No, she.
All right, never mind. I shouldn't.
This camera's going.
Never mind. I'm gonna shut up. I should not speak my mind.
I did, but um, but also
GG's.
she also poked me, but yeah, it was bad. But,
Wait, what?
yeah, that's why that I don't know if we want to go into this, but
No, thank you.
I mean, I
Jess.
don't care. I'm pretty
Yeah.
open about it. I think addiction's like a thing
I was dead on birth. My mom was handcuffed to a hospital bed. I think I met her when I was like 10, bro. I was like, they had to like revive me. My dad like spent so much money on my mouth. I actually just the last like year and a half, I've been taking care of my teeth, and they've been falling out recently. It's messed up, and it's ridiculously expensive. On top of the fact they don't want to give me any kind of insurance for some reason. But I know people that get like that don't deserve it, that get all this help. I don't
Yeah.
know. It's hell. So yeah, if you got any discounts, buddy, old pal of mine.
You didn't poke my butt. Damn, bro.
Yeah, I know. I was kind of like my brain went down. I was like, "There's no way JS would not let somebody take him." So I
No, my
came to that
weakness was not
conclusion
the
on
drugs.
my
My weakness was the women. And
own. Ooh, they came one and one. Maybe.
they did. They came together.
Just a quick note, you guys.
Stuff will do. Yes, sir.
1 minute before Mel and Coder come off mute, and they're Coder's probably going to come in relatively hot for getting muted immediately up. So if there's anything you want to say before they do, say it now.
All the racism.
Yeah, and I expected that from you, Grumple.
Well, say something you
Make it
haven't
more
said yet.
Shout out racism. Last time a woman called me
Shout out
misogynistic, I told her, "Why don't you try misogynistic?"
I'm looking at Thriller, like the bass line from Thriller, and I'm like,
I don't believe in either of those words.
All right.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, I don't
yeah,
see-
no, let him play.
I don't see race.
I see racism, and you should probably get endorsed by racism.
Well, JS says
Okay.
racism isn't real.
It's not.
JS is right.
Interesting concept.
I mean, if we all followed that, guess what? Boom, it works.
If everybody was doing that,
Have you ever
then
played chess?
it'd be a thing.
I'm a
Drug
It's like
addiction.
20 steps ahead.
Shout out Marcus Antonio for being a fucking loser, beta soy boy. Total embarrassment. Super sad to see the hatred for coders, the most oppressed class.
He's already.
But you know it is.
Hey, as
Teaching us to
radical
speak that.
coder, with the meme with like learn to code and stuff, how do you feel that your job is totally obsolete with AI?
You think coders are obsolete, or do you think coders are like
AI will
supercharged right now?
AI can code way better than you can code.
Wait, radical coder. Wait, hang on. There's no. Hang on. I'll say there's no
The
hate
name
here, but I
actually
can't speak
follows.
for
AI doesn't replace my job.
AI is
So I
not going
wanna
to
do
replace.
this.
There's certain jobs AI can't
Not
replace,
yet,
but
Jeremy.
coding.
Knock on wood.
I was just waiting out my my mute, by the way, but I'm actually very tired. So have a good night.
All right, Mel.
Take care, Mel. Good seeing you.
Coding is going to be
running
the first
away,
thing
obviously.
that coding would be the first thing that AI would replace.
No.
Well, I mean, you would-
We've discussed this several times, haven't we? Where we explore the freelance market, and most of the people on the freelance market are actually coding with AI, aren't they?
No, yeah, it's a great tool for learning and whatnot, but it's not going to replace it entirely.
Great tool for building.
Wait, how can AI not completely replace coders?
Because
You still have to have somebody that checks it to make sure it's good.
Yeah, you
So
still have
that's
to know
like
what the
still-
fuck you're
Right,
feeding
and-
into it. Like,
And if you don't know what you're doing with it, then you're just going to end up with a really messy code that you need someone like me to come fix, which is what is about to happen over the next couple of years.
It is possible that technology can take over all of those positions in the future.
What ends up happening is that the same amateur who asked the AI to build the code in the first place asked the AI to fix it, and the AI will come up with some convoluted fucking methodology in order to fix it. And it just complicates the problem
robots
even
be
further.
building
But at the end of the day,
robots.
the fucking suits don't give two shits. All they want is a short timeline and a good output. That's all they fucking care about.
They do give a shit.
Nobody ever gave a shit about the back end
sounds
except
like bad
engineers.
sex.
And engineers do not run the fucking world. We're fucking slaves.
Anyway, I was going to say like the coders are basically going to be orchestrating like fleets of agents, like good coders anyway. Good software engineers are going to be like running basically suites of their own software engineers. All right, I might come back in 10 minutes. I don't know. I'm muted again.
Damn.
But if you get some AI stuff, I can
we
teach you.
should take
you know.
this guy
I've
no,
never
don't
got
be
to talk
teaching
to
nobody
Radical
that.
Coder.
You should unlearn what you learned. You're gonna
Full of shit. He doesn't know what he's
destroy
talking about.
all of our
He's
jobs.
completely
10
fucking
minutes.
wrong. At
10
the end
minutes
of
for
the day,
Coder.
what actually wins the day is the person who knows how to talk to the AI. That's who wins the day. It's an AI quote unquote engineer.
No,
It's
the
person who
guys
does
that
not know
build
the
the
first
AI
fucking
and
thing
the
about
robots.
engineering, but knows how to manipulate an AI. That's who wins the fucking day, not an engineer.
You're
How they
slightly wrong
outsmart
there.
us and pretend like we have control.
As somebody who actually writes code for a living and whatnot, what I can tell you is AI will change your position. You will have to utilize it, but there will still be somebody who actually needs to know and understand that code to at least facilitate the function of QA on that. Otherwise, you end up with insecure code that nobody knows what the fuck it
Great.
is.
How many companies have you worked at? How many personnel are QA and how many personnel are actually fucking coders? How many people actually turn the butter in order to make the thing work, and how many people make sure that that's right? It's a much smaller QA staff.
It seems to me like that's the first thing
But,
AI is going to
however,
replace.
100%. I'm looking forward to that day because I have over 2 decades of experience and know what I'm doing. So I'm going to get a lot more jobs. Like I'm going to get a lot. I like over a year ago, like a year and a half ago, I started a company to just do contracting for the exact same thing that I've been doing for like a long time. And the way things are going, I'm going to get a lot more business doing that.
That's fantastic from an anecdotal perspective.
being
That's
somebody
fantastic
who
as long as
knows.
you're in a position where you can be recognized as having such experience. However, at the end of the day, what you're doing is
Yeah.
you're eliminating
It's good
jobs
for
from the
me.
market. You're eliminating coders from the market, and so many people
Yeah,
have
no,
invested
it
in this
100% is.
profession. So many people have invested
Game
in
recognized
this whole
game,
fucking
granddad.
practice. They're gonna get fucking phased out. And a lot of people are
No,
going to end up,
they are,
with their
but
thumbs up their
I'm
butts,
better
wondering
than
what the
them,
fuck they're
so
supposed to do
I'm
with their
gonna
fucking computer
get the
engineering
money.
degree.
Their positions just change. It's an
Yes,
evolution.
it's very little reason to get a computer engineering. Like, what the fuck? Who even gets a is that a degree now?
The guys that want to take your jobs.
I don't know if there ever was a
With
degree.
robots
It's computer
building robots.
engineer. I think that's just a title they like to give people with like computer science.
My 4-year degree was in computer science, which is like I would have rather had.
Do
if
you
I could go back
use
in
that
time,
degree?
Either mechanical engine. No, fuck. I rewrote the curriculum for them because they're
You work, in,
idiots.
you work in security, right? That's falls with. I mean, it's not infosec, but it's still related. Infosec
Yeah, no, I'm
It's
like
definitely
I jump over into infosec. Like, dude, it's in the realm. Like, I just do network engineering. I'm just a simple network engineering monkey.
Well, yeah.
See, my
And you
degrees.
eat crayons and
Just
you're a
simple
fucking
monkey.
retard.
My degrees are CIT is what they stand for, which is Computer Information Technology. It also falls under computer science, but it is not computer science. My minor was actually computer science.
My
But
major was
for
also
the
computer
general
information
basics of
technology.
what that translates to is system administration, network administration, with an emphasis in infosec.
Well, everybody here is like a lot of into infrastructure. So hey, if you have a problem where like you have a storage unit, right? Like it's, let's say a NetApp or an EMC or something, where somebody didn't like set it up correctly, and to where you can't do a failover. What do you do? Like how do you solve that problem?
That's hitting
How do
me
you-
right in the heartstrings, Cutter. Cute dog. Right on.
Yeah, see, my dog's asleep because it's fucking
You're asking
6
me how to do
o'clock in the
failover
fucking
with
morning.
a storage
No,
device?
to where you can't fail over. Like it was set up to where you can't fail over. How do you fix that situation?
Grumble,
Because
just
it
stop
was
while
set
you're
up-
ahead.
set up originally.
No, I mean
We're
they're
having a
onto something.
conversation,
It's just
right?
y'all aren't
This
geeky
is-
enough.
this is just
Jeremy
nerd
was getting ready to pick you apart, bro. Just be
But
careful.
You literally would have to. The only way that would be a situation would be if you put all your eggs in one basket. You have one storage solution, and everything was in that, right? So the way you would fix that is
No, that's not. You can just set it up wrong from the get go.
Well, no, that depends. If I mean, you're talking failover. Are you referring to storage and having two separate volume groups or whatnot? Or are you referring to failover as in the one storage appliance entirely goes kaput? In which case, now you need to fail over to something completely different. In which case, you would need a
Oh, NetApp's EMC, like everybody who makes one, Simplicity or whatever their name is.
Adam Dotson.
Is that his
They
foot?
generally make it so that you can.
Oh, that's a
you
dog.
have one unit that's controlling the sifs, and then one unit that's controlling the block, and then like.
Look at that
when you're ready to
doggy.
do
Look at that
maintenance,
doggy
how you
there.
I
fail it
know. I
over.
had a full screen it too.
I didn't even see the
Is
doggy
it?
yet.
I wanna.
Yeah.
When's he?
Fail it back.
Is that a dachshund?
But it would
Shout
still
out,
be
cat.
a
I
separate
just
unit
noticed the
that's
dog. I
handling
didn't even
that
see the
process.
dog. What the dog
I
do though?
find it interesting that Radical Coder started this whole conversation about AI and then has dipped out and decided to show off his fucking
no,
dog
he's on mute.
instead of actually participating in what anybody's having to say right now.
He's muted.
He's muted.
I've had to
Wait,
deal
what?
with this. I've had to deal with the
Did somebody
situation
just
in the
attack the
real
guy
world.
that was
and
muted?
fix it.
Yeah, I did.
What is that? It looks
Yes.
Big
some
whoop.
sort-
You wanna fight
Why-
about
like,
it?
I would use this if I was interviewing somebody to join a team. I would use this as.
Oh my god, that dog! Oh my god! I just turned into a
I
liberal.
am
I just became a
envious.
liberal.
You're like
Oh,
the
shit, I wouldn't
dude,
go
big
that-
buff,
I wouldn't
catted
go
dude,
that far.
getting off the motorcycle, then going, "Oh, there's such a
When
cute
I see a
little
cute puppy, it
puppy."
makes me feel like a damn Democrat.
Why in Grumple y'all are
What?
talking?
Because
y'all are
I feel
talking
like
past each other.
emotions and stuff. Usually I don't feel those.
You're
Bro, I
missing the point
seen-
of what Grumple's trying to say.
Rest in peace,
There are
Hulk
different ways
Hogan
to set
gets
up
a
different systems, and
motorcycle
there are
gang
different
guy
ways to
gets
have
off the
backup.
motorcycle, tatted up, ripped, and then they turn in, they baby talk like when they would see like Hulk and stuff, JS. So it's not just you.
Looks
Oh,
like
EOD, it's understandable.
some sort of
Attracting
collie
the
mixed
gays
with.
right now. It's fine.
No, not
I
collie.
think it's a dachshund mix.
I see dachshund and I see collie. Like I see like there's dachshund.
Hey babe, what kind of dog is this, Booba?
I'm trying to figure out if Cat's muting
White
somebody
cheddar.
for 20 minutes or just putting a
Give up.
comment in there
Dachshund Chihuahua.
appreciating.
No, she's just. I think she's just. I think she's just sending $20 to say, "Look at that dog."
Turkey mix.
But it's not a. It's bigger than a wiener dog. It's.
Cat
it can't.
is my ginger sister from another mother.
Hold on, white cheddar.
Oh, it's a
nail goes on the
long-haired.
hammer.
Okay, it's a long-haired
Hold on, hold on.
dachshund.
Hey, what just happened?
No.
JS,
Is it
did
long
you
hair,
just
Doctor?
raid the gauntlet? Or did
White
my
cheddar
browser-
said long-haired dachshund.
It's a long-haired dachshund, but it looks bigger. Like it has
Oh,
something else
just
in
a
it.
long-haired dachshund, purebred, I guess.
Purebred long-haired dachshund.
Long-haired dachshund.
Maybe it only looks bigger because Radical Coder is like a small guy.
That dog is bait. That dog is bait. That's not even worth fucking taking home.
He's a small guy.
Y'all are crazy.
Alright, JS, I'll put it in chat.
Put that dog in front of a Rottweiler and see what happens.
Don't kiss
put
the
it in front of
dog.
an angry Rottweiler and see what happens. That dog is gonna be a fucking rag doll.
I mean, I don't know. I think they look pretty
All
good
right, when's
pack animals.
when's the mute end?
What's wrong with your Rottweilers? You're a terrible pet owner.
What I'm telling you is in
And what I'm telling you is that's
a
terrible thing to
confrontational
say,
situation. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
in a pack situation.
Well, if you own a
hang on,
Rottweiler,
I
it
got
should not
this.
do anything unless you tell it to, or vice versa.
Yeah, well, like in a confrontational
Not-
situation, right? Like they're coming into our territory and we need to address that. Like that's a confrontational situation.
Yeah, Cat's just sending
You're
super
a terrible
chats.
pet owner. Please don't own it.
Thank you, Cat. You're
Oh
awesome.
no, I love my dogs to chase down possums. and
Cat
fucking
single-handedly
rats and
just
fucking
got us.
groundhogs. That's exactly why I have a dog.
Pretty much.
That's fine, but also if you go to the park and your animals.
The goal was $100
yeah.
and we weren't
Yeah,
hitting
well,
that,
when I get
so
around
we
other
lowered it.
animals,
And Cat single-handedly just got us over the $50 goal. So
Your animals should ignore
Seriously,
other animals,
Cat. Seriously,
especially
Cat.
pets.
Cat
unless
and,
you
So here's
Cat
the thing,
and,
brother.
Marcus.
Is when you got a dog is gonna do things that dogs do. So
Well,
you gotta let
that's
them do it.
wrong. Hey, do you not like small
when it
dogs?
when it
You
comes
never
to a
met-
park or a
They're all
social
yappers,
situation, there's a different approach, and the
Always for
dog should be able to
1-year-olds,
respond
yes.
to that. And my dogs, I've been done just fine in either situation.
Oh,
I used to let
good,
my
good.
dog
Okay,
off
so
leash
they
in
are.
the park all the time. He'd run around and chill out with other dogs and have a great old time.
Oh, okay, okay. All right, never mind. I was getting
King
ahead
said
of
use
it.
that cat to mute these fools. No, I'd like to talk to Radical Coder because he's debated Andrew, and I've watched a bunch of times the Andrew and Rachel. The dogs stay. Cat says the dogs are sticking around. Thank you, Cat. Dang, you're so generous.
That's perfect.
We have
That's perfect.
another dog
I
entered the
wasn't-
chat.
I wasn't saying mute Carter. I'm saying mute
Another dog entered the chat.
or Mark, people who just have those sorts.
Your mic is like in the garbage disposal.
Yeah, you're
Cut
breaking
out,
up.
King. What?
It sounds very much garbage disposal, Mike. Hang on, we got a grumple
My bad.
dog here. Hold on.
Dude, a woman with money is intimidating, Cat. Why
Is that tiny little
Why
dog
are you trying
Gretel?
to intimidate me?
Why do you say that? Why do you
Yeah,
say
no,
that?
this is little dog.
I appreciate it.
This is little dog.
She gets it in
Wait,
the chat today.
wait, I shouldn't say
Really?
that. Okay, never mind.
No, that's her name is little dog.
No, women with
Oh.
money. Give me all your money, woman. That's what I should say.
Her name is little dog.
She's
But anyway,
pretty, I like her.
I stay at home and take care of the house.
She's
Coder's
gotten a
the
lot
Dogs.
bigger, bro.
Coder's
I remember
unmuted,
when
so
that dog was actually quite small.
hold on. Radical Coder.
Yeah, Coder.
So you
What's
interviewed,
up?
are you? I used to see you on a lot of modern day debates. You debated Andrew
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Rachel a couple times. I watched those,
Yeah, good.
and then you kind of disappeared for a little bit.
Yeah, I took a good long break. Actually, James emailed me recently asking me to come on, but I really hate his prompts, so I just never got back to him. I feel kind of bad because he's a nice guy, but like modern day debate prompts are really shitty. I mean, Sarah's are a little bit better, but
Can't you?
there's more. I don't know. There's more like user control or like debater control of what the topics are in Sarah's panels. But modern day debate, they're just really stuck on like, is feminism ruining dating, or men? How bad men are so fucked, right? So, everything sucks for men. It's so bad, right, guys? That's like every topic. Or
Yeah.
it's like
In the chat. Yeah.
So
it's
like 3 years ago, I was
in their chat.
like 3 years ago, I was trying to get. Well, I wasn't trying to get onto
Anecdotal.
modern day debate, but I was looking into how to get on, and so you don't get to come up with your own topics. You have to tell them like
Don't
this
do it,
is
JS.
this is the sort of
Not
thing,
usually, yeah.
and they give you the topics.
Yeah, I mean, I tried to. I like offered to debate James once. I was like, I want to debate you on whether or not modern day debate is actually like a neutral platform, because he always says that they're like modern day debate's a neutral platform, but I think it's very much like a right tinted lens, and I think that the fans like it for that. So I don't even think that's a really controversial statement.
When was this?
There's a lot of
couple
Jameses. Who's this?
a couple years ago. So I would agree when I first started watching modern day debate, like James is a Christian and it seemed to lean right. And then I stopped watching modern day debate for a while because it became Muslim versus Christian and flat earth. Every single debate was Muslim versus Christian, flat earth, flat earth, flat earth,
Still a lot
flat
of
earth,
that.
flat earth, Muslim
And
versus
occasionally
Christian,
like
flat
are
earth, flat
trans
earth.
men or trans women, like just those the same questions over and over and over.
Yeah. But
doesn't like sitting in laps anymore.
It seems like most of the team,
big
most of his team and his moderators and his chat now, before the last maybe 4 months, now that like the Crucible's getting back involved with modern day debate, was very left.
I was gonna say, I was gonna say that is like now that Crucible's gotten in there, you can totally see it like totally curve to the Crucible side of thinking, and they're trying to pull that audience. You can tell.
No, Andrew Wilson
But
is just such a fucking force of nature with this shit, man. I don't know what the fuck that guy did. But...
Yeah, I agree. And also, I wouldn't
The wave
compare
that
those
he
two
has-
channels at all.
But for a while there, modern day debate was very atheist. Well, specifically with their religious debates, it was very atheist.
It's still very atheist. It's
which is weird because James is a Christian.
Do you read their chat?
I think it leans like right wing secular. I think is what like a lot of the audience is there.
No, I don't think so.
Well, I think what we're
disagree.
demonstrating
I
is
think
that
it's
over
left-wing
time
secular.
it's
I
swung,
think it's
it
mostly
changes.
left-wing.
So it is kind of a neutral platform.
I haven't seen it enough. Maybe I just got a bad. Maybe I watched the bad one or something that ruined it for me.
There was a time
But-
when it was more right wing. There was a time when it was more Christian. There was a time when it was more atheist, and just all these times have happened in the last 4 to 6 years.
I don't think that's very. I think it's a pretty clear move away from what you're talking about, where it was
Maybe.
Christian
I was
and
part-
conservative. It's moved away from that. It in fact it has flipped completely, to my mind. From what I see,
But doesn't that prove that it is a
completely left wing secular?
Doesn't that
It's
prove that it
completely-
is a neutral platform?
What qualifies as being neutral EOD, frankly, but like I'm not even talking about like the audience. I'm talking about like the proposition.
How can you say that it's neutral when they refuse to approach topics like common sense topics like abortion or gay marriage or shit like that?
No, but
Instead,
they've
wanna
done-
talk about
they've done-
flat Earth, and instead they want to talk about flat
That'd
Earth
be
and
racist.
fucking atheism versus Christianity or Christianity
They
versus
hosted
Islam. They wanna
Alex
talk about the
Stein
shit that gets
saying
the
that,
clicks. That's really what it's about, and that's led them to this hedonistic fucking left wing secularism bullshit.
They used to be a lot more interesting because they hosted debates like the Titanic sinking was an insurance scam, and I believe that, and Alex Stein was there doing that.
I mean,
and then they
maybe,
did
yeah, that-
Santa Claus.
Stein,
Santa
on
Claus
99
is
sexually harassing
pagan
AOC.
debates. Like those are the debates I like to watch. Is like Santa Claus is pagan or dinosaurs built the pyramids or but
that's the common Trump voter conspiracy.
What?
Meme
No,
world.
none of that is common Trump voter anything, dude. None of that is common
Dinosaurs
Trump
building
voter anything.
pyramids is
That's
common
fringe
Trump voter
conspiracy
conspiracy?
hogwash.
Please clarify your position, sir.
That's Trump. That's MAGA. MAGA is cringe conspiracy hogwash. It's just as strong
Okay, there you go, right there. I'm glad you fucking admitted that you're a fucking retard. Thank you so much for making that perfectly clear to everybody.
No,
I mean, listen. Not every Trump voter is a flat earther, but every flat earther is a Trump voter. Okay?
All right, so we're gonna have to get me and Radical Coder
No,
on
not
modern day
necessarily, but
debate.
also, hey,
MAGA is
Mr.
not a
Coder,
cult.
EOD is maybe somebody that you might want to interact with in the
No,
future.
no,
I'm not
he-
sure.
Yeah,
100%,
you
but
totally missed it. He said Coder said he's not really going back
he's
on
not making
modern day
he's
debate.
not making a great case right now.
You're better off having Sarah modded or something.
Look, man, All I'm trying to say is that MDD leans fucking.
I'm on his side.
Okay, now you're out here trying to say that every fucking MAGA person is a fucking tinfoil hat retard. This is exactly what's wrong with the left right here, is that you do not understand your opposition, and yet constantly reach across the gap in order to embrace folks like you who are willing to bridge that gap with us. And there are so many people who are far too cowardly to even give it a fucking shot. And yet when folks like you show up, you don't have the modesty to listen for 2 fucking seconds to let somebody finish a goddamn sentence, as you're demonstrating right now. And so it's all about imposing your ideology onto us instead of listening to what it is that we have to fucking say.
That's what they always pay.
And all of that stems from the idea that we're somehow some conspiracy tinfoil hat kooks.
You are. Most of you are. Yeah.
EOD, that's not the ideal that we all go for.
I mean, I do have a tinfoil hat.
It's not the ideal at all.
I hate to break it to you. You may not see yourself as a conspiracy theorist, but if you are a Trump sycophant, you are a conspiracy theorist.
You are a conspiracy theorist too. The left, well, maybe not you, but the left. What do you think about? Did you
people who day by day when Trump swings between different people who praise everything Trump does, even though it's all half of it's ridiculous.
If I say that Trump did good on tax cuts and he did bad on the mRNA
that's not what a conspiracy
what does that make me?
Agreeing
if I say
with
Trump did good on the tax cuts, he did bad on the mRNA vaccine, what does that make me?
It makes you a racist.
Agreeing with a politician on his stances is not what a conspiracy theorist is.
Why don't you believe Trump when he's about the vaccine stuff?
Okay, so there you go. I said something good about Trump that makes me a Trump sycophant in your mind. That's the definition.
Did you see
anything that you recognize that is good for Trump makes you a Trump sycophant?
Brian,
did you see the lefties saying that the hold on, Grump. Did you see the lefties saying that the assassination attempt was faked?
Trump did.
Coder?
It was fake? No, it wasn't. It was some random guy. But everyone talks about it like they always say they tried to kill him. They tried to kill him. It was just some dumbass Republican kid.
Really?
Yeah.
So and you don't think there's anything weird about the Secret Service letting a guy get on the most?
Right, guys? It's kind of weird.
It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird that
it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. There's no substance every single time, dude.
I'm giving you the substance that the most accessible roof,
Ryan,
the most obvious point for a sniper.
So hang on, can I?
No, you hang on, Grump. I'm in the middle of a point. Damn. When somebody climbs up on a roof in the most accessible point for a sniper position, and they say the roof is too angled and they can't stand on this, like, you don't think there's anything strange about that?
What do you? I mean, wait. What are you saying?
Well, first I was asking that a lot of lefties said that it was all a.
What you think happened? Tell me what happened.
I think
was that from the Secret Service at the time, or like
I think some powerful people wanted to take Trump out.
Trump is the powerful people.
But who was the one who said, "Hey, I can't stand on this roof because the grade is too high.
It's too much of an angle. We can't send the Secret Service up there." But anyway, now we're getting into the right's conspiracy theories about it. But I was asking,
yeah, no, just JS that particular thing. Like, it was a very shallow grade.
I know, and they still said it was.
Did you see it?
Yeah, it was. They said, yes. So we're getting into the rights conspiracies, but I was just asking him if he ever went into the left made conspiracy theories about it too.
You were asking him about.
So it's not.
My bad.
It's not like one side is the conspiracy theory side. The left will do it when it fits them too.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
Like what?
They said that it was it never happened. A lot of people on the left were saying that it was fake. It was ketchup packets.
Who did? Like who? Like what mainstream Democrats did?
Mainstream? I don't know about mainstream.
So mainstream Democrats, I mean, like
Rachel Maddow? Mainstream people aren't going to touch on any of this.
Wait,
stuff.
hang on, quick. I want to understand what's a mainstream Democrat as far as like what you're asking.
Like the Young Turks.
Yeah, I would say either like a pundit, like a pundit from like MSNBC or CNN or whatever, or someone in the Democratic Party. I don't think anybody in those.
I can give you an example. What about that lady that just got fired Joy Reid? Was
I just
it
wanted
Joy
to
Reid?
clarify what you meant.
Was it Joy Reid who just got fired from what was the network that
Oh,
she
did
was
she?
at?
That's amazing.
And she was saying that Elon
Rumble,
Musk.
will you fucking knock it off, dude? Seriously.
She was saying Elon Musk used his technology abilities to alter the election. So when
Maybe he did.
Oh, okay. So we found one.
It sounds racist
Okay,
to
we
me.
got
What
one.
are you
I don't
talking
know
about?
if he did. Well, I don't think he did. I think that there was. I mean, the Republicans do engage in like voter suppression, like, but it's more about like
Okay,
disenfranchisement.
hang on. You just said Republicans engage in voter suppression. Back that up,
Yeah.
please, sir.
Yeah, I got you. Hang on.
No, stop.
Yeah.
Let's stick to what we're talking about.
I'm gonna put a gamble.
No,
that-
he
I'm
brought
gonna,
he
I'm
brought
gonna
up a
put a gamble
thing.
that he's gonna put voter
I'm gonna
suppression
call him.
and voter ID.
Yeah, don't derail it. This is
No, Ryan. We're
How
we're
come
good.
if the
Just-
right
this is
questions
content.
an election
I
result,
really want to hear that.
if the right questions an election result, we get banned off the internet? For a
You
while
don't.
there,
You
it
do
was
it all the time. You do it constantly.
okay.
All Republicans do is say that the 2020 election was rigged. They still do it all the time. They
Okay,
never
but we
stop.
saw Hillary question it for
Hillary
4
Clinton
years.
never
The
stopped
Trump
saying
election.
the 2016 election was rigged.
She conceded the next day.
No, she didn't. She still she still keeps doing it and saying it.
Wait,
Okay,
which saying what?
That's anyway. I don't want to get hung up on the Hillary thing. That's just
Hillary
an
Clinton
example.
still says it was stolen in
No, I want to
2016.
talk about what he just agreed that Elon
Yeah,
could have used his powers to affect the
I
2024 election.
I don't know any evidence of that. I was going to bring up the actual disenfranchisement, which I'm pulling up.
Well, you can
articles
say
about
it.
right now.
You're not going to get banned for it.
Yes, the clean voter ID, Ryan.
Well, voter ID is one method,
Yeah,
but
that's
well, one of the things I was going to bring up is how they implemented these new policies where like you can basically any random person can challenge someone else's vote and like basically get them get their you know what I'm talking about. They filed there's these new laws that some Republican states did.
I mean, who is they? And what are some Republican states?
Legislators.
Like, what are just name a couple of them and just what are the?
I'm not. What I'm thinking is sources too. I don't want to just speak out of my ass and like name random people I don't know who was involved specifically. I just know this thing.
Okay, well then, I mean, maybe you know what you're talking about. Just because I would like to know what you're talking about, so we can talk about it.
You could wait a second while I pull up
what,
the information instead of picking instead of like trying to force answers out of me before I'm like confident.
Hang on. No, please don't misconstrue that. I'm not trying to force answers out of you. I'm making content while you're getting your answers. Please, I'm not pressuring you at all. It's not my intent.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to accept anything regarding voter ID. Like
Just
that
hanging
makes
out right
no
now,
sense to
but we're
me
making
about
content.
Enfranchisement. But the other one, I'm real curious on that. Like genuinely curious about the.
Here's some stuff from Brennan Center. Here, this should. So
Jeremy, your volume is a little bit low. If you could
turn
increase
it
it,
up. You know you can turn it up. You idiot.
it would make it good for me.
You
Yeah,
have
you
some
lazy
control,
fuck.
Rumble, turn it up on your side.
The only thing I'm trying to.
I'm letting you know that your volume is low, and so that
So
makes
what
it,
were you trying to see through, JS? I do want to hear that.
I'm just trying to call out.
Chat is also.
I'm trying to call out.
Chat can't hear you
Shut
either.
up. Grump, you're muted for 10 minutes. Shut up.
Grump.
I'm just trying to call out the hypocrisy of how I've noticed when Trump is president that all the right wing people are conspiracy theorists, and then as soon as
they always were,
as soon as Biden was president, like the right is always the conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, absolutely. At least for the past decade. Yeah.
Do you think that
And probably before that, yeah.
Do you think anti-vax people are conspiracy theorists? Yeah. King.
Oh, sorry.
What the fuck?
That's Jeremy. Pressure wash. Do you think that or I'm sorry, I said anti-vax is a conspiracy theory. Yes, you said yes.
Yeah,
who were the original anti-vaxxers?
The original anti-vaxxers? I mean, like, I know there was a point where there were like kind of like hippie people who were kind of anti-vaxxers. Are you saying those are like the leftists? the Democrat? Were they Democrats?
The
Or were
left.
they like
Smart people.
The left.
the left? I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
The
per
left
se.
were the original anti-vaxxers.
Anti-vax movement roots. I'm just curious. It's
Hippie
an NPR
people.
article.
Hippie people. You
Actually, I
think
there
hippie
was something
people?
before
You think
then.
hippie people are generally more right wing or left wing?
Depends,
Do
honestly.
you mean like exactly anti-vax during COVID or just in general?
I think the COVID
I'm not
one
just
specifically
talking.
broke a
I'm
lot of
not
people's
just talking
brains.
about COVID. I'm talking about
The original anti-vaxxers.
the
okay.
original anti-vaxxers were Democrats,
Like who?
and the right
The other
I
wing.
was curious.
The
I
right
don't
wing
know.
was pro-vaccine because of capitalism and medical advancements. We wanted to support the medical system and vaccines and things like that. That's part of
Funny how that flipped,
capitalism.
huh?
The left was anti that.
When and wait, this is crazy. That
So
sounds
this
cool.
this
Tell
conspiracy
me more.
theorist pendulum seems to just keep swinging left and right and left and right. Both sides can be conspiracy theorists.
What's
You have a
wrong
third
with
example?
conspiracy theories? You guys are saying like that's a bad thing.
I'm
I can
not.
answer it. Yeah, I think they're bad because they serve as like a substitute for critical thinking and like learning. Like basically give you like you'll be like,
Oh,
"That's
okay.
weird.
I
This is
understand.
weird,"
Thank you. I
instead
get
of-
it. I
instead
get
of-
it. Yeah.
Instead of like digging into like what's weird about it and like trying to figure out the actual facts, you'll just be like you just allude to some other narrative and like allude that somebody's in control, somebody's got their hand on the wheel, but really like there's a lot of fucking stupid people trying to do a bunch of stupid things.
I
and
mean,
listening to-
dishonest things. I understand. Ruin
Oh.
it for like yeah.
Isn't that
Thank
a?
you.
Isn't
It
that
can be fun
a?
to do conspiracy stuff, but it is again like a crutch for avoiding like actually learning about things. I think.
I'd say that's an integral part of critical thinking, is questioning these things. And when you
Yeah,
start to question things enough, now there could be an over skepticism. You could be too skeptical, but when you're questioning things, you're saying, "Oh, this doesn't make sense." That's critical thinking. If you're just going along with the accepted narrative, you're not critical
Well,
thinking.
JS.
Well,
Sadly, JS, there's too many idiots just spreading a bunch of nonsense, and it's just like you can't have a beer on your way home from work anymore because too many idiots get tanked and kill families. I think would be a good
We're not
analogy.
going to go into a drinking and driving argument here.
Bro's mad. He got you in trouble for driving drunk.
Come on. But
What fucking jackass muted Grumple?
King
Someone
Dick.
paid.
Yeah, because he keeps interrupting me. I'm trying to. I got this, bro.
Us, okay, it happens to the king. It can happen to Grumple too. Okay.
So both sides could be conspiracy theorists.
I mean, I'm not saying that the left can't be conspiracy theorists. I'm just saying the primary conspiracy movements over the past decade, especially, have been Republicans, and it's centered around MAGA and Trump.
I'm not saying the left can't be conspiracy theorists. I'm just saying that the right are. That's what you're saying.
Exactly. Yes, absolutely.
I wouldn't even say over
Great.
the last
So-
decade. I'd say
what's confusing about that is that you're not admitting the fact that we lived through Russiagate. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember.
Facts.
Yeah. So nothing about that was ever proven to be true. Nothing about Trump being some kind of Russian fucking agent was ever proven to be true, and yet that narrative continues. This is a conspiracy.
It's a
of the
leftist,
left,
a
which is
leftist
actually
conspiracy
quite
theory.
widely, mainstreamly fucking accepted.
Yep.
So then you're sitting here telling us that we're the conspiracy theorists while refusing to accept the fact that it is actually mainstream on your side, not ours.
The term conspiracy.
Fucking the pointing finger thing. Go ahead, Jay.
The term conspircy theory is made
companies
up by
and
the
8
CIA
days.
for people who question Kennedy's assassination, truth tellers. So it's just
Miss-
basically a
Didn't
word
Trump
you
release
lob
info
at
on that and
somebody
nothing-
who
there was
who
nothing
is-
new,
Huh?
or nothing juicy anyway.
I'm saying when you start questioning the narrative, the accepted narrative, and then people start calling you a heretic or a conspiracy theorist, to me that means you're probably on the right track, because those people.
That sounds like a bad way to come to conclusions.
I mean, it's not the only way I come to conclusions, but I see it's a common thread that I see when I talk about Hunter Biden's laptop, and I'm a crazy conspiracy theorist, and I'm getting banned on Facebook because I'm sharing stuff about Hunter Biden's laptop, and then 2 years later comes out I was right. Or not, I was right, but
What do you know?
it was
Yeah.
true.
How
Yeah.
long was the Hunter Biden stuff banned on Facebook?
it was banned on
Sorry,
Facebook
when
because it
was
was
it banned?
misinformation.
It was
How
banned in
about
the 2016 election. That's when it was banned. Yeah.
it wasn't banned for
2016?
pornography. I
In
wasn't sharing
2016?
I wasn't sharing pictures.
That's crazy. No one even knew about it in 2016. It happened in
You
2020.
get banned for that before you get
Yeah,
banned
maybe I
for
said the wrong year.
pornography.
Maybe I
Shit.
said the wrong year, but I don't think I said
Yeah, but it
2016,
was
but
basically it was only banned for like a day, like 24 hours, and on Twitter it was
I got
it was
a
only that
2-week
one
ban.
specific New York Post article. It wasn't even it was only that it was only the New York
It was
Post article.
banned
on
and
Twitter.
it was suppressed and it was blacklisted and everybody who talked about it
2021?
got fucking
wasn't
nerfed, brother.
How
What the
about-
fuck are you talking about?
How about Kyle
You're buying
Rittenhouse?
into bullshit. You're buying into bullshit. There were polls post-election that said, if I had known about the Hunter Biden laptop and if I had thought it was true, then I would have voted the
I would
other
have
way.
voted differently.
Nobody
But they
said that.
suppressed it.
Nobody.
Yes,
there was
they
nothing.
did. Don't be
What?
disingenuous,
Who said that?
Coder.
What information on the Hunter Biden laptop would have changed someone's vote? Like why? Because Hunter Biden did crack? Who gives a shit?
Relationship with Burisma. Are you
Because
kidding me? Are you
the
fucking
president's
blind?
son
Do you not
is being
fucking pay
funded.
attention to the news at all?
No one thought this way.
I forget.
Wow.
Did that happen
How about
before
I got a
his
30-day ban.
term,
I got a
or-
30-day ban on Facebook.
His son has a huge dick.
I got a 30-day
On
ban on
Facebook.
Facebook for sharing something about Kyle Rittenhouse. And I said,
What'd you share?
I shared the video and I said Kyle Rittenhouse is innocent or something like
video.
that.
Of people dying
Yeah. Well, do you know what I got a 30-day ban for?
for sharing videos of people dying,
No,
people
for-
getting shot on
no,
Facebook,
no, no.
which is against their TOS?
No, for supporting domestic terrorism.
You were posting videos of a fucking violent attack that hadn't been fully like
You
processed.
don't know what video he fucking posted, bro. What are you even fucking assuming right now?
He just said it was of the shoot. I asked him, and he
I
said
posted
yes.
a video of what happened with the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff, and I said,
Yeah,
this
which
kid
was
is
getting
innocent.
shot.
Look at what
Is-
happened.
is
This
he-
kid is
He was
innocent.
attacked. He shot 3 people and he walked towards the police.
And I got
gave
banned
it
for
away.
supporting domestic
Either way, it
terrorism.
happened.
Posted
He
videos
was
of him.
just showing something that was being spread around. You got banned for it. That still sucks. Bottom
You're
line.
posting a video. You're sharing a video of someone shooting people. You can't do that on Facebook, dude. That's not a conspiracy.
Why not?
People do that shit all the fucking
As
time.
As long as you have rated R or
fucking death and
mature,
destruction and something that's okay.
mature
But
content.
you could share a video of Derek Chauvin kneeling on someone's neck until they die, and that's great. You're not.
You can share a video of the human centipede happening, and that's okay.
The human centipedes on Facebook.
All right, go ahead,
Maybe
Grump.
the
I gotta go to the
I
restroom.
guess you're
I'll
right.
be
That
back
would have
in-
been a my.
Oh no, there we go.
Sorry, JS.
Oh.
And I'm lost, dude.
Go ahead,
So, okay, so back to the RussiaGate stuff. Like,
I was
what
about to get
what
racist.
thing was a hoax? Because like there were
I wasn't
indictments,
trying.
there were guilty pleas. Like, fucking Paul Manafort did some shady shit, and he was Trump's. Michael Flynn, Trump.
Wait, so wait,
Hold
Paul
on, Ryan.
Manafort
Are, wait,
dude.
are you
You're
talking
jumping around
about?
all over the
Are you
fucking
talking
place,
about?
expert.
Are you talking about the kid or the Trump
kid? No,
administration?
Paul Manafort was the chair of Trump's campaign in 2016.
Oh, the kid. You know the
He's
kid,
not a kid.
right?
I know who that is.
Paul
The kid who
Manafort.
couldn't carry a pistol because he was underage, so he carried a
Paul
rifle.
Manafort was 76.
Kyle Rittenhouse. That's what he's talking about.
We're talking about Paul Manafort.
No, you were just talking about. You were just talking about Kyle Rittenhouse.
Oh, someone was talking about how they got in trouble for sharing the video, but like that's against Facebook's TOS, so no shit.
Either way,
Either way, so do you guys not know what like about
Still
Paul
sucks.
Manafort's indictment? Like what happened? Does anyone here who's on the right like know what happened to Paul Manafort? Like why he was indicted, why he was charged, and why Trump pardoned him?
Because he was gay.
Yeah, for being gay. I can't believe you knew. What a good trivia. So, but you guys are all people who run around saying Russiagate, 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 right? Like you say all the Russian stuff was
well,
a
what do
hoax.
you
but
mean, you people? Hold up. Whoa.
I'm just curious.
What do you mean,
like,
you all
I really
people?
want to know
a
you
lot of
people.
people that I'm not talking about you, but a lot of people here are the
You
people who say
literally
Russiagate.
just did a you. You
Oh,
literally just did a you people.
Right?
Oh, are you? Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, I see. Like the whole
Teriyak's
thing, like
muted.
left, right, up, down.
No, Ryan, you literally just did a quote you
What?
people.
No,
Oh,
that's
no.
fine. I was just like, wait a minute, hold on.
You
I wanted
people.
a clarification. Shut up, Grumple. Don't. I was actually asking seriously, like, what do you meant by that? Like,
So when I say you
know,
people,
I was
I'm
calling
referring
out
to
something.
people-
What are you doing?
I'm referring.
no,
I'm
yeah.
referring to people who run around and say
To
Russiagate,
all
Russiagate,
the
Russiagate, and they don't
Republicans.
know Paul Manafort. They don't know what Paul Manafort was charged for. Those two things. That combination of things.
Yeah, no. Tell us what Paul Manafort was charged for.
5 counts of tax fraud, 2 counts of bank fraud, and 1 count of failing to disclose foreign bank accounts.
Wait,
Where do you think the foreign bank accounts were going?
Oh, okay. So he's moving money around. Okay, so
Convicted-
tell us
no,
about your buddy
convicted on
Bernie
8 counts.
Sanders
Was he
again.
convicted?
Convicted on 8 counts.
Mister,
Yes, the
was
ones
he
I,
convicted?
yes, the
Oh,
ones
okay,
I just
cool.
8 counts.
Oh.
Yes, and Trump pardoned him, by the way.
I would
Oh,
agree
get
with
wrecked.
Jeremy
Fuck yeah.
Ryan as chair stream is best stream.
Wait, we're having a chair stream
you know
there?
what's really
Hell yeah.
interesting about that, Ryan Radical Coder, is who Joe Biden pardoned. He pardoned Jill Biden, Hunter Biden,
Joe
and his
Biden
entire
pardoned this
fucking
guy?
family.
He pardoned like
I would
thousands of
basically
people.
for crimes that may have been committed since 2014. What the fuck was
Preemptive
that?
Oh, he's
pardons,
the
which
president.
never
He
that
can do
only
whatever the
happened
fuck he
once. That
He
happened with
knows that
Nixon and
Trump-
Reagan.
He knows that Trump is a corrupt bastard who's going to come in and dig into everything and try to find
There's
shit that
nothing
doesn't
to do with
or you're
Hang on,
guilty
there's
of a
nothing to do with
bunch
I
Trump.
have an
Wrong,
argument.
and there was
Biden
nothing
didn't do
going
any of that. He
on.
was just a puppet.
Isn't that what you guys always say?
Or you're guilty of a bunch of
Go ahead,
garbage and you
JS.
know Trump's going to find out about it, so you pardon yourself preemptively before he gets in there.
Wait, why are we bringing up Trump? When we're talking
that a
about,
crazy
hey, here's a thing
conspiracy
that
theory?
happened Where Biden
His
did a
FBI
thing.
His fucking
Why are you bringing
FBI
up Trump?
his FBI picked
Oh, I
Cash
see.
Patel on the
That's
fucking
pivoting.
enemies list. The guy who wrote a children's book about how Trump was the king and there's a plot against the king.
Pivoting.
And wrote January 6th for fucking children.
That's
Ryan, you're
ridiculous.
better than this.
Wait, what?
Ryan, you're
I'm
better than this.
Better than what? Telling you
You're
facts?
talking about
that you don't
Barron
wanna hear?
Trump, the last
No,
king?
somebody brought up, hey,
Barron
Biden did
Trump.
a thing.
How
and
did
then
these
you-
kids
Cash
use
Patel
this
didn't write
shit?
that.
Trump did
I'm
X
sorry, there's
other
5
thing.
people talking. There's people asking me
You're better than
questions. So I'm talking about Cash Patel, the director
Yeah,
of
he
the
was
FBI,
answering questions.
who wrote a children's book called The Plot Against the King that rewrites January 6th as
Who
a
wrote this? What?
Cash Patel, the director of the FBI. You don't know. See, you guys don't know shit about your own fucking
No,
government.
no. I just. Hey, whoa. If
You
they
don't know
don't.
what
Shit
the
about the
topic
book that
was.
you're even talking about, dude.
I-
Ryan,
What
wait,
the
no,
fuck
Ryan,
are
that's,
you
again,
even
that's
saying
not what
right
the
now?
topic
I
was at
want to
all.
go straight to the school board and be like, why the hell
That's
are
not
they
what the
like
topic was.
giving children these like
You don't think the
indoctrinations?
topic
It's
of
bad enough
the
they're
King was
teaching them
rewriting
how to
January
be a
6th?
dude or a girl.
Oh wow, my kids have to learn about gender. Whoa, you're such a fucking
Ryan,
baby.
I like
You know?
interacting with you, but
Dude.
No, I just mean like that's fine, but not like
really care about-
children. Like
No.
teach them how to like tie their shoe and stuff first. I mean, then to each their own after that.
Illicit government propaganda.
ain't
Hold on,
So
hold on.
disturbing.
Me myself. Listen, guys, it's like a bunch of us are against him, so we need to let him get
That's
more
right.
talk time than all of us. So,
yes,
I'm gonna
however,
scroll over. You guys call me for a second, okay?
but I just looked this up. I did not know Cash Patel wrote a children's book. I'm about to go cop this.
No, that's crazy.
Um,
I was literally just asking questions. I didn't mean to piss
if
anybody
you
off.
find
I'm
it, put the Amazon link in the back chat so I can go buy it too.
Yeah, I'm going to
Grumble.
get this book.
How much
Yeah, I mean,
for you to just punch
I know.
yourself, you bastard?
How
Where'd
much
he
stream
go?
did I just punch myself? I don't understand the question. Do you
How many doll
elaborate?
hairs for you to punch yourself?
Dude, he's not there right now, but I'm gonna say honestly, that's kind of base to have a squat rack set up around your stream. I kind of like that.
I agree.
That's pretty
Yeah, that's
cool.
smart
I mean,
move.
it's
Oh, wait,
really
you mean-
convenient. Yeah, it's kind of like.
Grumpy's got one
kicking
over
my head,
there, but he just uses it for storage, though.
You mean like
He's
that?
got a bunch of boxes
Wait,
on his.
Grumple has a workout thing? Where?
Yeah, he just.
Yeah,
showed
no,
it.
Grumple uses it too. Just no, I just picked up
Yeah, I
an
see-
adjustable.
I see you
Oh, it's a
use it.
crayon guy. It's a crayon guy. You use that? I don't believe you use that. Go do it.
That is sick, dude. Look at that.
Yeah.
Wait, so
This wait, no, hang on, no, excuse me. That's a lat bar, sir. You're like that's not how you do that.
I know he's got a
Exercise.
whole
Hey,
8
go
pounds.
show us on yours.
He's got a whole 8
Yeah,
pounds.
Go
I'll
on
do
show
it.
us on yours.
Well, I don't have a lat on bar on mine. I
Yeah,
need
yeah,
like
it's
I
the
want
the problem.
mine.
The
Dude,
problem
that is
with
cool. That's
Hey,
actually really
haters
cool.
go hate. Haters gonna hate.
We
He's
gotta
actually
remodel.
something at
I'm
least.
about to remodel the whole studio because now I gotta do this.
Good job staying healthy, Coder. Keep it up.
Grumple's got to move something out of the way.
So you guys are gonna talk about Cash Patel's book now, right? You guys are gonna consider
way.
how weird it is
Grumple's
that the
doing
director of the FBI wrote a children's book rewriting the January 6th insurrection as a plot against Trump, victimizing him when he
That's
led
crazy.
a violent attack on the Capitol.
I mean, there's no rule that
It
says you
was
can't
a
write
plot
children.
Violent
against Trump
attack on the
victimizing him
Capitol,
and
which
attack
is
on the
like-
Capitol.
No,
That's
Never
literally
heard
what's
about
fucking
this.
happening.
No rule that says you can't write
I don't
children's
know enough
books to get
about
into
it.
government. What?
Dude,
Well, there should be, I think.
fucking Nancy
I'm sorry,
Pelosi
what was
told the fucking
Well,
National
when,
Guard
what
no.
is children? How old are these?
Her and the fucking mayor of DC said no to extra security, which Trump requested weeks in advance. The
Muriel
director
Bowser is
of
her
the
name.
Capitol
Mayor of
Police
DC,
said we
Muriel
need more
Bowser.
help. They said no. Okay, and over again, these things were tried against the people who were there in order to fucking stand against it, and they were told they were denied.
Grumple, the things on your box,
What were they-
the
what was the
barcode on your box, turn it. Just in
What were they
case,
trying to do that
like
day? What was
address. Grumple.
What was
Yeah,
the
no,
goal
the
of the
labels that are on
Capitol?
side that those aren't for my address. Like I'm not sure.
Okay, cool.
Oh,
Thank
sure.
you. That's all. Sorry to interrupt you.
As you normally do.
Thank you.
Yeah. So what were they doing there? What was the goal on
You're
January
shifting
6th?
the goalpost again. So what we were talking about was Cash Patel's book about how it was a coup against Trump in the first fucking place, and I just described to you exactly how that occurred.
No,
So
no.
then
He asked what
what's
was the goal
problem
on
there?
January 6th.
No,
we,
you
we were
about why you think the National Guard wasn't there.
protesting.
Trump is the one who could have ordered the National Guard to be there. Trump had the final say.
We were protesting what we thought.
That's not inherently true.
he
It's
does
actually
not.
Muriel Bowser, the governor of DC,
Hold on.
that fucking decision.
Can I answer his question directly?
No.
Yeah,
Just as a
Jeff,
point
what
of
were you-
order, the local
His
jurisdiction
question
has
was-
the final say on whether the local.
None of that's
whether the
important.
National
He
Guard is
asked-
Brother Strucker.
God.
Everybody
Hurricane
take
Katrina
turns.
is an example.
JS
Grump.
gets first.
Grump, shut up. Hold on. He asked.
No, you shut up. Hurricane
No,
Katrina
you
is the
shut up.
example.
Don't tell me to shut up.
No, you shut up.
No, you shut up.
Wait, no, is that JS? No.
Shut up
Yes,
with
that's
the
me.
shut up. And
He
continue
asked,
your argument,
what
please.
were the people doing there on
I'm
January
doing an
6th?
unboxing and I'm not even getting
Yeah,
paid
what were
for
they
it.
doing there?
I don't care about your unboxing. We were there to protest
understand
what
what
we
it
thought
was.
was a fraud election. So I was at the Salt Lake City Capitol on January 6th. Not the nation's cap. I wasn't at DC, but in state capitals all over the country, we had Stop the Steal protests. I was at the Stop the Steal protest in Salt Lake City. I was at the Capitol of Salt Lake City on January 6th. And we had a lot of people with a lot of guns, and nothing violent happened. There was it's in my intro to my stream. You see there were counter protests there with gay flags and BLM flags, and then there's Proud Boys standing there with ARs and stuff.
Yeah.
We were there to protest what we saw as a fraudulent election.
So the people who went into the Capitol, though, on January 6th, not people protesting outside of other places of the country. The people who went in, what were they trying to do?
They were trying to
How
stop.
can we say what
They
their
were trying to
intention
stop an election from being stolen.
We're trying to
They're
stay
trying to
within the
stop- yeah,
velvet
exactly,
ropes
right. They were trying to prevent
and make
Mike
sure
Pence.
So they went
and make sure that nobody
whose-
did anything illegal.
Whose house
Because
is
there's
that?
video evidence of them doing so.
Whose house
and
is
saying,
that?
"Hey, don't
Whose
do anything
house is
illegal."
that?
Hang on, I gotta switch headphones.
Is it the people's house? Is that the correct
I don't think
answer?
that's how this works.
I believe it is.
That is how this works. That's our house.
Oh, this is the people's house.
You can't tell me I can't go into my house when shit's
It's
going
not-
bad in
it's
my
not-
house.
they-
I can't
they
go into
can
my
tell you,
house and
in
tell.
fact.
Wait,
Actually,
what? Whose
they can
house?
tell you, and that's why a lot
My
of people
house?
got charged and pled guilty.
And that's some bullshit.
Like assaulting a lot of people.
That's not
And
America.
breaking in. I mean, you might not think so. You might not like the
Been
laws
like
of
that
America.
for a
That's
long time.
What do you mean the
but-
laws of America? Our Second
I agree
Amendment
with
is
that.
Hang
to
on. If,
As long as it is you're not allowed to go break into the fucking Capitol building and pressure electors.
I'm not allowed to
vote.
walk into my house and say something.
No, bro. Even the
So
press
just-
are like
I
invited
I heard
guests.
Ann pled
Not your
guilty.
house,
I heard
sorry,
Ann
it's
pled
the
guilty.
government's house. It's not
I
yours.
agree
It's
with- I
your
agree
house.
with
It's
that
my
guy.
house. We
The
can
White
walk
House
up
is
in there.
for high, like top tier mofos
Oh,
that
God.
earned it, right?
Yeah, there's a Capitol building, but yeah,
Yeah, the Capitol building is
The
who owns the
People's
Capitol
House.
building?
Oh, the Capitol building. Which one's that?
government property.
It's not
the-
government.
It's the
Who
people's
owns
house.
the
That's
government?
one.
What is the government's
Who
job?
owns
The
the government?
government
It's-
works
it's
for
this
the
question.
people.
I know the deep state.
This is
Whoever
this
has
is
the most money.
this crazy
You can't
idea.
just
The
enter any
lefties,
government
the
building you want. You
lefties,
can't walk into the White
the
House.
lefties
You can't,
rely
like,
on the government to take care of everything that they need, but
Shit.
in reality,
Correction.
all the government
Money.
is my employee. I don't have time.
That's adorable.
I don't have time
Ain't
to
that the
deal with
fucking
national defense. I don't have time to deal with road building. So I pay taxes. I'm paying my employees. The government,
Wait, what?
you, and everybody on this panel, the government works for us. Those are
Everyone
our
who's in America,
employees.
Supposed to, yeah.
Yeah, we
That's what
run
you
the
Fire those
government.
guys because they've been doing a shit job, and we also
well,
need
you
better
can't tell me I
choices
can't
for
go in my
leaders.
house.
All right. Hold on. I got one thing to say is that I'm UD696. Come find me on YouTube. I'm fucking tired. I got a headache and I'm fucking leaving. So have a nice night. It's good seeing you all. Thank you for having me, JS. Good time.
Yay.
Good night.
Thanks for
All right,
stopping
man.
in, Yodi.
Nice meeting you.
Talk to you later, UD.
Have a beautiful rest of your day, sir.
So do you think that I could storm into the Capitol building like right now whenever I want?
Dude, they do it all the
What do
time.
you mean storm?
They do it all the
Storm
time,
is
and
a
it's
verb.
no
What do you
problem.
mean storm?
I mean, attack
When the
police officers and
Israel-Palestine
bust
stuff
in, yeah.
happened, they had Palestine
At the
protests
Capitol of
inside of the
Washington,
Capitol,
D.C.?
and nobody said anything about it. It was not an insurrection when a bunch of
Oh.
Capitol's in Texas, sir. Where the fuck do
pro-Palestine
you live?
protesters
Well,
walked
like
into
there's a Capitol here.
God, you
There's
guys-
Capitol. Sorry,
you guys gotta
there's a quick
stop.
question. I shouldn't have. Yes, sir.
You guys got to stop. I'm trying to make a point here.
Yeah.
When all of the pro-Palestine protesters went into the Capitol during BLM, they did this. They infiltrated a Senate hearing or something, and they were all in the audience. That's our house. We can do that. And so I'll be consistent, and I'll say, if during BLM they want to go in there and they want to protest, that's fine. If during Israel and Palestine, the Palestinian protesters want to go into the White House and protest, that's fine. But guess what? On January 6th, if patriots want to walk into our house and say, there's a problem here, we can do that. We're not traitors. How are we traitors?
They were traitors. Yeah, they were traitors. They were trying to overturn an election they lost.
Raiders are people who do exchange goods
Whatever, it
and money for
worked.
services. And traitors are
traitors is what I'm saying. They were traitors. They were traitors who
okay.
who were trying to prevent the peaceful transfer of power, and they succeeded in delaying the peaceful transfer.
Hang on? Why do you think that's a thing?
What do you mean?
Either way, how
They
long
were
ago was
very
that?
respectful of the velvet ropes.
What?
Well, they were very respectful of velvet ropes. So why?
Stanchions.
Hang on. How did they prevent?
They stayed inside the stanchions.
Power.
They evacuated the cap. Mike Pence almost got killed.
Do you think it's a problem?
No. AOC said she almost got killed, and she was in a different building.
Do you think it was a problem when Derek Chauvin did his job and he killed an unarmed black man? Do you think it's right that he was?
He did kill him. Yeah, I think that was bad. Yeah.
Okay. So okay. Let's
there's like bans on that specific move now.
All right. Consistency check.
going, JS.
Consistency check. Do you think that it's okay that two black officers killed two unarmed white women on January 6th?
Who, I thought Ashley. Wait, who else died beside Ashley Babbitt?
Roseanne Boyland and Ashley Babbitt.
Who else?
Roseanne
real,
Boyland. Say her name.
I think it was a coincidence. Probably not racism. We just call it that, Grandpa. Come on now.
Oh no, everything's about racism.
Oh, sorry. Hey, I didn't. I'm sorry. You're 6.
It's just a consistency check.
Is that Coder? Coder, you're cutting out, or is that me?
Well, I mean, I'm curious why
Thank you.
everybody hones in as if like the January 6th event was a unique thing. Just a few years prior, was it not a bunch of Democrats that caused a bunch of chaos during the Kavanaugh?
Indeed, it was, sir. You're remembering things correctly. That was the thing that happened.
What was it specifically? Let's find out. Also, you guys brought up another woman who died. Are you talking about Roseanne Boyland?
I said her name multiple times.
Well, I was trying to figure out. Okay, that's why I asked.
What are you gonna tell me? She got trampled to death, or she died of a drug overdose?
Both.
How about no? How about she got beat to death by a black officer?
How about no?
What's the officer's name? I can.
Well, that'll never be on the front page headlines. Black officer beats white Karen.
Yeah, there's video. It's in
the all over.
When they did the video drop and they dropped thousands of hours of video, you see this woman hitting her with a stick. They carried her to the front because she was having like an asthma attack or some sort of thing, and they said she needs help, and they carried her to the front, and they laid her at the front of the tunnel, and then this black woman officer, and I don't even care about the fact that she was black. I think it's just it shows when a white
it's a
man
distraction 100%.
Yeah, when a white man kills a black man,
two
it's a racial crime, and we need 4 months of racial justice because of police brutality. But when a black woman kills a white woman, it's not a big deal. When a black
you're
man
focused on
shoots
the
Ashley
racial part of
Babbitt,
it,
a guy who shouldn't have had his job, it's not a big
That's
deal.
why I make a big deal out of the racism.
Yeah,
part.
people killing
Weed
people
out who
sucks,
we
and you
shouldn't
are
listen
right.
to.
They do that, huh? And they kind of just like pick and choose what they fucking talk
Yeah.
about.
Well,
or maybe-
and we're
or maybe
conspiracy theorists if we bring up
because there was a
conspiracies, but if
consistent
they bring up
pattern-
conspiracies, they're just
Okay.
It's the truth.
Or maybe there was a pattern of white officers killing unarmed black men and not being charged for it.
What's the pattern?
That's
How
not
many?
a thing.
How
In,
many?
the
how many
last,
unarmed
hang on,
black men?
2024, there was 6.
Hold on, stop.
There was 6.
I'm not saying hundreds, thousands. I'm saying it's a pattern where they're not charged.
No, it's not. It's not. You're incorrect. It's not
Oh,
a pattern
okay.
because the number is very incredibly low. It's like infinitesimal, and
Yeah,
it's a
I was
running
gonna-
number.
Jace was making a point.
I was gonna see if he. I was gonna
Yeah, I'm
ask.
refuting
plan.
Ryan.
But he's. I mean,
Refuting what the? Jace
he's
was
been on the
making a point.
internet for a while, so he's not gonna fall for this trick. But if I say how many unarmed black people get killed every year by police, what would you say?
No, what? A disproportionate amount get police violence, though.
Wait, how many do you think? How many do you think happen?
Disproportionate.
It's less than a dozen, probably per year.
Yeah, it's 9 to 12.
Oh, no, that's
I
right.
don't think I could even. That'd be like an average. Sweet.
Yeah, it's low. It's. I mean, it's still not good, but that's not even the main concern.
How many
Like,
police get killed
BLM
by?
Sorry, BLM was
how
never
many
disproportionate
how many-
disproportionately compared to white people, or disproportionately compared to people who commit crimes?
Y'all just if
What's
if I may for a
reported, I
moment,
think. I agree.
we talk about what's the opposite.
So,
What do you mean,
police
opposite?
encounters with black people, they're more likely to have disproportionate violence regardless of the circumstances.
So how many police officers have been killed by that same
Why are you changing
demographic?
the topic?
I'm not changing the topic. I'm saying the exact same thing, but just the opposite one. Just for
What'd you
just
say,
like,
Grandpa?
We're kind of jumping all over the place with topics here, but I mean,
I like the.
exact same
What, were
topic.
you gonna finish your point there on
where
the
we all
January
agree
6th thing?
that it's
I
been
thought?
like 6 in 2024. I think it was like 6 where unarmed black men were killed by.
I want to know
police
more
officers.
about this book.
Then how many police officers were killed by?
I don't think this coder guy's jumped topics one time.
Right. That's good.
Shut up,
he's
Goon.
He's very coded.
I knew I
These other
heard
idiots-
Goon earlier.
These other idiots in the
Oh, it's the
peanut
guy with
gallery,
reptiles. That guy's cool.
Let JS and Coder have the conversation that they're trying to have without you guys trying to throw in your measly little fucking retarded facts. They could probably get
Yes, sir.
somewhere.
Thank you, King.
You guys have to put in your 2 cents. and
Blackout,
be right,
why are you
and I
so
don't
racist
understand
right
why.
now?
You're not even part of the conversation.
Blackout, why are you so racist?
You're
We're
right,
trying
King.
to get to it like a specific
Even
thing.
do it while he's talking. It's crazy. You're like little cousins that like pull at people's jackets.
Yeah, Grumple, you're
Like,
not
I
even
wish
part
I
of the
could flip you in the fucking forehead.
Yeah.
No, I
it's-
specifically am part of the
You and
conversation.
Marshall are insane right now.
Dude, stand up. Do the truffle
No.
shuffle. Grumple, do
No,
the
you
truffle
weren't.
shuffle.
I agree. You're right.
You nor
I
Marshall
apologize.
were part of the conversation. The conversation was happening between JS and Coder. That's what was happening. You jumped in, and then Marshall
Blackout,
kept
why are you
jumping
so
in.
mad?
You guys are peanut
I'm
gallery.
sorry.
Because I'm trying to listen, and you
Blackout,
guys are
why-
just going off. I can't fucking hear you.
No, he's right.
Blackout, why are you so mad against me
Thank you.
specifically? I'm like unboxing a thing.
You're
and just, like,
retarded because
talking
you
to people.
suck, because you're terrible, because you're awful to be around.
I went home.
Oh, no, that's,
I just-
wait, no,
I
hang
just-
on.
I
Goon.
can't hear-
Outstanding. No, that's a good answer. But that wasn't what Goon said. Or Goon.
No, but
hello and good evening.
Okay,
Nice
I'm
to
not
meet
sure what
you.
I'm speaking
No,
of.
I
no,
don't
wanna hear
even
what
know-
King Blackout has to say about
I
it.
don't even know. Yeah, it's hard with a lot of people on the panel because it keeps getting pulled all these different ways, and I'm trying to go down lines, and it messes it up. But that's part of having a panel. But I don't even. I don't even know where we started with this. We're starting about
I know, King
left versus
Blackout's
right.
been,
Who's
like,
the
I thought
conspiracy
we were-
theorist? And I'm trying to show examples
I thought King
of.
Blackout and I were kind of cool, but like together. But,
You are
he's calling me
cool,
out for
but
all
he's
kinds of
just.
shit.
Grumble,
I
we
was
are
getting
cool,
annoyed
but
too.
I'm getting annoyed because I can't hear the conversation that they're having. So when they're trying to put their points in, and then you got to chime in real quick with whatever fact that you want to put in, it had nothing to do with the conversation, and all it did was derail it.
No,
So
I thought I was
I will
having.
admit,
I know King Blackout. I thought I was having a
King is
conversation
right.
with a
King
couple
is right.
people.
Yeah.
God bless America, right, guys?
Was I not involved?
That's right.
Like,
Do you believe in
Let's
God?
let them have the back and forth. Bottom line.
Is the
All right.
panel
So
not
where did you
involved
want
at
to
all?
go with that, Mister? What's his? He's a coder.
I don't know. I'm just trying to say the right is not.
I know both these people, and we like
the right is not the conspiracy, just the conspiracy theorists. The left is also conspiracy theorists, and also conspiracy theorist is just a word made up to discredit people who are truth seekers. If you're trying to find the truth and you're asking questions, once you start getting on the trail of the right questions, they call you a conspiracy theorist.
That sounds like something a conspiracy theorist would say.
And what you just said sounds like something a damn op would say, a damn government operative.
I wish.
No. What I just said would be the thing. Because it sounds
Soros
like somebody
needs to have a fucking IB directed into my bank account that just funnels cash. He owes me so much fucking money. I have been doing this for years, and I don't get paid shit for it.
I know. I'm wondering how you get signed up with these
figure out a way to make more
NGOs.
money doing this thing, right? Oh, Ryan, talking to you specifically. Let's
What'd
figure
you
out a
say?
way to make more money doing this. Let's figure out a way to make more money doing this.
Yeah, I agree. I need to.
To be
I'm
fair
trying to do it more.
to Grump and
let's do this.
It is an open panel, and we don't have like a set topic that we're trying to stick to. So if it kind of
Yeah, but I
goes,
understand the frustration, right? Because I'm used to it because I come into these spaces all the time and people really go all over the place really quickly. But I understand, like, if you're listening and you're trying to follow like one thread, and then like someone jumps in and they start changing the topic, and you're just like moving really fast, and you never get to the point on any specific one. It can be really annoying if you're just a listener, right?
Yeah.
But you mean you can't stay on track when somebody randomly chimes in and says, "Hey, that's racist."
now
Right,
I
and
want
that
to
was my
I want to have a one-on-one with Coder at some point.
And that was my only point to you, Grumple. Is I don't hate you. I have no ill will feelings to you. It's just the fact that I couldn't hear Ryan get to his final point, and then when JS would try to rebuttal his point, I couldn't hear his final point because you guys keep going with the little things, and I'm just like, fuck.
I was having a discussion with the man, sir. I don't
Thank
know
you,
how to
King.
I
I'm
don't know how to
sorry.
resolve that for
Hey,
you. I was
Cat,
having a discussion.
Cat
but
just gave Jeremy $50
Okay.
of
Kissy.
$50 of mute discretion.
Yeah, I'm
All
gonna
right.
I'm gonna concede that over to King and let him use at his.
All right, well,
discretion.
let's fucking go. All right, sounds good.
That's great, dude. I appreciate her so much.
Cat's awesome.
Pussycat is the best chatter in the history of ever.
She funds this whole space, I swear.
I know, dude. I
think
don't
she
get
does.
it. Like, how much money you make? What the?
She's working for Soros.
His own
Or Musk,
Pussycat.
maybe.
Now here's a personal challenge.
She's
There's
a
like two spaces
She's a
I
Trump
interact with other than my own, where you're not constantly dropping bombs on stuff, but you're doing the Lord's work.
I would hope she makes tons of money. She's got like 6 fucking degrees.
Yeah, she makes a lot of money.
She either has a lot of money or has a lot of money. That's for sure.
Well, exactly. Regardless of how much money she makes, the fact is it's disposable income. Regardless of how much, it could be a little bit, and it could be all disposable. We
Yeah,
don't know.
it's crazy for someone like me to think about. But I guess if you're making enough to pay your bills, and then you're making enough to put in your savings, and then you have this like chunk of money that you're like, well, I'm just gonna do whatever I want with this money, like,
right?
And you like spending it on super chats, then why not? You know.
She has a lot of extra disposable income.
It's like
fine.
money, wealth is relative, and it's like I can't even comprehend it. But
You believe in wealth though?
I'm,
What do you mean by that?
I
believe
don't
in wealth.
I don't know if I believe in monetary wealth. Like, is that really wealth?
Well, it depends on, like, in some
Well,
sense
yeah,
it is. Yeah.
it's wealth. Yes, it's wealth, but
Yeah, I believe in wealth. I believe
you're
in monetary wealth. Yeah, I believe in it. But that
Think
doesn't
rich is
mean that
a
that's
scam?
what
Just checking.
that. I don't know. Does that
I mean,
equate to
I think
happiness?
exactly. That's what you're going to go into the emotional road.
Nobody
Yeah.
said it was
man
happiness.
is the rich.
Right.
You're trying to
Nobody
equate
said.
to the poorest man is the richest as long as he has family, kind of thing.
But also,
I mean,
I'm not going to make that argument because I'll say if I had a jet ski and I lived on a lake, I would never be sad. Like,
I would say Elon's the richest man in the world, and he's a pathetic, sad loser who he tried to stream, and he looked like a miserable loser who was being made fun of by his chat, and like he looked like he was going to cry.
For
He's
real.
absolutely pathetic. Our government.
Yeah,
I mean,
hang on,
I'm not
Lincoln.
gonna
I wanna
totally
say-
disagree with you because if you gotta pay somebody to make your Diablo character so that you can lie to
yeah.
people and say you're the best
Sad,
Diablo
dude.
player, that's kind of sad. Like,
I want to say,
and then
please
struggle,
link
and then
a
struggle,
chat
and then struggle to
so I can
play
see
it
it
in front
too.
of thousands. Of
yeah,
live
and then you
viewers.
play it on a live stream
Struggle.
and you suck. Like,
There is no, you can't buy people liking you. Like, you just can't. You can pay for people's attention, but you can't buy their actual genuine affection. It just
And
doesn't work that
also-
way. And Elon is
You know,
trying.
Ryan,
also don't fuck with
could you-
gamers. Like, you don't
could
play
you
with
link this?
gamers.
I didn't
like
know
that.
this was happening, and I didn't see it.
You think
I saw the
gamers? You
AOC
think
thing,
gamers
but-
don't know when you suck at the game? Like, you think we can't tell right away when you suck at the game? Like,
Within minutes, you can tell he's not a gamer. And I don't even play Diablo. I don't even play Diablo, and I could tell he sucks.
yeah, and gamers are like, wait, what is he doing
Lincoln
right now?
Diablo,
Like,
but no, link, please. Could you link? Like, do I need to search like separately for it?
for what? What are you talking
No,
about?
I'm not doing like a
Elon,
skill
when
check. or
Elon did his
nothing.
live game stream, yeah, you're gonna have to search.
I believe it happened. Just no, I want to see it.
Yeah, he did a live stream of him playing Diablo, and
on Twitter,
you can watch Asmongold's
Doesn't
reaction.
sound like
and
the best maneuver.
he's
for
like,
him.
he's not picking up the most like important items, and he's like, he doesn't know how to like. There's all these sort of things that there's
Yeah.
no way you get to this point without knowing these things. And
Well,
Asmongold
hang on.
banned
Also,
Twitter for
he
it.
is South African.
He fucking
so,
banned him
I
on Twitter
mean,
after that.
Right.
Yeah,
but no, I want
mean,
to. I
in
really
fairness,
want to see
Chance, you had a
this.
dude yesterday saying that who's gonna rage quit your chat because you didn't kill the Dusk Veil.
I know, and I don't even know what the Dust Veil is.
Right?
In Wukong? Yeah, I know. Somebody was in my chat. They're like, you skipped the Dust Veil. I was like, I don't know what that is. Tell me how to get there. I don't even know what that is. But
That's right. This is happiness.
but,
Cuddling this little
but
guy.
I'm not
I'm never-
saying that
I'm never
I'm the
sad when I'm
number
holding
one
my boy.
Wukong player in the world. You know? So if I said I'm the best Black Myth Wukong player in the world, and then I go on a stream and I skip the Dusk Veil, you know, but I say openly, this is my first
Sounds
time
kinda
playing this
racist.
game. I don't know. I'm just going along with it. The dude was pissed because I skipped a. If I skipped a boss, I need to know where it was because I need to go back and kill it. Because
You trying to speed run it or what?
no, I'm
would
trying to
that be a thing?
100% complete it, and the problem with that game is there's a lot of bosses you can get locked out of, and I don't want to get locked out of any bosses. So I want to kill all the bosses. That's
You
like
killed the guy with the boobs on his head yet?
Playing the games, yeah.
Fucking games are you guys playing?
Black Myth Wukong.
Black Myth Wukong.
Grump, go into your DM. I sent you the link for that video of Awesome Gold reviewing Elon. You're so lazy.
The last stream I saw Jazz play him on Black Myth.
Is it
Wukong.
relevant to what we were just talking about?
Guy with boobs on his head.
Yes.
I haven't found the guy with boobs.
Everything we were.
Oh, you're
everything we
talking
were
about
just
the
talking
electricity
about.
guy. I did kill that guy. I didn't notice boobs.
Well, I mean,
on his-
you had you left and went to
Um,
bed the last I saw, and you kept dying to him.
No, I killed him.
This is a 32-minute movie. Hang on. So I guess it's on me. So I'll share it with.
Yeah, I beat that guy. But I don't know what the Dust Veil is, so I might have skipped over
No,
something.
Grump, we've all already seen it. That's for you to watch later on your own.
Oh no, I'm gonna watch it right now. You know, I
Eventually, I'm gonna stream Cyberpunk 2077. Apparently, there's a
why
bunch
would you
of
want me to
titties
not
in
be
it.
smarter?
I'm just curious. How many of you learned in this call that the FBI director wrote a children's book about January 6th?
I never heard that. I learned it.
I learned it.
I've been waiting to hear more about it, and hey, by the way, Coder and JS, I'm sorry for interrupting you guys.
Don't worry about it. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, I mean,
I swear I am practicing, and I also thank JS very much for the opportunity.
Wait, we're practicing what?
You're too damn polite, Marshall.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
JS,
know.
if you really want to, you can check your stream last night because
Practicing at what?
I discovered the nudity was in there. It's in your after panel last night.
Wait, what?
You're fine, but when you said you're practicing, what are you
In your
practicing
VOD
at?
for last night, you'll see the first discovery.
Try not to interrupt as much, I think.
Nudity in the game.
Oh no, I was saying, yeah, I'm gonna stream Cyberpunk, but there's a bunch of nudity in it, apparently.
Yeah,
But I've been researching. I think I'm allowed. I think.
it's within like the first 5 minutes, dude.
Right, because the main focus of your stream isn't going to be each sex cutscene. It's literally the game, and that's what they were saying in that thing that you were reading.
But
like,
if-
if you focus primarily on the sexual cutscenes, then yes, your stream would probably be taken down. But if you're playing a game and there happens to be, because there's like this artistic freedom that they have when it comes to nudity in
Yeah,
games.
it's digital. It's not real boobies.
No,
Well, yeah.
no. Even if it weren't real,
Which
like,
one is very specific about it? I don't know about
focus.
YouTube though.
that would not be allowed.
They're super weird.
You couldn't play like hentai and be okay.
But if I'm on a character creation
YouTube toss is
screen,
very weird.
if I'm on a character
I
creation
mean-
screen and I pick the woman and I get to pick the size of her breasts and I like zoom in on her breasts and I'm like, let's look
Right,
at that would probably be a problem.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, if you like,
Yeah, because that's more of the focus.
I didn't do
No,
character selection on
I wouldn't guess either. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but I don't know. But I will play Cyberpunk.
sir.
I got a thumbnail made already for the Let's Play for Cyberpunk, but I'm so
I'm
far
excited to see
behind.
that.
I'm so far behind. We need to get up on it. I think that next big game is that one I showed the trailer of earlier. I think that's
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be the next big thing. I think you're just excited to play it.
it looks sick.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean it did. I'll give you that.
I don't see what's
least
coming up
for-
soon that looks like crazy groundbreaking like that.
at least for the bit of Cyberpunk that I did play, I don't hate the game, but I did get annoyed because I mean it's supposed to be open world and whatnot, but like the hour that I played, you're
the
locked
prologue.
into essentially a story mode campaign, and you don't have any options but to do that. You're like locked into that, and it's like
Yeah, you got to beat the
get about
tutorial
20
before you can
seconds
run
of
around.
gameplay,
What
10 minutes of sequence.
What life path did you pick?
The middle tier, the street.
Street Kid, or did you pick the outside? Okay.
No, I didn't get the Outlander, whatever. I got Street King, the middle,
There's a
whatever the
few.
middle option was.
Either way, yeah.
Wait,
Cool.
Street
Yeah,
Kid
that's-
or Street
that's-
King?
King.
Street Kid.
You're both saying two
So
different
there's
things.
Street Kid. There's also there's like
King.
how do I put this?
A Street King is way different than a Street Kid.
No, it's kind of like I don't know. There's like, anyways, I don't want to spoil anything for JS either. I
No, we're
would
not trying
say
to spoil it. We're just trying. Marshall, we're
Yeah.
just
I'm not super concerned about spoilers in video games.
It's Nomad, Street Kid, or Corpo.
I'm less interested in story and more interested in gameplay. I don't play games
Corpo?
for the story.
Corpo, Corpo.
Weird. Yeah.
I liked the car in Street Kid, so I chose that one. That was the logic behind it.
Oh shit.
Well, I just want to quickly shout out, if anybody like seeing my puppy, my beautiful wiener dog, and you want to see more of that, or want to hear me argue with more lovely people on the internet, I do a lot of this shit. Radical Coder, over at youtube.com/Radical Coder. Go subscribe and watch the back catalog, and you can learn stuff about like how Kat Patel, the FBI director, wrote a children's book rewriting the events of January 6th. And it has and unfortunately it has a banger song. Tragically, there is a song that goes along with it, and it is actually really quite catchy.
Song.
Got a children
Now
book
you got
these
me.
days. I mean, Samuel Jackson has a children's book telling the kids to shut the fuck up and go to sleep.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, I think you're. Did you just start your YouTube channel, or have you?
No, I just got back into it. I took a really long break from being online. Like I worked like a big boy software engineer job for the last year, and I was making good money and sitting comfy. And then there was like restructuring, and they let me go. And I was like, well, shit, I'm gonna lean back into this.
Yeah, because you're like like, I don't want to boost you up too much, but like, when I was first getting into this and watching modern day debate and watching debates before I was even really streaming heavily and stuff, because I've been doing this for like 3 years, but before I was even streaming, I was watching you doing debates, and
it's cool.
And so yeah, you're
This guy's your biggest fan. You inspired
I'm
him.
not a fan. I'm I'm more like a I'm an
You
op.
can out right now.
I'm an op.
Man.
But like
haters.
you're
Some haters,
you're
too.
one of the people I would have put on my list to like, we got to go against this guy. And so, but yeah, it's surprising. Yeah, your channel
did a
should be
good job.
bigger. You've been doing this
You
for a
did-
while.
I'll
so
go send. I'm gonna go hook him up with a sub and a like just for shits and giggles. I'm a Crucible
I'm
crew,
almost at
and I
700.
thought you did a really good job debating Rachel too, bro.
Appreciate that. Yeah, it wasn't my first time talking to her. I've done it before, but that was probably the best one. Yeah, I think me and Soy did really well, or at least I think I did. Soy kind of frustrated me by leaning away. Like we kind of diverged on that one. The point that the prompt kind of was about, which was frustrating. But I mean, obviously Soy handled himself really well otherwise.
yeah, he was debating with Andrew and Rachel back when Andrew had like 2,000-3,000 subscribers. So
before that, dude, I used to before Andrew even had his own channel.
really
I was
watch
politically provoked.
on politically provoked. Yeah.
Ryan.
Yeah, Andrew and I go way back.
I'm not gonna try to dig at you, dude, but you got to get that tooth fixed though, because like everybody's gonna make fun of you on that tooth until you get it.
Don't get the tooth fixed.
I'm honestly, I'm not actually trying to put.
I like the memes.
Hey, no teeth gang, Radical Coder. Let's
Forgot about that.
No teeth gang. You know, it adds character.
Yeah, I mean, it's been like this for God, like 12 years now. It doesn't really bother me that much. I don't even think about it most of the time.
Yeah.
No, but everybody else does. Like anytime you come up, that's the first thing that comes to mind is, oh, the guy who's missing that tooth on the front. Like
the tooth guy. Well, I don't know. I mean, Andrew, it's funny that Andrew like noticed in this past year, but like, again, I've been debating him for fucking 4 years now, and he never noticed until like a couple months ago. So like, I think that a lot of people don't notice until the attention's like brought to it. So
yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. It's gonna be the chat's always
he's
gonna.
got to get it fixed. I
will.
Anytime he's talking, I look at it. I'm honestly, I'm not trying to be a dick or anything, because like.
So to appease Jeremy, Ryan.
My teeth are all kinds of fucked up. Like I said, I spent $50,000 in the last several years getting my teeth fixed.
Well, you wear glasses, bro.
Yeah, I'm fucking old.
Oh, and Radical Coder also wears
He
glasses.
wears glasses.
He
I
wears
have contacts.
glasses. Oh my god.
JS thinks Big Op is a scam.
I think Big Op is a scam.
Dude,
I
wish I could see without these motherfuckers.
My teams are falling out, so welcome to the club.
I'm pro. Was it Mao or no? It wasn't Mao. Which one was? I always forget. The one that wiped out. No, it wasn't Stalin. It was Pol Pot. Pol Pot wiped out all the glasses wearers.
Yeah.
Ryan, here's how crazy some of JS's takes are, right? This motherfucker will smoke cigarettes, smoke pot, eat gummies, and drink beer, and then say all of it should be illegal.
Yeah.
That's cool.
While doing it.
Well,
I mean,
It'll make it cheaper and probably better quality too.
I don't eat gummies or smoke pot a lot. Occasionally. But I drink
In the
beer.
past month.
Yeah,
You
it's
never
not
do it.
about me. It's about the children. That's an argument from hypocrisy.
Children.
It's for the children.
Well, I feel like you would want better regulation to protect the children.
Yeah.
No, he don't want regulation. He wants it to be illegal.
Yeah.
Prohibition.
That kind of prohibition shit doesn't really work.
It does work.
Like, I mean,
great.
like every kid I went to high school with, like, smoked weed, except for me. I was like one of the only ones who didn't smoke weed till college.
Prohibition
like,
was
I knew
very
smoked
effective.
constantly.
It worked great. It reduced domestic violence. It reduced the amount of people who are going to jail for alcohol things. It reduced all sorts of things. And then as soon as they removed the prohibition, those numbers climbed back up. So it was effective. I would like my kids to be born into a world where pot and alcohol and cigarettes are not sold at every gas station.
I mean, I don't disagree with your take, JS. Like, I don't particularly care in the grand scheme of it, but like, you could easily make a claim or an argument that I could get behind for it all to be illegal. But the thing is I don't do any of that shit. Like, I generally won't even take a Tylenol for any reason whatsoever. Like, I hate drugs.
But this is an argument from hypocrisy. If I don't have any legs and I say it's good for you to take a walk every day, I'm not wrong.
No, but you also advocate that it should be illegal for you to consume it. Like, it's like you could just not consume it. You don't need the law to tell you I should.
Well, I'm working on it.
I like freedom. I like people. If people have, educated consent, people are aware of the dangers and like know how to use these things responsibly, and they're well regulated, and they can we can get, I can know exactly how much alcohol, like what percentage, what proof the bottle of liquor I'm buying is. Like, if with all those things in place, I think I'm quite comfortable with like legalized things. I liked when I lived in Washington State for like 7 months at the beginning of last year. I guess that's the first half of last year or whatever. But like, I was able to buy weed from a store. It was like the coolest shit. I miss being able to do that, because I don't live in a state where it's legal
It
anymore.
sucks compared to going to the farm. But I also live here.
The argument from hypocrisy would
Unless you're buying top shelf.
be,
Go ahead.
Sorry, somebody saying something?
No, go ahead.
Nothing important. Go ahead.
I was just saying, like, the argument of hypocrisy, like that Andrew points this out all the time, where people will be like, he smokes and yet he tells like other people that they shouldn't smoke, and they'll argue that that's the argument from hypocrisy, which it's really not, because that's a true statement, is that people shouldn't smoke. He's not going and saying you can't smoke, but I'm going to smoke.
No, I'm saying
Right? So,
we ought to make smoking illegal. Now, I'll always
make the argument that this should all be illegal. All of it should be illegal, including it should be illegal for you.
No.
And yet you do this while making that argument.
My argument for like alcohol and pot, my argument for alcohol and pot is you make it illegal to manufacture in mass quantities, transport, and distribute. So if you
can grow and distill your own.
Yes, if you have a piece of property, you can grow some pot plants. You can grow some hops.
The argument you made.
This is the argument I always make. I've been consistent with this. This is always my argument.
Wait, JS, why do you think people stopped drinking when it became illegal? Like, what makes you think that?
Why do you think they stopped drinking when it became illegal?
They didn't. Bootleggers.
People did keep drinking when it became illegal. But it
Mhm.
made it
Well,
easier.
you said that it went down. You said it went down.
Yeah, and then
what went down?
A lot of
Yeah,
things.
what
A lot of things went down. Domestic abuse went down. I have a whole list of it. I wrote a debate. I was supposed to debate Wally about this, and I put it all into. I have the file right here. I have all the list of things, and then each one. I go into PubMed and these different sources of where it comes from. Like there were a lot of benefits to prohibition, and everybody says there's no benefits to prohibition. There was a lot of benefits to prohibition, and we saw those benefits fall away as soon as prohibition ended. So there was benefits to prohibition, and prohibition did not mean you can't drink. It just means you can't buy it at the store. You can't transport it and sell it. You can't tax it. I don't think the government should be having sin taxes on things like
Where do you
pot and
consume
alcohol
it,
and
though, too,
gambling and
JS?
prostitution, and like we shouldn't be taxing these things and legalizing these things. But
Do you think
if
they
you
ran like a consensus?
so if you own a piece of land and on your property you want to grow some pot plants and smoke some pot, you can do that on your property. What this does is it discourages people. Homeless people are on the streets,
Not all the
and every gas
businesses-
station is selling alcohol, and now they're alcoholics.
Oh,
and
true.
They're just buying their panhandle for $3 so they can go buy a 40. That shouldn't
Back
be
in the day, though,
that
like
shouldn't
the
be allowed.
saloons.
Instead, what we should do is motivate them to, if you want to drink, get a
So then you're-
job, work hard, buy some property, grow yourself some hops, make a distiller, make your little brewery. And this is why I say mass manufacturing. So we'd have to have some sort of limit on how much you could manufacture. It has to be for personal use. You can have
So
you can
They
have
can limit
a
how much.
you can have a still for personal use. You can
So then you're putting,
right.
you're putting a contingency on being a landowner to having those rights.
yeah. Yeah, if you want to
See, one of
drink
the
and you
other-
want to smoke pot, you need to buy some land first.
One of the other biggest problems.
Would
with
I
that,
have to
JS,
pay
in a lot
taxes
of-
on growing that?
Hold on, Mimar.
Because
In
you
a
have
lot
to
of
pay taxes
states,
on the land.
Go ahead.
in a lot of states, they have laws in place in each individual state that allows farmers to be able to sell to people in their community. So they would argue then that I could sell my liquor to people in my community because it's my homegrown, my home brewed stuff. So then you have that fine line of towing that.
Yeah, I would
Since
say
you grew it and you produced it,
no. I
then
would
you could
I would
sell it at the
restrict that.
farmer's market.
I would restrict that, and so then it would
Okay.
come down to if let's say I own land and I'm growing pot. If I want to give it away to my neighbors for free, I can do that. But I can't sell it to them, and I can't transport a large
All right.
quantity over
Awesome,
state
Jeremy.
lines.
You could give it away to your neighbors for free, but then they could also
Yeah, because this
donate you a-
discourages profiteering off of. It's a syntax. You shouldn't be able to make money off of things like this, like cigarettes and alcohol and weed.
What about caffeine,
But then
energy
hold on,
drinks?
If you,
What
if,
about
if,
energy
if you just feel
drinks?
like it's your purpose in life to grow
And
pot and give it
coffee.
to your neighbors, then go ahead and do that. But
But
don't get rich off of it.
JS,
but then
what
in
about
that
energy
same purpose,
drinks and
JS,
coffee?
you're
Oh, go ahead.
Then you're telling the farmers that they can't sell their crops in JS. If you grow it and you put all your work and your hard energy into it, then you should be able to do whatever you want with it.
Yeah,
Right?
if you're a farmer and you want to
Right.
make money, then grow some freaking oregano. Grow some thyme.
What if I want to grow? What if I want to
Hold on
grow
a second.
hops? Yeah.
If you want to grow
What if I want
pot,
to grow hops on my farm?
if you
Because
want,
my
own
pot, because I'm better.
description on supply chains, just these are things you don't like personally, or I mean, there are things you like doing, but you don't like. You don't think they should be on the market personally.
yeah, I mean,
How would you regulate this?
it's but it's not so much preference as I think that it is. I think it's morally wrong to be selling pot to the masses. So it's not
Like,
just
let's
a,
say you're a pot farmer and I give
What
you
if we live in the same
$35 and you
town?
give me an eighth, and then the man of the law comes and I just go, no, he gave it to me for free. How is the officer going to discern that I paid for the pot?
Yeah, you're just donating to my charity, and I'm giving you
Well,
a gift for
yeah,
donating.
and that's why you say transportation. So that's why you make transportation wrong. So
For the pot.
so if you come to my house and I give you some pot, you got to walk back to your house. You're taking a risk there.
Walk back.
And if you take that
Wait,
risk,
so it's
you might
illegal
get
for me to
you
bring
might
it
get
home?
arrested and you might go to jail.
Yeah.
That's crazy, dude.
That is crazy.
not
I
crazy.
everything
It's
my
based.
groceries
It's
and
based. What do you
everything come
mean
from
it's-
a farm, like not just like down the road. And there's another one for our vegetables and shit. We get our meat.
If you
so I
need
don't
to
really
smoke
see
pot
too
that
much of
bad,
my-
then you need to
it's even
work
worse than
hard
that,
and
though,
buy
'cause,
some
like-
land and grow yourself some pot and
Yeah,
smoke
you have
your
to
own
buy the
pot.
land.
We get
too.
our-
You
we
can't
get
just
our
go and get
cows.
it and go home with it.
don't
You got to
wanna-
make sure you're going home.
It
to land
encourages
you own.
upward mobility. It encourages
You know what's
people to
even
work
more
hard to
bad?
buy property to have a stake in it, and then you can
JS,
vote.
they don't even have a
Jess, you're so far
Is
off the
that not a
mark here,
wild? Do
dude.
you not see that as a wild take, Ryan?
Mark, this is base.
That is an
We have
insane.
I
no
like the wild
Jess is a
take.
commie. How do people think this is
we have
communism?
pot shops and no place to smoke pot, really.
Dude, everybody
pot
says.
shops-
weed's
Everybody
not
always
America.
says this
You-
is communism.
You can't smoke pots at the local bar.
This is not
Can't smoke
communism.
cigarettes at the local bar here.
Nope.
I agree. It's not communism.
It's not communism. I don't know. I've had this multiple times. I've given this
communism, I
stance,
just
and
said
people are
it's a
like, "Well,
wild
you sound
take."
like a commie." That's not. I'm not
Right.
saying you're just gonna share all our pot. Like I'm saying, if you want pot, you need to earn the right to have the pot. So you got to have a piece of land, and you got to grow it. And you got to do it
Ah.
yourself.
I like
That
that.
apply to every single other product that you get that's grown.
I agree.
No, it would apply to mind altering substances.
Why should you have a carrot if you're not willing to get land and grow a carrot?
Because people don't get high off carrots.
I do.
I mean, you get high
Oh,
off coffee and
excuse me,
stuff. You're gonna
sir.
get rid of coffee and energy drinks.
If you
Oh,
if,
wait,
if
hang
you
on.
really if you
not
want me
know
to bite
about-
the bullet, I'll say that you can't. We'll take it to coffee too.
Dude, I don't want to live in this guy's America.
Crap,
This is-
that's really hard to grow.
Are you guys gonna vote for this guy if he runs for
A
office?
bunch of monkeys in a
Have you ever
forest.
watched coffee, how it's made?
Dude, we don't.
You know, the government wouldn't let that happen.
On this side, we
because,
don't-
They want to give us stuff in our food that's okay.
We don't win
J-
elections.
JS
We don't win elections on
Yeah.
this side. We take over.
I was just gonna say, if JS wins an election, we're gonna go January 6th on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's the problem I have with your take, JS, is like there's actually not enough land for people
Oh
to
my God.
own.
There's plenty of
for that
land. If
right.
China isn't buying all the land, there's plenty of land.
There's plenty of land. Yeah, I think you're
Jazz
wrong.
is too
Plenty
money
of
hungry.
land.
He
No,
wouldn't
no,
even
'cause
do these
keep in
things.
mind-
Chase would only do
All
is
I
what the
need,
people that
all I
pay him
need
to
is a
tell him
flower
to-
pot to grow a weed pot. Like I could grow a weed plant in my apartment.
No, well, no, you said you had to be a landowner. You
Yeah,
rent.
you have to be a
Well,
landowner.
no,
Not
I'm
the
saying,
owner.
I'm
Yeah.
saying on your
But
property.
you can't own
If
an
you-
That's
apartment.
not your property.
Oh, so now it's your property, but that's
Okay,
exactly.
yeah,
that's
yeah,
not
yeah,
you,
yeah,
you're
yeah.
renting it.
I'm saying it doesn't take that much space to grow a weed plant.
No, but your claim
No, but
was
you
had
can
to
make it
own
more
land.
Maybe your
racist if
weed
you just
plants.
put a little bit
You
of effort
own
into
land
it.
in an apartment.
Well, you could move into some apartments where the owner of the apartment says, "I let my renters
DM
grow
you a
pot
picture
plants
of-
in their apartment," and then, but he owns the, so is basically just in your own space. You can grow it, but you can't sell it. You can't transport it over state lines or anything like that.
Can you give it to your
And
buddy
there's a
though?
limit.
for
There's a
free?
limit to, you can't mass produce it. You can't mass manufacture it. So I can't have
So
I can't have
there would be
800
We
pot
can have
plants.
up to 8
That's-
ounces.
So, like,
I think
You
so,
can
like-
have
like
you can have
it's-
3 or 4 or 5 pot plants. We'll figure it out. We'll
right,
figure
so that's
we'll
what I
have to
was gonna
figure
say.
out
So
a
it
number.
goes. You're right. So then the problem is, Jess, who are you going to get to regulate this?
The
Somebody's
law.
going to go house to house. All right, but
Good
somebody's
luck
going to
with
go
that.
Somebody's going to go house to house.
People are going to
just
break the
find
law.
out.
Yeah, and we're going to figure it out.
I know, but I'm just
No,
saying,
just-
if you are
Gonna be
saying
the
each
best,
person is
most
growing on
corrupt
their own property,
tax
on their
collector
own
you ever
property
had.
individually, then each. I just don't understand.
I'm
how
going to
those
have a
regulations
league of anti-pothead soldiers that are going to go door to door.
That's fine. Send them to all the restaurants.
no,
get
And if
them
you
to
got a
do that
pot
they
plant,
follow
you're the
regulations.
most-
if you got a
We all
pot
know
plant, you better
landlords are
hide it in
leading
your
in
attic.
agricultural
Yes.
development.
You're gonna be hiding your
Well,
you're gonna be
yes,
hiding your
I'm
pot plant in your
volunteering
attic
you
because
right
we're
now.
gonna be having a pot plant holocaust.
Well, unfortunately, JS, unfortunately, my pot plants, they went down in the boat with all my guns. Sorry. Terrible boy.
Good. That's what you should say. Yeah. At that point,
What? Oh no!
don't tell nobody that you got illegal pot plants.
Not the boat. Illegal. Wait. Oh yeah, some.
By
never-
being illegally.
I mean, you could
detained
still
by
get
them.
away with it. You could still break the law and get away with it. You'd be alright. But
Grump, are you wasted?
I mean, If
I
you don't
agree with
catch, I mean,
JS though, and you shouldn't be able to own something as radical as a firearm unless you can build all the components yourself in your garage.
No, firearms are based.
Yeah,
sounds
that's
pretty
that's
dope.
exactly
I
what it
can.
sounds like. Same logic.
I'm not mining gunpowder. That sounds like a
I'm
pain in
kind
the
of
ass.
okay with that because, like, I can.
Too hot.
Hey, King, you know, you still
Who
got that
suggested
50
that? Was that
minute mute that Cat donated. I think this might be a good time to use some of that on.
You can't use it on me. Don't be muting me.
you suggested that you have to be able to build it yourself? Because I mean, like,
Thief.
oh no,
Chair.
that just makes my position stronger.
Dude,
You're
I
supposed
gave
to use
Tanner a
these things to
20-minute mute.
overtake
You
the
want over
government when
here?
we're paying damn taxes on them.
Yeah, seriously.
Actually, to be
right?
fair, Jay, I can server mute you, so I could. I mean, Cat said it's up to Jeremy, and I mean, 50 minutes is a long time.
I have a question.
Oh, I can build in wood, metal, and plastic, and a suppressor is like a very trivial thing. It's a muffler, like for
In
a
middle
car.
school, I knew this technique where you took a piece of paper and then a pen and a rubber band, and you'd make a little pistol.
Oh yeah, you can do that too, and then you might get
Potato gun, bro.
not anything.
I know a guy who
Anyways, I have a question.
I know a guy
It
who took a
requires
pen,
chemical
pineapple, and they made a stick
combustion in order to be a firearm.
If I'm a lord in Scotland and I
What?
own 1 square foot of land, am I able to
What?
make a brewery
Nuh-uh.
there?
What's that company called?
I don't remember.
Wait,
Man,
he's
that was a
joking. Oh, he's joking.
Well, there was this company that sponsored a bunch of YouTubers for a while that offered that. Like, you could own like a little like chunk of land.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people.
Are you talking
doing
about the Irish or
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
you can get the
That
title
was
of
a
lord
scam.
because you own property in
It
Scotland.
was a scam. It's
That
from
was the
Scotland.
thing.
Yeah, from Scotland Titles or whatever.
Yeah,
was.
that was a scam.
It was
Yeah.
not a
Square
scam.
foot of
Be a
property.
lord.
What's
they
supposed to
didn't-
be a
You're a lord.
1 square foot plot of land that they plant a tree on.
Yeah, you could buy a square foot of land and put a plot
No,
plan on it.
about planting a tree.
Well, the
That
biggest
shit
problem
is as much of that
Yeah.
shit is as much of a scam as X-ray glasses. If you get tricked
Right, well-
into thinking that you're owning a piece of land in Scotland, you're a goddamn idiot.
Well, no, the problem came is because
Yeah.
people started
It's
wanting
also
to
pretty
register
correct.
themselves as lords. They
I
wanted
believe
to
you.
register themselves as lords, but they couldn't because there's no like. It's bullshit. It doesn't
And all
exist.
these dipshits, these like actual retards, were like posting online, like, I bought this, and I thought I really was owning a piece of land in Scotland. Someone help! Like self-reporting. This is like I said, it's like calling the number on the back for the X-ray glasses and being like, I can't see the naked women. What's happening?
Right.
That sounds dope. Can you invent that?
Or like colorblind, like Jake
Hearing
Paul's
about those people
colorblind
doing
glasses.
that makes me
X-ray
not,
glasses.
like want to do
Sounds like
self-harm, but
cancer.
feel like I'm like I need help because I jump into whatever.
You can stop
It's
there.
not
We-
The
self-harm.
core of my
but it's
argument is
like,
there's certain
hey,
products that are
harm
so
me.
stupid. You're an idiot for buying them, and I feel
Can
no
I
pity
ask my
for you.
question?
Yeah, and that's like
Absolutely not.
dealing with the people who buy them.
Nobody
that's
important's
what I'm
talking.
about
Does
now.
anybody actually have a bar just for like smoking weed, or is that like allowed at like at a public place somewhere in your
I
legal
know they have them in
state?
like Amsterdam and stuff, but I don't know if they have those in. I don't know if they have those in any like. What are the
I
laws surrounding
really,
that? Maybe not because it's like federally illegal.
If it's anywhere, it's in California.
They have,
there is
they
like
have
one
special-
hookah lounge
Texas.
really far away, but you can't smoke at the bars. Like they kind of like,
Yeah.
you know.
Most of the
That's
time, me
special in
they have
Texas.
to have little pot events and things where people can smoke. They have to get specialized permits.
What about in Colorado?
Yeah, even there, it's like that. You can't even use like that's the crazy part is even though they legalize it, it's very uncommon that they will let you use it in a public place at all.
Yeah, I was just curious considering they were the
Seriously.
first.
Because it's
Yeah,
still
even
federally.
Colorado, and even all those first states that came out. Yeah, still legal
Like,
to use
Yeah,
it.
hide 'em right
Still crack down on
I
that
mean,
shit.
Colorado was the first, so you know, I'm I don't actually know. I was genuinely asking if you know, because if somebody was to go there, Colorado would probably be the.
Right, yeah, it was Colorado. And
I
then
was just
Washington.
curious.
Yeah, it was Colorado and then Washington. That's why everybody points to them for an example. But yeah, even in those places, it's still illegal. Even in most hotels, you can't even use it in your own private room.
Yeah, I mean, in my state, they legalized medicinal, but it's still illegal for recreational use. So there's not going to be any bars or anything here
It's
that you can.
federally illegal here.
I mean, even possession of a tiny amount. If you're not a
Yeah.
if you don't have you know, prescription for it, is even a charge.
So I know I'm jumping back to something from like way earlier, but I'm just curious, like, so how
Please.
does anyone here know why Paul Manafort needed to be pardoned by Trump? I know I brought it up earlier, but like we didn't really get to the meat of it. Does anyone here know why that happened?
Collusion. Not officially, no.
Russian collusion is a close, a good
I've never
guess.
heard of that. I've never even heard of the book. I've never heard of the book before either.
I hadn't
Yeah,
even
you guys
heard
are,
that he
you guys
pardoned
are in
him,
these
but
echo chambers. You really got to get out of those echo chambers seriously. Like you should like. There's a lot of stuff you seem to not hear about, but
What do you
it's
mean?
like stuff. I mean, if you're in like vaguely pro-Trump circles, then you're not going to hear about this stuff. They don't talk about these things. But like Trump pardoned Paul Manafort, who was charged and convicted for failure to register as a foreign agent, and he was working with pro-Russian politicians in Ukraine. And he was the chair. He was the chair of.
Curiosity,
Yes, sir.
does that compare to like anything that happened?
Coder, how old is how long ago was it?
2016.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I honestly didn't really give a damn about politics or actually start really kind of
happened in
like
2016.
you know taking interest until the last couple of years. So.
Wait, hang on. When did that pardon happen?
You are
when
probably
did that
right.
pardon happen?
I think I'm an outlier.
When did that pardon happen?
What?
I'm sorry. When did that pardon happen?
The pardon happened when he. I don't know if that was at the end of his last term or if it was the beginning of this one. Let me see. When did Trump?
It was the beginning of this one.
You said 2016.
Well, yeah, that's when he.
Or
That's
this
when.
one.
That's when he got.
That's
when he got an hour ago.
That's what it sounded like you were saying, that the pardon happened in 2016, but it was
Yeah, he
before
pardoned him in
2016.
I was just curious.
No, it happened in 2016. The trials took forever, and he pardoned him when he became president again.
No, he pardoned him in 2020, when he was ending his presidency, like towards the end.
Okay.
Yeah, but hang on. You ask us if we know why he did. My question is do you know why he did? That's not like conspiracy.
Sorry, when I say why he pardoned him, what I meant to ask is like, do you know why he needed a pardon?
Oh,
The question.
It sounded like you didn't know either why he needed a pardon.
I did. I was informing you guys. It's because
you had to look it up. Like
yeah, well, I wanted to make sure I
Well,
get the
hold
exact. I'm trying to get the exact information. Yeah, but
I believe.
So what specific thing did he need to get pardoned for?
so he was charged.
I don't know, Grumble, look it up and.
Hunter Biden need a pardon? Why did all of Biden's family need
I'm
pardons?
fucking lazy.
Why did
No,
other politicians?
No, I'm just saying. I'm asking.
I wasn't being mean. I was
Just
also
to make it
just
clear,
for
Coder has
context,
said the
like-
charges like 3 or 4 times at this point. If you haven't heard them, you're just not listening.
No, no,
Right.
I know, but I'm just
No, I'm asking a different
a
question.
similar-
If you were listening.
a very similar scenario.
Yeah,
Why
yeah,
did all
yeah.
those other
Yours
pardons
turned
come
off.
back?
Your questions are irrelevant. That's what I'm telling you.
It's totally relevant.
Wait, I'm
amazing.
sorry.
You thought it was a good combo?
Question still stands, is what did you think?
Oh, okay.
You know, he's talking to me, but
I'm gonna let
he doesn't.
JS.
He doesn't understand how like
Sorry,
conversations
JS.
super weird.
I think he does. I think he understands what's happening better than you do, actually. a
I'll
little bit.
hold my questions until the end.
So who's gonna wait? If I don't, then who's gonna ask you the question next?
I want to hear. I don't know who here votes for JS back and forth.
It's
with,
for banking,
Mr.
not
Coder.
registering in a foreign country for a bank account. And these are just from me listening to him
I'm gonna
say
put
it.
together a
tonight.
weightlifting bench. Like
Here, I'm gonna post a screenshot in the politics channel, and I'll post a link to the Wikipedia article that I'm reading this from. But I just posted a screenshot of the Paul Manafort charges specifically. And here's that's just one bullet point of a bunch from the Mueller Special Counsel investigation Wikipedia page. The reason I asked
we're
about this
still
is
talking about the Mueller
say,
report. Hasn't this been debunked?
well, yeah, I mean,
enough?
this is the thing. This is exactly why, right? Because people, they say Russia hoax, but like nobody knows what actually was uncovered in the Mueller report, right?
Nothing.
They all act like it was.
It was a scam.
Well, how come Paul Manafort was charged and convicted?
Probably because he was a political. It was a political attack.
Political agent working with pro-Russian politicians in Ukraine, and he failed to report that he was working with illegally.
Yeah, I'm
And he
gonna
was
keep putting together a weight bench, and
that seems like a big deal. Like just because they
Holler
didn't
if you
find
need me.
they didn't find evidence of Trump specifically working with Russia doesn't mean they didn't find anything, right?
And this also isn't the only person convicted, too. There was 12 convictions related to Russiagate. You guys are on level 1.
And they were all scams.
I said page me, just holler my name, and I'll like I'm listening.
Okay, we'll let you know.
We don't need you. Actually, tell you what, Grump, take 10 minutes on mute. On cat.
There you go. So like they were all scams. Do you really think that, or are you just memeing? Like who said that?
I'm not like an expert on the Mueller report. Maybe I'm sure somebody like Rob would probably destroy you on this, but
Well, we'll see. I'm supposed to 1v1 Rob later this month on a bunch of stuff. So
yeah,
Oh, that'll be fun.
If you go anything in 6 against Rob, he's gonna demolish you. Like there's no.
he gave me a whole document of his talking points, and the first one was the very first one was Hillary and DNC team colluded with suspected Russian spy Igor Danchenko to get dirt on Trump to prove that he got dirt from Russia. And there's no evidence that Hillary or the DNC team ever even had any contact with Danchenko. He was like hired by Steele, who was hired by Fusion, it's like 3 people removed.
I
And
know about
also
all
he's
this stuff.
He's not a suspected Russian spy. He was there was an investigation into him in like 2008 or something, and he was completely exonerated and has not. And like the FBI's even used him as a source more recent, like 2017 or something. So like calling him a suspected Russian spy is kind of crazy. And this is just the very first point that Rob gave me.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna destroy you.
We'll
Oh
see.
yeah. Hey, well, let's have some faith, man. I hope they have a great back and forth.
Yeah, I think
Checks
we will.
and
I think
balances,
it'll be very-
bro.
Yeah, that's right. You should. My whole thing when I talked to Rob the other day, like I was just saying, like I think people should take the stuff he says with a grain of salt. Like he says a lot really, really fast, right? And I mean, I'm just giving this one example right here. Like he's saying that the DNC colluded with a guy they never had any contact with. That Hillary Clinton colluded with a guy she never had contact with, and that this guy was a suspected Russian spy. But there's no evidence of that. He was never charged with espionage. So it's just like alone in that one.
No, there's
statement
plenty
is
of evidence that Hunter Biden and Joe Biden and Hillary were working with Burisma and all that stuff. So
Well, I'm just saying that wasn't the bull.
he went through like an 8-hour stream with Destiny talking about this.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I know he says a lot of stuff, but I mean, already in this conversation, like we've demonstrated.
What's the
that
debate topic?
I think we're just going through his list. I think that the claim is basically
Okay, cool.
that I accused Rob of spreading misinformation, which I stand by, and I think I've continually
Right on.
I've been more convinced of that the more I've like dug into stuff.
And
but,
he's got
yeah,
to defend that, and you're attacking it. Hell yeah, that'd be interesting. Right on.
yeah, it should be fun.
Misinformation is whatever information your side doesn't like.
Or it's false information, or like misleading information, narrativized in a misleading way, leaving out things or adding things in a way that kind of like skews the truth, and provides like
All
a
could be true. I think.
reality.
Just making the claim that it is that.
What?
What was that, Jeremy?
So you would actually have to prove that. You can't just make the claim that it is that thing and then that be true.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah, evidence. Hell yeah.
Otherwise,
Well, this information was like earlier when you guys were hooting and hollering about how the Russiagate resulted in nothing.
What do you
And
mean,
then we're
you
absolutely
guys?
destroyed throughout this
It was
conversation.
a scam.
What are you talking about? Go get your lizard. I want to see the reptiles, please.
Wikipedia article in the politics channel here. You can read about the Mueller investigation since you clearly haven't.
I've read.
Well, the whole thing
It's
about
been
that
years
was
that I've read about it.
They were trying to pin collusion up specifically on Trump. Finding people that are affiliated with Trump and finding collusion or something between
I
them.
thought we moved past this because it got
They
debunked
just,
so
they just
bad.
sunk every other part of his battleship. They missed the middle.
It got debunked
Wait,
so
but-
bad. I thought we moved past this, but I guess we're still on it. So I'll have to brush up.
Well, I mean, there's just a lot. It's obvious you guys don't believe, or you believe that nothing came of it, right? That's the thing that we're kind of
I don't even
pointing out.
know nothing about it.
And that's also what
that
I'm
was a while
But if
ago.
you-
How is
but if
it?
you-
Is it relevant now though too? Is that
Yeah.
like really cool history?
I don't think
sir?
it's relevant now.
I'm
Donald Trump is
actually
the
curious.
president again. Actually, he's the president
Oh,
again.
yeah,
I think
fuck.
you should
I
be
think
concerned
we
with.
fight dirt on all world leaders, but go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying, like, Donald Trump's president, and if there was like weird connections between him or his campaign and Russia, I think that's a pretty big deal, especially if like now the people he's putting in place are also have weird, like Tulsi Gabbard has like weird connections to Russia, and and she's I mean, God, I can't even, is she like what position is Tulsi in now? Tulsi, Director of National Intelligence. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah. The blonde one.
Yeah, the cute one.
Tulsi used to be.
Dummy
a Democrat.
asked, "Is it illegal
funny
to support Russia also to do
back
business
on
there? Is it
It is
illegal?"
illegal to be a foreign agent without registering, especially if you're working on a campaign, which is what Paul Manafort was doing, and he was illegally working with them. You're supposed to register as a foreign agent, right? And that's what he didn't do.
Yeah, it's illegal to do the things he was convicted for.
Exactly.
Allegedly.
Not allegedly.
I don't know. I'd have to.
Yes,
It's not alleged if it's a conviction, JS. I mean, come on, bro.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
Derek
so
Chauvin was
allegedly
convicted.
meant, like-
Apparently, O.J. Simpson was innocent.
Chauvin was guilty. Yep. O.J. Simpson was innocent.
Yes, we got a super chat.
Court's
I,
ruled.
read,
I'm sorry.
I already read the super chat. Unless there-
Michael Jackson
unless
just
there
really
was
cared
another
about
one.
those kids.
Oh, it must be another.
Well, you didn't put a heart on there, so
Oh, I got to heart it.
No, there's
Heart
another
it.
one.
Hearted it.
Oh yeah, heart.
Hearted it.
Jerry.
Hope you're having a good day, Shiva.
Hey, yeah, not bad. Can't stay long. I just wanted to come up and say, Josh, I really enjoyed having you on the Incongruous sofa yesterday. You're an excellent conversationalist.
Thank you.
Woohoo!
Wow, so it went pretty good then, Shiva, huh? I didn't get a chance to check it out. I was gonna try and stay up, but I fell asleep.
Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. I think the people who were watching seemed to enjoy it. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I'll have to check it out then.
Well,
That's what I
was gonna
am.
put it at the bottom of
I'm
my
not a
list of
debater, I'm a
watching, but you coming in and
conversationalist.
saying that and making that statement, Mr. Shiva, I'm actually the next thing that'll be at the top of my list now on the watch list.
Hang on,
One thing that I really enjoyed about it was that nobody was screaming at each other.
Does that
Wasn't
happen?
it nice?
Does that happen on some of them?
No, it happened
on
on-
the last one.
It happened on the last one, yeah.
It's on that note, Shiva, I did go back yesterday and I watched that one.
Was it
and
good, Jeremy?
I fucking loved it, dude. It was great.
Hell
Mainly
yeah.
because there was the one thing where like we asked the Furby for evidence of claims all the fucking time, and he never has it. And then he like drilled and drilled and drilled. I forget the one guy's name, Dennison. Like drilled that fucking guy for shit, and the guy was right. Like he literally forced a concession on Furby being wrong. but the whole time he was fucking spurging and shit that the guy had no evidence on his claims, but he did.
Dennison's a
about
smart guy.
definition.
Many such cases.
It was
He's
so fucking,
he's
it
a
was so
smart guy.
fucking
Yeah.
glorious.
When like if Dennison says that he's a stock trader, I'd just be inclined to believe him. I have no reason to disbelieve him. Interesting thing about Denizen is that he quite often will make...
Trading what?
He trades in stocks.
Oh, okay, thank you.
He will quite often make the exact same argument, almost verbatim, that I would make in a given situation. It's quite spooky.
Yeah, I mean, it was just so funny. Like Furby was demanding that he come back and give him the proof to his claim. He's like, dude, I just fucking Googled it. Like, you know, you can do this, and gave the Google claim. But anytime you ask Furby that, he's got nothing. Nothing. There's some excuse. I'm at work right now. I can't get it at the moment, or what? There's always an excuse that he cannot provide you anything to back up whatever he says.
Bro, he sent me a link to the gingerbread chart. That doesn't count.
What are some examples of things she says that you guys want evidence for?
You'd have to go back. I don't. There's too
Everything.
many fucking
We went through it with Melanie with the trans studies.
I don't know.
Like do you like suspect that like Mel knows less than you guys do about like trans studies?
Yeah. Or I think Mel knows as
think
much
the
as
fact-
I know, but Mel is
No,
going to
we-
say it the way that they want to say it.
I don't really generally argue trans.
I haven't heard him argue that
No, because I just don't accept the claim.
part of it, really. Have you?
I guess.
I think Mel probably knows more about trans stuff than they do, but Mel does the mistakes of doing things like fighting against the Cass report and things that are
Yep.
collective pieces
Common-
of data and knowledge that speak against
Very basic mistakes.
I agree with Mel on a lot of things, but I think Mel takes bites
Mel's
that are too
pretty
big
smart.
sometimes.
Well, the problem is Mel seems to think he knows more about
There's
how the US
potential there.
government works as a Canadian who doesn't know shit about the
Because
US
you use
government.
big words and you talk fast and you say all these big words and you talk about all these studies doesn't mean you're smart.
Potential. There's potential there. And you're right.
Well,
She's pretty
to be fair to Josh, people think I'm smart and I'm just English.
No, I think you're smarter than
Bro,
a
your
lot of
accent's
people
hella
who.
cool.
A lot of people
The
who.
accent does a lot of heavy lifting, Josh.
Yeah, it does.
What's
It is
specific-
unfair. The English accent is
The Cass,
unfair.
whatever you guys said. What's the thing?
It's the report that was mainly used to justify all.
Yeah,
the
we
new
did a
British
whole
laws
stream
and
where me and
stuff.
Teriyaki
The new British
destroyed Mel on the Cass
perspective on
report.
trans. Yeah, if you look.
But
into
also,
it-
there's newer reports that have come out since
I think it's
then.
CASS. Cass.
Do you guys?
Of course, from my perspective, those who are pro-trans and those who are anti-trans, they're all wrong. Because we're.
Yeah, I agree.
Because it seems to me that people are trying to assign an essence to a conceptual imputation, and that just kind of fails. Like,
See, dumb people don't say shit like that.
Regular human words.
Yeah, and to give you some
Exactly.
background on what you're reading, Radical, it's like a lot of it are the writings of the doctors who have like worked on trans people. There might be some outside opinions in there, but I know a lot of it is people that have worked directly with trans people.
Opinions.
But I don't.
Most of hear about that.
But I'm
as
not
an
the
ad
study
hoc.
guy. I'm not the study guy.
Sorry.
I'm the guy that says this is just obviously wrong.
Well,
Well, that's fine. But this is like the reason that they a lot of like the UK and stuff, like they basically banned puberty blockers. Is that it?
Yeah, they
Oh, yeah,
banned
but
it
it's
in
like, yeah,
they banned it in all
basically
these
that's the
countries because they
thesis of
saw
the Cass
negative
report.
aspects of it. And then
So you know
Mel,
they're still doing trials, right?
Mel
That
will
started
co-
this year.
Mel will bring it up and misread it.
I wouldn't be surprised, but I was just telling you that that is what that report is, and that's what the thesis is.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. Hey, what you
listened
do
to-
behind closed doors, that's fine.
Yeah, the
I think people-
resistance
people are
rate,
reading-
are you
the
guys saying that the UK is more based than the US?
Yeah, it's
I think
about
people-
how like the affirming model isn't working. I'm
Wow.
pretty sure is basically the thesis behind it.
You just figured out the screwed up thing you were doing before we did, but there's a lot of places where the UK is not more based than the US. But
But it doesn't sound like it's about the affirmative. If
Oh,
it's specifically about puberty blockers, it sounds like the issue is there's not enough evidence specifically. There's not enough good studies on whether or not puberty blockers specifically are working, and so
Well, I
that's
mean more
what.
in the way that they've used it to roll into like now a lot of the gender laws that were like given to trans people have been revoked now in Britain, and this is.
I'll say
like,
gender
the Cashapp
hang on,
was
hang on.
puberty
basically
blockers
the
and gender
no,
affirming care for
no.
minors is pure
No,
evil. It's absolute evil.
Hang on. There was a claim made about UK laws. So what's happened is
What I hear?
recently.
Bro, you can't
recently
fly a
there's
St.
been-
George flag in the UK anymore.
Bro, let
course you
Shiva say
can.
what happened.
Of course you
Wait,
can.
what did
That's bullshit.
wanted to?
Right. So recently there was a Supreme Court judgment that said that with respects to the Equalities Act only, which is a piece of legislation that deals with discrimination, that as far as that act applies, that a woman is defined as a biological human female. Like, but it's not a rewriting of the UK laws, or like it's just an interpretation of.
But they
of
banned gender affirming care
Was
for
it like a-
minors in UK, right?
Well, they banned puberty blockers.
maybe.
Gender
Yes,
affirming
we
care-
don't live there.
Hang on,
I
gender
don't
affirming
have
care.
to
it would-
live somewhere to know what they. I don't know how to know how to
gender,
read.
just so you know, gender affirming care would include like dressing a
Sound like
certain
the
way or using
Canadian.
certain pronouns, and that's not banned. Although there are states in the U.S. that are trying to pass laws that would make it illegal for trans kids to have certain haircuts, which is very concerning. But there's not. That's not what's happening. Yeah.
I mean, that seems kind of anti-American, right? Because
It
I
is.
get all of the concerns about giving drugs to kids that affect their physiology. Like, I'm kind of behind those arguments. Like when you're 18, I sort of think
Please don't
you
tell
can,
me they started doing that there.
Right. So
you
then
can
we
do
get to
whatever you
the.
like. But when you're saying you can't dress a certain way or you can't have certain haircuts, is that not infringing on First Amendment rights?
No, I wasn't
Absolutely
implying that. I wasn't trying to imply that.
I don't care what you wear. I don't care what hairstyle you have or any of those things.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to
Yeah.
imply that. That's
If
the
a kid
interpretation
wants
of
to,
the law.
if a girl wants to be like a tomboy and she wants to have short hair and she wants to wear shorts and a t-shirt, I don't have a problem with that. I don't like the gender affirming care for minors and the
Well, hang
the
on.
surgeries
Can I-
and the
can I
medicines
push on
and
that a
all
little
this
bit?
stuff.
Does that work the other
You
way,
just said
Josh?
tomboy. Like the only difference with these laws is that if that tomboy also happens to prefer different pronouns, then suddenly their haircut could
Because
end up
now
with their
we're
parents'
talking about compulsion of language. You don't get to tell me
No,
that I have to
nothing.
call you a him or her.
You I don't think anybody's concerned with your specific misgendering thing. Like
It's not
It's the other way
misgendering.
around,
See,
because
that's the.
they also argue that we
What?
are not male or female. We are cis.
I'm correctly
male or
gendering you.
female.
Yeah.
No, fuck
Right.
that.
So can I ask?
If I
Josh,
say
would
male
that
is
work
a
the other
he, I'm
way?
correctly gendering male.
So, Josh, would that work?
I'm not
the
going to
other
be
way?
forced to
Like-
misgender male.
They're
So, Josh,
When-
would that work
I'm
the other
literally
way?
the perspective of the absolute opposite.
And just
Oh, wait,
just so
hang on.
everybody knows, I
I'm
accidentally call Mel
Understanding.
she sometimes.
So, would
I'm
that,
the
Josh?
perspective
Would that?
of the opposite right now? On with the big mute block.
by accident.
I'm
What?
I'm okay.
How many times do I have to try and ask a question? Right? How many times do I get talked over before it's acceptable for me to start shouting?
Shout,
Josh.
Shiva. Let
You
it
should
all
start
out.
shouting a lot
These are the
earlier.
I
things
like
that we
Shouty
live
Shiva,
without.
so you could just come on shouting from the start, and I'm fine. with it.
Shouty Shiva is great.
All them all retarded.
So would it-
Photoshop their faces and put X's over their eyes.
Josh, would it
Whatever,
work
G.
the other way?
Go ahead.
The question is
No, hold on, Grump. What's the question?
So,
okay. No,
so
no,
would it
somebody else
work? Would it work the other way? You said that you're fine if a
saying yes.
tomboy wants to have short hair and wear shorts and kind of look like a boy. What if you had a boy who wanted to wear dresses and have pigtails and pink bows in their hair? Would you be fine with that?
You
as
would
well?
bully that boy until he stopped doing that shit.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Is-
I wouldn't
Yeah.
like it, and I would
You use
encourage
that child.
bullying of that boy to get him to stop doing that.
I would
And
encourage
I think
Shaming,
I would
I don't encourage
I would
bullying.
assume
Shaming.
that that boy
Shaming.
doesn't have a strong father
Nah,
in his
dude.
life.
You should be more clear that you're encouraging child abuse. I think you should own that position if you're going to say.
Oh, that's
Have you met Josh
where
before?
we're gonna take it. Then
Wait, what?
Sure, yeah, yeah.
I think yeah. You should
I don't know if he knows. He doesn't know me very well.
Who affirmed child abuse? Who's abusing their child? That's fucked up.
If that's what you call child abuse, yeah, we should bully the hell out of that
No,
boy.
if I see a fat lady in the
If we're
Walmart, I'm
calling
gonna tell
child
her.
abuse peer abuse.
Who should
between
bully?
them,
Who should bully that child, Jazz? If you
Is
want,
that
if you're telling
not an-
grown up to bully that child, that's child abuse.
What?
Is that not an inconsistency in your position?
It would just
though,
be.
Josh?
It would just be
you're-
like a cultural
No,
norm.
it's not.
So the girl,
You guys
the
explain.
girl who dresses like a boy and is a tomboy, the other girls are gonna be like, they're gonna bully her, and then the
yeah, but would you encourage that?
Hey, you're encouraging.
I
it.
would say it's normal.
Encourage that?
Yes.
Go tell.
I wouldn't cheer it
Enjoy
on.
Yes, I would
it.
encourage that.
Well,
I would 100% encourage that.
yeah, encourage
say
it
that.
as in it's the normal thing that's gonna happen, and it should happen that way. But I wouldn't be sitting there at the sideline saying, "Yeah, make fun of that boy that's dressed in the
Normalized
dress."
harassment is what I hear.
But-
I hear normalize harassing children.
I'm taking it one level past
Sure,
where
let's
JS
do
is
that.
doing, and I'm saying I actively encourage it.
No, I say normalize peer pressure in
Mustache man in the making.
I think
Bullying
the
is
people
just
should be
another word
bullied.
for peer pressure. It's just
I think we should bully the people who are pushing for the things you guys are. I think you guys are the ones who should be bullied.
well,
here. I
give it a
encourage
shot.
bullying.
Try bullying
I think
us. It hasn't worked so
everybody
far.
should be bullied.
Yeah, I
That's
do
the
that.
thing,
I
is
was
you can
bullied.
try.
When you
Everybody.
bully people
Which
like
part of
me,
my
you make
growing
us
up?
stronger. Like we live off that.
That's the
Fucking
best
millennials
part
don't
about
have no
bullying is
shit
like
about our
if you're
Yeah.
capable of doing it, then you should probably do it.
Yeah, but the difference is you
That's
guys
the
are
best part about
advocating for
bullying.
children to be bullied, and I'm advocating for loser grown men online who are arguing that children should be bullied for their gender identity.
Other
Not
kids.
by
I'm not
adults,
gonna bully.
by
I'm not
other
gonna go to
kids
the
in
school
my
and make
heaven.
fun of the kid. Other
But
kids
I'm
are
not
gonna
gonna-
bully
I
them.
didn't say that.
And it's gonna be a
I think
natural.
kids need to learn how to
It's
get
a natural
hit.
thing. It's gonna be natural. They're naturally gonna be
No,
bullied if you're outside of the norm.
There's a
And you think
thing
it's
called
good.
And also, kids
socialization
need
where
to
you
learn how to get hit.
You learn how to be the the thing that you
Everybody needs to
are
learn how to
around,
get
right?
hit.
Boys learn how to be boys around boys. Girls learn how to be girls around girls. Saying you can't
everybody
do
also
these
needs to
things
learn
and
how to
these
get
things
hit.
that you have to do is a crazy take to me.
I would say in high
You don't know
school,
how to
sure,
take a
but
hit. You
anything
don't know how to
less,
get into a
no.
fight, and like that's just putting you down in the grand scheme of things. I want
Grub
better
will
for
make a
everybody.
fist.
You want the two knuckles, not the four knuckles.
So anyway,
Never
besides,
mind, we
besides
already
all
did this.
these-
Sorry, go ahead. Go back to your point.
all these calls to increase bullying of children for their gender identity, none of
Yes.
this is really.
Or
So,
bullying.
so what do you think
Yeah, I
is the
understand.
better solution,
Hang on,
Coder?
sorry, well, not doing that first of all, but also
So we
this is kind of irrelevant to
normalize-
the main point that I made initially,
we
which is that there were
normalize
actually
weirdos.
laws that were being passed that would make it, they would consider it child abuse to allow children to have certain pronouns or to have certain haircuts, which is much more dangerous, I think.
Yeah.
It is more dangerous to
People
allow
can have
kids to
what
think
they
they
want.
have a say in anything.
If a kid is in
But
third
don't get
grade,
mad
if
at
a kid
me
is in
if you're
third grade and he
working
comes to school in
Don't have
makeup
kids.
and a dress, a boy
No,
is in
no,
third
I
grade
know I
and he
have
comes
two
to
boys.
school in makeup and a dress.
I already have
You have
kids.
two.
Then-
You have children.
I don't
Yes,
have a
no, I
problem.
don't-
I
that's
have
an
a problem
appeal-
I
with
agree
kids
with
with
you.
appeal to
girls
authority.
dress and-
Letting them think that they have a say in
Who here
things.
has-
I don't need
Who
to
here
have.
has kids?
I don't need
that.
to. I don't need to murder
People
somebody
are
to know that
bullied,
murder
they're
is
going to make
wrong.
fun of them.
I don't need to have kids to know that you shouldn't be sending your boy to school with makeup and a dress.
And letting, well, hang on, JS. What Ryan was
Third
saying is,
grade,
and,
no, but-
No, he was doing a
You're an
appeal to
adult.
I'm agreeing with
authority.
J- I'm
It's
a-
what leftists always
JS, I'm
do.
agreeing with
It's the
Ryan.
same thing with abortion.
letting
If you're
your
not,
kids
if
think
you're
they
not
have
a
a say in
woman, if you don't
things
have a womb, you
is the
can't
path
talk
to follow.
about abortion. It's a stupid argument.
Yo, do you have a mole on your palm? He has a mole on his
I'm
palm.
agreeing
Show
with,
it, show it.
I'm agreeing with Ryan.
Would you support?
Like,
Would you
everybody
support
should
your
be
boy
happy? Like,
bullying?
hey, we
All right, wait,
agree
me,
on
myself, and
some
I.
things.
Keep it there. Watch this.
Do you think that your kids should bully like young trans girls?
There's no such thing as a trans girl.
Those don't exist here. I mean, yeah, I mean,
do.
at first
Promise
sport, I mean, sure,
It
why
was a
not?
dab.
A young
don't
trans
care.
girl?
Oh,
Why are you
damn.
sexualizing
I have an
young
actual
children
mole on
like
my-
this so much? Like,
I
think
have
that's
no idea what
weird.
you're
That's
talking
gross.
about.
I think we should bully.
Oh man, we almost had
know
something in
that's very
common. I
different
should have
than
left.
normal.
I think we should. I think we should bully adults who talk about trans children.
Okay,
There you go. Ryan, what do you think?
I think bullying adults is
true. Yeah,
kind of
conservatives
fine.
more about trans kids than fucking anybody on the planet.
Bullying-
You're talking
She
about-
really talk about trans kids like
bullying
twice,
adults-
3 times a week.
I want to know what Shiva thinks.
Bullying
I want to know what
adults
Shiva
is
thinks.
bullying adults
things that
is
are
kind
different
of
to get them in the line
bullying
is
adults
better
No,
for everybody.
bullying
But that's
adults
like high school.
Hold on,
It's not-
whoa, simmer
it's not
down. One
reality
at a
works,
time. One
Ryan.
at a time. Let Shiva go.
Yeah.
Look, bullying
Bullying
adults.
things to get them into line.
Grumple. When I say
with
simmer
reality.
down, let Shiva go.
Grumple.
That means shut up.
Oh, no,
let
you-
Shiva talk.
Oh, I thought you meant let me talk. I'm sorry.
Oh, yes, you're
Well,
name
no,
Shiva.
Grumple, go ahead.
Common mistake.
Oh my God.
No, fuck Grumple. I have my hand up. You go ahead, Shiva.
Right now?
So okay, look, if you're bullying adults, like in a way that's sort of fine because adults are fully formed, right? Like their minds are kind of fully formed, assuming that they're not complete vegetables. Bullying
Disagree
kids,
with this bullying.
bullying kids is an entirely different matter because those are forming minds, and when kids are bullied, then they kind of tend to grow up to be psychos quite often.
Or they straighten up and like align with everybody else.
Oh yeah,
I
because
haven't
that's all.
straightened up yet, Grumple.
Children
No,
should be bullied.
that's an outlier.
Well, I'm not live
That's
right
pretty
now.
rare, Grumple.
Grumble, do you think gay children should be bullied too?
I mean, if they're gonna be super gay about it, but if
What
they're
do you mean by
not,
that?
well, so I'm glad you asked. So if they're
Grumple,
trying
why
to
you
push it on
threaten it?
everybody
They're not going to
else,
reproduce. Who cares?
and maybe
Why are
they
you
should
worried
be
about
bullied about it. But
That's a weird
if they're like, you know, if they're, I don't know, I don't want to say closeted, but if they're not trying to do anything to anybody else, then nobody should care.
What's the bar? Like,
Wait,
what's
they're
the
not trying to do anything to
before you
anyone
think
else, so
should
gay
bully them?
people shouldn't have sex.
People
What's
should
the
be able
bar
to do
for
whatever
Grumple?
the hell they want.
What's the bar of being a
Very
child
low
is too
bar
gay?
for violence.
Well, yeah. What's the bar where you think your kid should bully that young gay boy?
Well, I wish more kids had bullied me or like a lot earlier on.
Dude,
it's
were you
coming.
gay?
You're fat. Lose
I
some
got
weight.
bullied
Take
my
care of
whole
yourself.
life. Look how I turned out.
The stove is cooking.
Grumple, you're letting yourself go. Go use that fucking workout.
Based
bench
and
near you.
awesome.
No,
I
it's
love
just
you.
was
I'm
too
saying
big
this out
for it.
loud.
No.
See, there we go. Josh is a perfect example. He was
Yeah.
bullied, and look how he turned out.
Yeah.
Grumble, I just want to let you know you're setting your kids up to do like hate crimes and shit, and it's probably not a good idea. You should probably like we can.
Hate crime. What's a hate
Oh no, that'd be great.
Oh.
Like you're doing them a disservice. I would.
Oh no, I love my kids, and I'm trying to
I believe
teach
you.
them
That's why I'm warning
I can't. Yeah, no, hate crimes is like that's like it's just
Hate
whatever.
crimes
whatever
is a
Geneva
stupid
thinks.
term. All
Crimes
crimes are
is-
hate
Yeah,
crimes.
I want to actually watch
What do you
that.
think
How
that?
many
What do
of
you think
those
that people
actually go
commit
to
murder
court
and
stuff?
theft out of love sometimes, and sometimes it's hateful?
Why do you think somebody's trying to like
What?
raise a child to do like quote hate crimes?
Hate
Why do you
crime
think
and
that's
hate
Not all
speech
crimes.
is
Not all
dumb.
crimes are hate crimes. All hate crimes are crimes, but not all crimes are hate crimes.
Who's to
Oh,
say?
oh
it's
wait,
a
wait.
fat
So
state?
if I steal from somebody, I love
Right.
them. Then it's a normal
No, if
theft.
if
But
the
if I
person that
steal
you
from
stole
somebody who
from
I
is a
hate,
different
now it's a
skin
hate
color
crime.
from you, that's
If
a
they're a
hate crime
different
now.
race,
Wait, yeah, but Josh,
hate
Josh,
crime
if
is
you're stealing
retarded.
from let's say you're shoplifting from a shop, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that
Sticks and
necessarily
stones.
means that you hate the shop workers or hate the shop owners? Maybe you're just hungry.
Well, obviously.
No,
because
but
of
if I
hate
kill
crime.
a black person, does that mean I necessarily
alone.
hate the black person, or I'm just kind of dumb?
No, that's not what I'm
Whoa.
saying. That's not my
That's
claim.
extreme. God damn, that was extreme. Holy shit, 0 to 100. Nice.
Hate crimes involve intent. Like the reason
Yeah,
that you're
good luck
No,
with this
all
one.
all
Yeah, you
crimes
might
are
wanna-
hateful. If it's criminal,
So is
there's hate
jaywalking a
involved.
hate crime?
Yes, you hate the laws of your country that tell you that you should not cross
Josh
the
is
street.
great. I love him.
Hate
I don't
crime.
actually love him. I'm moderately fond of him.
Well, why don't you love me?
I'm moderately fond
You
of
guys
you.
don't know the meaning of love.
You hate me?
No.
If you don't love, if you don't love everyone, you hate everyone.
Really?
I
Yep.
hate everyone.
I'm raising
That's a
my kids to
bold
love everybody,
statement.
but also be ready for
That's new to
anything.
me. That sucks.
Yep. If you don't love everyone, you hate everyone.
Can't you be kind of
That's
neutral?
I'm laying the law down here, chat. That's the new rule. That's the facts. If you
Ryan,
hate
do you have
anyone,
any-
if you hate one person, you hate all people.
Ryan, do you have any coaching, like parental coaching tips for me that you might want to give to me? Just
Yeah,
what do you
don't
think?
teach your kids to bully gay people.
Who has kids?
I'm not going to
Feed them
teach them
more-
that.
feed
They're
them
going to
more
naturally
broccoli.
do that. They're just going to naturally.
Or trans people.
Stay up all night and spend some time with your
no, they're
children
going to do
during
that
the
without me
war.
having to tell them.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
natural.
That's a natural thing.
It's normal.
I don't
not.
need to tell
And
them.
here's married and has kids. I didn't know JS had kids.
I think a good
I
parent
don't-
would tell them not to.
I don't have kids that I know about.
Yeah, well, are you a parent?
They
And-
twiddle
and
away
then
on Discord all day.
I'm a normal adult.
I might
What about
have
sports?
I might have a
My
kid in
kids
every
are all
state in the
testing like
US.
higher
Anything
than
your parents
higher
told
than their
you?
levels and like playing like competitive chess. What are your kids doing?
Yeah, competition, sports, and
I used to try to sleep
My
with
kids are playing chess
a woman
competitively.
in
What are
every
your kids
state,
doing?
and
Did you
That's
do
awesome.
everything your parents told you?
I might have like 35 kids. So
Usually
Why
the
not? You
opposite,
think-
Ryan.
Well, I wasn't asking you. I said Ryan.
Oh,
What-
Ryan, no
Wait,
disrespect.
Ryan?
We can
Yeah,
make
I'm just
content
saying.
in the future,
I'm just saying because, like, you know, all of us have to live in a society with your kids growing up in them, and so I think you should not teach your kids to bully gay people.
You don't have to.
I don't have to teach them that.
They
They
just
on
do
their
it.
own.
I don't like. I'm
Sorry,
not
you should
teaching
teach
them to
them
do
not-
anything
you
like
should teach them
that.
My
to bully gay and
parents,
trans.
my parents never taught me to make
gonna
fun
do
of
No,
it
that would be
weirdo.
that would be doing the agenda. Then that would be like not
The agenda, making your
No.
kids not bully LGBTQ people.
Wouldn't it be better just to teach kids not to
My
bully
kids
other
go to a
kids,
private
whether they
Christian
were
school.
gay
There
or
aren't
straight
any.
or trans or not
It's not
trans?
even. It's not even. a
Coder,
topic.
Coder, do you not think that it's sick?
Radical chill, dude. Grumple needs to get some targets off his back.
I think
The
it's
problem
sick
is-
to
the problem
attribute
is if a kid does
LGBTQ
something
to
that another kid
kids.
doesn't like, that other kid
Ryan's
is a
really mad at me, but like I pay for private school with it at the church for my kids.
There are gay kids at your private school. Sorry, sorry to break
Lesbian,
it to you.
bisexual,
No, they're probably. I mean, probably aren't.
queer, and trans.
like-
if you attribute
kids-
that to
kids
children,
in
that
the
is
entire
sick.
grade.
Hate to break it.
But
Kids,
so
kids
out of
are
the
not.
8 kids in the entire grade, you're saying that how many of them are gay?
Kids
Out of
should
the-
not
the
be
private
sexual
school that I pay for
beings.
my
They're
kids
not
now?
thought of as sexual beings.
You said there's 8 kids there? Maybe not. Then if there's 8 kids in the entire private school, that maybe.
Yeah, there's 8 kids in the grade.
Statistically, one of them is actually likely to be, but
Okay, so what are you trying to like pressure me into like teaching my kids to do now?
be tolerant of people with other sexualities.
Or just for people to work
No,
together and like, you know, be badass.
I know I
you
am. No, 100%. I am, and my kids are too. But what are you trying to like?
Earlier, we're saying that
what's
you
your
would
agenda
encourage them
trying
to bully them.
Yeah, and those two things can coexist. Do you understand that?
We're playing Halo 2 together. I'm gonna talk shit. Hopefully, I get in your head and like beat you, because even though you're a better player, but
You understand that
be-
those two things can coexist in like the world. That, like, I can still
Which two things?
be
I don't
friends
know,
with
bro.
somebody and
I haven't
and make fun of that person for a thing. Like just me.
That was my Halo
like
point.
that can be a thing. Do you know that that can be a thing? Like you can still be friends with
Actually, don't
somebody
understand.
and make fun of that person for a thing. You know
You
that's
still
the
what,
thing.
somebody?
That you can still be friends with somebody and make fun of that person for a thing. Are you aware that that is a like a plausibility?
Yeah, you
in
can be
reality?
mean. You can be mean to your gay friends, and they might not. They might still say your friends. You can be like a bad friend.
It feels like it seems like you don't understand that topic now.
I don't
based
think
on the
he's
way you
met
responded.
some.
I think I
You
understand.
said you
I think
didn't
I
watch
understand a lot better than you do
before,
right now.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, it seems like you didn't understand what I was asking.
Bullying gay kids out of being gay, trans kids out of being trans.
just wanted to know where it was
Bully
going.
these black kids out of being black. Like Jesus.
Next.
What?
You just gotta fix them, right?
Some of the kids in my oldest ones.
No, it's not the
they don't like
Radical,
baseball.
It's not the problem. The
So
problem isn't the
how
color
should
of their
we
skin.
deal
It's
with
their
that?
culture. It's their culture.
Wait,
Boy,
no, I
boy.
really want to hear this. No, Ryan, Radical Coder. So most of the kids in my oldest one's class, they are very avid baseball players and fans and stuff. So if my child is not an avid baseball kid, how do we deal with that?
I don't care. I don't see how that's relevant to anything that we talked about here at all.
Yeah, it's
It's
just like I
exactly
know
the
a
same
gay
thing.
white dude named Tyson, but also pretty base. But oh, we're talking about shit that doesn't matter.
Well,
So
being,
I do have one thing for you,
normal.
Coder.
What is then? What is
This-
normal?
This I can't
What
make
are we
this up.
defining as normal?
Fucking, I don't know, whatever you,
No, you-
fucking say it is. I don't know. That's a
I
self
want to hear
fucking thing.
Andy and I's question for me or whatever.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
the
that's
only
your-
normal person in
You're
the world.
Ryan
so
too.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't know
Ryan.
if that helps people.
All right, Ryan. Hi, I'm Marshall. Anyways,
I like having
so
conversations,
I'm not making this up. I literally, I always thought this stuff was all just internet and it was all like bullshit. I go into Starbucks, go get myself a vanilla bean frappuccino, like a 20 ounce, like I normally get. I said, "Thank you, dude," and somebody lost
Is that
it
a
on me.
venti or
And,
a-
like I don't even.
is
I always mess that up. I don't know. Whatever's like the 25. I don't know. Whatever's like almost the biggest one, not like the 30. Anyways,
it
what the fuck does that
tall?
matter? You cocksucker. Anyways, I got a coffee and I was like, thanks, dude. I'll say that to anybody. No, don't. What?
They
Anyways.
got upset.
Yeah, so and this person like but they got really upset, and I was like, well, I just literally turned around and I saw, then my mind like was like engaged with what was going on, and I just beelined it. I just exited.
Yeah.
So it wasn't, you know.
I can
I don't
imagine
know.
you
I think
walking
people.
now.
Barista bombarded you with a
Yeah, I
hey,
was-
that's
Zero
not my pronoun.
confrontation.
That
Did
woke
you
me up more
draw-
than the stupid. That woke me up more than the stupid frappuccino with a shot of espresso. I was like,
mean,
oh, I
might-
just.
If somebody's like,
But they got really
you-
upset. Like it was like I wasn't
Well,
like sitting there like, "What's
yeah,
up,
yeah.
man?" Like
Yeah,
I
I'm
didn't
so-
even
I'm
know who I was
asking,
talking
did you
to. I
draw?
say that all the time.
We're having.
I just got my coffee and left. I was tired as shit. And this person like
well, I'm asking
overreacted,
if,
and
if,
it's
if
just
you
like
drew. Did you draw on that
if I
person?
drew. What?
Did you draw?
No, it was just there was barely engagement. They were the person handing me my drink. I said thanks, man, and I fucking was like, take a step away, and they were like, excuse me, and I was like, huh?
You know, during
Yeah,
the
I
entire
paid.
engagement.
I was
did
thinking,
you
I was like,
draw?
did I forget to pay? I don't know, bro. No, I was like barely awake. It was freaking early morning. I was going down to the appliance shop like on my way to work. Asshole.
So here, I guess the thing I would
I just
say.
had. I literally.
All I would say to this is
Yeah.
you're probably not the first person that did that day if they like blew up on you or whatever, right? Like you're probably not. They probably stuff like that probably
Yeah,
happens.
shit, I didn't think about that.
It's kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back kind of thing. Like people deal with being like misgendered constantly, and then they feel like someone might be doing intentional, but they're like super not.
Okay.
They're not even thinking. But,
Oh, I
you
see.
know,
I see where you're coming
Yeah.
from. But man, even like I was saying, I work at an appliance shop and I deal with freaking stupid customers, and they want to give me a
Where
hard
I
time
was-
on and shit. And I'm just
Where I
gonna
was going is
give
that
them like the
sounded
customer
like you were
service, and
concealed carrying, and you
I'm not
didn't
gonna.
draw on that person. That's where I was going. That you didn't draw
Isn't
that.
the-
Why would I draw a
so-
gun on someone that got? Why would I cause? Why would I? what?
Ryan.
No, I'm gonna.
Look,
I
Ryan,
want.
that's
I
exactly
want
my
like
point.
unity and
No, no,
peace
that-
among all.
Were they? Were they okay?
No, it's an online
Were they
conversation.
okay?
Ryan, go on
And
an
that's my
island
point
where
is-
you can have.
It'd be silly to draw
I
on
wanted to
somebody
see
for that
what
particular-
Mr. Ryan had. I actually wanted like a better, like a, another outside view on the situation. Like,
I mean, you mentioned.
Yeah, what do you
anyways.
feel on that situation?
Like
Ryan,
you're saying.
well, yeah, I
Like,
wanted. She takes a different stance. I just was honestly curious,
Ryan,
and I'm not making
Ryan,
this up.
I
That's what
hang on.
I thought.
Can I just
hear.
finish one thing and then you can ask me whatever, Shiva?
That's why I was done.
I
done.
But yeah, me, myself, and I, like you're saying that you work in an appliance store or whatever, and you deal with annoying customers, right? Like, what if you had like a bunch of customers who just kept making one particular attack about like your character, like you as a person, like and not even intentionally necessarily always, like, but sometimes they just kind of do it passively without even thinking about it. But like some of them are doing it super intentionally, and like it just happens like a lot, like every single day. Like eventually you might just kind of be like one of them you might kind of snap at, right?
Oh, bro. Usually, I mean, it could be at the end of the week. It could be that day. I go home and kind of just be like, God damn, bro. And you know, I don't know. I just hit up my homies or take it out on a video game. I
God
usually try
don't
to
damn
hold
it,
my.
beavers do. 1 second, Marshall. So wait, Ryan.
Yes, sir.
So that makes it okay. That makes it okay for that person to
JS,
blow
who
up
made the
on
beavers?
Marshall
Yeah, I didn't say
because
anything about
get
what-
other
I just
people
did-
triggered him throughout the day.
Well, yeah, but I guess that's
That's what you just
natural.
did. You just
I'm
justified
trying to help him understand. I'm trying to help him understand like why that person might react that way. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's like awesome and
who
based to
knows?
like relax.
So,
Shiva,
so
what were you
Ryan,
gonna say?
I understand what you're saying. Like, I've worked in retail for a long time. It can be fucking stressful as fuck.
Yeah.
But you got
But
it, John.
I suppose I worked in a slightly different retail context in that the business that I was working in was a Buddhist business, right?
A Buddhist
And
business.
so there's a different way of approaching
They got businesses.
people. Yeah.
Well, yeah,
And
you
so,
know, you ever go to like the Korean place? Sorry, go ahead.
So I suppose there are a couple of things that kind of occur to me with respect to the story that me, myself, and I was telling. One is that, and I think virtually nobody wants to really accept this fact, but identity is a negotiation. So, and you can't.
100% is. Why would anybody not want to?
Because some people like to assert that their identity is some sort of unilateral assertion, but that's not
That's
the
pretty
view
gay.
that.
It was an honest accident, though, too. And I was
think so.
obviously half asleep. This happened in like 2023, like around, I don't know.
So
I wasn't
there's
making an aspersion. I was
July,
making an assertion.
So there's that kind of the fact that identity is a negotiation, and no matter who you are, you don't get to unilaterally dictate the terms of something that's being negotiated. And the
Yeah, but it
second
doesn't sound like
thing
the
is,
person is trying to like unilaterally dictate it. They're just like this person had an emotional reaction after like something that probably happens to them constantly.
Right.
You know, like
yeah,
that's all.
So that brings me on to my
Yeah,
second.
I gave him the
point.
benefit of the doubt, just like.
Thing that you're describing, it's pretty gay.
So that
And it's not to
brings
be
me
an
on to my.
aspersion.
That
Great,
brings me
Grumble.
on to my
That's what I think
second.
you're talking about.
Really, really meaningful. Thanks
I
for
just-
helping the
What I
conversation.
think
bro.
you're, no, that's what I
Taking
think
our
he's
10 minute
actually
view, bro.
talking about right now.
That brings me on to my second point regarding this, which is that we have no control over the actions of other people. The only thing that we have any control over is are our own actions. And so, yes, whilst it may be,
Yeah, mostly.
well, not mostly. Like, I mean, you can physically force people to do things, but in general, day to
Well, no, I
day,
mean,
kind of course
but
of
yeah,
business,
I see what
right?
you're saying. You're right. I won't.
So,
Sure, go ahead.
so the only like, and as a Buddhist, there's a kind of strong emphasis on taking responsibility for one's own states of mind and the actions that arise from them. So it seems to me that the whilst it might be understandable that a trans person would get fed up with, in their view, being misgendered, that doesn't mean
acknowledging
that they have,
consequence or something.
yeah, like it that still represents, in my view, a failure on their part to regulate their own emotional states.
Exactly. That's the point.
Well,
I
I guess
think everybody
what I
could
have
did better. I should have
doesn't
paid
matter if they were
attention
frustrated.
too.
It's
Give
not
that.
okay for them to blow up, and no matter what, you can't justify that.
Yeah, I mean, I
Well,
don't.
so
I
that
think
was rare there. But I should have been paying attention too. I could have avoided it even further than just like turning around and
It honestly
not
doesn't matter.
engaging.
You could have intentionally assaulted that
I think this
person.
person.
They had no right
That's
to
a really
assault
rare
you.
thing there. I swear to not this happened. I was thinking,
But
All
you're
I'm
missing the
asking
point.
here, all I'm saying for those who don't really follow or aren't like sure where I'm going with this, all I'm saying is to like just have a little bit of basic empathy. Like imagine that you are like as a man that someone calls you ma'am all like over and over and over, like repeatedly. People keep calling you ma'am. Like, imagine that's happening to you, right? Just imagine that. Like nothing else. Just you're a man. You look the way you do. You look like me or whatever. Like you're just a masculine, super handsome dude. You're walking around and people are calling you ma'am over and over and over. And you're like, man, this is really annoying. And like,
apply for some different jobs, and then when I got a different job, I would.
You might be like frustrated.
Sorry,
like
I'll let you land the plane.
But eventually you might just be like, fucking God, stop, like please, or like you might just like one time, but if
this
it's
person lost it.
Yeah, but what if you weren't a super handsome dude? What if you look like a woman?
Example.
Exactly. That's the point, Ryan. Is you're missing the fact that you said you started out by putting the premise of I look like a man, so I walk around and people call me a woman. That's different than
that's not the point
looking
though.
like a man. And then
way
trying
you're
to
at
change
work.
your voice, and then people mistaking you for a man because they don't know those are the pronouns you want because you have long hair. Like that's where
I wasn't mistaking
That's not even the
anything.
point I'm making, King. I don't give a shit.
I didn't know who the hell I was talking to.
Yeah, it sounds like me, myself, and Andy was just saying things to you, like just passively, like they would say it to anybody. They weren't even like really paying attention. But I'm saying that like it could have been any moment.
It's like saying that was
happened.
gay,
I'm
Not-
taking
didn't
it
go ahead.
Ryan, I understand.
further.
Ryan, I understand
even
what.
if Marshall or whoever intended to be inflammatory.
My mind
to
still
that
wants
guy
to give
using
it the
or that
benefit of
person
the doubt.
using the wrong pronouns. Even if that was an intentional stab, yes, I can accept they probably went through that several times throughout the day. Internally, they might be upset about it, but there's no cope or justification in any way.
This person's not here, right? Like, what do you gain by like virtue signaling about how you don't think this person should have blown up or whatever? Like, no one gives a shit. It already like this person's not here. You're lecturing them. Like nobody is listening to you deciding whether they're gonna blow up at work tomorrow when someone misgenders them. Like you're just being annoying.
That's unfair.
I feel like the merit as an employee.
On the other end, right? Like I want
Right.
to just tell that person to shut the fuck up. They're fucking stupid. I can't do that.
Yeah, but I'm
I would be in the wrong if I did. I'd be
You're actually allowed to do that. You're just an asshole. You're allowed to be an asshole. In America, you're actually super allowed to be an asshole. It just makes you an asshole.
No, you're allowed to be an asshole on one-on-one
Uh-huh.
and at personal level. You can't be an asshole as an employee of an establishment to the customer.
Actually, you can.
And to be fair, Ryan, I think you've just been unfair because yes, you are right. This individual isn't here, and it could seem like we're kind of ragging on the individual, although that's not what I'm doing. I am like hearing what me, myself, and I have said, and I've levied a kind of specific criticism based on what we've heard. But conversely, well, you're here defending them, right? So the same could be said about you. Like
Not even real. All I'm saying is I'm just offering like an understanding, right? Like I'm not saying like it's great that this person blew up or whatever. Like I wish they hadn't, right? Then I wouldn't have to have this conversation right now. And me and myself and I wouldn't have had to be in that awkward situation. And like whatever.
So bad. I didn't know what to think of it.
Do you think that the tendency for trans people to be so sensitive about how they're identified and to react emotionally
not just
to that,
people in general too, Shiva.
do you think that's
what I'm saying?
contributed? Hang on.
Yeah.
Because there's a
Yes,
question
sir.
coming with a question mark at the end. Do you think that's contributed to the current how am I going to phrase it? Political milieu in the States with regard to
I don't want
trans
the energy
people.
content of my body to just
So the question, if I understand, you're asking if the quickness to react emotionally, which
Yes.
I'm going to challenge that premise a little bit. But you're asking if that is contributing to the kind of political climate right now.
Yeah.
So I guess the first thing, I guess, I would push back on that. Like the reason I want to push back on the premise that like it's a quickness to react emotionally is exactly what I was describing earlier, because it's not necessarily that they're quick to react emotionally. It's that they are dealing with more emotional interactions more like throughout their day, right? They're dealing with more situations that are emotionally jarring, and that's what I'm asking.
I hear that. However, again, I'm just going to remind you that I'm a Buddhist, and so I'm going to tell you a very quick story, because this gives you an indication of where I'm coming from. Now, just to be clear, like I fail all the fucking time. I'm quite an emotional man. Like, shouty Shiva is a bit of a meme, right? But so there's a story that very rarely. There's a story of a Tibetan monk who was captured by the Chinese, and he was kind of imprisoned and tortured for a number of years, and then he managed to escape, and he got to Dharamsala, which is the Tibetan enclave in northeast India, and he met up with the Dalai Lama, and the Dalai Lama asked him how he coped with his captivity, and the monk's response was, my greatest fear was that I would lose compassion for my torturers. So I hear what you're saying with regards to the person might have had lots of people misgendering them throughout the day, and then they just kind of snapped. But from my perspective,
really,
that still represents a failure, right?
Well, believe it or not, I did permanently borrow, but it was like a little orange book, and it said Book of Buddha from a hotel a long time ago, and I think they were talking about the voluntary versus involuntary actions. I don't know about the Dalai Lama and the
on
other
that
guy.
topic, I'm, as a Buddhist myself, I want to tell the story.
Yeah, whoa.
There once was a monk.
You don't just get
who was running from a tiger.
You don't get
tiger.
just
There
get to
once was
say you're a Buddhist.
A monk who was running from a tiger, and he came to a cliff. The tiger had him cornered, so he jumps off the cliff to get away from the tiger. He lands on a branch. He looks down. Down there is another tiger, and up there is still the other tiger, and across from him is a strawberry. And he eats this strawberry, and it is the greatest strawberry he had ever eaten.
Speaking of Thai monks,
Is that like
there's
a
a book
badass,
called
like,
Forest Recollections, which is a
The
whole bunch
Buddhist
of kind
story
of
Con
stories.
Newson Port tells in King of the Hill.
There's a book called Forest Recollections by Kamila Tianovich, which is a story about a book about the stories of Thai monks who were alive at the start of the 20th century, and they were called Tudong monks. Those guys were fucking hardcore, man.
Well, so
were
you're saying maybe we
hardcore.
should follow. I think that just shows me that we should follow. We should have some sort of discipline, or at least merit, or some sort of, I don't know, like self rules at least. Especially if we're, on the job site.
I mean, yeah, like again, like it's good to regulate your emotions, but it's also more. All I'm saying is it's more understandable.
Well, that's
if
hard
you
for
are
some
dealing with, well, it's not just that. It's more understandable if you deal with a particularly emotionally jarring situation repeatedly. That you're more likely to react negatively when that happens. If it happens to you all the time, that's all I'm saying.
But there's nothing.
Well, that
there's
kind
nothing.
of thing is
Hang on, Mima.
super rare in this sound. That was brand new to me too. Just
There's,
to like fill you in.
There's
It's like-
nothing.
Go ahead, Eva.
Right.
There's
Thank you,
nothing
Kate.
inherently emotionally jarring about any situation. There's only the ways that we individually respond to them.
I don't agree with that. You don't get to choose like what your emotions you're feeling. You can choose how you react to them. I understand what you're saying there, but like
So you are agreeing. There's nothing inherent in a given situation that's emotionally jarring, there might be
when I say
something.
emotionally jarring, I mean like striking an emotion in you, like reasonably,
Yeah.
like experience that is likely for you to feel a certain emotion. So I don't agree.
The word that I'm picking you up on here is inherent. Because that implies
I'm not going to do any
that,
interviews about exactly anything. You stop asking.
Let's say someone like imagines that their hands are really small. And someone's like, don't talk about his hands. He has this thing where he thinks his hands are really small and he's super insecure about it. You guys are literally like asking, why shouldn't I talk about his hands? Why? But why? Why should I not talk about his hands?
man.
No, Goon. I'm not asserting that people should intentionally misgender other people. Like so with regards to Melanie, for
It
example,
was an obvious accident, though. I want this scenario.
I know.
However,
Okay,
hang on, Goon.
But with,
I see
with
what you're
regards,
saying,
don't
Scuba.
care.
Yeah, in this scenario, you might not know that they have this thing about their hands, and you say something to
We
them.
don't care.
Goon. But with regards to Melanie, I'm probably one of the few people on these panels who consistently refers to her as female, like whether she's there or not, right? Like so, like I'm not asserting that you should be rude or mean or disrespectful to people. What I am asserting
You're just
though,
lying.
is
Be
that there's
rude or mean or
nothing
disrespectful. I agree.
that there's nothing inherent in any given situation that means that a particular emotional reaction is going to be the guaranteed outcome.
So, I would what I'm disagreeing about is you're talking about reaction as in like the action they take after feeling the emotion. I'm referring to the reaction of the situation that like they're experiencing, like what's causing them to experience the emotion. And I think that there are going to be things, and there are going to be like personality traits and like identity and stuff that are going to make people more likely to feel certain emotions in certain situations. And that's I mean,
Right,
whether
what caused that? I think
like,
that's
no,
what caused it. I think is what we're talking about. I'm not sure. That's what I'm talking about.
I'd agree with you there, Ryan, but then you are also conceding that there's nothing inherent in the situation.
I'd be guessing if like what caused it. I don't know. I'm not them.
I don't think you heard what I said. So that you're
God forbid.
getting it from two different angles right now, and I apologize for that.
Yeah, when we say it's nothing inherent, I'm not sure exactly what you. I'm still not sure
Maybe I
exactly
misunderstood.
But I don't even know if I used the word inherent. Maybe I did.
No,
but
you did. You said you did. That's why I'm picking you up on it. Inherent means that something has a kind of permanent or essential like characteristic.
Okay, yeah. So what I'm saying is that it like it's more. Actually, no. I think I actually am more okay with the word. I mean, like there might be like edge cases, but like if someone experiences like gender dysphoria and like then the situation, most people who experience gender dysphoria are going to be like definitionally more, or they're going to have a more real emotional reaction to being misgendered, because that's often like the thing that's like that's part of the definition, like that's part of the diagnostic criteria of gender dysphoria. Like that's one of the things that like we identify that condition by. So I think when you use the word inherent, I mean there are going to be some people who experience their dysphoria doesn't really have a lot to do with like pronouns specifically and stuff, and that's so it's not inherent in that way. But like for the people that do, I think it is kind of inherent because it's like a diagnosis.
Ryan,
That's,
what's the 30-year outcome from people who get misgendered as a teenager? What do you think? What do you think that is?
30-year. What are you asking? I'm sorry.
After 30 years, that's my question. What do you think the 30-year outcome is from people who get misgendered and like it's a bullying question.
So you're asking me what the 30-year outcome is for someone who is misgendered for 30 years?
From everybody who says, "Hey, I'm X,"
they have a particularly high suicide rate, don't they?
Whatever the
there's a particularly high suicide rate.
And then 30 years later,
So dealing
what
like
is
you mean like
the outcomes?
you're saying that they stopped getting misgendered 30 years ago? Like they only got misgendered once 30 years ago?
No. Just no. The question is like, okay, during formative years, quote misgendered, but then 30 years later, for people who don't get like surgery or things like that, what do you think the outcomes
And
are
they're
for
still
that?
misgendered? Or are you like I'm having a hard time
No, I'm
conceptualizing.
talking about strictly like I think because I think the question that you're asking was like high school, like as a formative years type of thing.
No,
So that's
I
what I'm
wasn't
trying to
talking
keep it.
about that, really. I don't know
No,
why
you
you. I mean, I
weren't
was
then.
earlier.
Oh, okay.
Earlier when I
Then,
was
then
saying
what
that
are
you're
you doing?
like you're setting your kids up to be assholes, and you probably shouldn't do that. But like no, that
No, my
we
kids
were
are
talking
going to be
about that.
100% assholes.
Yeah, I believe you. Yeah, 100%. You told me you said as much. I believe you. Yeah, I wish that you would
Oh
be
no,
a better dad, not do that.
and
But
they're good at like a lot of stuff. So I mean, get
awesome.
ready.
Yeah, many people are. Yeah,
Like
many
you're
assholes
good at
are.
a lot of stuff. Are they good at a lot of stuff like you are?
Oof.
What?
Are your kids good
I
at a
didn't say
lot
I'm
of
good at
stuff like
anything.
you are?
No, I said my
Are they
kids are
like
good at a lot of
shrouded
stuff. I
in
didn't
little
say
white
I am. But
lies?
hang on, what
Couple ass kids.
what are you asking about? No, it's fine. What are you asking about?
I'm just saying, you always are claiming you're so great at all of these things, and it never really pans out or shakes out that way. So it's
I
hard
haven't
for me to
said I'm good
believe
at
all of
anything
these
ever.
grandiose
Wait,
claims
no,
of your
hold the
children.
fuck on. I've never said
He's
I'm
good
good
at
at
eating
anything.
crayons.
What are you talking about?
Yeah,
I'm
he
really
did.
good
It
at
was
eating
2
crayons.
bites.
I didn't mean to do
He did
that.
it in 2
I
bites.
just told you.
So what are you saying that I'm hang on, what are you saying I'm doing?
I don't know.
Eating crayons. Not doing the
You're
truffle
doing what you
shuffle. Come
shouldn't
on,
be
man.
Oh yeah, the truffle shuffle. Yeah, I'm not gonna be the one. But somebody will get you there.
If anyone was gonna be the one, I mean,
maybe that one ring.
So wait, you're saying he's good at
Is that what you're
dancing,
thinking?
Goon?
it's probably
So
just that move.
this still doesn't answer myself. I don't know. It's been like 4 fucking years. Who cares? But also, that's a really rare. Like, granted, that's super rare in this town, even today. I mean, there's a gay
Granted,
dude that
JS
runs
okayed
the
me to
gas
bully
station.
grown men that talk about trans people. So we're just reaping what we sow.
Well then,
Most of the time,
We need a
people
bully
and grown ass adults don't bring up trans people at all in conversation. It's just like the conversation that gets bequeathed onto them.
My bad. I think really the short point was like, why do a lot? I've seen these cases all over the internet, and it happened once in real life a long time ago.
Yeah.
Hopefully they
Well,
decide to
just,
get
like,
a different job.
Like, just imagine, like, not only are people like consistently misgendering you, but you live in a society where Republicans are actively trying to legislate you out of existence. Like, they are trying, like I mentioned earlier, there are laws in some states that
Oh
are
yeah, that's the thing too, huh?
Republican legislators are trying to pass that would actually make it illegal for people to have certain haircuts or for people to let their kids have
That's
certain haircuts.
crazy.
It is really crazy. It's super bigoted, super disgusting. I'm really sad that we're
I would take the
doing
opposite point on that,
I
on
cut-
that particular topic.
Based
I would really
legislators.
ask what state is doing that specifically?
We had that. We had that in the history of America. We had that for a long time. Like it was against the law for men to walk around wearing dresses.
Well, you were very
things seemed to
vehement
work out
about it.
really good.
I would have thought it would have been a good thing, like, or not a good thing, but like a thing that you were like, very familiar with, that you could just talk about it.
Yeah, I read about it and I was pretty disturbed by it. It was emotionally jarring, in fact.
Did it jar you emotionally?
Got me off guard, that's for sure. But this was, like I said, like fucking 2002.
Yeah,
how many years ago? Like 3 years ago.
He made
in,
it. He
like,
made a
July.
big claim, and I want to hear about this also. That's why I asked.
It worked for America for centuries.
Sounds like it's been.
And then it's only been
going
since
on.
yesterday we decided to get rid of that. Let's bring it back. Yeah, men shouldn't be walking around
we should
wearing
bring it back.
dresses.
No,
Wait,
fuck
what?
you. People can wear whatever they want. Fuck you.
Yeah.
People can wear whatever
All
they
right,
want.
well,
I mean, hey,
no,
y'all,
not if
did
you're
we forget
600
about
pounds.
Scotland?
Hold on.
You're
Did
600
we forget about
pounds.
Scotland?
I
Kilts
can
are a
agree with
thing.
Brian on the
Let's
People can wear whatever they want, and there shouldn't be any type of legal consequences.
Ryan and
That's pretty
JS, please, if
But
we could keep
there
it
was
No,
civil.
if you're morbidly
yes,
obese,
yes,
do not
there
wear
was-
yoga pants.
There was never legal consequences, but it was out of societal norms, so people would say something if they saw a guy in a dress. That no, I don't have so much problem with, but the actual having a legal consequence for your haircut, like how long is too long of hair for a guy to have? JS dreads? Oh, great.
Right, I mean,
then you're too much like a woman.
Those were
You're
masculine
fair, it would
dreads.
probably only target
JS,
men.
if
Those
you
were-
make
Who
a
decided that?
Makes
Okay.
pride
Those
for
were
a
masculine
mold.
dreads.
Like, it's fine.
But I wasn't wearing a dress.
Right.
Has anybody
Well,
made
I
a point
mean,
about
not in public.
By the
We
way,
don't know
Grumble,
that.
Arkansas.
It's,
Arkansas was a state I was thinking of.
a man
There was
having-
a GOP bill. Obviously, it didn't pass because it's fucking ridiculous, and those lawmakers are garbage and should be voted out immediately. But
of course.
Thank God.
Yeah, no,
yeah,
I mean, and I agree with
Insane.
that. You should have the right to be able to wear what you want or
No, just say it
have
out loud.
whatever
What for
you
for
want.
what was
But,
the law?
like,
the
You're
bill
not going to
trying
be
to do
free from
specifically?
being, poked fun of or whatever for being outside of the norm. That's just a part of life. You're going to have to deal with that.
So
That
the
is
bill
how
would-
humans
bill
work.
would punish-
Hate
Like,
speech
yeah,
is
so
free
let
speech.
him cook.
yeah, the bill would punish supporting
me
trans
and-
youth
me-
using hair.
Yeah.
Hey, I live in the middle of nowhere. Me and White Cheddar, the missus, we go shopping. Remember, buddy.
So basically,
Ryan,
just to
I'm
be
not
clear,
like-
what we're talking about here, we're talking about a bill that would basically make it, it would criminalize parents who take their trans children to get haircuts that are gender affirming.
So
That-
no,
why is that even a
brings
thing?
up what is gender affirming. If gender is a spectrum,
Is this
So-
real?
sure, I'll
Or
explain.
a hypothetical? This
It's not that
actually
complicated.
happens.
It's real. Yeah, Arkansas. Well, they didn't pass. It didn't pass. But for Arkansas lawmakers,
if gender isn't based on sex, then what do you need to know? Is the question.
So when I say gender
I'm not.
affirming, I'm explaining it. If you'll shut up for a second. So gender affirming would be if, let's say, you have a biological female girl, right, or but they identify as a boy, okay, and you give them short hair, you let them cut their hair short, then this bill would criminalize you as a parent for doing that,
What does short hair mean?
dude.
Exactly,
Like,
Grumble. That's the point.
Yeah, that's
Some women look good
yeah.
with short hair, even though it's really rare.
Good point.
My
Yes.
mom has really
What-
short
what
hair.
short
She gives
hair
me
mean?
shit
Exactly.
out of like
Sinead O'Connor.
How short?
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes, bro. That's the entire point. Exactly the entire point.
What if they had cancer and they happen to be trans?
It's still Grumple will get it eventually.
I don't see.
Rumple's mom is
Dude, I don't
adopted
see a
mom
boy
is
putting on a
very
dress,
short hair and
growing
works
his
at
hair
Walmart.
long is gender affirming.
Not talk about things.
I just don't see it as a gender affirming action. It's
Because you don't
I
understand.
don't understand how you
I
can
don't
farm
see
a
how
gender
this
when
is
gender's on the
real.
spectrum
This
at all.
Exactly.
blows my mind.
That's where the definition of gender affirming is stretched to where we're at now. It goes down to as being as simple as the clothes they wear or the hair that they have on their head. That's how crazy it is.
That's insane.
So yeah.
Gender is a spectrum, and it shouldn't be a
Sticks and stones.
Why are we doing that?
So I don't understand when you say gender is a spectrum. Why, like, if gender is a spectrum, then we should be tolerant of people experiencing it in a variety of different ways, a spectrum of different ways.
So then,
right?
how can you affirm something that isn't affirmable?
Why would it not be affirmable?
Because
if
your gender doesn't match, it has nothing to do with. If your gender doesn't have anything to do with your sex, then why would it need to be affirmed with sex, like, or changing your body at all? I don't understand.
I didn't say
like
that.
I'm free.
Well, I mean, how many percent does it make if you can have long hair?
Well,
I
it
had
probably
really long hair when I was 18.
It varies person by person because it's like a spectrum.
So how do you affirm
I
that?
had really long hair when I was 18.
No, you
I was a
don't,
metal
because
kid.
that gives away the whole freedom, right? And that's kind of like.
Jeremy, come on, man. You're not stupid. Do you not realize you're like arguing against the law?
He literally he
Has this
literally
not clicked in your brain yet?
That cannot be a law.
You're saying why
be a law.
Republicans fucking back the law shouldn't be passed. You're saying it would be impossible to come up with the standard for how to enforce this law.
But it is.
I think.
Jeremy, hold on.
I live in a small town. Go ahead.
Jeremy, you got if a little girl wants to be a boy and goes to their parents and says, I want to have short hair instead of long hair, and I want to wear jeans and a t-shirt, and I don't ever want to wear a dress again. Is that not affirming that they are identifying with a new gender? So then would that not be gender affirming things that you would be doing to them? You'd be doing things that then they would help to identify as the gender that they want to be. So then, I know as crazy as that sounds, but that's exactly what they're going on. It makes perfect sense. I don't know how you can be confused by that. I know it's stupid. That's what it is.
Confusing. It's just kind of mind blowing, but weird.
I just a girl identifying with here at the UAC.
You gotta be playing dumb, right? Like I'm being gaslit, aren't I? It's like there's
No,
way.
I'm actually dumb, by the way.
I just feel like these if these are people who like actually like complain about trans issues, they argue with like people like Mel and stuff. These people have heard some. There's just I can't imagine like being this dense about trans issues. If you're someone who comes on these shows or comes on the panels and like talks about this shit, and you're just so like I can't imagine being dense.
Where exactly? Well, actually, somebody else brought that up.
No, I don't go on these panels and argue trans issues. So.
I just want to share a scenario that actually related to the
Ryan, it sounds
conversation
like you're talking to
and
a
I
lot of people
experienced
that are
in real
into
life.
common sense right now.
Well, Grandpa, I think you would be hammer on the nail with you though with that statement. Hey, if you want to change the
I would like to hammer a nail.
subject,
Just saying that
I would not do that for you.
you wouldn't. Oh, well, please continue then. Tell us.
Awesome stuff, guys.
Tell me everything. Tell me all the secrets.
I'm probably
gonna.
Yeah, you said you were gonna leave a while ago, and you stayed around. So it's the
no,
allure.
hey, no, thank you for.
We have the allure.
Yeah, this was fun. I'll come on another. This is like I thrive in these situations where I'm like fighting with like 7 people and they're all like trying to ask me one question and they're all talking over each other and tripping over themselves and it's kind of funny. So.
Well, you'll love it here.
Want to understand how you think about
Ryan,
it, bro.
no hate at all. And I'd like to just mess around in the future.
I don't hate any of you. I hate a lot of the ideas you hold. I think that some of the stuff you believe is harmful to like people around me and like the country that I live in.
I agree that you probably think
the
that.
feeling is mutual.
You hate the country you
right,
live in.
exactly. I feel the exact same.
You hate the
I love my country.
I think your ideas are harmful too.
I love my country. I believe in the Constitution. I believe in America. I believe in the American experiment, and I want to see it flourish. Unlike Donald Trump, who hates this country, who defies the Supreme Court and believes that we should have a king. He wants to be that king, and it's disgusting and embarrassing. And but it's been a fun. It's been a lot of fun. I'm Ryan, Radical Coder. Again, I'll try to. YouTube.com/radicalcoder. I do shit like this all the time. It's a lot of fun for me, and I love learning. That's why the Radical Coder name comes from. Like learning is radical. That's the whole thing. And I also like
learning
teaching people.
Is
like
radical.
People here didn't know that like the RussiaGate hoax, quote unquote, actually turned into a whole bunch of indictments and a whole bunch of charges and convictions.
Yeah,
as
a bunch
it
of
turns
bullshit indictments and
or that the FBI director wrote a children's book rewriting January 6th. You know, like a lot of people just don't know about these things. And if you come to my channel,
Ryan, are you going to be live? Are you going
nobody
to be live on your own after this? Because like I would love to talk to you. After this.
No, not today.
No?
Oh, I mean, maybe later today, but not.
Grump always trying to.
I streamed earlier tonight.
We can. Okay, we can later then.
Sure.
Sexy.
Yeah, Yeah, like Clayton said, I'm going to Marshall's to try on dresses. Exactly.
Wait, what?
No.
No.
Have a good day, everybody.
Thanks for hanging out.
Bro, this is a cow town, like small, quiet town. We get looked at funny for wearing PJs.
Try that in a small town.
We
Elder
go
Line
definitely
right
because
here
we
in
go
the
shopping with
question, did he say
PJs on, so.
Yeah, but everything I've been reading about this bill has said nothing about haircuts. It just seems like they're taking mutilation and they're applying it to haircuts now. So it just seems like it's kind of bullshit.
Elder, what's the bill? What's the number and title? So I can write it down.
Mutilation of the hair.
Anything around the
HB
trans stuff, I'm not willing to go deeper in. I don't
1668.
care.
I think it's Arkansas HB 16.
That's what she said. What's the title of it, Elder?
Arkansas HB 1668. Vulnerable
Thank you.
Youth
I got it.
Protection Act.
Thank you.
This is the similar or same exact bill that's been passed in my state that has nothing to do with fucking haircuts at all.
What are you gonna say, Bago?
Did you know that they're coming out with new Hank of the Hill?
Yeah, I'm so excited. That's one of my favorite shows.
Brand new.
He's my favorite Republican in existence.
Have you seen the new intro?
Yeah. I'm
got
worried though. I'm
Obama.
hoping the whole show just isn't him like being like, oh, what the hell's VR? What's e-vaping? What's Uber Eats?
I don't think it will be. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. There's both of the original creators are back for it.
I'm so excited for it. I saw it. I was like, no fucking way, bro. That's awesome as hell.
What is it?
Yeah, I love that show.
TV show or
King of the Hill.
King of the Hill.
It's getting rebooted.
The rebooting, yeah, but it's like they did it with the old Bobby and all that shit already. Like it's Bobby's growing
Yeah,
up.
it's 8 years later. They got 8 years aged up.
Is it a reboot or a revival?
It's a revival.
Okay.
Yeah, revival. Because it's all
8 years after the show ended.
Who's gonna bet against it's gonna be more political?
I'm fine
Or less
either
about
way.
entertainment
I just
instead of pushing a genre.
Oh, they're wearing COVID masks at one part in the intro, and Dalen got his on.
Well, yeah, because actually, Hank and they all
I
move
gotta get
out.
a 1v1 with
They move
Radical
out
Coder in a
They
debate.
move out during COVID. They move out during COVID, and then they come back and they move back to the neighborhood. So that's gonna be interesting.
Hank's supposed to move to Saudi Arabia to sell propane.
Yeah, so yeah.
And cocaine accessories.
Some like
just
for some transfer
I just
program.
happen to
That's why they
have a
show this
little bit
brown
of-
guy that moves in where he's at.
Right, exactly.
happen to have a little bit of background
Yeah.
with Radical Coder, so that's why maybe we can have that kind of rapport.
I love the
I really
panel.
wanna-
I love having the panel, but
Well, it's me
sometimes
and your fault that
sometimes
they
I
couldn't
just
have
want to
the back
argue
and
with
forth. It's
somebody,
our fault.
and it's hard to do it with a panel. I need to get a 1v1 with Coder.
Right.
Well,
that's
why I
You probably
felt
should.
like I had to join because I was the only person that was going to argue on his side.
Well, Jalen and Mel were here
Me.
throughout the night, but they didn't stick around. So
I feel like if you would have asked, I would have muted.
I just
No,
wanted to
no,
hear
you
his
didn't need
point.
to mute. No, it's all right. I'm just saying.
Well, no, I mean like
It's a panel
Radical
show,
Coder,
so
he's a good guy. He just has like
and he can handle
opinions
that.
that are hey, we disagree, so you argue about them.
I actually
Yeah,
would
but
like
at
to
least you
find
make some sort of point.
I would like to find some all leftist panels that I could go on where it's like,
Bro,
a whole
are you gonna
bunch of
practice
lefties.
your brother? Sorry.
Yeah, JS, you have to go.
Oh,
hang
I
out
know.
on Bump-
I know
Bumpkin's
his
channel.
arguments as good as he
There's a
knows his
shitload of 'em,
arguments. My brother Jason.
Bumpkin.
Your twin brother?
Yeah, my brother
Jason,
Jason
yeah,
knows.
Bumpkin's panel's full of lefties all the time, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Jason is lefty adjacent, right?
Well,
Lefty adjacent.
no, he's a lefty.
Oh.
He's gay.
As I keep reading this bill, it does seem to say
Oh.
that there's something about like allowing boys to wear dresses or girls to wear typically male clothing, but it doesn't. I've not seen anything at all, and I'm almost at the end of it talking about haircuts at all.
Yeah, maybe that's the
Okay, so it's a
radicali-
pretty.
Maybe that's the
dissertation
radicalization
that-
to drive people against
I think
it
it's just a
because the
lie. It's like
absurdity of-
saying they're going to ban books from schools when they're just taking out pornography.
Yeah.
It's just-
Yeah.
Exactly. That's
We're not
that's what
book
I'm saying.
burning, we're
If I
just
could have bring
taking-
one on the
Sure.
bus and they, yeah, fuckers.
I'm not against
Well,
book
fair enough.
burning
Thanks
either.
for looking it up, Elder Line, because I will have to say I would totally be against that. Like 100%. That sounds pretty fucked up. You're gonna
Yeah,
try and
everyone would
regulate.
be against. Everyone would be against that the same way as everybody would be against getting rid of or burning books. But it just seems like it's an emotional appeal.
Oh no, I'm
rather than an
pro
actual
book.
Well, I
burning.
mean, I'm not against burning books. I mean,
Yeah,
I
a
think
little
I think we start with
I'm against
I
allowing
think we
children to
start with
read
that
books.
fucking the oldest book.
Not
I think we
for
start with the
burning
oldest,
them
freest
completely.
book around. I mean, really, if you want to burn something with a lot of pages.
Wait, like in a museum somewhere?
Hey, what?
Sure.
Oh, you're talking about. Okay, never mind. I'm so
Talking about burning the Bible is what I'm
Bible
saying.
religion.
We need to burn the Bible.
Yeah.
We need to burn
I
books.
didn't
We
mean
need to
to.
start with the Bible first.
As much as
Why that
I
one?
wish you wouldn't. I mean, whatever you do, that will
Traveling
come back to you,
pants.
Biggie.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're gonna
It
do
won't
it,
come back to me if I don't believe in it, right? If I don't believe in that, that means it's just over for me at the end.
I mean,
Or
King, if
or
you're
it,
gonna do
or
it,
it will. It either won't or it will. You know, no biggie.
It won't. It won't.
Craziest night I ever
wish-
had started
Bring me
with
back.
destroying
Bring me
5
back for a
different
second.
I wish you
Bibles.
good luck in your
Did
endeavor.
can somebody?
What,
He says he's
dude?
trying to. He's in chat. He said, Coder says he's trying to get back in for a second. Is he in the?
Hey, me, myself, and I did not do the worst thing. My friend spat in
Oh, yeah.
one. It was fucking crazy.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Too bad it
And
wasn't on
just give
video,
him
bro.
permission.
You guys would have been a hit.
Yeah. I'll do that right now.
The fuck?
Yeah, I just wanted to say because I was still listening, and someone said that the bill doesn't say whatever about haircuts, but actually I posted in the text channel, the politics text channel. I posted a screenshot of and a link to the actual bill itself, and I posted a screenshot of them outlining what social transitioning is according to this bill, and it explicitly says including without limitation changes in clothing, pronouns, hairstyle, and name. So I just wanted to make that completely clear. I'm not making that up. I'm not using some emotional appeal. I'm literally
So you just
I
alerted
kept
me.
reading
You
and
just alerted me to something that's the gayest thing that's ever been happening ever.
Elderline did keep
So
reading, and he
I
does
need to
say it.
get
I thought.
politically active.
I can demonstrate
Good job, man.
No, you just alerted me to a
this
thing that I didn't know about, so I
Alright.
need to become politically active and like do stuff.
Hmm?
So thank
What,
you.
Grumple?
I'm,
Well,
I'm
didn't Elderline? Didn't you
thanking-
keep continue reading?
I'm
And
thanking whoever jumped
Anyways.
in and like he
I'm
was
looking for the
like,
link now, but
all the
shit,
things
this is
about
the-
political
this is Mel's
activism, but
that was Coder Ryan, the
Hey.
same dude who's been up here like for all these fucking hours talking about the same bill.
yeah, no,
They
he
also
just jumped back
spiked
in.
the Bible. For anyone wondering, I tried to roll a joint
where did you say he
with a piece
posted
of
the link?
Bible
And I'll only
paper
read
once, and the
what he's
whole
reading
thing
now.
caught
Or
on
story.
fire. It was crazy. It was biblical.
It's not
maybe
big.
it was a sign.
I'm not religious. I was
Maybe
like,
you
I'm
were
not
just
messing with
bad
this
at-
juju no more.
Paper is
Maybe you were
flammable.
bad at rolling a joint.
Isn't that the point? Is to start it on fire.
Oh, it was something
No,
about the
like-
paper,
I'm a
man.
little
The paper,
lost.
the paper didn't burn right.
You're
The
trying to
paper just all
equivocate, like-
engulfed all in one. We were all on
You're trying to
acid too. We were
equivocate
like,
you
what
being
the
bad at rolling a
fuck?
joint with.
We were like, don't
some
smoke
kind
I
of-
think I've seen that
Bibles.
in a movie.
It
Did it
became
actually
a rule
work?
for us past that point. Don't smoke
you're-
Bibles.
What are
It
you-
worked for like 3 hits.
Like I'm curious if you rolled it.
I'd be
How
scared
did
to
you
try
light
that.
the rest of the Bible on fire? Did you like put it down on the Bible in between, or?
No, I didn't light the whole thing. It was just the joint. No, the joint caught on fire. The whole thing.
Yes,
The
they
whole
were
joint.
on.
I like started hitting it, and then the whole thing caught on fire and caught ablaze in my mouth, and I was like, "Holy fuck, that's like biblical."
Did you try and put it out?
I heard
Oh,
that as you
this
caught
is
the
a
Bible
scenario.
on fire, not just the paper that you had rolled the
No,
joint.
no, it was just the joint itself.
Damn
The
it,
whole thing
dude.
caught on fire like a fireball. I was like, "Holy shit!"
All right, so
And we
you're
were
right.
like, "Don't,"
Did
we
you
were
try
like,
and put
"Don't
out the
smoke the
Bible?
Bible."
Is this from your imagination, or this really happened?
Make sure.
No, this happened.
Yeah.
Dude. We,
Fire out.
I
Oh,
was
okay,
fucked.
that's what I was.
I was fucked in high school.
Like,
I mean, I guess
like,
that's one
am
way
I
to take the
being
scripture.
gullible?
What do you think a bunch of high school kids do when
I
they're on
started
acid and
questioning
they have
myself.
access to a Bible?
To the chat who's watching me
To a
play
bunch
this
of
game,
Bibles.
this is Doom 2023, and I don't know how to do glory kills with the keyboard. So, like, when they're flashing, there's a way I could instant kill them, but I don't know how to do
You
it.
hit down on the stick, but I don't know what that
I'm
would be
not.
on PC.
Yeah, I'm not on a stick, and that's the problem I'm having.
With that stick.
You want me
You
to
can
have
probably
you-
go to a control menu.
I just
You
tried to
want me
look
to
in the
stop
controls. I
playing
couldn't
this?
find it.
I reread the top, and he's right. It does say hairstyle, so yeah, they should take that out.
No, I
Specifically, they
have
should
the
take
actual
hairstyle
controllers
out.
that it's meant for, and you got to stop trying to like do bullshit because he's playing the game.
What do you
Let
mean?
him play the game.
Yeah, he
please.
plays the game.
Well, he's on keyboard and mouse. What?
And that's why in a
It's
1v1
on-
debate, if
keyboard
you're
mouse, it's
prepared, you'll
not-
destroy him on those topics.
I can give you a pro tip to help you stay alive, though, JS.
Don't die.
Yeah, stop letting your HP go to 0.
Yeah, shut up.
Oh,
That is my bad. I was trying to read through it too
World of
fast. Trying to
Warcraft.
read it before you left.
What
so
difficulty
I
are you
read it
on,
too fast.
JS?
I guess I skipped over that one section.
I'm not sure. I've never beaten this game.
Oh, you said
don't
you
ask
found
him.
something about it. I was wrong.
No,
there.
it's
Yeah.
just
This
let him-
game's easy,
let him-
bro.
Let him go. Just don't ask that. He's fine.
Hey, don't hate the game, hate the player. Or wait, or
You know what the biggest problem you're having, JS, is
Okay.
you don't move fast enough.
Well, because I'm
He,
playing
like,
with the
moves
keyboard and
different
mouse.
things.
I don't play. I'm trying to get better at keyboard and mouse games. Because like with first person
Yeah.
shooters, they say that like it's better. Oh, I finally did it. I did it. I cleared it.
So the way that Doom works is everyone shoots at where you're standing, not at where you're going to be standing. So you just want to strafe around all the opponents like you're in Quake.
So you just move around a lot.
hey, bro, like that Diablo character
Yeah,
that
and
was made for me, and
with
like
a controller,
pretend-
it's way different. It's like I'm playing with keyboard and mouse right now, and I'm not used to that.
In FPS, it's easier.
No, I can't judge you on that. I've never had a PC, so I don't even know what that's like.
The more you do something, the better you'll get at it, right?
Well, no, I mean, for FPS, it's still
Oh, wait.
easier with keyboard and mouse. That's one of the reasons why modern consoles actually take keyboard and mouse as inputs.
It's better to play with keyboard and mouse in like a FPS.
Oh, damn, bro, then you just must suck.
That's just racism incarnate.
I don't suck.
No, there's no evidence. There's no evidence to support that.
Last time I got
So
through,
also
I jumped
is
into this
controllers.
thing, and then this elevator pushed me into lasers, and I died. So
There's
don't
no
do
evidence
that.
to support
Oh, yeah,
better
so
keyboard.
Yeah, this
JS,
isn't Dark Souls. You don't follow spirits.
one thing with Cyberpunk. by
Sorry,
the way,
JS
there's-
isn't a freaking prodigy.
There's shit in Cyberpunk that I can't. I don't know the keys to actually do on the keyboard. I have to use the controller. So like literally, I'm like flipping back and forth between keyboard and controller because Cyberpunk is first person. So anything
got
that's
third
shooting
person,
and all
too.
that, I'm keyboard and mouse. But like, I don't even know how to fucking draw my gun on the keyboard. I have to go to the controller to draw the weapon out.
Yeah, I'm more of a controller.
Then if you
gamer.
Oh wait,
left-
no! I figured it out. Actually, I
never
figured
made
that
any
out. You just scroll the mouse
You
wheel.
can customize. Yeah, if you have them, so there's like your favorites, like a kind of like a hotkey kind of thing, Jeremy. You can have them like set to,
Yeah, no,
like that's this weapon. Yeah.
The thing that fucked me up is on with the controller, there's specifically a key to draw your weapon. However, on keyboard and mouse,
I do not know what this is.
just scroll the mouse wheel. Like it's
But
Yeah,
something
trying
else-
every button on
something else about this bill real quick. It
keyboard. Why
says-
is nothing
it says something-
working?
It says including without limitations,
Oh,
which just
that'd
means
be-
it's broad, which means it doesn't necessarily specifically just focus on hairstyle. So you could have a little girl with short hair, but as long as you're not gender conforming, like with clothing or calling them by a separate pronoun, that this is not something that you can be charged with just for.
No, actually, no.
It's pretty simple. It was
Actually,
something that was
Mr.
common in
without
America. There were decency laws in America forever until feminism in like the 60s and Marxism and stuff came in and then they started doing all this stuff. It was decency laws to you can't walk out around women can't walk around with their titties out, men can't walk around wearing dresses. It's
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that this hairstyle thing is not just. This is not a singular thing that can get you charged for transitioning a child. That's a lie.
And the problem is, once we open this stuff up, we're seeing it happen. Another city, I forget which city it was, but I just saw an article the other day where another city said it's not illegal for women to walk around with the titties out. Like, so I
That has
forget which
nothing to do
city it
with what we were
was, but
talking about, and like I mean,
no,
it
it's
was
decency
probably
laws.
I'm just
It
saying
is.
he's
It's
misrepresenting
exactly.
what he's
was
saying.
It's
100%
exactly
Canadian.
relevant to what we're talking about. We're talking about
It
decency
was
laws.
Canadian.
No, this
And
wasn't
it was
Canadian. This is an
100%.
American city just passed a law where women can walk around with the titties out. And
So wait, which city was it? Do you remember?
Couple, did you fall
I'm
asleep
sure
and
it-
just wake up with
I'm sure. I forget. I'm sure I might have saved it. Hold on. I might have saved it somewhere in my
See,
files.
he doesn't. That's why.
By the
That's
way,
far out
Elder
there,
Lion,
Jess.
the way I'm
No, I didn't.
interpreting-
Like I've been listening for quite a while.
the way I'm interpreting this, including without limitation, would mean that there's no limit to this. Not like that it would.
Well, yeah, sometimes you have to search these legal terms because that is a legal term, and it just means non-exhaustive.
I would
or as
love for that to be a legal
or as an
thing, but-
example to a broader whole.
Minnesota. Yep, that's what I thought it was. Yeah, I figured it was one of these Minnesota or Michigan or one of these. Minnesota.
And then what did it say?
Hold on. This is saying 2019, so this is actually old. I'm trying to find.
This is also why when people talk about this stuff and not being a lawyer, like it's kind of hard to actually have discussions like this when two people are not lawyers or because you're taught these kind of phrases and terms in bills that mean specific things.
Yeah, so this is something they've been working on for a
outside of
while, but from May 6th from CBS News, Minnesota Supreme Court rules that women's
wait, I
bare
agree.
breasts in public do not qualify as lewd.
No, I interpreted this correctly. I mean, just looking at including without limitation is a legal.
It's lewd and
phrase often
lascivious
used in
law.
contracts
It's
and
decency
argument-
laws.
agreements to clarify that the list of items or examples given is not exhaustive. This phrase indicates that while specific elements are mentioned, other items are not explicitly listed are still covered under the provision, which would mean it would grant those and more things that are not explicitly identified in this.
Yeah, it also
So it
includes
actually
broad
grants
coverage, which ensures the
I can't
provision of
believe-
broad code includes not only explicitly mentioned items, but others that are relevant and fall within the same general scope. So there's two different ways of interpreting this. This is why a judge would interpret it either one way or the other.
But so what I would ask Coder is if it's so wrong that we have laws about decency and lewd and lascivious acts and like men wearing women's clothes and blah blah blah, when you get rid of these laws, what it leads to, the snowball effect, they'll say it's a slippery slope fallacy. It's not a fallacy when it's proven. We've watched it happen. You get to the place where women can walk around with no tops on. And I bet you if we ask someone like Radical Coder, what do you think about laws where women, do you think women should just be able to walk through the grocery store with no shirt on, titties out? He'd probably be like, "Oh, that's great. Oh, I like that. Oh, that's awesome." Because it's
But what
some
I'm also saying
degen
is
bullshit.
something that the thing that me and you are arguing about, Jeremy, it doesn't actually matter.
There's not an
without some sort
upward.
of
There's not an
precedent being
upward
set.
slippery slope. There's
set.
not an upward snowball thing. Once we
So
set
both of
the
us could be right,
standard,
but it doesn't matter till it's set.
Yeah.
his fallacy is that there's an upward.
I mean, I don't agree with
Snowball
the law either way,
effect.
Elder Lion. So yeah, you're right, but
I agree with shaming. We get dirty looks going out shopping at like local store wearing PJs
No,
and
I don't
sweats and
want
stuff. looking
women.
like-
If I have children, and people say, "Well, you don't have kids, so you're not allowed to talk about it." Fuck
Dress up,
that.
like,
Shut
wear
the fuck
pants
up.
and
I don't
stuff when you
care.
go eat.
If I have children and I go to the grocery store, I don't want a bunch of women walking around topless around my children.
see, JS, I
think
can-
that's-
I can take that take, but I go one step further, and I think that guys should also not be allowed to walk around topless.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
I don't want to look
Yeah, I
at
don't
your.
want to
I
see those
mean,
500-pound titties.
If you're
I wanna see their
morbidly
titties.
obese, you shouldn't be wearing
and then
yoga
we have
pants either.
now we're gonna have carve outs We're gonna have carve outs for the law at the beach. At the beach, I'm okay with a man not having a shirt on at the beach.
If you got your titties out, they get their titties out too.
Yeah, see now. Yeah, so now we're getting into.
Is there adult only beaches?
It's not the
That's how
same
that would
thing.
work, right,
And
Jess?
this, Jeremy, what you just said is some feminine bullshit. It's some not feminine. It's some feminist.
What did Jeremy say?
Not feminine.
I don't want to see your fucking titties. Is all it is.
But it's feminist. It's feminist. It's
I'm
not
actually
the same
not
thing.
advocating for them to have their tits out. I'm advocating that you have your tits covered.
If I go to the park and I take my shirt off and I'm running around, that's not the same
We were
thing
raised
as
better.
if a woman with breasts goes to the park and she's running around.
I don't want your tits out. I don't care.
So when you go to the beach, you get mad if men
Yes,
don't have
I
their
swim in my shirt. I've always swam in a shirt.
use his shirt swim.
I would have
Even
been
when I was
okay
a
with
skinny
this like
motherfucker,
10
I swam with a
or more
shirt on.
years ago. I would have been okay with this.
Damn, this is a topic
10 or
right
so
here.
years ago.
Shirt on or shirt off. Should we have to be consistent with this?
How are we gonna play basketball in the yard, man, if we can't have shirts off?
Yeah, how we gonna
separate
have
the singles
How
from
we
the
gonna have
married.
shirts for skins?
Never did.
Oh
shirts.
shit! I didn't think about that.
We
I
did
mean,
sleeves versus no sleeves.
I'm not mad at you. You're making a good point right here, Jeremy. It's gotta
Well, maybe
it's gotta
that's
come
just
down
coming
to
from someone
men
with bad skin.
like because if I go to the beach, I'm not wearing a shirt. If I go to the park and I'm running around and I go to the park to exercise and I'm running around or I want to get some sun and I take my shirt off. But if I can do it, why can't women do it? Is the argument you're making. It's
Because they might be getting someone's son.
and so I'm trying to be good faith here. I'm trying to be consistent in my views. Women and men are not the same. Your titties are not my titties. There's something special about
What?
There's something special about the dang woman nipple.
Right, but my argument
Areola.
isn't anything about the
There's something special about that dang woman's areola.
I just don't want to see your titties.
Hey, quit looking at them.
Yeah, Grumple, put on a shirt.
Your shirt on, I wouldn't have to.
Well, gay that you're looking at men's tits, just saying.
Hey, you can look, just don't touch. Looking's free, touching's gonna cost you. And if you're super ugly, I don't think you can afford
But
it.
he's
'cause that's
making
extra.
he's making a good point. So how do you argue against this? If
Truth. I don't know.
like I think men playing basketball on a basketball court taking their shirts off, I don't have a problem with that. Now, if there was a bunch of women at the, if there was a bunch of women, if there was if there was a bunch of women at the basketball court with their shirts off,
basketball?
sure, I would like it. I'd be like, oh.
No, but hang on, Jess. Why
I
are you
don't
taking
think that
your
should
shirt off when
happen.
you're playing basketball?
What? Because
Safety.
I get hot
caution.
and sweaty.
Oh,
Are
well,
women-
so women have to be hot and sweaty when they play basketball?
No, I think actually only they
Women-
should have to take
Women don't get
People
hot
might
and
watch it.
sweaty like guys get hot and sweaty. I'm actually Jeremy's actually making a good argument here, and I'm trying to. I gotta figure out a way to combat this because we
women
can't
might-
have
basketball
we
might
can't have
actually get
women
wa-
walking around with the titties out, but we also can't restrict men from taking their shirts off at the park. You know.
Why not
Well,
all
no,
of
we
it?
can. We can restrict them. You just don't want to.
No, I'm saying it's okay if men walk around at the
Right.
park with their shirt off, but it's not okay if
Wait, like
women
what
walk
kind of
around at the park with
Just
their shirt
don't
off.
want to.
Well, we got to find a way to legislate this where it makes sense.
Well, if it's just a park with just a playground and maybe like
I think
a little
it just
trail
comes down.
around it.
I think it
where
just
they're
comes
supposed to
down
keep
to
kids
women
safe.
and men are different, and there's got to be.
No, yes. It's very simple. Name women's sexual reproductive parts.
The vagina
And
the cervix, breasts.
No.
Harry Canyon.
Breasts for women
Yes.
are not a sexual reproductive. Well, they
No,
do
so
feed the
they have
baby.
nothing to do
Ooh,
with
that's
feed the
that-
baby.
They do feed the baby.
Thank
So
you. men's tits don't. They're not sexual reproductive parts.
Facts. There you go.
Facts.
That's
Some
it.
people.
That's the argument.
Idiots.
That's the argument. Men don't use their titties to feed babies.
And that's how it's legislated now, JS.
So what if the woman
People
doesn't
are
use
so
her titties to
dumb.
feed babies?
I've seen someone trying to argue that they could do that.
What'd you say, Jerry?
Women that don't use their
Go
titties
ahead,
to feed babies can take their shirts off?
Yeah.
No, because it's still an organ.
My titty's just a piece of skin. It's just another part of my skin.
Well,
But a
what-
women's titty is a baby
What if-
feeder.
what if-
It's
wait, no, what if
it's a
what if-
cherished.
what if-
It's
what
something
if
we
they
need
get
to
top
cherish.
surgery?
It's something we need to
And
value.
what if they get top
It
surgery
needs to
remove
be
their
something
breasts?
you.
Then there's this piece of skin.
Why would you slap
Jeremy,
God in the face like that?
It actually, fair enough. There's actually, and it's on TV right now. There's videos and commercials of women completely topless that have no breasts at all. It's fine. They can do it because it's not an organ. It doesn't exist. Then it's been removed.
It's gross.
It looks weird as fuck.
That chick that went to Biden's thing and she lifted her shirt up. Well, there was a man that had fake titties and she lifted her shirt up and they showed it and it was totally acceptable because those were fake boobies. Those aren't actually sexual organs. But then if Elliot Page can take a photo shoot with her shirt lifted up and the surgery's done and there's chest and damn, man, this stuff's crazy.
Wow, I'm so close to forgetting about shit
So,
like that. Thanks, guys.
There's got to be a way to legislate. Like I don't think Elliot Page, and I'm saying Elliot Page because that's the name they've chose for themselves. It's still a woman. It's still
No, but it's a legal name. You can honor their name.
yeah. I'll honor the name. You want to change your legal name?
It's a legal name. You can.
I'll call you
have-
Elliot, but you damn Ellen to me.
Just
But,
like we call Mel.
yeah.
You damn well
Are you
know
gonna
that.
call them sir?
not his
What's up with that?
But
What's
so
up
if
with the
you've
second?
had surgery and you've had your breasts removed, but I don't think that person should be allowed to go around topless either.
I don't give a shit where you own land. I'll call you sir, but not lord.
Why not? Because I don't like it.
Oh, so it's about
It's preference. A lot of it comes down to preference. I don't know.
Majority rules, though.
I made the same argument. I'm not arguing on behalf of women to have the right. My
Right.
argument is I don't want to see a bunch of dudes' chests.
Right. See, that's where you were wrong when you framed it
I
earlier.
know. I'm
Yeah.
not saying I
Yeah,
have.
when
a
you
good
framed it
framing.
earlier,
I'm-
Jay, you said the
vote.
way that Jeremy's arguing it is if men can, then women can, and that's not what he was saying at all. Actually, Jeremy was saying the opposite. He's saying not only should women not be able to, but men shouldn't either. Is what he's saying. So it's completely wrong from what you reframed his argument.
Well,
wrong.
my argument is that.
But
men
I'm
shouldn't
not
have the
going
right.
swimming with a shirt on.
Please don't pass
I am
this
going
law,
swimming with
bro.
a shirt on.
Then don't go swimming.
Wow.
Could you imagine a Walmart?
There's plenty of people who go swimming with shirts on.
The ugliest people in the world, just like.
Yeah, you should actually look when those super conservative swimsuits for women were being worn. Super conservative swimsuits were being worn by men too. That also covered the chest.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Fair enough. They did. So look that up, Jay. I think it's
Huh.
men's from.
I'm not looking up
50s.
men swimming
Men's
shirt.
swimsuit from the 50s.
I'm not googling that.
Oh my god, bro.
I mean, how about like a dry suit or a wetsuit? I mean,
No, I'm really thinking about this, and I mean, yeah. Well, you know what? I would sacrifice if it meant women don't get to walk around with the dang titties out. The men got to wear their shirts. I would.
Yeah, back in 19.
oh, you're trying to make it equal. What?
But also, I don't think men should have to take an L to control women like this. Like we're the we're the higher in the hierarchy. If we say, yeah, men can have their shirts off, women keep their shirts on. I don't have a
That's
problem with that.
decency, though. And degrading. Like you said, you go out to
We're
dinner
just
and
gonna
you
have to
should
go
wear.
to white beaters versus t-shirts.
So
I
that's
guess
that's
we
your
can do
argument.
Oh.
That's your argument. We're
Yeah.
higher than Chase, so we get to decide this.
Yeah, well,
So it like so
comes
no
down
bra
to
needed, just a
to
wife
force. It
beater,
comes down
and
to
a
who's
woman
in
could wear that.
charge.
Just
Jeremy,
women.
JS, if we really could decide and it was really up to man, you think we'd really say no that women couldn't have their tits out?
10 years ago, I wouldn't say no
if
to
I
that.
want to, if I'm gonna go full Coomer, I'd be like,
Okay,
yeah, legalize
yes.
women just walking around with no tops on. But I
Right,
don't want to
you
go
go-
full Coomer.
Coomer.
I don't think that
Coomer
that's
all the
good
way.
for society.
That well, so that would kind of ruin the, kind of like the surprise, wouldn't it, or something? That would kind of like those would lose its value.
And also,
if you
when I
just seen them all day, all the
say
time.
women should have to wear shirts, but men shouldn't, that doesn't mean I like to stare at topless men.
What if
That's probably not true, me, myself, and I, because in Africa, even with their tits out all the time, it's
Yeah,
still
hold on.
considered a sexual.
Hold on, damn it. Yeah, what I was gonna say is, what if?
Yeah, but
what
think
if we-
about our
Exactly. I'm
freaking
trying to say is, what if
society
we
today,
normalize
LGBT.
so much to the fact that it no longer becomes a sexual thing? It
Because
just
how does
becomes
the
a normal
how does
thing.
the snowball roll to
Egypt.
when we get into bottoms? And now we're talking about.
Also, I don't think Africa's doing too well. So
I don't know how I got here.
That's not
I don't
right.
want to even go there, but like people gonna be walking about weighing out and thang out. You know.
I mean, like they don't have skyscrapers and flying
I'm
cars.
saying you
Really.
can normalize things that are
Yes, do you
sexualized. You can
do you
normalize
support
being a
the
whore, but that's not a good
Mankinis
thing.
being legal?
Wait,
Oh,
what?
you're right. You're right, Elrond. Now I understand. Thank you.
Yes, are you for the Mankini?
Oh, we're
No, no
what?
mankini.
What is
I think men wearing mankinis should be banned. No mankinis.
It's like wearing a dress, right? Or a speedo? Is that what is
Yes,
the
men
mankini?
should not be allowed to wear speedos.
I
I don't even think that.
Oh, okay. I've never heard that
I
term
don't even
before.
think
Holy-
Hanes should be able to sell whitey tighties because it's actually bad for the health of a man. It causes testicular torsion. You can't have your stuff all clenched up like that. It's not healthy. So
Yeah, I mean, Marshall, I agree.
he's doing
I
it.
agree. I'm not in favor of a speedo either, but I went further extreme, and a mankini's actually worse.
Bro.
Yeah, no.
Morbidly obese. Oh, it's worse than a speedo.
Yeah.
I know the ladies in chat are getting excited right now. They're like, we're trying to see some mankinis.
Either it's a new term or an old one.
It would raise the birth
I-
rates. It would raise the birth rates if we all just walked around naked.
Think? And are you sure?
I mean, yeah, that's like back to that birth rate thing. Teriak was
If you
right.
live in California.
Teriak was right, and I hate to say it, but if the debate is how do we raise birth rates, Teriak was right.
Exactly. That's exactly like it's crazy. Like that's why I was trying to. When I listened to him start his debate, I was on his channel when he started it, and I was like, "Wait a minute, is he serious?" And then I started listening to it. I was like, "Oh no, he is serious. He's gonna win this debate."
And it's right. He's right. Based off of how
100%
the debate is worded, he's right. It's the same thing that Cleaner did with me the other night. It's like, if you're kind of like playing off of how the debate is worded, and yeah, he's not wrong. It's like
Teriak knew where the other guy was gonna go, so Teriak went a completely. I know it sounds crazy and absurd, and it was, but he won. The dude was
but he's not wrong. Yeah.
Exactly. Teriak wasn't wrong, and the guy wasn't prepared for it.
Let's
It's a great tactic.
say I was going against a woman in a debate, and the topic was how do we reduce grape? And I said, well, women should just say yes.
Oh wow.
I mean, like
Technically, that's true.
We could eliminate all grape if
In
women
theory.
just stop denying. Stop denying.
Okay,
it,
then so
Like,
when you get married and after if
I'm
you
right.
get a divorce,
It's
you lose the
crazy
ring
and
finger.
it's degenerate and it's not.
That means you
it's
only
not
got
good,
two.
but I'm also
You
not
can also
wrong.
make a non-degenerate version of it and just say that you what is it
Just saying,
called?
there's no prompt, they can't refuse it at all. It's no longer the definition just no longer even applies.
You could make state enforced. Shit, what is the
There'd be
word?
no such thing as grape if women just stopped saying no. You know?
Bro, but I
You
like
could also make
grapes.
state enforced arranged
Grape
marriages too.
sodas. Actually, I don't know. Grape sodas.
Speaking of teriyaki, he's been in here all night. Hasn't said nothing.
I think he's past that. Dude, I muted him for like 10 minutes just for fun.
I know, he got a 10-minute mute.
We still got.
I don't know
Yeah,
who
Google
unmuted
Find.
him. Somebody
That's girl.
unmuted him. I forgot to.
I think I unmuted him. Well, because it was only a 10-minute.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot to, and I checked like a half an hour later, and somebody had already unmuted him. Look, we get 2 nights in a row where Grumple passes out on stream.
Right.
I know.
I think he's drinking is what it is. I think he's because he gets to a point where he like his head gets all sloshy and side to side and shit. I'm pretty sure he's drinking.
I wish he'd do it
Yeah.
earlier.
Right.
Bro, I bet you would wake up and make an argument, and you wouldn't even know what he's talking about. That'd be awesome.
JS, does
burn
force
up on
doctrine
mute.
imply that grape is permissible if the grapist can force themselves?
What is force doctrine then?
Force themselves. Well, does force doctrine imply that grape?
To you,
Well, it's not.
JS.
What it implies is that if the force says that grape is wrong, if the force agrees grape is wrong, so like men are the force. If we say graping women is wrong, then graping women is
Would you
wrong.
like?
I don't know
Oh.
how, like,
Mm.
not sure what you're asking, Shiva.
Does not compute.
What I'm saying is it's not even grape anymore if the women stop resisting, you know?
Bro, being raped by a gross, muscular
saying yes
woman would
is
be
a-
terrible.
If they're
If
saying
they would
yes
just
to it, then it's
consent to
not right.
everything.
Yeah, if they just go along with it, it would not be grape anymore.
Shh, just let it happen.
I got the force. I got the big stick. This is about to happen, whether you like it or not. And they say, okay, I accept that, daddy.
3 morbidly obese blue waffles have you tied down, JS. How would you
This
feel
is
about
horrible. This is horrible. This is all a
What if a
joke.
man says individual? What if an individual man says raping a woman is right? Well, then I would say that they're wrong because they shouldn't be. If they're saying no, then they shouldn't be
Shiva.
fucking.
We have stirred the beast.
Hello, I can't stay long, but I just thought I'd throw a little trolley grenade in your laps. Now, maybe
Dodged
I'm
it.
misunderstanding force doctrine, but from the way I've heard it expressed is that if you can do something through force, then you have the right to.
No.
Like, so maybe I've misunderstood force doctrine. Could you explain it to me?
If I can, the force doctrine is that men have the power of the force, no matter what.
Like in Star Wars.
Yeah.
What?
Sorry.
Dude, your
Sorry.
crotch just got blown off by a grenade, by the way. You guys are all crotchless.
Well, I'm not like the force doctrine guy.
Sorry, I'm thinking out loud.
But just because we could use our force to put women into things, that doesn't make it right. So you're saying if we have the force to do it, does that make it a right? No, it doesn't make it right. But we
So
could.
if you've got a whole bunch of men who think that it's good to rape women, because like you seem to be implying here, maybe I've misunderstood, that it's the collective force rather than the individual force.
Yeah.
So if you have a bunch of men who suddenly decide that rape is great, then does force doctrine imply that if, because as far as I understand it, and maybe I've misunderstood, the fact that we can apply force, if we're successful in the application of the force,
Force doctrine is not
our action.
Force doctrine is not a moral prescription. It's just a moral truth. It's not a moral prescription. It's just a truth. So we have the
gravity?
force. So it's not might makes right. It's might makes. So if men decided that we wanted to grape all the women, we could do that.
And you could make it legal to do
Now that doesn't mean that it would become right.
Well, you could make it. You could make it like you could collectively make it legal, but it would still be that thing.
Yeah, and it may still, we could collectively make something legal that is wrong, like abortion. So it doesn't mean it's going to become moral in God's eyes.
So, because I often hear force doctrine brought up in relation to women's rights, and so, like, what's the argument?
Women's rights.
Like,
Well, I mean,
like women can't force their rights
Just kidding.
on men, right?
The argument
I
is
think it would come to a
feminine
point
doesn't
at-
exist if men don't enforce it. Like feminism wouldn't be like it is kind of men's fault. Like we allowed it to happen. Like feminism couldn't be a thing if men didn't enforce it.
No, I think it's simple. I think it's real simple. If it comes down to a thing that has to be done, it has to be done, right? Just like the draft, right? Like I can tell you, men don't particularly, at least in the States, we don't particularly want to sign up for the draft. We have to do it. We understand the necessity of it, and we begrudgingly sign up for it with the understanding that it's a necessary thing. We're not out picking
Well,
the
yes,
street
you can
and
vote.
saying, hey, we shouldn't have to do this. We understand why
So
we
what's
do
the point? What's the point being made with regards to feminism then? Just like that, feminists should be grateful.
Well, they should be treated equally and be able to walk around shirtless too. I think
Feminism
somebody made
shouldn't
that point.
exist.
I just can't wrap my brain around.
There's no
it.
such thing.
Exist.
Yeah, there's no
I
such
think
thing
they
as
should walk around shirtless.
feminism.
I made the claim that men should walk around with shirts too.
Also, regarding the topless thing, I think if you're going to ban topless women, you should also ban topless men because women.
That's what Jeremy's
heterosexual
saying.
That's the
women-
argument I made, Shiva.
That's what he's saying.
Heterosexual women find topless men attractive. My evidence for this is Chris Hemsworth playing Thor in all of the MCU movies that makes all the women moist, right? So,
I mean, well, my argument to that would be bodybuilders that do the little booby thing.
I would argue women
That literally is a move for lady pleasing.
women ought to find men attractive instead of the simp
and
culture
men
that
ought
we
to
have.
find women attractive.
Well, yeah, but
Morbidly obese is not attractive. I don't care what.
we need to promote women looking at men instead of men looking at women.
Really?
Sex sells. Bring
I'm
back.
trying to
bring
get.
back,
I'm trying to get only men's. Pause. Wait.
You're
Only
trying to get
mans?
only men's. Is that
Only
like only
mans.
fans but for blokes?
I'm trying to. Well, it's not. It's not for gay guys. I'm just trying to say.
Guys, clip it. JS wants only men's.
I'm sorry, I'm contagious, JS. I'll take the L for that. I think my stupidity might have leaked out.
That sounded bad.
So going back to force doctrine,
Sounded
if we're
great.
saying-
Instead of
bad.
a bunch of simp
we're-
men paying to see naked women, women
Why you
should
pay
be
to do that?
women should be paying the men.
Yeah,
Women
paying
should-
for blue balls.
But ideally, women wouldn't have any money, so then we wouldn't have to worry about that. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about right now.
Yeah, I know you.
Do you ever, Josh?
Up on it. If you want those only men's.
No.
Right, yeah, I can't stay. I just thought I'd throw that little troll your way. I hope you enjoyed
That was a
it.
good grenade. I must say, I'm the only one that dodged it.
All right. I gotta go pee.
Thanks.
I'm gonna dodge this mess that I just walked into.
Uh,
I'll be back.
play a. Wow, my brain.
Jess got to go make a clip for his Only Men's site.
Oh, no, I just have to enhance my idea. Now there's going to be mind soap, and then there's going to be mind soap extra strength for like
Yeah. For
there's
$10,
shit you can't unsee.
Jess will give you his Only Men's clip that he's out making right now.
What? No. Everybody want to pay for a chair, not.
I would, dude. I'd fucking laugh if somebody asked for a clip right now. So he actually said
Oh, okay. I thought that you actually read that in chat, Jeremy. I'm like, bro, what is happening
no,
tonight?
I was proposing as a
People
joke.
like, yeah, that was. I don't know what the. I. Nothing can surprise me now. What a loser. He's got a PlayStation controller.
Yeah, that's what he uses on his PC.
Don't drop that too many times on a hardwood floor.
I use an Xbox
Um,
controller on mine.
Depends on what game I'm playing.
I think the only game I actually use the controller for is Grand Theft Auto. And parts of some parts of Cyberpunk.
JS and I don't know who else. Who would be a really good person to watch play with us, play together? It's called A Way Out, and it's like a 2-people game. Only one person has to buy it. You invite your friend, and they get to play the whole game with you for free.
Wait, well, if you have the
vice
game,
versa.
why don't you invite me?
Yeah, fool.
Well, yeah, I wonder if it works. So because I've already played it before, wouldn't it be as fun? I'd want to watch it. Oh wait, there's like one scene of nudity, and you're breaking out of prison.
Apparently that's permitted on YouTube, so it's fine.
Yeah, I think you can have a little
As long as it's not the
tatas,
center
a
focal
little
point of the
digital,
game.
Well, it's a
tatas.
man being hosed down, like going into prison or something. Anyways, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not
I'm
the focal
spoiling
point.
shit, damn it.
It's not the focal point of the game. Like the game is
Okay.
not a
Yeah, it's just that one scene.
graphic game. It's
Yeah, I'm not
so-
playing. I'm not playing. Let's have sex on a live stream. Like, where it's like
that's a game. Actually, it
probably,
probably is.
there's probably some
Maybe.
game like
VR.
It depends on what time at the bar you're at.
He ain't playing Leisure Suit Larry with the nudity mod.
And also, there is ways to turn it off in the menu of Cyberpunk. But I'm gonna try to stream
He's
it.
gonna DJ it up.
I'm gonna stream it. We're going DJ.
I
it
didn't
up.
fucking know, dude. Like when I was playing, I had no
It's kind
idea.
of like
I'm
Blade Runner.
I
well,
remember
the bad
when-
thing is, it's like I was on panel and had that running in my camera thing, like I do, and that shit came up. I'm like, holy shit! I'm like, what the fuck? How do I get past this? I couldn't scroll past it or nothing, so I just looked. The second I could actually move away, I just looked away, so all you saw was her head.
No, I remember when Cyberpunk 2077 first came out, it was a huge meme about the character creation screen because the character creation, it's a naked person standing there and you get to adjust every part of them.
They
And
made it even better, by the way.
yeah, and so if you pick a man, like I'm not going to pick a male character now. Because
I wouldn't either.
I'm not
You
trying to.
want to look at a dude the whole game?
Yeah, I'm not trying to give you the dimensions of a dang penis. You know?
I didn't. I mean, I don't.
I'm gonna have to pick a woman, and that's why everybody
know if
picks
that's a
woman
thing or
in this
not,
game.
I wouldn't play Tomb Raider if it was. Okay.
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's a thing or not, because when I did it, I literally just did the random generation. So the only options I actually saw were options for the face.
Yeah, I think if you
there's a place you can go.
like
to.
if you pick woman, you can adjust everything. Like
Yeah, well,
you can adjust the size of her areolas. Like it's very detailed. It's very
the
very
Dairy
detailed.
Canyon.
You give her a
Yeah,
bunch
there's
of
an option to turn off nudity. I turned it
Yes,
off.
There
so
is
I
an
don't even know
option.
what you
Yeah,
guys
there
are
is an
talking
option to turn off nudity. Yeah.
Yeah, I
That's
didn't know
no
it had
fun.
nudity. LD line. That's the thing is I was just fucking saying it.
Cyberpunk. You
They
ever
say
seen
it's on the
Blade
billboards when you're walking down the road. It's on the billboards. There's nudity and
I haven't
stuff.
got
Blade
to that
Runner.
part, dude. I'm like fucking stuck in the intro
You're gonna.
storyline. It lasts that.
Have you seen? Have you sold a car
I've
yet?
still never played it,
You
so
met Jackie.
Yeah, I stole the car. I got to the part where
You met Jackie. Cool.
Yeah, I met
You're
Jackie.
real
You stole
close.
the car, and then you go to that place, and you have to get the chick who's
Yep.
the naked chick in the bathtub.
Yeah, you definitely are playing Street Kid. And yeah, that's just kind of like the intro prologue to kind of give
Yeah,
you.
but it's a very long fucking time.
Linear. Yeah.
So you go through that, and it's like you get to interact for like 2 minutes, and then you've got like 5 minutes of cutscene, and then you get like another 2 minute little bit that you can do. You don't get a whole lot of control on what you're going to do. But
Well, how much did you put into your commerce? I'll give you a little cyberpunk hack. How good is your like social skills, or what would be the I forget what the other words are. I think you know what I'm talking about.
like
Your
charisma.
conversation skills in
like-
the game. Charisma, yeah.
Yeah,
I guess that'd be good.
I didn't mess with that stat, dude. I just any of those scenes, if I can skip past it, I just skip past it. I'm taking.
Well,
He's like Jeremy's like me. He don't care about the
conversations,
cinematics. He just wants
Yeah.
to play
I'm
the game.
randomly.
Well,
just
yeah.
hitting
So
buttons
there
that-
will.
If
I don't
I'm
wanna
doing
say
if
too
I'm doing a
much.
let's play stream, we're going to listen to the cinematics and watch the cinematics. But really, I don't care about cinematics. I don't care about the story. I just want to play the game.
Let's just say having different dialogue options might get you what you want. It might get you what you don't want,
I don't want
depending
the
on your
dialogue
life
options.
path
I
and
want
where
it-
you put your skills.
I don't want the dialogue options. I want to get to the point where it's open world and I can.
You don't
just
have
go-
to have multiple conversations. You can make one choice because you have this in your performance. You can kind of just be like, boom, skip past
I
that
want to have
part.
conversations.
We
I
get
want
to
to get to a point where I could just walk around and say "fuck you, dude" and punch him in the mouth and walk away.
Oh, Jeremy, this isn't GTA, but
Ja-
yes,
Jeremy's
also.
the only game Jeremy should ever play is GTA.
But this, yeah, have fun with the police on that one until you get. Either way, so what I was saying still stands. You can kind of get out of a lot of,
Jeremy
what you,
probably like
would say is-
Fallout because Fallout you could just walk up in a town and just start shooting people.
Yeah, well, there's in the in the street kid thing and the very first part after you meet Jackie and steal the car or whatever, you go into this thing and it's like it tells you to go and stealthily attack this dude, but you have a gun, so I said fuck this and I just start fucking blasting.
Oh no.
Then you get slaughtered
tell
by a
me
bunch of
before
other
you
dudes,
talk
and I
to-
start shooting them
He
motherfuckers
ruined the whole
too.
game.
Have you talked to Meredith yet? I want you to experience, speaking of nudity, I want you to experience
No, I haven't got that far.
a
I
one night
quit.
stand.
I quit.
Oh,
like,
it's
I'll
real
go back.
early on.
I didn't hate the game. I'll go back, but I quit the game literally right after you do the scene where you get the girl out of the bathtub. Then you hop in the car with Jackie a little bit, and he drives you somewhere, and you get out of the car, you go in the elevator, and then you can save from there, and that's where I'm at.
So you're at the hotel.
Oh, yeah, he is. He's at the hotel.
Yeah, you're right before when the story actually gets good.
Yeah. It's sorry,
Man,
it'll really end.
all of that took like an hour, but then that all happened while I was on JS's stream, and after the nude scene, I'm like, I don't know what kind of trouble this is gonna be, so I can't do this anymore, and I just went and started playing 7 days till.
Yeah, that's so funny. You're like on screen, you're like, oh, I didn't know that was coming.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm not trying to get JS's channel in trouble, and I don't want to have to like, be jumpy to cover shit. Like I didn't know there was a
Right?
setting to disable it or any of that stuff, but I ain't trying to intentionally get somebody's shit in trouble. So when I learned that shit was in there, I was like, this ain't one I can play on stream.
Yeah, yeah.
But
He
based
told
on
me that at the
JS's
beginning
review,
of the
it's
stream.
perfectly
He's
fine.
like,
So
JS, I don't think you can play Cyberpunk on stream. But I googled it, and I watched a YouTube video, and they apparently
there's
a lot of people have done it. You can, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I mean, it's
Yeah,
digital
just to turn off
boobies.
the nudity.
It's not real boobies. Like,
I mean, when it came out, like when I saw it on Twitch and YouTube, people playing it, they just turned off the nudity and they were fine.
yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, those dead girls' boobies were pretty nice.
But you want men to wear shirts at the beach.
Hey man,
If Jeremy,
when you found her though, you do.
you don't want men to wear shirts.
no, that's kind of
JS,
based.
you're trying to-
That's kind of based. Men all have to wear shirts at the beach. Women all have to
Yeah.
be topless.
Okay. Unless they're morbidly obese, right?
Well, I mean, some guys like that.
I mean, that could happen, but that just means that I'm not ever taking any
You
kids to the
imagine
beach
a
ever again.
Walmart?
Yeah, my kids are never going to the beach again.
You imagine a Walmart where like it's not like touch your hands, touch your toes, anything shows, change your clothes. It's just like free range. Could you imagine the sites that you can't unsee at Walmart or some place where those like lizard people go to all the time? I don't know. Maybe this is like a I don't know. That might be some sort of. I could be. Maybe that's like a misconception or something. I don't know. I haven't been to Walmart enough to actually know for sure how many weirdos and odd-looking people are in them consistently. But anyways, that wouldn't be. I don't know. Though.
Yeah, I don't take my kid to Walmart at all anymore either because that shit, it just keeps getting weirder there.
I do
Oh,
need to bring back attractive people and
speaking of Walmart,
commercials, so.
dude, I was pissed because they got a station and it's like 4th of July and it's all like sparklers, red, white, and blue flags, little flags you can buy, little American flags, little
Whisker do's, whisker don'ts.
American hats, Husker do's, Husker don'ts. It's all like 4th of July, all America at this little
Yes.
state kiosk, yeah, station. And then right next to it
Like a lodge?
is the
Or-
Pride Month one. And so it's
What?
like
Where?
and at Walmart. And so it's like here we have
Proud of
American flags and
Rainbow.
America hats and America insignia. And then here right next to it we have rainbow flags and rainbow hats and
people are
rainbow
trolling,
insignia.
bro.
And
You live in a gay city, so
they're right next to each other. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like,
That's a troll. I feel like whoever did that's just fucking trolling.
yeah,
Wouldn't
they're
you?
fucking with me. They're fucking with people. Like,
I would totally do that if I was stalking.
You trying to
and, like,
start a
setting up
fight.
store. I'm just like, you know what? If I have to do this, I'm gonna do this so we can get some good clips.
imagine
on the
some
fucking,
red-blooded American
security
is
camera.
shopping and he's like, I need some 4th of July merch. And he's at this kiosk, and then this gay F word slur is
The
at
city
the.
has gay flags, dude. Like,
Well, people where I
am
come
in it. I am
from,
in it.
yeah, that would be a conflict.
But like you got Mel, and Mel's like, well, I need a new flag. Or Jalen's like, well, I need a new flag.
There you
for
go,
my-
Jalen. Jalen's a flag.
I'm gonna need a new flag for my station. I want an extra gay flag for this Pride Month.
You sound like Forrest Gump.
Wait, what? That's
That's-
a Forrest Gump. What the fuck, bro?
No, we've
Alright.
always said Jalen is gay Forrest
Jalen's a
Gump.
Forrest Gump. Yeah, it's a gay Forrest Gump.
Jalen is gay Forrest Gump. Yeah. If you want to
The
do a
higher
Jalen
pitch.
impression, you do, hello, oh my God, I'm Jalen.
Hello,
Joshua.
Hello,
Yeah. You just do Forrest Gump with a little gayness, and that's Jalen.
Pitbull Jack next.
Yeah. So you got some gay Jalen guy like, oh, I need a gay flag. And then you got some American guy who's like, I need an American flag. You're just about to start a fight.
Yeah, you're about to start with Tom Hanks. You said? Nah, I don't know.
If it makes you happy, JS, my local Walmart don't have no gay flags.
Your Walmart doesn't? Shit.
Nope.
I'm gonna have
Okay,
to.
flags
I
are
got a
no-
long drive coming.
It might be in a back corner. I guarantee you your Walmart has a gay section.
They don't have a gay section, but they do.
You
have,
got a
they
gay
do have
section
the-
somewhere.
They do have the shitty fireworks section, which doesn't make no sense to
It's
me.
the
because,
video. It's
like it don't make any sense here that all these stores put up the fireworks sections for the 4th of July, because they give you like the shitty little sparklers and little snap pops and the little tiny fountains and stuff. But here's the thing: all the good shit's legal here. And there's a fireworks store that's open year round.
Parking lot.
A mile away.
Dude, did I miss super chat? Somehow we're at $218.
Yes, JS. They've been throwing them at you all night,
Dude, Cat gave 100.
I know, Cat killed it.
Well, no, she gave like 100.
What?
140, I think.
Yeah, she gave 50. No, she gave 140. Cat alone, gave 140.
the XXO one. Or?
Yeah.
It was a damn good night.
XO.
It's a good night, boys. Good.
I still,
Damn good
like I said,
night.
I still have 30 minutes left for Mute to give away.
Hey, Marshall's still here.
Right.
Make
Well,
it
he's been
happen.
doing good. He's been doing good though. So JS, does that mean we're moving towards another chair stream now? We did good on the goal.
Though I am actually kind of tired of hearing Teriyaki. You should mute that motherfucker.
We need a chair stream.
Yes, I know, right?
Mute Grumple too while you're at it.
Oh yeah, might as well, right? Mute that fucking guy. Grumple, shut up. 10 minutes.
Yeah, where'd he go?
I like Grumple, but he was because to me, when Radical Coder comes on, I've been seeing Radical Coder do debates with Andrew and do debates with people for a long time, and so it's like,
I didn't even recognize the guy. I feel bad.
Yeah, well, I recognize him, and I'm like, oh, I want to talk to this guy, and then I'm trying to have a conversation, and I think King noticed it. I was like rolling my eyes, and I was like, oh my god, like, come on, shut up. Like, and so he muted.
And then even chat called out and said that me complaining about it was also a side derail, but it did. It got to a point where neither you nor Ryan could get to the end of making your point before somebody would interrupt with a complete nothing, and you're just like, what the fuck is happening right now? I can't even track the conversation.
Yeah.
So I had to step in. I had to just be like, stop, just fucking stop. I couldn't do it.
In my defense, I only was chiming in to reply to Grumple, but also that was rude of me. So sorry, and I'll do better next time.
No, you weren't too bad tonight.
You weren't that bad, but
I could have done better though. Either way, thank you guys.
well, see, the biggest difference though, Marshall, is when we say Marshall, shut up. I'm sorry, and then you shut up. Grumple wants to turn it into a little kid thing where he's like, no, you shut up.
Why are you telling me to shut
You
up? I'm gonna keep talking.
Yeah, shut up.
Oh, yeah, I need to quit saying sorry too all the time. That's another habit.
Yeah, stop
Yeah, don't be sorry,
apologizing.
that's for bitches.
Yeah, stop apologizing.
Man up.
It's like
Say sorry for
Man
saying
up.
sorry.
I'm sorry for saying sorry. That's kind of dumb. That's like
What
is that like an
the-
oxymoron?
That's like double bitch right there, dude.
Yeah,
When you're interrupting
I did-
somebody, you
I
should
did
tell them to
too.
shut the fuck up. You're talking. What do you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, and that too. You gotta stop that. You don't owe
I
none
don't
of
get
these.
that just
You
'cause
don't
I'm
know
not
these.
with
You don't
you.
owe these
Don't
people on the
always
internet,
damn
sirs
thing.
and
You're the
ma'ams.
same age as me.
Yeah.
Well, you
Remember
sound
we had
like
the
you have
discussion a
higher
long time ago.
class. Oh yes, we did, Aldrin. You're correct. I had to look at your thingy.
Whenever you say yes, sir, JS, I like it, but you probably shouldn't do it.
Well, I don't know. It's kind of like an American where, like,
It's a thing. It's a thing of
borrowed-
respect, Jay.
Replace
doesn't
it-
necessarily mean it's a huge
I don't
thing.
think you
So
should
I
call
mean,
someone sir.
Replace
if they're
it
like
with-
10 years older than you at least.
Replace it with King.
Well-
King JS. I don't want to be Sir James.
No, I'll call you sir, but I'm not gonna say king or lord,
Lord.
or JS
Yeah,
the
call him Lord.
third or
Call me
fucking almighty.
Your
Lord.
Majesty.
Yeah, call me your Majesty.
Your majesty.
My
My
liege.
divine, my liege. That's a good one.
Next time, say I'm sorry, Your Majesty.
Oh, Teriyaki left. Did you mute
Nah.
King JS, third of his name. Lord of
Tell you, I
the.
must have woke up.
All that crap that they would say in
Lord of the Dinosaurs.
Game of Thrones.
Probably getting bad.
Your
treatment.
Grace. That's what it is. I want to be called Your Grace.
Did Brandon just wake up too? Because he's been quiet for a long ass time. Just now fucking started chiming
I
in
don't
again.
think I've said anything tonight, to be honest.
You've been here all night
no,
and
you
haven't
did.
said
Fucking
nothing.
ever.
Whoa.
All right,
Yeah, I
drop.
thought you were gone.
It's
I
been,
thought Brandon was out.
it's been hectic tonight, so I was just like,
Just
Yeah,
chill in the
yeah.
corner.
I'll just sit here and play Call of Duty until I feel
You've
like
had
saying
two
something.
massive panels. Dude, you had a massive panel last night and tonight.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you had like 16 people on, and you got rated by four different channels.
You got rated by Jess, BBB, and Tomato.
Tomato. Yeah, 3.
Yeah, not
And
so much.
Teriyaki, 4. Teriyaki rated you too.
Oh yeah, Teriyaki 4 as well. Yeah, you got 4 channels.
Yeah, not so much last night. More, I guess. Saturday night is more. I'm gonna take the late night Saturday night slot because
Right.
a lot of shows are.
Take a Saturday.
That'll be good if I can wake up. Well, the problem is if I go too late on Friday, I don't wake up in time to do the fights. Ideally, it would be we watch the fights and there's not a lot of people here, and we watch the fights and talk about the fights with me and my brother, and then after that, but I was sleeping and I kept hitting snooze. I had my alarm set for 6 p.m. Then I said, no, let's try 7. And then at 7, I was like, no, let's try 8. And then at 8, I was like, let's try 9. And then I woke up at 10.
10 p.m. or 10 a.m.
Well, a lot of that was because of Shiva's thing. So I would have ended at 9 a.m. and went to sleep, and then started at like 7 or 8. But I was on
Like, how the hell did you do that with an hour of sleep? You're insane.
No, it was
10
2
p.m. Okay, that's where it's curious.
It was 1 p.m. when I told Shiva, I was like, I gotta go. I gotta get to sleep. And then I went to sleep. And then 1 p.m. I was asleep by 2 p.m. And then I woke up at like 9 or 10.
Now, in all honesty, though, did you watch that? Did you watch the Shiva show with Mel on it?
I haven't seen that. I watched
Dude, it
the.
was so good. Like even fucking Effigy and shit's on the panels. Like, see, Mel, this is what you do. This is why you get kicked off panels. You don't fucking listen. You're literally doing the thing.
The one with
Like,
him
even
and
his
Rob.
his own support squad is sitting there telling him like.
And see, and that's the thing. That's the thing that got me is even tonight. I know that Jake came in really hot on Mel, but I feel like Mel was being really big surprise, disingenuous when he was talking to Jake about why Sarah kicked him off. He kept being like, "Well, you know, Sarah just kind of had a thing." I was like, "Nah, Mel, you did your thing that you always do, and you didn't listen to her, and she told you countless times to knock it off."
Yeah,
and you just did it anyway. Like you didn't.
I think he's crashing to the point he's trying to get himself kicked from all the panels because he was he was getting pretty crazy on Jess's panel too. Jess actually kicked him off and a couple times.
No, you're really low, Goon. I don't know what's going on.
I just came in. I didn't say anything.
Oh.
Yeah, I was.
I see your box is lighting up. I thought you were saying something.
I was actually.
No, I was getting situated in my bed. You're probably just hearing the creaking.
I was actually happy that
You
Jake
actually-
Jake joined in tonight because I've been wanting to talk to Jake for a while. Somebody told me a while ago you need to debate Jake because he says Calvinists are blah 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 or something. Calvinists are like heretics or something like that. And they said that in my chat. They're like, JS, you need to go debate Jake about Calvinism. And I was like, I'm not a Calvinist. I just agree with what Calvin says on some things, but I'm not gonna go fight that position. Like,
Right, you're not gonna hold. Yeah,
I'm not
gonna fight that battle, hold that position.
Calvin was French, and nothing good comes from France. So
Only one thing has ever come out of good. Only one good thing has ever come out of France.
That's good, right?
Fries.
No, that's gay.
Yeah,
Wait, those are actually French?
I don't know.
Calvin was French,
No.
and I just agree with him on his ideas, and
For me.
Well, at least tonight you
in
got
my
to meet one of your
experience, they're-
childhood idols, JS.
Wait, what? Really?
Ooh.
What did I
Wasn't
miss?
Jake is not a
Wasn't that
childhood
nice?
idol to me. I actually
No, the Ryan guy.
Are you guys talking
Oh
about
no,
Ryan
no.
or anything?
Well, Ryan's not a childhood idol either. He's just somebody I've been seeing on a lot of debate panels for a while.
The fact that you finally got a chance, he came up on your panel, and granted there was some interruption. I mean, that's pretty cool, right?
I feel bad. I've seen him in like a fucking more than I can count on my fingers and toes, like videos, and I don't recognize the
I
guy.
think
Or
what it is because it's like Jake did a debate with Destiny on a stage, and it was pretty good. And when I see that, I'm like, I could do that. I could do that too. And then
wait,
Coder, Radical Coder, he's been debating with Andrew since before Andrew popped off. So so what it does for me is it shows me like I could do this. Like I could do this just as good or better than
Well, see, yeah, exactly. That's yeah. I completely. Not only can you do this, you're in this sphere. Like you're as enough as it might say is you're a prominent part of this sphere because look at the interactions that you're able to have and the conversations you do have on a regular basis. Doesn't happen to everybody with everybody with the channel.
Yeah.
Debate Rob first. If you can walk away from debating Rob, then you can pretty much debate anybody.
I don't disagree with Rob on a lot. And that's another one like Rob, I think I could and now I feel like now I think Sarah's show is pretty cool because it makes it more accessible where I could just go talk to Rob. I just got to jump on Sarah's panel while he's there, but I'm usually working when she's doing that, but
Yeah,
talking about Rob Norm.
So
the problem with Rob
But he's
is
always done call-ins and stuff. He's
yeah,
but I don't
that's
disagree with him. Like I agree with what he's saying. So what am I gonna say? I'm gonna.
But I mean that's been the problem with Rob is he's kind of been unreachable because streaming was a secondary for him. It was never the front runner. He had the other profession was that live in or that in-house caretaker thing, so he couldn't really do the panel spaces. But since streaming is now his profession,
Right. Since you got hired by the Crucible,
he has
yeah, huh?
That's why you
Rob,
see him in the spaces now more.
yeah. Whatever he does, his job has never been outlined as what he does exactly for the Crucible. But Andrew did announce they're taking care of him, and it's allowing him to be able to focus on streaming and all of his other stuff that he's been wanting.
Yeah,
It's
I
funny.
I heard also for debate prep. I heard that might be part of his title.
My
but I don't know.
my little brother, Daddy Jub, he messaged me and he's like, first he sent me a video of Andrew trying to open the olive jar, and he's like, your boy looks pretty bad here, and I was like, Well,
the olive jar.
I was like, I don't know if that's my boy, but yeah, it does look pretty bad. And Daddy Jub
I'm
said,
gonna say this. I could have opened that olive jar.
"Well, you don't know. You weren't there."
I think you could have too.
I think it was all. I think
yeah.
this was all some sort of.
I would have opened
I
it,
don't know.
but
I
you
couldn't
know.
remember.
But
So why was
I
he
got a
coping
Hold
so
on.
hard
theory.
too? He was like, he kept coping. He was like, it's slippery. It's slippery.
Daddy Jub said he texted me and he said I just DM'd Andrew, and I said I don't know what he told him, but he said something like it was a pretty bad look on the olive jar, and Andrew responded to Joey, to my brother, and he's like it's crazy how accessible this guy is. He said I messaged him and he responded to me within 10 minutes. And I messaged Andrew when I was doing my 24-hour election day stream. I messaged Andrew and I said, "Hey, it'd be cool to have you on as like a guest. I'm doing this 24-hour." And Andrew responded to me and he said, "Yeah, we'll try to figure it out." And it never happened, but he responded to me real quick. My brother's like, "Dude, I messaged him roasting him and he responded to me instantly." And he's like, he's actually a really like accessible guy. Like,
God, the hate mail,
You
bro. That was you. I knew it was
What is
this.
your?
Oh
And
my
that's
What did
the
he
best
God.
say to
part.
your brother?
That's the best part.
Oh no, you gotta watch it, bro. He reads this hate
he's
mail.
like, he was telling me, he's like, "Dude, just message him and just mess with him and you can get him on your show." And I was like, well, I kind of already knew this, but because I have messaged him before and he has responded, but I didn't pursue it. And he's like, "Yeah, I was just fucking with him," and he responded to me in like 5 minutes. And they like, so Daddy Jub and Andrew were having like a DMs like like battle.
What were they saying?
I don't know. He said something about the olive jar, and Andrew responded, and then he responded back, and Andrew responded back, and I'm gonna ask him to send me the screenshots, but that's
He didn't ever respond to me when I messaged him about my Crucible jacket.
uh-oh.
No, I got it now.
It's settled
but,
now. It's settled
I'm just
now.
saying
But
he didn't respond to me.
it took.
I was
It
gonna
took
say,
a
didn't it?
minute. It took.
Sorry,
a
Jeremy, you
minute.
don't have that status.
No shit.
Blame Canada.
Well, yeah, man, I fucking paid $200 for the jacket, so like.
Hey, it's
I
the
think that's one of
quality
those
actually
mystery
top,
things. They
dude.
probably ignored it because that's like
Well, on the flip side,
mystery.
I can say that Mystery has always responded back to me. I guess
Yeah,
I've
no,
never
Mystery's always responded back, but I messaged.
I've never tried to DM Andrew ever, but
No,
Mystery always
I
has.
messaged Andrew because one day he was streaming, and Tristan, the other guy who got one of those members jackets as well, he said something in chat and that he didn't get his jacket yet, and Andrew told him to message him about the jacket, and he would get it taken care of. And so I was like, oh, okay, well, if he's telling him to message him, I'll ping him as well and let him know that I haven't gotten mine either and whatnot. And literally no response. Again, got the jacket now, so like, I wasn't ripped off or anything, but I never got an Andrew response back.
Also, that's a very special jacket, Jeremy, so you can't even bitch no matter how long it takes.
I used
You
to
fuck you.
Instagram DM. Who's the guy who made Rick and Morty? Not Dan.
God, I hate that
Justin Roiland. I used to DM Justin Roiland every day on Instagram and send him memes. And then he limited my accessibility to him after a year and a half of me sending him memes and telling him that he was right on the cusp of coming back. I just kept messaging him and being like, "You're my idol, bro. The allegations don't mean anything. You're about to come back. Dan will forgive you." And then I would just send memes.
But now,
Your
like,
Goon's a super troll. I love it, bro. That's powerful.
so I feel like
and I didn't
Holy
even
shit.
know before I did the 24-hour election day stream. And now I want to do a 24-hour midterm stream. I didn't know that Rob also does the same thing. So now if I do that, I'm gonna do it. But it's like, is it hack? Is it copy and rob? Is it
Oh, somebody I guess could construe that or something, but
yeah, somebody you're just copying Rob or something, but it's like,
that's
well,
annoying.
yeah, fuck that. I gotta do what I gotta do, and but I will
You
probably
listen and
have.
what is
I'll
that for
still have a
music artists?
24-hour midterm stream, and Rob's
People
gonna
do
have a
like 24-hour
24-hour
streams all the
midterm
time,
stream.
JS. How's that copying?
Yeah, every freaking new hip hop or popular
Yeah.
song sounds like.
He did one, didn't he? Or was it no? His was like 48 hours, I thought, or something. Week long.
Who,
or something. I can't
Easy?
remember how long it was. Yeah.
Yeah, Easy does long ones, but
Easy did 50 hours, but yeah.
I've done. Yeah, I've
It was
done.
supposed to be 48, wasn't it? He just ended up
Yeah,
doing
it was supposed to be 48, but we kept him around for that.
Yeah, I did a 22-hour one on like accident one weekend. Like I didn't, because the way the fights laid out and the way the streams laid out, I stayed on for the fights, and it ended up being like a 22-hour
remember that night.
stream.
Yeah, Daddy Jub joined, and then we just started talking about the fights as they were happening. Next thing you know,
Yeah.
it was like 5 o'clock the next day.
Bro, that was amazing. That was like I think that was one of my second times watching EJS.
But
so
but
happy
next
these
time
days.
when midterms come up, if I do a 24-hour midterm stream and Rob is doing a 24-hour midterm stream, maybe now there's if you know, Sarah sent me a raid, and if I do debates on Sarah's channel and there's like some connection, so it'd be cool to get on there and talk to Rob and stuff.
Invitation, execute
I
all
like
the six.
what Z is saying in chat.
What'd she say?
Z said, "Why not collaborate? Then that way you can cover for each other for when you guys need to go on breaks for a 48-hour stream or 24 hours."
Yeah, that would be cool. I'm just not good at networking. Like I think a lot of us on the internet who do these streams are somewhat like kind of anti-social people. So it seems like I'm social because I'm doing this stream where I'm talking to a lot of people, but
I never see with your phone in your hand, so
Yeah, no, trust me, Jess. I know exactly what you mean. I'm like a total homebody, like keep
yeah,
to
I'm like
myself.
I'm not good at like getting out there. Networking is what I'm worst at. I'm not good at like, and when I messaged Andrew for the election day stream, when I did a 24-hour election day stream, I messaged 3 bigger creators. That was the first time I had ever done anything like that. None of them showed up. None of them came to the stream, but I messaged them and they all responded to me. And and I was like, "Oh, it's not that hard. Like I should have done this earlier. I should have planned this out
every
a little
shot
more
you
in
don't
advance and worked on it and put it together." But yeah, I'm not like the networky guy.
Right. Oh, exactly. Well, there you go. Z with another great idea. Throw Daddy Jub on it. Obviously, he ain't afraid to just reach out.
Yeah, he'll do it.
And make your brother the secretary or something.
Yo,
Oh
Berto.
no!
Good to see
Can we
you
just
this
have
morning.
chair?
Yeah, he don't care. He'll go up to anybody.
Yeah. Networking is
Hair
not
is
actually as
fucking twin
complicated as
brother.
people seem, like you said. Because like I did that like 10 years ago
just-
when I'm
you just
started.
gotta get-
You just message people and then you have to continue like
Breaking,
working things
yeah,
out.
it's just breaking the ice. After you break the ice with that person, Jess, then it's like, oh, well, shit. Nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, I just got done talking to him. I'm messing him again, kind of thing. Like,
Well, I
you
mean,
just
You're
gotta
really
get
good and clever though, King, in chat. Like when you were modding and shit, even like way back when I first like.
But you have this
Really
like
said-
idea that like, I mean, yeah, you have this idea that they're not going to respond to me. But
Right.
why not? Why not just try?
You're gonna miss.
And then when
Yeah, you're gonna miss.
when they do respond to you, it's like, oh, now what do I do now? And so, yeah, it's just.
I didn't think about that.
And that's
Yeah,
why
kinda,
when I saw Jake,
Sounds like the problem you have is the problem most guys have. Funnily enough, when talking to girls,
yeah,
which is they'll talk to them and then they'll be like, "Yeah, we can go out sometime," and the guy goes, "Cool, yeah, we'll go out sometime," and then the messages end there. You have to pursue a date after that. You have to be like, "Okay, well, what day are we going out? What day are you free? When are we doing this?"
when you come on, when you come on my show for a brief 20 minutes, what are we going to talk about? Like, and and Andrew has said this a million different times. If you make his appearance as easy as possible, where all he has to do is show up, he'll be there. But just like that's when everybody gets crazy with like not giving him details and they want him to figure shit out. Then he's like, I don't want to even worry about it. I got so much other shit to do. It'll be months. But like all the time, people are like, Andrew, how'd you get this debate with Andrew in 24 hours? Well, I set up everything where all he had to do was show up.
Yeah.
And he's even said himself, make it
on panel live.
The easier you make it for him, the more willing he is to do it. Because who wouldn't? Like,
Well, yeah,
who wouldn't
but
want to do it? Everything's easy.
Here's the thing too: is like, you can look at it in multiple ways, but like Andrew's been on Jake's channel before, right?
Yep.
And Jake's been on. He's been. I think he's
Jake?
been on Tomato.
Like
before.
Rattlesnake?
No, Veopod.
No, Veopod.
I know Andrew's been on
Okay.
Jake's channel before. But I think Jake's been on Tomato. I know he's been on like Team Fatty, and he's been on Lestrange. He's been on Grids. He's been on theirs, and they've been at least in his chats and whatnot. Not particularly saying any of those are like I think Fatty's a relatively small channel compared, but you technically are a bigger channel than Jake.
Yeah, and that's
I don't
why
know who that is.
when I saw Jake with Destiny on a stage, and this is I'm not taking shots at, I've said this before, I'm not taking shots at Jake, but when I saw that, I was like, damn, I could do that. Like,
exactly. That's when it hit you. Like, oh, and that Destiny's not that hard to reach, right?
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, and the thing is they at least in Jake's case, they actually paid for him to be there. They flew him out, and that he didn't pay for that.
No, that's not what he said. Jake said he had to buy a ticket.
Oh, okay. I thought he said because he in the
No, he said he had to buy a
well,
ticket.
they're doing a tour, and you buy a ticket to debate Destiny.
No, that is now. But at the beginning of the debate he had with Destiny, he thanked the guy for bringing him out there.
Yeah. Yeah, he
Yeah,
did say
the
something
moderator or
like he did
something?
say something like he knows I think he was talking with the person who set it up, and so he did get brought out there to do that, but he's saying now they're expanding it to where you just pay for the ticket to debate Destiny, but
he said how much he paid for the ticket. He said it was
Yeah.
$40, and then he paid $50 to debate.
yeah. So
Maybe they flew him there because he thanked
I
the
guess
guy
I don't
for
know.
bringing him there.
But
But
I'll-
yeah,
yeah,
I know
good
they paid for the
incentive,
ticket,
wasn't it?
Not the hotel, I think. Or
Like,
was it the
now-
hotel, not the ticket? I don't remember. It was one or the other.
if Jake is right and this becomes a 50 state thing and they come to Utah, I'm down. I'm doing it. But
Bro,
do
your
I have
dream,
money?
don't forget about your
Do I have
dream.
money to
Yes,
go
don't
to
forget
go to Utah or go to Colorado or something like that? But if they come to Utah and they do it, I'll buy the ticket and I'll do it. And
I think if you get on one of those shows, that you'll actually probably get a lot from it, because
Does he have a name?
you're
Is it
entertaining
just
person,
big?
and if you can get on one of those shows, just to be
Oh, who's this
Shit, I
Jake
lost
you guys are talking about? I just don't know who this Jake is.
Project
Bar from
Project
Cashapp
Veopod is the channel he runs.
Are they a TikToker?
Yeah, He was on here earlier. He was on here earlier. He does a YouTube channel, and it's about the same size as my channel. It's
About 2,000 people less than your channel, actually.
subscribers, but he probably gets more live viewers than usually I get. But
That may be true.
No, I don't know about that.
yeah, it's
he averages
similar.
about 10, 15.
So I mean, it's about the same, really. I mean, really, it's about you guys aren't that far off. He gets about the same kind of chat engagement, everything.
But he debated Destiny on a stage, and it was Destiny versus a bunch of MAGA people, and he owned it. Like, it was his segment was the best segment of all of them.
One of the 20v1s?
No, not on Jubilee. It was
I'm just trying to find what you guys are talking about. That's why I'm.
It was a lot like that.
Might be on the website.
It was Destiny versus MAGA people, and it was in Detroit. They did it. Now they're doing it in Texas soon.
Yeah,
His channel is called OTW Live, if that's what you were looking for.
But yeah, he did really good. I thought it was that. Then there was a bunch of like nerds that came up, and he said they weren't even like real MAGA people, which I kind of got that vibe from watching it. And then when he said it, it kind of confirmed it for me that like a lot of these guys were just your typical Republicans. They're not like MAGA
I
Trump
don't even think
supporters.
Trump's full of Republican, but I got a couple of conspiracy theories, like the olive jar thing. That was all a hoax. I feel like that was all kind of like a brilliant idea. Comes on the next day, does like a freaking grift stream. People actually thought Andrew broke his hand on that jar and needed help paying for his medical bill. It's hard to tell because of it's just all text. So
I gotta go in a second. But if you ever do get on one of those Jubilee things, just bring up the topic or is liking Big Butch gay. I think that'll get you a lot of people.
Dude,
what? Oh, the big one.
But the Jubilee thing, apparently it's not that hard to sign up for a Jubilee thing and get called out for a Jubilee thing, but you got to pay for. I've got to fly out to LA, and
Yeah,
I've
you
got
gotta
to.
get yourself there. They don't pay to get you
Well,
there.
Jubilee lost a lot of its appeal since you can't react to their videos anymore.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what's wrong with them. Why are they doing that? Like,
Because if you react on your channel, they don't have control over that content. So people aren't coming to their page and watching it at their page. So they're not getting subscribers on their page directly.
yeah, it's
They
Jubilee.
feel like it's
selecting their audience or something. Is that what you're saying?
JEW.
they feel like they feel like if somebody else is playing the content on that channel, that there's no drive for them to go directly to their channel and sub up.
And they're 100% correct. Because
No,
Jubilee
that's not true.
It's definitely not. It's the only reason their channel's even known is because YouTubers have reacted to their channel, like non-stop.
Exactly.
That's why Easy doesn't care about people showing his shit, is because it
Yeah.
even if they're restreaming his content, they don't even react. They just literally content that's still getting exposure to some people that wouldn't come to the channel that might come to the channel.
Right, but they might. But then if you have that channel and you can see that your profits are going down, but all the other YouTube streamers are still making lucrative money off your content, and you just can't seem to bring traffic in, what else will your options be?
Well, it's not just that. I think the other argument is more so if you're watching their content that's being replayed on somebody else's stream, they're not getting the money for the advertising on
Exactly.
that either.
Yeah, they're not getting.
My answer to Blackout's question would be that they need to innovate. Like maybe
you
the
hook the
50th
fish.
5 gay guys find the one straight guy video is starting to get old and stale.
Yeah.
Right.
But I used to react to Jubilee debates, and for a while it was fine, and then it got to a point
Now
where
they take your shit down within minutes.
you can't even. Yeah, you
Nice.
gotta. You're playing
Started.
you're playing one segment, and you still need to pause it every 30 seconds. And it was like, what I used to do is I would just play it while I'm playing a video game, and I'm talking about it while it's going, and they cut that off completely. Like, you can't do that.
You mean like yeah? You mean like restreaming a pay-per-view fight while holding a joystick and pressing buttons like you're playing it as a game?
Oh no, I
I didn't say you did that. Somebody was talking about somebody had done such.
I was talking
I
about.
heard that.
Yeah, I was talking about.
I think Easy was saying there was somebody who had an entire channel that's what they did.
No, I said in Easy's chat that somebody did that because Daddy Jub told me that somebody did that, and yeah, basically you put a UFC pay-per-view on the screen and you titled the stream EA Sports UFC 4 gameplay, and you hold a controller in your hand and you hit buttons, but you're really just streaming the pay-per-views. But no, I think that yeah,
Speaking of watching stuff, did you watch Sinners yet, JS?
I haven't finished it. I'm still.
Did you get
He
to
hasn't even got the vampires. Nope.
No, I haven't. It's obvious that it's like I don't like that racial like. I'll bet I haven't got there yet, but I bet it's all white vampires attacking the black people. Or they
Hopefully that's how it is in the real world, you know what I mean?
I'm sure they bring some sort of like racial element into it. But I don't know. I haven't watched it yet.
Like I want to spoil, but I.
You're killing Jeremy. You're killing Jeremy. You're killing him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Blackout. Not to call you out on doing your job bad or anything,
Because
Yeah.
you're kind of not.
but I think Grumple's mute is up.
Oh,
That's fine.
You're right.
You'd have your work cut out for you if you got those teachings.
I will unmute him. Fair enough.
Give him another 10. You still got 20 minutes left, don't you?
Yeah, I do. I still got 20 minutes to play with. I like to hold on to it. It's nice to hang on to the mute. I mean, I don't know where else it's gonna go because there's really nobody else on panel that's fun to mute.
I mean, I wanted to mute JS. JS knew
I
it.
came in.
JS saw that shit coming. He's like, you can't mute me.
Dude, I came in nearly solely just to fuck with Grumple.
So bad.
Yeah, he's.
And then he started.
Got the gold bridge camo. Oh,
Dude, the
so
Trump
bad.
with the chair is epic.
When King muted him, you could see the anger.
Agreed.
What's that?
He got so pissed.
Your thumbnail thing, it cracked me up a while ago. I finally noticed it.
Trump dancing by the chair. I like it.
I think I broke Cecil. Like I think he fucking died laughing when I put up the dancing Trump and then added Carlton.
I don't know what Cecil was on. Holy
I
fuck!
think he because he started
Not the
fucking
guy that
going
fell out of the
hysterically
chair.
and I think
Yeah.
it had to do with when I put the Trump dancing up on like I just had my desk in the background with Trump fucking dancing. And
Knocked that guy out of his chair, I think.
Love even more.
Or somebody.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what it was. He was just cackling. I'm just like, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah, but that started literally when I brought Trump up dancing.
Hmm.
I think I broke him.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I had to mute him. I was like, I can't. I couldn't do it.
I was just trying
He's
to
out
piss.
here.
I was just trying to drum up some heat because you had Ferb on the panel just fucking going all off against Trump and stuff. I was like, what can I do? I've got the Trump avatar here, but see if we can escalate this. And so I put this guy up, made him dancing. while Furby was on there and Coder Ryan had just jumped up on panel and they both were just digging straight into Trump and I was like,
Grumple's puppy. Grumple's
Huh?
puppy's gonna. Grumple's puppy's about to eat him.
Yeah, I saw that. He's been back there. Well, the dog's been back there a little bit for a while.
Oh really?
Yeah,
Damn.
I'll give him the dog looks
Haven't paying
healthy.
attention.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely. It looks like a nice puppy.
Like has a nice shiny coat and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm waiting for him to like start snoring or something.
Wait for him to wake up and like make an argument to like just out of the
No, he
blue.
does it.
It'll be so awesome.
He'll adjust and go right back to sleep. That's why I think he's drinking. He's got to be passed out. Because if you watch him,
But
it's
he
a
actually
slow,
can do that?
it's a slow decline, and there's no way a person can be that tired that they fall asleep the way he does when you watch him. Oh, there he goes, moving. Wake up. Psst, psst. I know you can hear us. Your headphones
See if you had
This
your
is your conscience speaking.
if you had your Stream
Tell
Deck,
everybody.
like just press a button and do the train sound or the SWAT audio.
Right.
Oh jeez.
That's the next thing I'm gonna get. I'm gonna get the Stream Deck and
How to tell if someone's sus. Play
I need
this
a-
sound. They're not paying anymore.
I don't know, probably a better light, like a light that's gonna go up here. So we have a main light and a key light. I've been looking into lighting and understanding how lighting works, and yeah.
Watch the official trailer.
How
Oh,
lighting works. So like, there's these rays and they just reflect off of things.
Yeah, we got some
When you turn the switch on, it turns on.
Oh
When you
no,
turn the
my
switch
brain
on,
already hurts.
lighting.
Damn it.
Turn it on, it lights, and turn it off, it doesn't light.
Wait, you got a voice activated one?
I could probably, because I mean, we got good lighting coming from this little circle I got over here.
Yeah, bro. What?
No, actually, no. The primary thing I need to do is a Steam Deck for sound effects, the controls and stuff like that, and another camera.
Stream Deck.
Stream Deck.
Steam Deck is something different.
Yeah, Stream Deck, not a Steam Deck.
Steam Deck?
A Stream Deck, and I need a second camera because I used to have the laptop had its camera, and then I have the main camera, and so I need to get another camera.
Jeremy, is there a reason why they call it a laptop? I've actually never thought.
I want to
about
get
that.
one of those Focus 360s cameras that can like it rotates and stuff.
Oh, lap. Sorry, Jess. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that eventually I'll have a camera over here to look at me from this angle, and then a camera here, and then the rotating, they have it's a Focus 360 camera, and it like rotates and stuff. So I could go like walk over there and it'll follow me around.
It's not a 360.
That sounds like a
camera.
pain in the ass.
No, that's not. Yeah, no, that's not how it goes. It's a
360 camera is a stationary camera that literally views. It's viewing 360 degrees. There's no motion. If there's motion, then it's a PTZ camera.
I don't know what it's
Oh,
called.
like the one
but
that like it's like activated and it follows you.
PTZ
Oh
is
shit.
for pan, tilt, and zoom.
Yeah,
it's got motors and stuff to pivot it. And
yeah, that's the camera that I'm looking at. It has it's like it
The
can
one that they put
swivel
on
and it can
cars.
rotate and it will follow you,
Yeah,
and you can
that's
do like
that's
gestures. You can
GTZ.
do
It's not
this and
360.
it'll follow you. And so if
I
I
want like one of those drones that does
GTZ
that to
camera
play
doesn't
with the
have
kitten.
TikTok dances.
A 360 camera
I need.
doesn't have any motion in it. It literally has like a. It's basically like a fisheye lens that has 360-degree view. In which case you can see 360
What,
degrees
babe?
around it by essentially unwarping
Hey, when she's done,
the view of that and looking at it in perspective.
she's not. I just heard him. Yeah.
Like I could show you what a 360-degree camera display looks like when it's not warped. So it might make a little more sense.
when I type in focus 360, that's not it. I don't know, but yeah, it's a webcam that it can follow your. So there's the ob spot, but that's not the one I want. Insta 360 link. The Insta 360 link 2. So it's a 4K camera. It's a 4K webcam, but it can swivel and it will follow you. Has like motion sensing, and it will I don't know, but that's for the future, so that I can eventually have another mic going over there and I can sit on the dang couch if I want to pass out on the couch. I can have the camera pointed over there and lay down or walk around or do activities, and it follows you, it tracks you. That's the one I'm looking at.
I want something like that to like entertain the kitten.
What?
Except for like on a drone, like
R.I.P.
those
Jeremy.
little AI drones that like follow. Anyways, just activate it and it'll float around and keep her busy. Fucking little kitten's a hellion, bro.
Have a good day, Z. And for the record, I was outside touching grass not even 20 minutes ago.
Who's Z?
I'm going to touch grass, and you should do the same. What's today? Probably after I end, I'm probably going to end in about 30 minutes. And I might walk Echo and go. Also, I don't know if anybody's noticed, but I've been trying to get some sun because I've been looking ghostly, because of the winter. I'm trying to, now that it's warm outside, I'm trying to, when I'm out in the, my mom said you only need 15 minutes of sunlight a day. And so when I walk Echo and stuff, I'm trying to roll up the sleeves. I'm trying to get some sun,
Nah, you can just spray the sun on you now.
I ain't spraying no sun. And like Echo heard me. Look, here he comes. He's like, "Oh, is it time?"
I mean, it might make you look orange if you do it too much, but you could just say you're related to Denial, then you'd be all right.
He heard his name and he's like, "Oh, it's almost time. Or it's almost time to go in the sun."
Yeah. You've been limping for limp's not getting better. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, my dogs only listen to one. There's only like one word that they come running for, and it's not their name. 5-letter word. Begins with a T and ends with a T.
Biscuit,
Oh,
Triscuit.
TREAT.
Did you just say
Treat?
Triscuit?
Treats?
Oh, you don't say that word. You're not allowed to say that word.
See, you fucking asshole.
Don't say it. Stop. Don't say it.
Oh.
Literally, fucking said it's just like, I hear that word.
It don't matter who say it. We hear it.
He
No,
doesn't.
they know that word.
He does like that word, but more so is the word that starts with an O and ends with an E, and it rhymes with spout side. Like,
you're right.
Yeah.
Right.
Dude, that's nothing. When we were on the Xbox One, whenever kids would join and they had Connect mics.
Is that the word,
The
JS?
Connect
Xbox
mics.
off.
Turn off.
Fucking do that
Xbox,
shit on
turn
me,
off.
I'll do it right
Xbox,
back.
turn off. And we would turn their shit off.
Oh, fucking you an ass. I love it. That's awesome. Not like the bad kind of part.
Luckily, Google hadn't had his medicine today, so they can have what they think are treats.
Wait, was that the word?
Treats, yes, treats is the word.
Yes, but that's because he's giving them treats, because that's why he's saying it.
Well, I'm giving them what they think are treats, but in reality, it's like the
It's good for him.
it's a fish
Or is it
oil
the
herb.
dental?
Well, no, it's a fish oil.
Fish oil.
herb
That's
that-
hell yeah.
Google has joint problems because remember he had this hip dysplasia.
Yep.
So
I
I
forgot
give
one of
him-
your dog's names was Google. That was what was confusing me. Thank you. Holy shit.
Yeah, Google is my Mel Husky. Zeta's the Aussie, and Ruby is the female Husky.
And who's the youngest? Was that Ruby?
Zeta,
Zeta. I like that one.
the Aussie. She's only 2. Ruby and Google are siblings from the same litter. They're both 10.
Yeah.
They're
Oh, you're a little Australian Shepherd. I'm an idiot.
Yeah, the Aussie's the one who looks like chocolate chip cookie dough when you see in the videos and stuff.
Yeah, I see. You sometimes have pretty cool thumbnails for the motion picture thing going.
But I don't like to. If I do something for one, I don't like doing it for just the one. So I make sure that they all get something when one gets something.
Ooh, yeah, dude, equal rights, equal dog rights.
I don't say equal, because they don't get the same.
Same portion.
I mean, it's still
Okay,
beneficial.
give him the
It doesn't hurt 'em,
vote.
but it's at least nice in the fact that they don't watch him get something that they want to.
I think they should be treated like royalty, so I respect that. Fuck yeah.
So it sounds like to me, Jeremy, you're the kind of person, if you had kids, you'd buy your kids birthday presents, but make sure to get their siblings something too.
No,
Okay, fair enough.
no, because kids you can explain that
kids.
to. I can't explain that to a dog why
Okay,
they
yeah.
other
Yep, you're right.
Be
eat this
surprised.
thing
I
that's
think you
really
could.
fucking delicious.
No, you're right. No, you're right.
So no, I don't do that. I just do it in this way because there's no way I can explain that to them where they'll actually understand it. But they don't count to realize that they're only getting 2 pieces and he's getting 4.
Well, that's good.
Although I guess proportionately,
My animals are all spoiled and bougie.
I guess proportionately though, when you run out that, like Google's getting the proper portion for him, Zeta's getting close to the proper portion for her, and Ruby's getting because she's not getting the proper portion at all for her. She should also be getting 4 if it was the right portion size. So she's half the size. Ruby or Zeta, it would be. She might be the right portion size. I'm not sure. She's probably close.
Oh, she weigh a 43,000.
No, she's in the 50s. Google is around like
That's
they'll
why
get
120, 103.
they get their update and their shots either this month or next month, and so they'll get new weigh-ins. But last year when they were weighed, Google was
Counted.
like 98 pounds and Ruby was 88, I believe.
Oh, yeah, a year ago? Or
Huh?
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, no, they're both definitely under 100 pounds, but close to it.
Well, Google,
see him
Google's
enough.
just a couple pounds under 100.
Oh, okay.
He's like 90.
I'm just thinking based off of
95
mature.
or 98 was what Google was weighed in at last year. This year he'll probably break 100.
Yeah, I think you meant. I mean,
Ruby will probably just barely break into the 90s.
Yeah, we brought
She might.
does your
we
vet
brought
also charge more for your weight? Go ahead, Kim.
yeah. Our dog Clifford, he's 160 pounds when we brought him to the vet last.
No, the vets don't charge by weight.
No, they don't, but they do. Oh no, it's a giant dog.
Ours does.
No, my vet doesn't charge by weight. They charge by the whatever I mean,
Procedure.
what they don't charge for any treatment. The treatment, whatever treatments they get, is the same no matter whether they're 20 pounds or 100 pounds, right? But obviously, the medications they get, the dose size is factored by weight. So more dose, more cost.
Yeah. Yeah. That's...
Oh yeah, no. See, literally, we had when we got Clifford, we got his nuts clipped. They charged us extra because he was a giant, because he was a Great Dane.
Yeah, the groomers are gonna do that too. Here, anyways.
No,
Anecdotally.
They didn't charge. Actually, Zeto was no, Google was the most expensive, but that's because he.
Wait, Cheddar, how much was Hulk's last vet appointment? Oh,
Zeta she was like 300 something to get fixed. They do charge. So Google was expensive because he had problems, and also it costs more to neuter a dog than it does to spay a dog.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why. But,
Nope.
But I don't
yeah,
know
Hulk's.
I don't know what Ruby cost to get her fixed. I would assume she was about the same as Zeta. But I got Google and Ruby done at the exact same time, so it was almost $1,000 combined. But I know Google was more expensive, and I know that they had to add more to it because I guess dogs' testicles don't always drop.
Mm-hmm.
And when they get, by the time they get fixed, so they have to go in and actually retrieve it.
Yep. Yeah. Well, I had a dog. My dog I had before we got these big ones. One of his testicles never descended. So when I got him, when I had to go get him fixed, I didn't have to, but I ended up getting him fixed. I had to go in and they had to do a special surgery where they actually marked him with a tattoo, where they did his incision, so he had a permanent tattoo all the way up to the day he died. So right next to his dick to let know where his other ball was.
Dean, so there's 2 reasons why I do it. One, if you don't do
Good
it,
way
they
to tell
will fuck
for-
each other and breed, and you obviously you don't want
Yeah.
Siblings.
But
Also, if they're siblings,
Sibling
yeah.
dogs, you're breeding
You
yeah,
don't.
with
that's why we did it for Clifford, our newest dog, because he lives. We have 3 of them.
Aw,
They're all
Clifford.
siblings.
And
It's 2 girls and then 1 boy, and
and
he
the
was
other
already starting.
reason,
Oh, yeah.
the other reason why you do it is because, um, like, while it's not an issue for male dogs, female dogs, they have like
Bleed.
fucking nasty discharges and all kinds of
I
shit
know,
when they
dude.
eat. It's fucking disgusting. Get them
I know.
fixed.
We literally our girl. Like I said, we have 2 girls, 1 boy. The 2 girls aren't fixed, and we have diapers for them for when they are in heat. They have to wear a diaper, otherwise they leak blood all over the house.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not gonna
Step in that when you're not wearing socks and shoes.
if you're not going to breed them, get them fixed.
Yeah,
My
no,
dog
I agree. We're in limbo. We don't know what we're doing.
Yeah,
Because they are
I'm just telling you the
they
deal.
are registered. They are full bred registered.
AKC?
Yep. Great Dane, full bred Great Dane, long lines. They're like 6th generation or some shit. It's crazy. But yeah, we just haven't. I don't know. I don't want to do a breeding game. Like I'm not trying to make money. But it would be nice to have puppies. But then again,
Yeah,
we have
I think
giants. 3 giants as it is.
3 giant Great Danes. Could you imagine 6 offsprings?
Yeah, no.
That would be fucking. I think my cats are hell yeah. That'd be a pain in the ass. They're goofy and clumsy when they're in like their younger stages. I love it.
Because of Google and its hip problems, the vet would encourage them to be fixed anyway because hip dysplasia is a genetic defect that can be passed on. So it's nasty if you don't get the females fixed, and in Google's
That's
case,
because of
you don't
selective
want
breeding
you
for
don't want
show
him breeding
dogs.
because you don't want
Disgusting.
his genetic defect to pass.
You know, they literally breed for that in German Shepherds as a show dog for the curve, like for their curve on the hip, and breeding for that causes.
Hip dysplasia is not a curve in the hip. Hip dysplasia is a misalignment
No, I mean,
of the joint.
like the way they breed the dog for the way it like looks, it like causes it's a cause. I don't. Anyways, you just
Whatever it is, it's not this. That's
you
not
use
this.
better words.
Dysplasia is extremely painful for a dog, especially a medium or large sized dog. Small dogs can actually live with it, but the larger dogs, they absolutely cannot. What it is a misalignment of the joint itself, which causes it to actually dig a new joint into the I guess on the male dogs it'd be their pelvic bone. Like they're literally grinding bones together to dig a new joint. It also causes early arthritis in them
There
as
is a
well.
link between selective breeding practice show dogs specifically regarding traits like slope back or whatever causes hip dysplasia. Mostly common in show dogs that are German Shepherds as the breed, working breeds.
Yeah,
They literally breed for the slope in the back and just for like being a show
they're
dog
not
and winning
breeding for the
trophies.
dysplasia. They're breeding for
No,
different
of course not.
defect, as you will.
But yeah, it's still just like I don't.
Like
Yeah,
you could argue,
I think it's disgusting.
you could argue that the Google's tail curls in a spiral, so like it actually curls all the way up and then rests in a full loop, and so the end of the tail like sits on his back. And
Like a
that's
chow kind of.
yeah, actually just about exactly like that. And on
Mhm.
him for being a husky, that's actually considered a defect. On a husky, the tails don't actually curl in a spiral like that; they go up and curve.
Yep.
They wouldn't let me do anything cool for the senior project, so I did guide dogs for the blind. I do my whole senior
But
project for the fucking
but
dogs.
Google and Ruby are actually half Malamute, half Husky, so that spiral
That's
tail
what
is Malamute in Google. So it's in his particular case, it's actually not a defect, but it's the Malamute
Do they
genetics.
have purple in the tongue too, or?
I don't know. I've never actually looked at their tongue.
Look at Echo sticking his face through the.
Getting running, getting panting.
Zeta's whole thing is defect, dude. The Merle pattern on her, that's a defect. The blue eyes is also a defect.
It's like a very uncommon thing, actually. What I at
Dogs
least
are not.
I don't know which.
Dogs don't have blue eyes at all. It's very, very uncommon.
It's like an albino like reptile or something. I would compare it to.
Blue eyes are actually on huskies. Blue eyes are actually more common
Like a
than having
wolf,
the brown
right?
eyes.
But what about the yellow? Isn't it yellow most common?
Yellow? I've never seen a husky
Yeah.
with yellow eyes.
Okay,
There's two,
maybe I'm.
you might be referring to there's two shades of brown eyes that the huskies get.
Fair enough.
But
Maybe
the blue
that's,
eyes
I'm
is
thinking like
more, in huskies the blue eyes is more common than the brown eyes. But in particularly on the Australian shepherds, the blue eyes is a defect which has a higher percentage of them being blind in their older age. The brown or the Merle pattern, which is the brown coloring with spots,
yeah.
like speckled spots all over them, that's a defect as well. That it indicates that they have a higher chance of actually being deaf when they go older. So my Aussie has a greater chance of being deaf and blind in her older age.
This cat is nuts. I need one of those like drones that'll like follow things around and like kind of like do its own thing, like entertain this little cat.
Oh, actually, there was a person. Oh, they didn't join. Okay, I was gonna say there was a person who was asking for the link, so I don't see him in the.
Yeah.
Oh well, they joined. They joined the server. They just didn't join the. They've got to join Peace Dynamo. You have to join the staging one if you actually want to come up on the panel. We'll bring you up, but yeah, like Jess said, he's gonna end soon.
Yeah, I told him it's about to end soon.
I know. I repeated it. But he did join the Discord, so if they want to join the panel, why is that name familiar? I feel like I've seen them before.
Yeah, I was about
Sorry,
to
Beast animal.
I was about to wrap up here now. It's about 9 a.m.
Yeah, I mean you can still join the panel and talk shit to Grumple. While you just won't be on the on the stream.
You won't be on the stream, but you can always. Everybody's always welcome to hang out in the chats and talk and stuff.
Yeah, since we're on Discord, there's the back chat can last as with or without JS.
Yeah.
We don't need you to talk.
Yeah. Sometimes
Exactly. It does happen. It does happen.
Sometimes the chats go on for hours after the stream is over. So.
Oh, dude, we chatted like fucking when you ended the stream yesterday. Like we were was it me, James, was it you, Marshall, that were on here for like a couple hours?
The fight night, I missed out on fight night. I was
No,
but
it was
the one
VJ
before I
VJ
think.
literally yesterday. Like, cause Sheila came back up and started talking to us and everything.
Oh yeah, I think so. Shit.
Yeah, we haven't seen no fights, and there were fights tonight, but I didn't watch them. But
that was last week.
There's been no. The week before this week, there was no fights, and then this week it was a bunch of trash fights. It was nothing big.
Was it like?
But I
Bones
think
Jones
next
or
week, I
something?
think Sean O'Malley's fighting next week. Actually, let me look that up.
I keep seeing the
I
name.
think next
Bones,
week
like
is
Jones.
a big pay per view.
I'm fighting next week.
What? Ryan heavyweight?
Fuck yeah, I'm fucking sumoing.
Dude, that might win.
But I'm
Just like
Oh yeah, Daddy Jub said tonight the main event got canceled. The main event tonight got canceled as soon as the show started. So the show
Who was in
started.
it?
It was Aaron Blanchfield. It was a women's fight, and it got canceled. It got canceled as soon as the show started. So like UFC starts saying tonight the fights are starting and blah 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 blah. They started the show, and then the main event got canceled. It was the first time it ever happened. It's
Yeah, somebody pitched out, dude.
See stuff on my Flipboard ever
got
since I started
scared.
hanging out.
She got scared on that fight.
yeah, something happened. I don't know what happened, but you can't be
I
canceling.
wonder
You
if they
can't be
were like
canceling 2
questioning it.
hours before you about to walk out on stage. Like, what?
What if they find out it wasn't a female? I
Yeah.
should have said that.
But next week.
Yeah, what if it was a drug thing? Would they find out that quick?
Next week, O'Malley's fighting.
Guy?
I mean, if they got a Jimmy hanging, I'm sure it'd be pretty easy to be like, oh, hey.
No, I mean a drug thing. Like they found that she pissed dirty or something.
Could have been something like that.
Well, I don't know about piss, but
I'm
yeah,
not sure. I'm
that's
sure throughout the week we'll find out more about it. But right now I don't know. But I just know that the main event.
I think you do a physical or something, then the weight. I don't
So
know
I
how
mean,
they
I
do it
don't think
now.
I missed out much by sleeping through the fights tonight. But next week,
No, sounds like that.
next week, Sean O'Malley versus Merab Vashvili 2 is happening, and O'Malley's one of my favorite fighters. I love that. He's just a cool ass
Pardon?
dude.
The names?
He does
Who was
YouTube
it?
shorts where he's like smoking a blunt while he's training, and dude, he's a cool ass dude. But
was it Macy Berber? Was that the fight?
no, it was I just said her name a second ago.
Berber and Blanchfield?
Yeah, Blanchfield. Yeah.
Yeah, last minute cancellation. Apparently, Berber was not medically cleared to compete. Just before she was scheduled to walk over the octagon, she missed weight the day before and was set to face Blanchfield. Berber apparently suffered from a potential seizure and missed the weigh-in, so they didn't.
Huh. That's weird. Yeah, and they like it seems like they would have some sort of warning on that, but they waited till the last second to say it's canceled. Like Daddy
Well,
Jub
she-
texted me and he's like,
maybe
dude,
they
they just
maybe they were
canceled the main
waiting to see-
event. This has never happened before. Like,
Yeah, maybe they were waiting to see
They're
if
trying
she
to get her
could
to
get the
clear.
medical clearing that she didn't get.
Right, and she couldn't clear.
They were giving her to the
Right.
last minute to get
To
it
try to
clearing,
clear
and
it.
She didn't get it, so they had no choice.
yeah. Huh. I mean, I don't think it would have been that great of a fight anyway, but
Nope. Women's fights suck.
yeah, it was like when I see a women's fight is the main event fight, I could
Hey, bikini mud wrestling, bro.
I could skip over that.
I mean, and I don't. Yeah, I don't. I can honestly say if a women's fight is the main fight card, I don't watch the fight card at all.
I mean, in all
I
honesty,
don't.
the main event should be like midget fights.
Dude.
Well, next weekend is a pay-per-view. It's UFC 216. O'Malley is fighting for the belt against Vashvili, the second fight, and
Is that like Russian or Ukraine?
Who won the first one?
it's your typical Dagestani fighter. It's Merab
Yeah, but
Vash.
who won the first one?
Well, Sean O'Malley had the belt, and then
Okay.
Merab Vashvili beat him, and he's your typical Dagestani boring ass fighter, and
So this is O'Malley trying to get his belt back.
O'Malley's trying to get it. O'Malley's trying to get his belt back, and I really hope it happens.
What
Because
do you got against Dagestan, JS?
I don't have nothing to. They're
they both
good.
from?
It's just boring. They're not the.
There's
It's
a
not.
gay stand.
It's not entertaining to watch their fights.
Sand?
Like all these
Dagestan
guys.
even a place?
I guess.
I don't know.
Allegedly.
Hello, may I help you, or is it like?
Hello, may I help you?
I seen through the sand with a bum
You
strapped
want
to
to
my
fight? I
back.
will lean on you. Let me lay on you on the fence.
And they produce a lot of
He
boxers.
No, they're not boxers. They're more like
They're MMA fighters. I'm
Oh, I
sorry.
love you guys.
they're more like wrestler.
Yeah, I'm on Greco-Roman wrestling.
Yeah, it's more like I'm just gonna lean on you and put you against the fence and put my weight on you, and lean my weight on you and punch you. Which I mean, technically, they
What about
do.
technicality?
Yeah, they win.
Almost
They
sexual
win. They
technique.
win fights. Like if you're in a fight with this guy, you're gonna lose the fight. But to watch it,
Because he's gonna grind you down. Well, I mean, to be fair though,
Well,
that's
yeah,
why
if
they
you start wrestling, then.
that's why they hated Brock Lesnar so much too. Is because he came in there and he laid on guys, and
Yeah.
people got pissed because they're like, "Oh, he's a bitch," and he's like, "Well, then stop him," and they couldn't.
yeah,
He's
yeah.
just a big guy.
Dagestan is just Russia, dude.
It's like
the Republic of Russia.
I hate to watch them, but you can't beat them in a fight. Like,
Right.
like
They're gonna win.
they're gonna be even if we took the cameras away and we took all this stuff away, they're gonna whoop your ass. And but
Yeah, just tire him out, bro.
it just sucks to watch. It's not entertaining, and it
It is shitty.
yeah.
That's like any sport.
And whereas O'Malley is an entertaining
lay down.
Well, O'Malley is an entertaining fighter to watch. So O'Malley versus Avashvili it's like what's gonna happen is Vashvili's not gonna want to stand with O'Malley, so he's gonna lean on him and put him on a fence and grapple with him and just hold him against the fence the whole time and punch him a bunch, and it's gonna be lame. But I want to see stand with O'Malley, stand with this lightweight guy who's fast, and he's gonna be like flop 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 flop, and he's gonna pop you, and that's not what we're gonna see. But hopefully that's what we see. But
Seen the dude that dresses up as Rock Lee. I think I saw some stupid thing on my flipboard.
and then the second
I
fight
don't
is
know if
Julia Pena. Julia Pena, as far as women fighters go, she's a strong woman. I would love to be in a head triangle from Julia Pena, but throw me in a triangle real quick. You know?
But you know what I just
Fucking
realized?
man.
Yes.
Yeah. Nah, I don't know.
You know what?
Too
You know, I
much
just
muscle.
realized this is you never
not
got you never got an answer from Mel about room 40.
I know. Mel don't know about room 40.
Well, he was on mute when you asked the question, and I guess it just got forgotten to answer after the fact.
Right. Well, because he had to leave right away. That's why.
Probably couldn't find it on the internet.
Got to follow up later on that one.
Yeah. ChatGPT couldn't help him.
I mean, I don't know why you want to know.
Wait, ChatGPT? People actually pay for that now?
Yeah, you want to ask him the question.
Well, I was asking the whole panel. Does anybody know about room 40?
Off the top of my head, I would say no. Sounds like something from an old movie or something from an old video.
Marshall.
Rings a bell, but not.
Marshall, you don't know
Maybe
about
I'm
room
not-
40? You ever stayed in room 40?
Let me think on that. I'll get back. Yeah,
room 40 is nuts.
Give me a picture. Ligma. Oh.
That's the where he just asked for a picture.
Let me get a picture.
I'm so glad you didn't let me look. Well, yeah, because that's how I remember shit. Like with names and stuff.
You want a picture of room 40?
No, now that I know what it is, no, thank you, please. Yeah, not for me.
You don't want to check the picture out first?
A million, yeah, I think I'm good.
I mean, you did ask for it, so.
All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna
gold.
JS is the giving type, so if you ask him nicely, he might actually.
Please.
I didn't know where you were going with that, but I wasn't about to walk into it neither. So.
You don't know about room 40?
I can't.
Now I do. I just let Marshall walk into it.
Yeah.
Thanks. I love. Hey, dude. I'll be the mute shield. I'm pretty good at that.
Dude, my
And
little
also,
brothers are
like,
the kings of
And,
those. They'll
Marshall didn't walk into it. That motherfucker like opened the door and, and brought it in.
oh man, it's like seeing. It's just like boom there, and it's like, oh whoa. Yeah.
they've hit me with some crazy ones that I never heard before. And they'll like it's hard to get me, but sometimes my little brothers, they're the only ones who will get me on those. And they'll drop some new ones I never heard before. But last week or a couple weeks ago, he's like, "You ever stayed in room 40?" I'm like, room 40? He's like, room 40 is nuts.
Oh man.
Yeah, but that wasn't your job. That was your other brother.
Ben is
Big Dick Ben.
Yeah, Big Dick Ben knows some crazy
How
ones.
many like personas do you have, bro? Are these the personas? Or these?
No,
real?
these are my real brothers.
Yeah, no, these are his real brothers.
Yeah.
Fight night.
I
come
knew
for-
it. I knew that fucking homo wasn't your real brother. Fucking twin liar.
Jason is well, he's a real brother.
Chair told me he had. Oh, yeah, I guess he would be blood, so that would be real brother. Chair did say something about. I think I might have overheard. Maybe I think this was somebody else saying that Chair said something about not liking him sitting on Chair. So I think we needed Chair. You need to buy your brother his own chair.
In fairness, Chair doesn't like JS sitting on it either.
Oh, I think that's what it was. Damn it. You're right.
All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna head out. Nobody from here is streaming right now, but everybody say good night.
JS is streaming. You should rate him.
Like,
Thanks for hanging out, guys. It was a good stream.
as always. Yeah. Thanks, JS.
Yep. I'll see you guys later. Deuces.
Have a good.
Take it easy.
All right. For the YouTube chat, I guess we're gonna raid Newsmax. It's usually when there's nobody that I know streaming, I usually just send people over to either JLR Investigates or Newsmax or something like that. Let me see if there's anything new that's popped up. I got it set up for Newsmax right now, but redirect. I mean, Evan's cool, but I'm not gonna send you to a surveillance camera of Evan's apartment. Like, I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what the deal with this is. Like, my life 24/7. It's been going for. He's just 24/7 streaming his. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think you should. I don't know if you should do that. I'm not gonna send you guys to that because I'm not trying to like watch somebody have an argument with their wife. I don't know if I need to talk to Evan. Like, don't do that, bro. I don't think that's a good idea. OTW, I don't know OTW like that. They seem cool, but we'll just go to Newsmax. Thank you guys for hanging out. All the raids tonight. Thank you guys for all the raids tonight. Thank you for all the super chats. Cat was a big hitter in the super chats from Hugs Kisses Cat, Hugs Kisses OX Cat, OX Cat, with the big super chats, killing the goal. Cat single-handedly killed the goal, but we had a lot of big other hitters. So thank you to Jeremy and King. Marcus Antonio coming in big tonight just to shut up Radical Coder. So we like if Radical Coder has a hater who really likes to spend money to shut up Radical Coder, we like Radical Coder. And Marcus Antonio for that. So that's awesome. John Barrett killing it tonight. Shazzy, John, Pain Zombie, Ghost, Marcus, Cat, King, Jeremy, and Carrie SMW410. All killing it tonight. Thank you guys so much for that. And everybody else who was here, just hit the like button. Make sure you comment. Make sure you're subscribed. All that good stuff. I appreciate all of that. The super chats are not expected, but it is a blessing. I appreciate it. So thank you guys for all of that. I'm going to head out. Nothing going tomorrow night. Monday night is the Dreaded Conservative show. As always, every Monday night, 6 p.m. Mountain Time, which is 5 p.m. Pacific Time, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. So 5 p.m. Pacific Time, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 6 p.m. Mountain Time, the Dreaded Conservative show every Monday night, every week. We've been doing it for 3 years now. Actually, is there a holiday coming up? Is it Memorial Day tomorrow? Is it Memorial Day tomorrow? I think no, it was Memorial Day last weekend. It was Memorial Day last weekend. But every Monday night is my news show. We talk about news, politics, current event, culture, a little bit of philosophy. Usually we'll talk about current events and stuff, and in the last segment we'll tie in a little bit of just something interesting. Whatever interesting thing that I've been looking into for the week. So each week, I'll look into something and we'll talk about that. Or we'll have an interview. It's a fun show. So check out the Dreaded Conservative show Monday nights, 6 p.m. Mountain Time, 5 p.m. Pacific Time, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Make sure you're here for that. And then throughout the week, in the morning times, we do Bible studies. And I'm trying to fit some gaming streams in throughout the week. Just Let's Plays. I know if you guys aren't into gaming, don't come to the gaming streams. That's fine. If you're not into the Bible, don't come to the Bible streams. But Friday and Saturday night, we're doing this. We're doing panels. Monday night, we do news, politics, stuff like that. Throughout the week, we're doing Bible, we're doing gaming. It's a little bit of everything here. So make sure you're subscribed. And there's a little bit of everything for everybody. Maybe you won't like all of it, but maybe you'll like some of it. So make sure you're subscribed, guys. And God bless everybody. Thank you for hanging out. And I will see you later. But I'm out. I'm going to go walk my dog. I got to go walk the dog. What the dog do, dog? Can I pet that dog? We're out, guys. Peace. Thank you.